Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 1125 to Chapter 1177. Lin Sun, Old Toad, and Alu left the mysterious frost icefield together and went to the outside world. Along the way, he had seen too many shocking changes that he had never seen in the past. First of all, the boundary river between the four worlds was sinking and disappearing at an extremely fast speed. According to the inference, the four worlds would be reunited into a vast continent in less than a month, restoring the ancient style. At the same time, everything in the world was changing. Some ordinary mountains and rivers suddenly changed dramatically. The mountains rose a lot, and rich spiritual chi emerged, turning them into blessed places. Some monsters were also transforming at a faster speed. The cultivation barriers that couldn't be broken in the past could now be broken naturally. Even some spiritual medicines and rare treasures that had long been annihilated in the long river of time began to reappear, causing countless orthodoxies and practitioners to compete for them. At the same time, regardless of the aptitude of the practitioners, the speed of advancement was also accelerating, and it was easier for them to comprehend and control the power of the Great Way. These countless shocking changes were taking place in every area of the four worlds. It was like the soil that had been silent for a long time was glowing with earth-shaking vitality and was moving towards the ultimate brilliance, and these changes all happened in the past 2 months. It was too shocking. All the practitioners in the world knew that this unprecedented great era was bound to come, but they didn't expect that the omen before the great era was so shocking. Some ancient orthodoxies concluded that this shocking change was the only one since ancient times. In the past years, similar changes had taken place in the world, but none as amazing as this one. But at the same time, the world became turbulent and was no longer as peaceful as before. Ancient freaks frequently appeared in the world, dominating the world and suppressing the top talents of the present age. Most of the news Lin Sun heard was related to ancient freaks. A few ancient freaks appeared in this world. During this period of time, it was unknown how many world-shaking great eras they accomplished, and who knew how many people they defeated, causing the world to be in turmoil. These monsters, who have been silent for a long time, are so powerful that it makes people speechless. Even the top figures of the present age are inferior to them. Sigh, there's no way to compare either. Every single ancient freak is a peerless genius. They have been silent for a long time, waiting for the arrival of this great era. There is no need to doubt their strength. Along the way, similar sighs and discussions could be heard all the time. Lin Sun, Old Toad, and Alu were all very surprised. It had only been 2 months, but there had already been so many disturbances in the outside world. They're already this crazy now, but when the absolute peak domain descends, they'll definitely become the target of public criticism. The Old Toad was quite disdainful, commenting on the disturbances those ancient freaks stirred up. Indeed, Lin Sun had a deep understanding of this. The taller the tree in the forest, the stronger it was, the greater the possibility of being targeted. Big bro, didn't you hear? There are some ancient freaks who want to challenge you, and all of them are saying that if you dare show yourself, they'll definitely crush you. Alu said with a grin. Lin Sun naturally heard some similar rumors along the way. The reason was that 2 months ago, Lin Sun was definitely the most outstanding figure of the young generation in the world. Under such circumstances, it was reasonable for him to be targeted. After all, defeating him was equal to defeating the number 1 on the list of junior giants, which was equal to defeating the influential figure among the contemporary top figures. It was enough to attract the attention of the world and make a name for himself. This was the burden of fame. What's more, some ancient freaks are clamoring that if they catch you, Demon God Lin, they'll take you as a slave and serve you by their side to show off their strength. The Old Toad also shouted, "Let me ask you, can you bear this kind of provocation?" What the Old Toad said wasn't a lie. Lin Sun had also heard similar rumors. Although he didn't bother to pay attention to these provocations and clamors, if he met these guys, Lin Sun absolutely wouldn't mind giving them an unforgettable lesson. Now, some random Tom, Dick, and Harry dared to step on him to climb to the top. What the hell? However, he also learned that some of the top figures on the list of junior giants were a little embarrassed, because they had all been defeated by some ancient freaks. Even some top figures chose to protect themselves and didn't want to have conflicts with those ancient freaks at this time, so as not to damage their reputation. Let's go. We know too little information after all. Maybe we can learn more by going to Thousand Streams Mountain, said Lin Sun. With the coming of the Great Era, the world was full of ups and downs, and geniuses appeared one after another. Naturally, there would be various grand gatherings of communication and learning. The gathering that was about to take place on the Thousand Flowing Spirit Mountain was initiated by the successor of the Sun Moon Hall, Xianxia. It was said that those attending were all outstanding figures of the current generation, and were people who intended to participate in the competition for the Apex region. Thousand Streams Mountain was located in Purple Moon Province. With the help of the ancient transmission formation, Lin Sun and others arrived in Purple Moon Province a few days in advance. Then they explored all the way and entered Thousand Streams City. As soon as they entered the city, they heard a lot of discussions on the way. This Thousand Streams Grand Gathering has a profound influence. Those who are qualified to participate are all top figures, including many top figures. I heard that Xianxia wants to invite some peers to discuss important matters at this Grand Gathering. It's a pity that we are not qualified to climb the mountain and participate. Lin Sun and others didn't need to explore. They learned some news about the Thousand Streams Grand Gathering from all kinds of discussions and headed to the center of the city. A lonely mountain stood in the center of the city. It was beautiful, and it was thousands of meters high. There were thousands of waterfalls falling from the sky, showing the spectacle of thousands of streams running together and the Milky Way rolling back. This was Thousand Streams Mountain, with an extraordinary origin. Near the mountain was an extremely lively area. There were tea houses, restaurants, and shops that sold spiritual medicines and spiritual treasures. When Lin Sun and others arrived, many cultivators had gathered nearby, and they were all talking about the gathering in Thousand Streams Mountain. Let's go. Without delay, Lin Sun took Old Toad and Alu up the mountain. This made many cultivators show envy and awe. Thousand Streams Mountain was not so easy to climb. It was covered with inexplicable power of the Great Way, which made people suffer great repulsion when climbing the mountain. Moreover, one's cultivation wasn't at the reincarnation evolution stage, so it was utterly impossible to take another step forward. Because of this, numerous cultivators had no choice but to stop here. Hey, that guy seems to be a little like Demon Lin? Someone noticed Lin Sun's back and showed a strange expression, feeling that he was familiar. Is it really him? Many people were surprised. In the past 2 months, Lin Sun had been silent, as if he had disappeared from the world. Except for the battle with Chu Zhongtian, there was no news about him. Moreover, most people's attention was attracted by the great changes of the world and focused on those ancient freaks. Are you sure it's him? Many cultivators were very excited. Before the great changes of the world, Demon Lin was definitely a well-deserved figure of the young generation and was the focus of the world. If he really appeared here after 2 months, it would definitely cause a great sensation. Many cultivators approached to carefully identify Lin Sun and confirm his identity. Unfortunately, they were not strong enough to climb the mountain. Moreover, Lin Sun and others never looked back from beginning to end. Halfway up the mountain, there were pavilions, terraces, and towers, all of which were very old. At this time, there were already many cultivators sitting or standing in the field. On a higher peak, there was a Taoist altar surrounded by clouds, and some figures could be vaguely seen standing on it. As soon as Lin Sun and others arrived halfway up the mountain, they found that many people had already come to the field. Obviously, they were here to attend the party. With a quick glance, Lin Sun found that these people were all strong practitioners. It was a gathering of masters. After thinking about it, it was impossible to climb this mountain without reaching the reincarnation developing realm. Lin Sun searched for a while and didn't find Xianxia. After thinking for a while, he immediately found a remote corner and sat down, intending to listen to the discussion of the people in the field. Almost all the ancient freaks that have appeared until now are terrifying existences at the top level. They run amok in the world and defeat countless masters of the present age. It's really a shame. Someone sighed. The ancient freaks appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the talents of the present age, which naturally made people depressed. Do you think the ancient freaks are really invincible? Otherwise, how can any one of them win so many battles? Someone was very worried. Invincible? Humph. That's impossible. In the present age, there is no lack of people who can fight against these ancient freaks. It's just that they haven't made a move yet. For example, Yun Qingbai, Wang Xuanyu, Yi Mo, Yan Zhanqiu, Demon God Lin, and so on. Which one of them isn't ridiculously powerful? Demon God Lin? Speaking of this person, he's really amazing. A month ago, Chu Zhongtian came into the world for the 4th time and immediately headed to the Star Chess Sea to suppress Demon God Lin. Who would have thought that he would be suppressed instead? If not for the protection of the old monster from the King realm, he would have almost died. These people were talking about the situation of the world. Apart from this place halfway up the mountain, there were also many people talking on the Taoist altar at the peak of the mountain. Those people were even more powerful, and they were obviously people of extremely high status. Brother Qi, there's no need to be so humble. In the minor giants ranking, you defeated all the geniuses and made it into the top 10. It can be said that your achievements are remarkable, a woman on the Taoist altar at the peak of the mountain said with admiration. On the Taoist altar, a man in a blue robe sat on a cattail hassock with a calm expression. He said, "It's just the 10th place. It's nothing." Many people revealed astonished expressions as they recognized the man in the blue robe. He was the successor of the Sun Moon Shrine, Qi Chengdo. He was famous and was one of the top minor giants of the younger generation. At the same time, some of the cultivators on the mountainside listened attentively. They had respectful expressions, and their voices were much softer. Obviously, the experts on the Taoist altar at the peak of the mountain were of extraordinary status. Lin Sun looked over and found the man in the blue robe somewhat familiar. He quickly recalled Qi Chengdo's identity. He was Xiaoqing, his senior brother, and his performance on the minor giants ranking was remarkable. "Do you know that guy?" Old Toad asked. "We've met, but we've never been in contact," Lin Sun said casually. Beside them, some people heard their conversation and could not help but sneer. "We've only met before. Is it worth showing off? You're still boasting shamelessly. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" This was sarcasm directed at Lin Sun, everyone could hear it. However, Old Toad and Ah Lu weren't angry. Instead, they were overjoyed. Their spirits were suddenly lifted as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Lin Sun cursed inwardly. He knew very well that neither Old Toad nor Ah Lu were easy to deal with. One was narcissistic and arrogant, while the other was born to talk and be good at attracting hatred. If he hadn't restrained himself along the way, who knew how much trouble they would have caused? "Be careful. Don't cause trouble," Lin Sun transmitted his voice and shot them a threatening glance. The two immediately became listless like frosted eggplants. "At least you know your place," the person who had mocked them earlier commented with a reserved smile. Ordinary people really don't have the right to associate with those on the Taoist altar. They're all ruthless characters at the level of minor giants. "They're not the same kind of people as you," someone else ridiculed. "Some of us have also participated in the Junior Giants ranking competition, but we could only watch from afar. We were slightly weaker and couldn't even climb the immortal mountain." Many people nearby spoke up one after another, their words full of pride as well as awe and envy of those on the Taoist altar. Hearing this, Ah Lu couldn't help but sneer. "You also participated in the Junior Giants ranking competition? Sorry for the disrespect." His expression did not conceal his contempt at all. There was no sense of disrespect, it was clearly mockery. "Barbarians, I advise you to leave the mountain. Those who can participate in this gathering are all outstanding talents of the present age," someone said contemptuously, as if ashamed to be associated with them. Even Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. Then he shook his head and didn't bother to argue with them. They were just a bunch of blind fools. "Go away. You're not welcome here," someone reprimanded. Old Toad was very puzzled. He turned to Lin Sun and asked, "Who's lying? Since they've all participated in the Junior Giants ranking competition, why don't they recognize you?" Lin Sun shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. Ah Lu grinned. "It's simple. Someone is bragging. He hasn't participated in the Junior Giants ranking competition at all and is deliberately trying to flatter himself." Immediately, many cultivators' expressions became a little unnatural. "You still aren't leaving?" Someone was already angry, loudly berating. The commotion here instantly drew the attention of the cultivators halfway up the mountain. And even some people on the Dao platform at the peak of the mountain raised their eyebrows and looked over. That seems to be, someone was surprised. When he looked at Lin Sun, his face suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, on the mountain peak, Chi Chongdo let out a surprised voice. He suddenly stood up and said, "You are." Chi Chongdo was one of the top figures of the younger generation and was ranked in the top 10 of the minor giants list. Seeing him so shocked, the other people on the Dao platform were also shocked. Then, when they saw Lin Sun's appearance, they were all shocked and stood up together. Demon God Lin. He actually came. The figures on the Dao platform were somewhat taken aback. They never expected that Fiend Celestial Lin would appear after 2 months of silence. "Welcome, Brother Lin. Apologies for not going out to meet you." At this moment, Chi Chongdo had already rushed towards the mountainside. "Brother Lin, please." The other people on the Daoist altar also cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Demon God Lin, on the mountainside, those practitioners were all dumbfounded. That young man was Lin Sun, who was famous all over the world a few days ago. Those who had previously ridiculed and reprimanded Lin Sun were all stiff and their faces turned pale. They had never thought that the person they despised and banished would be such a horrible existence. Indeed, Lin Sun did not have any friendship with the people on the Daoist altar. It was not that he was weak, but that he was too strong. Similarly, not everyone knew Lin Sun. Gosh! He is Demon God Lin, number 1 on the minor giants list. Not long ago, he suppressed Xu Zhongtian and almost killed him. This area was not peaceful at all. It was boiling. All eyes were on Lin Sun. Many people gasped when they saw that even Alu, a barbarian, was being treated with respect by Chi Chongdo. Birds of a feather flocked together. It could be foreseen that those who could walk with Demon God Lin could not be ordinary. "Lin Sun, Brother Alu, and this fellow practitioner, please come to the Dao platform for a chat." Chi Chongdo invited them. "Thanks a lot." Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands, not making things difficult for those who had ridiculed him earlier. Old Toad and Alu also ignored those guys. Lin Sun was a little surprised. When did these 2 guys become so magnanimous? They're just a bunch of frogs in a well. Why bother with them? They're a disgrace to our status. Old Toad said proudly. "That's very kind of you." Alu agreed. Lin Sun sighed inwardly, realizing that these 2 scourges no longer cared about ordinary people. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they had to choose their targets. Obviously, those people earlier weren't qualified to arouse their interest. The mountaintop was another scene. The Daoist altar was ancient and vast, surrounded by a sea of clouds. A waterfall poured down like a snow dragon, the mist curling up and the roar of thunder. More than a dozen practitioners were sitting cross-legged on the Daoist altar. There were men and women, and all of them had set foot on the top. Many of them were familiar faces to Lin Sun. They were all dazzling figures who had ranked in the top 36 on the minor giants list. However, when Lin Sun arrived, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. There was no other reason than that no one present could compare with Lin Sun, who ranked first on the minor giants list. "Didn't you say that this gathering was organized by your sex fellow Taoist Xianxia? Why isn't he here?" Lin Sun asked. Chi Chongdo pondered for a moment, then said frankly, "Taoist Lin, you may not know, but just 2 hours ago, Senior Brother Me received a letter of challenge. I'm afraid he's fighting someone now." Everyone else was stunned when they heard this. Obviously, they hadn't heard about it before. Fighting someone? Who is it? Lin Sun was interested. He had long heard that Xianxia was really powerful. He was an outstanding figure among the veteran top giants, who had been famous for many years and was known as the leader of the younger generation of Sun Moon Temple. Such a person could be called one of the strongest among the current generation, but someone actually dared to send a letter of challenge to fight him. This was naturally curious. It's an ancient freak called Bai Long Ting. He has been silent for 8,000 years. He's a descendant of the White Flood Dragon bloodline, and is also known as the Sixth Prince. Chi Chongdo's expression became solemn. This person is extremely terrible. He was born half a month ago, and now there are no less than 10 contemporary top figures who have been defeated by him. The atmosphere in the field became heavy. and the faces of other practitioners changed slightly. Obviously, they all knew how terrible Bai Longting was. Is fellow Taoist Mi Hingzhen sure of winning? Lin Sun asked. Chi Chongdo smiled bitterly. Senior brother Mi said that he agreed to this battle because he didn't feel sure of winning. If it were someone else, senior brother Mi would definitely ignore it. Lin Sun nodded and roughly judged that Bai Longting should be an extremely powerful figure since Mi Hingzhen valued him so much. The white flood dragon bloodline? Old Toad suddenly said. Everyone looked at him, thinking that Old Toad had learned something. Unexpectedly, he sneered and shook his head. I only know True Dragon, Chiwen, Flying Serpent and King Jiao, but I've never heard of the white flood dragon bloodline. Even if it's a flood dragon, I'm afraid it's nothing. Everyone was speechless for a while. This green-robed teenager was really arrogant. If they hadn't seen Old Toad sitting next to Lin Sun, someone would have refuted him. Are ancient freaks really so powerful? Lin Sun asked. He wanted to hear the opinions of these top figures. To be honest, Brother Lin, those who can be called ancient freaks are at least the top figures at the top level. Their combat power is indeed ridiculously powerful. Chu Zhongtian, for example, has also been in silence and closed-door training, but he can only be called a genius, not qualified to be called an ancient freak. Chi Chongdo explained patiently, right now, we have basically reached a conclusion, which is that the ancient freak's attainments on the ultimate path of cultivation must have crossed the 2 stages of getting to know the rudiments and entering the next level, and they have stepped into reaching the peak. Lin Sun suddenly understood. Because he had walked on this road, he also knew how powerful the top figures of the Reach the Peak were. Brother Lin, during the period when you were in closed-door training, there were many ancient freaks who wanted to fight with you, someone said. Yes, some people even clamored to capture you and make you their slave. Their attitude was extremely arrogant and unbridled. Someone said angrily. Lin Sun smiled and said, it's just a group of cats and dogs clamoring. You don't have to pay attention to them. There was a sudden silence here. Everyone was speechless and shocked by this sentence. This was too strong and fierce. He regarded ancient freaks as cats and dogs. Looking at the world, only demon god Lin dared to say such words. Everyone also knew that Lin Sun was most famous for his unbridled courage in addition to his heaven-defying combat power. He dared to do what others dared not. Brother Lin, please be careful with your words. Some ancient freaks are very likely to come here, and they are bound to come with bad intentions. Chi Chongdo sighed. After the news that they were holding the 1,000-stream grand meeting came out, it caused a great response, and no one knew how many people were paying attention to it. For example, 4 hours ago, when Mi Heng was really on this Taoist altar to entertain his fellow practitioners, he suddenly received a letter of challenge from White Dragon Court, so he had to go to fight. What are you afraid of? I can't wait for a few ancient freaks to jump out, Old Toad said disapprovingly, very conceited and arrogant. Everyone was speechless for a while. Who was this guy? He was too arrogant. Even if they didn't like the ancient freaks, some things couldn't be said like this. Otherwise, it was very likely to cause big trouble. It was also at this moment that there was a sudden uproar and restlessness at the foot of the mountain, and then a cold and indifferent voice sounded. What 1,000-stream grand meeting? I thought it was something amazing, but it turns out that it's just a group of chickens and dogs. How disappointing. The voice was like thunder, surging up and could be heard from far and near. It couldn't be. Were there really ancient freaks looking for trouble? On the rugged mountain path, 8 red-robed men were opening up the path at the front while a treasured carriage was behind them. The 8 red-robed men had different appearances, yet their auras were extremely formidable. They were like Azuras that had just walked out from a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, and their footsteps were steady as they ascended the mountain path as if they were walking on flat ground. The treasured carriage rumbled as it moved forward while flickering with shocking divine radiance. Everywhere it passed, space split apart while flowing with multicolored light, and it was an extremely shocking scene. In the time of a few breaths, their group had arrived halfway up the mountain. All the cultivators there gasped because the auras emanated by the 8 red-robed men were formidable to the extreme, and they pressed down upon many to the point it was difficult for them to even breathe. But the most shocking was the treasured carriage. It seemed as if it was constructed from 7-colored divine iron and flowed with dark light, and it actually dispersed the energy of the Grand Tao on the mountain and was impossible to obstruct. This was a rare treasure that had the ancient calamity diagram inscribed on it, and there was even the scene of a myriad of spirits worshipping the heavens and the earth. Along with the arrival of this treasured carriage, the nearby space cracked apart while numerous black-colored rifts appeared, and it was a terrifying scene. Such a formation was too formidable. It was like a monstrous figure had arrived, and it caused the hearts of many cultivators to tremble while their expressions changed indeterminately. Even the pupils of Xianxia and the others constricted while they revealed serious expressions. A treasured carriage. This is the carriage of the descendant of the Golden King Snake, Jin Xiaoming. Someone recognized the identity of this person and warned everyone via voice transmission. Instantly, the expressions of Xianxia and the others changed. Jin Xiaoming is an ancient freak. He's extremely famous in the recent period of time, and he's caused countless disturbances. Obviously, after news of the 1,000 streams gathering this time spread, it had drawn over ancient freaks, and they'd come with ill intent. In fact, along with the shocking changes in the heavens and the earth, so long as a gathering of the experts of the younger generation was held, there would be ancient freaks arriving to provoke them. Because of this, countless young geniuses from the 4 dimensions had been suppressed and humiliated by these ancient freaks. It wasn't exaggerated to say that during this period of time, the geniuses of this generation were practically on the verge of losing face, and they were on the verge of being suppressed by these ancient freaks to the point of being unable to raise their heads. At this moment, Jin Xiaoming had arrived in a treasured carriage with 8 red-robed battle servants, so it was bound to be impossible for him to have an exchange and discussion about the Tao. "May I know why all of you have come?" Someone took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, and he seemed to be extremely reserved and fearful. "I heard that this 1,000-flow banquet is hosted by me Hengzhen, but now it seems disappointing. It's just a gathering of a bunch of chickens and dogs." An indifferent and cold voice resounded from within the treasured carriage. The treasured carriage was covered by a curtain, so it was impossible to see the true appearance of the owner within. The atmosphere instantly became silent. There was simply no need to ask to know that these people had come with ill intentions and were intentionally looking for trouble. Many people's faces darkened. Lin Sun was also a little surprised. Was this the style of ancient freaks? He was truly arrogant. "Where's Mi Hengzhen? Have him come out and see me." The cold and indifferent voice resounded once more from within the treasured carriage. "Senior brother Mi isn't here for the time being. If there's nothing else, please leave. This gathering doesn't welcome outsiders." Xianxia took a deep breath and ordered his guest to leave. "That's right, we don't welcome you. Please leave." The others spoke up one after another. Their faces were filled with extreme fear and undisguised rejection. "Noisy." Suddenly, the cold and indifferent voice shouted loudly like a thunderclap that rumbled as it swept out. It didn't just suppress the voices in the surroundings, it even caused the ears of many cultivators to buzz while the vital blood in their bodies roiled. "What? Do all of you dare to commit murder?" Xianxia's face sank. "Murder? No, I just came to test exactly how capable all of you fellows who boast about yourselves to be experts are." The person within the treasured carriage spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 red-robed men stood out. Their gazes were like blades as they swept the surroundings, and they emanated a strand of terrifying baleful aura. "I won't bully all of you. Feel free to choose anyone to fight any one of these 8 servants of mine. If you don't agree, then you can't continue holding this gathering." The indifferent voice from within the treasured carriage revealed a strand of contempt. At this moment, the expressions of Xianxia and the other cultivators sank, and they were extremely embarrassed. There was no lack of absolute giants that had ascended onto the minor giants' rankings amongst them, yet they were being looked down upon like this. The host didn't show himself and actually wanted his servants to fight. Damn it. Someone gritted his teeth. This was absolutely a form of humiliation because asking his servants to fight was undoubtedly the greatest form of contempt towards all of them. "Are you disgruntled?" A red-robed man's voice was cold and fierce. "With your identities and strengths, all of you are utterly unworthy of sparring with my master. The 8 of us are more than enough to deal with all of you." These words were too overbearing. A single combat servant dared to look down upon all of them, so it was impossible for anyone to not be infuriated. The expressions of all of them were extremely gloomy. Old Toad and Alu were slightly unable to continue watching. However, they were stopped by Lin Sun. They couldn't usurp the host's position at a time like this, and the important matter at hand was to see Qichengdo's decision. Feel free to stand out if you're disgruntled. All of you boast about being the top figures of this generation. Could it be that all of you don't even have the courage to fight? The red-robed man in the lead sneered. His figure was tall, his eyes were long and narrow, and his entire body emanated an extremely dense baleful aura that was extremely terrifying. Everyone present was disgruntled in their hearts and extremely infuriated. A single combat servant dares to flaunt his might, someone couldn't restrain himself right away and said, "I'll fight you." This was a young man in a black robe. He held a silver trident in his hand, and he was an extremely dazzling genius. Everyone's spirits were refreshed when they saw him attack, and all of them wished for nothing more than for him to display his invincible might and properly crush the other party's prestige. "You're no good." The red-robed man was disdainful and spoke casually. Clang, the young man in a black robe's expression was icy cold. He didn't waste his breath at all as he waved the silver trident, and it tore open space and swept up a terrifying divine radiance as it slashed towards the red-robed man. Bang! The red-robed man soared up and transformed into a terrifying bolt of blood-red lightning that charged up explosively and launched an intense battle. However, after merely over 10 moves, a bang resounded as the silver trident was smashed flying. On the other hand, the neck of the black-robed man was grabbed by the red-robed man, and with a light twist, his head was twisted off. Swish! A rain of blood sprayed out like a fountain. "You're really weak." The red-robed man's expression was cold as he casually tossed away the black-robed man's corpse, and he didn't even spare it a glance. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone was agitated by this bloody scene, causing their expressions to change while their minds were shaken. All of them had never imagined that a mere combat servant would actually be so formidable. This truly caused them to be furious and terrified, and they were unable to calm down. "You dare kill?" Qichengdo was furious. "What? If you're disgruntled, then we can fight." The red-robed man spoke indifferently. "Allow me." Someone was unable to endure it any longer. This was a black-robed young man that was ranked in the top 36 of the minor giants, and he'd already stepped into the ranks of the absolute path towards the Tao. Bang! As soon as he attacked, he revealed extraordinary combat strength. A violet sun illuminated the sky as it smashed down towards the red-robed man. However, the red-robed man was extremely formidable as well, and he charged over without the slightest hesitation to enter into battle with the black-robed man. In the time of a few breaths, the two of them had already exchanged over 100 blows. The red-robed man's palm slashed horizontally, and with a pu sound, he forcefully chopped off the black-robed man's arm. Swoosh! The black-robed man had no choice but to dodge and leave the battlefield, and his expression had already become livid and extremely unsightly. "Are you afraid? You really are trash." The red-robed man sneered. All the spectators were shocked and furious. Even a peak figure on the minor giants isn't a match for him? This was beyond their expectations, and their hearts turned cold. For a moment, many people looked at Qichengdo, and then at Lin Sun. Qichengdo took a deep breath, and a touch of determination appeared on his face. Now that Miheng was really not here, he was the host of this Thousand Streams grand meeting. In the face of such a situation, he naturally had to stand up. However, before he could act, he was stopped by Lin Sun, who said, "Even if you win, you'll only win a battle servant, which will be a loss of face." Qichengdo was stunned. At this time, the red-robed servant looked at Lin Sun with a grim smile, and said, "If you're disgruntled, you can come down and fight me. I promise you'll die a terrible death." Everyone looked at Lin Sun in unison. This was Demon God Lin. Among all the people present, Lin Sun was the strongest. If he took the lead, they might really be able to resolve the current predicament. But Lin Sun smiled slightly, turned his head, and waved at the old toad, "Hurry up, it's your turn." The old toad's eyes widened, and he stamped his feet. "You want me to fight a servant? I can't afford to lose face like this. If anyone wants to go, it should be this barbarian." As he spoke, he looked at Alu, who hurriedly shook his head. No, no, even you don't want to fight those servants. If I go, won't it damage my reputation? Everyone was stunned, and their faces were full of black lines. Why were they still arguing about this at a time like this? Old Toad, this kind of trash is the most suitable for you to fight. If I go, I'll obviously be bullying them, Alu advised. The old toad was furious, and shouted, is this kind of trash worthy of me fighting? This is clearly a humiliation to my dignity. The dispute between the two stunned the red-robed man. Then his face darkened, and his eyes were about to burn. How dare the other side ignore him like this? Why don't you two come together, he shouted. Shut up. Noisy. Both the old toad and Alu were very dissatisfied, and they scolded the red-robed man, making the latter's face darken even more. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Lin Sun said in a threatening tone, Old Toad, are you going or not? The old toad looked reluctant, but finally compromised, and said grumpily, fine, I'll give you face. Then, when he turned his head to look at the red-robed man, he said impatiently with a helpless and disgusted look, tell me, do you want to commit suicide by cutting your own throat, or do you want me to send you off in person? Choose a way to die. His words were very arrogant, even more arrogant than the red-robed man and his master. Everyone's eyes widened in bewilderment. Who on earth was this green-robed little brother? He seemed to be very powerful. The red-robed man named by the old toad was so angry that his face was as black as a pot. Overflowing with killing intent, he gritted his teeth and said, cut the crap, get down here and die. Hee hee, did you hear that? I'm telling you to die. Alu laughed, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. The red-robed man was tall and strong. Although he was a battle servant, he was exceptionally strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the top figures on the minor giants list so easily. Seeing the old toad charging at him, he gave a hideous smile and said, you're as pretty as a girl. Then I'll destroy your face first. Boom, as he stepped into the void, his aura suddenly soared. His whole body emitted a terrifying murderous intent, causing the void to become chaotic. Behind him, Lin Sun said unhurriedly, Old Toad, he said you're a girl. Don't be afraid. This was simply adding fuel to the fire, and it was not a small matter. The old toad hated it the most when people compared him to women. Don't worry, I'll definitely kill this blind beast. The old toad was so angry that its hair stood on end. Golden all over, it let out a long howl and charged forward. Everyone present had strange expressions. This green-robed young man had been very arrogant from the beginning, but, could he really do it? No one was sure, but the battle had already begun. Boom, the old toad waved its palm and fingers, swallowing the sun and moon and drawing on the terrifying power of the universe. At first, the red-robed man didn't think much of it, but when he saw this scene, his expression instantly turned serious as he realized how powerful it was. Blood refining the sky. He shouted and pressed his palm and fingers into the void. Blood-colored light burst forth like a surging tide, creating a scene of destruction like a landslide or a tsunami. Bang, a deafening collision resounded. The red-robed man twitched as if struck by lightning and staggered back several steps. His expression changed abruptly and became even more solemn. You dare challenge me with just this little ability? Killing you would only dirty my hands. The old toad said disdainfully. Only then did everyone realize that this arrogant green-robed young man was actually an extremely powerful expert. Humph. The red-robed man's expression was cold as he took out a huge blood-colored sword. His aura instantly soared to the extreme, and the aura of the Great Path rumbled like a bloodthirsty azura. Kill. He charged forward in large strides, causing the entire world to tremble. The sword light swept down like a blood-colored waterfall, and the faint cries of gods and demons could be heard. It was a terrifying scene. Boom, at the same time, Old Toad had already charged out. He wore a green robe, had a handsome and charming appearance, and his eyes were bright and golden. With a wave of his hand, the shocking scene of the sun sinking, the moon being destroyed, and the stars collapsing appeared. In the blink of an eye, he was already engaged in a fierce battle with the red-robed man. This friend is very powerful. Chichongdo was surprised. He's also an ancient freak, Lin Sun said casually. Chichongdo was taken aback. Then, he sucked in a breath of cold air. An ancient freak was actually by demon god Lin's side and even acted like he was following his lead. This was too shocking. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted in the surroundings. Xianxia looked over and saw that the battle had only just begun. The red-robed man was already completely suppressed and had no strength to resist. On the other hand, the old toad's imposing manner was like a rainbow, and its entire body was bright gold. It was like a dazzling god of war that pointed at the heavens and smashed the earth with boundless might. Pooh! The red-robed man was beaten to the point he couldn't restrain himself from coughing up blood, and his expression became unsightly. He'd never imagined that he would actually encounter such a tough fellow. Trash! Who gave you the courage to come here looking for trouble? The old toad's expression was arrogant and disdainful, and its attacks were extremely ruthless. Like a torrential storm, it firmly sealed off the other party's retreat and suppressed him to the point where he almost couldn't raise his head. The cheers in the surroundings grew more and more enthusiastic as everyone cheered for the old toad. This made the old toad even more pleased with itself, and it was also in high spirits during the battle. In the blink of an eye, the red-robed man had been beaten black and blue, and his body was covered in palm marks. His clothes were ragged and he looked extremely miserable. Even a blind man could see that the red-robed man had no chance of turning the tables. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although this green-robed little brother looked a little arrogant, he had the capital to be so. Seeing the old toad's invincible display of might, Alu couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted, "He's just a nobody. Why go through so much effort? Don't you think it's embarrassing, old toad?" The old toad was instantly disgusted. It felt that Alu's mouth was too much of a killjoy. Embarrassing? Then I'll let a barbarian like you witness my true abilities. Suddenly, the old toad let out a loud shout, and its fingers formed a strange and cryptic hand seal. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth, as if it was holding the sun and the moon in its hand. An indescribably terrifying aura spread out from the old toad's body. Many people felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, and they couldn't see clearly anymore. Not good. The expressions of the other 7 red-robed men who had been watching the battle all changed slightly when they saw this. At the same time, the red-robed man's hair stood on end. He had already been bitterly holding on earlier and had been on the verge of collapse from the suppression. Now that he saw that the old toad was obviously going to use a killing move, he was so shocked that he couldn't care less about anything else. With a roar, he planned to flee. But he was already one step too late. Boom! Inside the incomparably dazzling sun-moon seal, the red-robed man didn't even have time to struggle before his body was engulfed by the blazing light of the Tao. Several red-robed men made a move, trying to stop everything from happening. But at the same time, Alu also made a move. His towering figure swept across the battlefield, shaking the heavens and the earth. He was only one person, but he had blocked the attacks of several people. His swift and tyrannical power left many people dumbfounded. In the end, the dazzling rain of light dissipated, and the tall red-robed man was completely killed. Not even his corpse was left behind as he turned into ashes. Who knew that the old toad would be very unhappy? Who asked a barbarian like you to interfere? They're just a bunch of trash. Do you think they can hurt me? Don't flatter yourself. I wasn't trying to save you. My hands were just itching. Alu sneered. In the distance, the expressions of the red-robed men turned ugly. As for Xianxia and the other cultivators present, they were extremely excited. Old Toad and Alu had successfully defeated the other party and suppressed their arrogance. This made them very happy. Everyone, don't be too happy just yet. Let me destroy these pieces of trash one by one first. The old toad's tone was very arrogant as it stared at the other 7 red-robed men. Let me do it. With a roar, Alu had already taken the lead and rushed forward. From his posture, it was clear that he was going to challenge the 7 red-robed men alone. So fierce, a delicate woman screamed excitedly. You're too shameless, barbarian. Who asked you to fight with me? The old toad was flustered and exasperated. It didn't hesitate to attack, for fear that the old toad would steal its chance to show off. The other cultivators were shocked and dumbfounded. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Earlier, that group of people had arrived in an overbearing manner, treating all of them as if they were nothing. Their words were filled with disdain, bringing them great humiliation. But now, the situation had been reversed all of a sudden. In the eyes of Ah Lu and the old toad, the red-robed servants were like a group of prey that they were fighting to divide up. It was really a little too cruel. These two friends are really heroic. Xianxia felt dizzy and his mind was blank. Previously, he had been worried that the Thousand Flow Grand Gathering would encounter a crisis and be trampled and destroyed, but now it seemed that everything had changed. It can't be helped. They've been holding it in for too long. Now that they finally have the chance, they have to vent. Lin Sun shrugged. Xianxia hummed and muttered inwardly, no wonder they could become friends with demon god Lin. It turned out that these two guys were also like devil incarnate. But why didn't they want to fight before? Xianxia couldn't help asking. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's that I don't care. Although these two guys have bad tempers, they still care a lot about their pride and reputation. Xianxia was speechless. When he looked at the battlefield again, a shameless battle was already taking place. Old Toad and Ah Lu were like tigers that had entered a pack of wolves. Although they were fighting against 7 red-robed servants, they weren't at a disadvantage at all. This made all the cultivators more and more excited. They cheered for the two of them, and many women looked at them with infatuation in their eyes. Puff, before long, Ah Lu killed a red-robed servant first and couldn't help sighing. Alas, they're too weak. They're nothing more than killing chickens and monkeys. Although he said so, he was beaming with joy. Old Toad gnashed his teeth in annoyance and became more and more ruthless. Puff, soon, Old Toad also killed a red-robed servant. He flicked his fingers and sighed with the posture of a lonely master. Now I understand what it means to be lonely at the top. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched. He couldn't bear to see their pretentious posture anymore. But surprisingly, the other cultivators revealed fervent expressions, and they felt extreme reverence towards the two of them. Moreover, the cheers and cheers grew even louder. Puff, it didn't take long for Ah Lu to kill another one. But then Old Toad also killed an opponent. The two of them seemed to be competing and comparing. Neither was willing to submit to the other, and they would even quarrel occasionally, causing the originally bloody and terrifying battle to have a slightly strange feeling. Enough. Suddenly, an indifferent and cold voice rang out in the golden chariot which had been silent. Then, a rainbow of 7 colors burst out around the chariot and spread to the battlefield. Huh! Old Toad and Ah Lu were shocked and chose to retreat without hesitation. Puff. Puff, the rainbow of 7 colors swept out and killed the remaining 2 red-robed servants in one fell swoop. Blood rained on the battlefield. Before death, the 2 servants were stunned and confused. It seemed that they couldn't believe that it was their master who killed them in the end. At the same time, the cheers in the field stopped abruptly. Everyone's face changed abruptly and a chill ran down their spine. They were shocked by this cruel and bloody scene. Indeed, no one had expected that the master of the chariot would be so cruel to his servants. Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes, and Xianxia's face also became dignified. A bunch of good-for-nothings. They can't even do a little thing well. It's useless to keep them alive. In the cold and indifferent voice, the curtain covering the chariot rolled up silently. Then, a tall and imposing figure walked out of it. It was a young man in a blood-red robe with a jasper belt around his waist. His long golden hair was as bright as the sun, hanging down his back. His skin was a strange pale color. His eyes were deep, and his pupils were glowing with a strange and frightening green light. As soon as he appeared, the aura he exuded made the world tremble and the weather change. A blood-red robe, golden hair, and green eyes, coupled with the strange pale skin, this young man exuded a demonic and terrifying aura. He was very strong. As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere in this world was oppressive, and the wind and clouds surged. He was like a dragon coming out of the abyss, shocking the world. Many practitioners present felt it difficult to breathe. They couldn't help but be shocked, and their expressions changed when they looked at this blood-red-robed young man. This man is Jin Xiaoming, an ancient freak of the Golden King Snake. Since his appearance, he has suppressed more than a dozen contemporary peerless figures and has never been defeated. Xianxia's expression was solemn, and he quickly told Lin Sun the details of this man. Lin Sun nodded with a calm expression. He also noticed that this Jin Xiaoming's momentum was extremely extraordinary, and he had a unique momentum of a giant. Along with Jin Xiaoming's appearance, the atmosphere in the field was oppressive and tense, and there was a dead silence. Many practitioners were extremely afraid of him. It should be noted that the 8 blood-robed battle servants were all extremely tyrannical and powerful enough to suppress peerless figures at the level of a small giant. They were stronger than most of the practitioners present. But it was precisely such an expert that was casually killed by Jin Xiaoming, and Jin Xiaoming had taken him to be a good-for-nothing. This kind of bloody and brutal means was undoubtedly too shocking. Finally, an interesting opponent has appeared. Alu's eyes were bright, and there was a blazing fighting spirit surging in his heart. This guy is mine. Don't fight with me. Old Toad shouted with an excited expression. Humph. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Jin Xiaoming snorted coldly with an indifferent and cold expression. You two don't have to clamor. I'll send you to hell one by one. Then he looked at Lin Sun and said, Are you demon god Lin? His words were sonorous and carried a touch of killing intent. Everyone's heart trembled. Just listening to his voice made them feel a kind of incomparably oppressive and killing intent. Yes. Lin Sun nodded. Jin Xiaoming pointed at Old Toad and Alu and asked again, Are these your battle servants? Immediately, Old Toad and Alu were unhappy and shouted, What the hell are you talking about? We're brothers. Jin Xiaoming said expressionlessly, There's no difference. You're all going to die anyway. It's just that the two of you aren't qualified to fight me. Speaking of this, he looked at Lin Sun with his green eyes again and said, I'll give you a chance to recognize me as your master. As long as you are loyal to me, I can consider taking you into the absolute summit domain and seize the great fortune together. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the surroundings became even more oppressive and deathly silent. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Jin Xiaoming was alone, he looked down on everyone else, not even Old Toad and Alu. Furthermore, he had bluntly declared that he wanted to take Fiend Celestial Lin in as a slave, too arrogant. Similarly, this was undoubtedly a blatant insult to Demon God Lin. One had to know that. Fiend God Lin was the current generation's #1 minor powerhouse. He was a pinnacle figure that everyone in the world knew. If news of him being reduced to a slave were to spread, how would the world view him? But it just so happened that Jin Xiaoming spoke as if it was a matter of course, and this already wasn't as simple as arrogance. Old Toad and Alu also widened their eyes, as if they couldn't believe their ears. They had seen crazy people, but they had never seen anyone this crazy. Who gave this guy the courage? Did he really think he could be lawless just because he was an ancient freak? Damn it, this is the first time I've seen someone even crazier than me. Old Toad's expression was very ugly. He felt that this guy had overshadowed his limelight, which made him extremely unhappy. It's not crazy, it's very annoying, Alu said in a low, muffled voice. Big brother, let me help you deal with this green-eyed, golden-haired thief. That won't do. As Lin Sun spoke, he had already floated down and stood in front of Alu, saying, Let me do it. Lin Sun couldn't bear Jin Xiaoming's arrogant attitude any longer. But more importantly, he wanted to see what this ancient freak was and why he dared to be so arrogant. Alas, stop fighting. Let me do it. I'm the best at dealing with this kind of trash, Old Toad said and was about to rush out. However, Lin Sun held him down and scolded him, Stay here. Just let me do it. Alu yelled with an excited expression. Lin Sun grabbed Alu's lapel and said, You stay back too. It's not easy to catch an ancient freak. Let me study him first. The three of them were arguing, which made other practitioners stare blankly and stupefied. Were they fighting over Jin Xiaoming because he was a delicious cake? Jin Xiaoming looked indifferent, but everyone could see that the killing intent between his eyebrows was getting stronger and stronger, and his eyes seemed to be burning with green flames. He really didn't expect that Lin Sun would dare to treat him like this and not take him seriously at all. Since he was born, who dared to look down on him when he walked all over the world? None of the contemporary peerless figures suppressed by him could withstand more than 10 moves. No need to fight. You're all going to die today. Jin Xiaoming's words were like spring thunder. He stretched out his arm and grasped. A horrible crack in the void appeared and spread towards Lin Sun at an amazing speed. He wanted to kill Lin Sun and teach everyone a bloody lesson. Boom. At the same time, he stepped forward as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. His fingers shot out like swords, intending to pierce Lin Sun's head. Everyone cried out in alarm. It was too fast. In an instant, the void there was drowned by blazing green light while the sound of the Tao rumbled, and the entire thousand-stream spirit mountain trembled violently. Undoubtedly, Jin Xiaoming was extremely terrifying. As soon as he attacked, he revealed a combat strength that was far more formidable than those blood-red battle servants. When he saw this, Lin Sun didn't retreat but moved forward instead. A wisp of a cold sheen flashed in his black eyes as he clenched his fist and greeted Jin Xiaoming's attack. This caused Old Toad and Alu to stomp their feet with rage, but they disdained to bully Lin Sun with numbers, so they could only move aside and allow Lin Sun and Jin Xiaoming to fight. Rumble, their fists and palms collided, causing divine radiance to erupt, and a terrifying aftershock spread out, causing the minds of some nearby practitioners to shake and almost cough up blood. All of them retreated endlessly in astonishment. Your strength isn't bad. Jin Xiaoming's pupils constricted as he revealed a strange expression, and he was slightly excited because he knew he'd encountered an opponent that could fight him. Unfortunately, you're too weak, replied Lin Sun. His pupils were deep and calm like an abyss. Merely a single strike allowed him to know that this was a formidable opponent. Haha. You're the first person that dares speak to me like this. Before I kill you, I'll give you a chance to reconsider becoming a battle servant. Jin Xiaoming roared with laughter as his golden hair fluttered, and then he took a step forward and launched a lethal attack. This was an ancient freak with an extremely murderous aura, and his methods were unyielding and overbearing. Bang, the two of them separated after another strike, and then the space here exploded into pieces while the ground trembled violently, causing sand and rocks to fly into the air. Humph. Do you dare come up here and fight me? Jin Xiaoming suddenly soared into the sky and arrived beneath the sky. Earlier on Thousand Flow Spirit Mountain, it caused him to be unable to utilize his fists and legs. Why wouldn't I? Lin Sun soared into the sky like a fiend god that had descended to the world, and he executed the profundities of the 9 strikes for shaking the heavens, causing the nearby layer of clouds to be shattered and the space to explode apart. On the other hand, Jin Xiaoming's combat methods were similarly peerlessly ferocious. Every single move he made caused a green glow to shoot into the sky while the tune of the Tao rumbled and shook the world. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered in blazing divine radiance that caused space to warp, and it was like 2 gods were in battle, causing the scene to be shocking. It wasn't just the people on Thousand Flow Spirit Mountain that were paying attention to this. At this moment, there were countless cultivators at the foot of the mountain that were alarmed, and they shot their gazes towards the sky. How terrifying. It really is Fiend God Lin. After 2 months, he's finally made an appearance. Who's his opponent? How could he be so terrifying? Jin Xiaoming of the Golden Cobra lineage. What? He's actually an ancient freak? The sounds of discussion resounded without end, and this place was completely seething with excitement. In the sky, the two of them were locked in battle in midair while rays of light rumbled, and it was like numerous volcanoes were erupting in the sky, causing the blazing scene to be extremely shocking. Besides this, there was also multicolored divine radiance scattering down like a meteor shower that burned the sky, and it was an extremely magnificent scene. This was a battle at the peak. It was an unprecedented battle between peerless figures at the peak. In the recent period of time, numerous ancient freaks have appeared out of thin air, and they've rarely suffered defeat. They've crushed the geniuses of this generation to the point they're almost unable to raise their heads. This time, will Fiend God Lin be able to break through all of this and win this battle? I hope he wins. But, it's really difficult to say. This battle quickly drew the attention of everyone, and they were paying close attention to it. Rumble, a strand of dispersed divine radiance descended to the ground and incinerated the ground, and it directly transformed an area of 300 m in the surroundings into ash. It was obvious how terrifying the strength revealed in this battle was. I never expected that you've actually stepped foot on the path to the peak of perfection at such an age. You've truly surprised me. In the sky, Jin Xiaoming was slightly astounded, and he felt apprehensive in his heart. There are many things that you've never imagined. Don't think that you can look down on everyone in the world just because you've been silent for a period of time. If you're unable to satisfy me today, then just wait to be annihilated. Lin Sun was slightly displeased and frowned. Jin Xiaoming was clearly an ancient freak, yet after he probed him, he noticed that Jin Xiaoming didn't seem to be as extremely terrifying as he'd imagined. Are you courting death? I'll fulfill your wish. Shocking killing intent erupted from Jin Xiaoming's entire body as he circulated his own Dao and technique, causing his figure to be like a bolt of lightning that was all-powerful and overbearing to the extreme. In fact, he was still extremely shocked in his heart. He'd heard of Lin Sun's reputation and accomplishments in battle in the past, and he'd originally thought that Lin Sun was only a young man that was ranked first on the minor tycoon ranking and wasn't a top tycoon, so Lin Sun didn't pose much of a threat. Never had he imagined that the combat strength Lin Sun revealed would completely exceed his expectations. Bang! In the sky, the situation of the battle was even more shocking. Wind and lightning surged there while phenomena occurred frequently, and a peerlessly intense battle was being carried out. Boundless divine radiance and Tao light collided there as various peerless combat techniques were displayed, and it caused countless cultivators to be astounded. Even all the cultivators on the mountain were dumbstruck. They could be considered to be outstanding geniuses amongst their peers, yet when compared with the two people that were fighting fiercely in the sky, the gap was too wide. Bang! Not long after, Lin Sun's fist suddenly erupted, causing a dazzling light to rumble as it instantly blasted Jin Xiaoming, who'd charged towards Lin Sun flying. Jin Xiaoming staggered, and it was uncomfortable to the point he almost coughed up blood. At the same time, Lin Sun said with a displeased expression, "Is that all you've got? Are you an ancient freak or not?" Everyone was shocked to the point they almost bit their tongues when they heard this. Is Demon God Lin expressing his displeasure by saying that his opponent is too weak? Demon God Lin, he's really ferocious to the point of being a complete mess. It was just a single sentence, but it caused the emotions of everyone present to surge. Shock and admiration filled their faces. In the past, Lin Sun was famous for his courage and fearlessness, and he'd caused numerous disturbances in the West Horizontal and Dongxing realms, and he was called the Demon God. However, recently, the world seemed to have become a stage for various ancient monstrous geniuses to lead the way and display their abilities. Moreover, Lin Sun had always been silent, so the world thought he was putting his own safety first. Who would have imagined that when he fought with Jin Xiaoming today, he would actually be even more graceful than before, and he even despised Jin Xiaoming for being too weak. Alas, he's stolen all the limelight, Old Toad sighed. Lu patted his shoulder and comforted, he's the big brother after all. How can we steal his limelight? Damn you, Lin Sun! Jin Xiaoming shouted coldly, and he was infuriated to the point his killing intent shot into the sky. Green light shot into the sky and blotted out the sun. When had he ever been humiliated like this since he was born? Moreover, he was despised for being too weak, and this caused him to be almost driven mad with rage. Bang! In the sky, Jin Xiaoming withdrew a broadsword that flowed with golden Taoist markings, and it was peerlessly dazzling as it charged forward. Its might was even more shocking, and it was extremely ferocious. Bang! Lin Sun's fist force was simple, earth-shattering, and all-conquering. No matter how Jin Xiaoming attacked, it was all crushed and blasted apart by his fist force. I really wonder if you're an ancient freak. Why are you so weak? Lin Sun frowned, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. Earlier, he thought he'd found a peerless enemy, and he intended to use this to speculate the resources of those ancient freaks in the world. But up until this point in the battle, even though the strength Jin Xiaoming exerted was formidable, it was unable to bring too much threat to Lin Sun. This caused Lin Sun to be slightly disappointed, and he didn't intentionally humiliate and ridicule Jin Xiaoming. I'll kill you. Jin Xiaoming's expression instantly became livid and gloomy to the extreme, and he was on the verge of exploding from rage. As a peak figure of the Golden Cobra clan, he'd already attained the attaining perfection level in his path towards the Tao a very long time ago, and he possessed reserves that were sufficient to be proud of. Who would have imagined that he'd be repeatedly humiliated by Lin Sun like this? How could he not be furious? Boom! Suddenly, incomparably dense sword lights appeared in the sky. They were peerlessly sharp, and they spread out in the sky. There were thousands of them, and they resounded like a torrent of swords. This was Jin Xiaoming's killer move, sword intent like the tide, sword light like the sea. Every sword gleam was like a powerful sword cultivator. Tens of thousands of sword gleams were like an army of sword cultivators appearing. It was a terrifying sight. Finally, Lin Sun sensed the danger, but he was happy instead of frightened. He let out a light howl as he circulated the energy in his entire body, and then he smashed out over 1,000 punches in succession in an instant. They were like numerous enormous dragons that soared into the sky, and they coiled around the world and filled the heavens and the earth. Bang, 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 sword radiance shot out and fist force rumbled, clashing in the void. The scene immediately became terrifying, causing the entire region to be submerged in turbulence. Some sword lights were blocked, but some still tore through the sky and rushed to Lin Sun. 9 mysterious and obscure tribulations of different shapes appeared around Lin Sun, lingering in the void and easily dissolving and breaking these sword lights. Pu, there were still some sword lights that pierced into other places. Instantly, green light surged, causing the ground to melt, the forests to collapse, and a terrifying aura of destruction to arise. Kill. Jin Xiaoming became even more ferocious as he charged into the void, and his sword intent poured down like a tsunami. His peerlessly ferocious posture caused many people to tremble without end. But no matter how he charged, the tribulations appeared around Lin Sun, and he seemed to be invincible. Moreover, every single strike of his was powerful and all-conquering, causing Jin Xiaoming to be obstructed repeatedly and be utterly unable to approach Lin Sun. Jin Xiaoming was aggrieved to the point of almost going mad. Bang! Suddenly, Jin Xiaoming transformed into a golden serpent. Its body was an entire 3 kilometers long, covered in golden scales, and had dragon horns on its forehead. Its eyes were dark green, and when it opened its mouth, it seemed as if it could swallow the sun and the moon. A strand of boundlessly terrifying ferocious might suffused out along with it. When looked at from afar, it was simply like a golden dragon, and it was terrifying. Bang! The golden serpent swung its tail, and it seemed as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing. Its body coiled up like a golden sun that emanated boundless divine brilliance and a terrifying aura. My God! It actually forced out Jin Xiaoming's true body. The Golden King Serpent is an ancient and terrifying clan. In ancient times, it was ranked amongst the 100 ferocious beasts of the heavens and the earth. It could swallow an ocean with its mouth open and crush a mountain with a flip of its body. Everyone present was shocked, and they couldn't remain calm. Lin Sun was fearless. He executed the ice drake steps and circulated the energy of the true dragon. In his days, he seemed as if he'd transformed into a true dragon that held its head high in the sky, and the might of a dragon suffused the air and awed the world. Rumble, divine light erupted between them like dragons and snakes tearing at each other. Their combat strength collided, and they fought to the point the heavens and the earth dimmed and the sun and moon dimmed. Some scales fell from time to time, and they glowed green and were tainted with blood. At the same time, Lin Sun was shaken to the point of retreating from time to time. This caused him to be awestruck, as expected of a top figure. Even though Jin Xiaoming was extremely arrogant, his combat strength was extraordinary indeed. However, that was all. When Lin Sun circulated the Fury of Yazi and the Battle Saint technique to assist him in executing the 9 changes of the Calamity Dragon, he quickly showed an overwhelming momentum. Bang! 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 Streams of fist energy soared up like dragons, breaking through all obstacles and smashing on the body of the Golden King Snake, making its body twist in pain like a sieve. At the same time, its golden scales cracked and began to peel off, along with its flesh and blood. Too strong. Compared with his performance in the ranking of junior giants, Demon Lin seems to have been reborn. He's completely different now. Demon Lin must have benefited a lot from his closed-door training in the immortal secret realm. At the moment, there were sounds of admiration and shock on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Jin Xiaoming was very dazzling, worthy of being an ancient freak. But Demon Lin was even more terrible, suppressing his opponent repeatedly. Go to hell. Suddenly, Jin Xiaoming roared and spewed out a green light beam from his mouth. Lin Sun was horrified. In just a moment, his defensive power was broken. If he hadn't moved his body in time, he would have been hit. Green snake flame. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. This was a kind of overbearing and vicious divine flame. It was the talent of the Golden King Snake. If he was hit by it, he would suffer great injuries. Whoosh, subsequently, Lin Sun obtained a strand of the heavenly serpent flame during the battle, and under the circumstances that he didn't utilize the devouring star Dao, it actually corroded a hole in his skin and caused his flesh to be charred black. Idiot, how can you refine this kind of power? Jin Xiaoming said disdainfully. Obviously, he was very proud of the green snake flame. But in just a moment, he opened his eyes wide and saw the hole in Lin Sun's skin recovered in a flash. Jin Xiaoming almost couldn't believe it. And this was the strength of the immortal way. Boom. At the same time, Lin Sun rushed to the sky like a Luohan subduing dragons and tigers. With roaring light all over his body, he punched and kicked, completely suppressing the golden king snake's body. Its flesh and blood splashed, and its scales fell like rain. Jin Xiaoming held in pain and struggled frequently, but it didn't help at all. Lin Sun had seen that Jin Xiaoming had exhausted his strength. It was meaningless to continue, so he no longer showed mercy. Next, Jin Xiaoming suddenly turned into a human figure and fought with his sword. But it was still in vain. He was completely suppressed by Lin Sun, and his injuries became more and more serious. It was also at this time that people knew how terrifying Demon Lin was. Many people had only heard of his name before, but hadn't seen it with their own eyes. That was why they were so shocked at this moment. Jin Xiaoming was an ancient freak with a fierce reputation. Before this, he had defeated many peerless figures of the present age. He was invincible and difficult to meet an opponent. But in Lin Sun's hands, it was not like dealing with an ancient freak at all. On the contrary, it was like suppressing a big snake. It was so easy and shocking. Demon Lin deserves to be called. During this period of silence, his combat power is obviously not the same as before. He can be called the top among the peerless giants in the ancient Desolation realm. Qi Chongdo sighed with emotion. He and Lin Sun had once been on the list of junior giants. But now it seemed that only a few months had passed, and Lin Sun had once again made an astonishing transformation, which made him feel that it was difficult to catch up. If it was him, he might not be Jin Xiaoming's opponent. At this time, other practitioners were like Qi Chongdo. Besides being excited, they couldn't help but sigh. Demon Lin's growth was really too fast. Compared with him, it would only be a blow to them. In the sky, Jin Xiaoming's body was badly mutilated, and his bones were broken. But his ferocity didn't change, and he seemed to be extremely strong. Bang, when he was defeated by Lin Sun again, he suddenly let out a long roar. A golden carriage rose into the sky, and the pattern of demons and gods appeared on it, and a colorful divine rainbow burst out. Jin Xiaoming's figure flashed, and he rushed into the carriage, intending to escape at an extremely fast speed. Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grabbed. The wordless pagoda appeared, and the dark golden light swept over lightly. The golden carriage rumbled and was suppressed, and then all the strange phenomena disappeared. Immediately after, Jin Xiaoming fell out of the carriage, and Lin Sun, who rushed over, grabbed him by the collar and completely restrained him. Jin Xiaoming was completely shocked. This golden carriage was a holy treasure, and it belonged to the Golden King Snake. It had boundless power, but now it was being suppressed. Jin Xiaoming was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. He was in a complete panic. Demon Lin was too strong, and it made him feel despair. Plop, in the next moment, he was thrown halfway up the thousand-flow mountain. He lay there, unable to move at all. All the bones in his body were broken, and his whole body was stained with blood. At this time everyone was shocked, and their eyes were dull. Demon Lin's strength had once again shocked them. This kind of achievement, this kind of means, far surpassed his peers, and it could be said to be heaven-defying. Perhaps, only people like Yan Qingbai and Yan Xianxia would be able to match him in strength. Too strong. At the foot of the mountain, the practitioners were restless, and they were in an uproar. Lin Sun had been silent for several months, and now as soon as he appeared, he suppressed an ancient freak. This kind of achievement was enough to shock the world and cause the world to tremble. P.S. Say 3 things. First, there will be 10 updates on the 25th to repay everyone. Second, Zongheng has organized a monthly Rising Star lucky draw for Xianxia battle. Every account has a free lucky draw every day, and the gifts are pillows, customized USB drives, t-shirts, thermos cups, notebooks, and so on. Children reading books in Zongheng can all have a lucky draw. Everyone should only draw for free, and don't draw for money. In recent times, ancient freaks had frequently appeared out of nowhere and roamed the world. Each of them was outstanding, and their limelight had completely overshadowed the talents of the present age. Until now, no one had defeated an ancient freak, and it could even be said that almost all of them were fated to be suppressed, but today, demon god Lin, who had been silent for 2 months, had appeared out of nowhere and easily suppressed Jin Xiaoming, an ancient freak of the Golden King Snake lineage. The significance of this was too extraordinary. If the news got out, demon god Lin was destined to be crowned as the first ancient freak to be suppressed, and the whole world would pay attention to him. At this moment, the mountain and the foot of the mountain were all shaken and couldn't calm down. Everyone looked at Lin Sun with admiration and awe. Even the insufferably arrogant Jin Xiaoming had been suppressed, which was enough to make anyone exclaim in admiration. Alas, the limelight has been stolen. Old Toad heaved a long sigh, looking lonely. Alu patted him on the shoulder as if they were in the same boat, and said, "It's okay. There will be many opportunities in the future." At this moment, Jin Xiaoming was confined and covered in blood and wounds as he lay on the ground. However, there was no fear, anger, or unwillingness on his face. On the contrary, he was unusually cold and calm. "I admit that I underestimated you before, but this is only a doppelganger of mine. If my original body came, it would be hard to say who would win," Jin Xiaoming said coldly. A doppelganger. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Chi Chongdo and the others were a little surprised and doubtful. A doppelganger was so powerful. If what Jin Xiaoming said was true, then it was terrifying. Lin Sun, however, had a look of realization and said, "No wonder you're so weak. However, since your doppelganger is so weak, I don't think your original body is that strong." His words were casual, but it was completely different in everyone's ears. They all felt an invisible strength and domineering aura. Jin Xiaoming was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. He had thought that Lin Sun would be afraid, but who would have thought that this guy would have such a reaction? Lin Sun still regarded him as too weak and didn't take him seriously. This was undoubtedly a kind of contempt for his combat strength, and it was very direct and rude. "I heard that snake meat is also a great tonic. It can be boiled into snake soup, which is one of the world's delicacies. It's very good." Lin Sun looked Jin Xiaoming up and down as if he was looking at a fine ingredient. Jin Xiaoming instantly felt a chill run down his spine as his jade-green pupils constricted rapidly, and he was completely unable to maintain his composure. This guy actually wanted to eat him. Jin Xiaoming was a bit stupefied. He was an ancient freak, yet now, he was treated as food. This was too great of a blow to his self-esteem. The others also had strange expressions on their faces. The rumors were indeed true. Not only was demon god Lin extremely courageous, but his appetite was also unparalleled. It was planning to eat the clone of an ancient freak. If word got out, who would dare to believe it? "You better not act rashly. So long as a trace of mishap occurs to my clone, my main body will surely charge over at the first possible moment." Jin Xiaoming's expression was livid as he spoke with a threatening tone. "Your main body is coming as well? That would be great. We can cook both the deity and the doppelganger together," Lin Sun said casually. "You." Jin Xiaoming almost collapsed. This was the first time he had seen such a stubborn and overbearing character. He took a deep breath and said word by word, "Do you know that if you offend me, you will offend the golden heavenly snake lineage? Moreover, some ancient freaks that I once swore allegiance to won't let you off." "Noisy." Lin Sun slapped him until he coughed up blood and several teeth fell off. "No matter who it is, no matter which ancient freak it is, they can't save you." All the cultivators present were trembling. Was demon god Lin declaring war? The world had been waiting for too long. They were all looking forward to peerless figures such as Yun Qingbai, Wang Xuanyu, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, Yan Zhanqiu, and Lin Sun to attack, because the ancient freaks had been traveling around the world recently and had almost swept away all the contemporary heroes. This made the younger generation somewhat unable to raise their heads, and their hearts were filled with unwillingness. Many people were looking forward to the ancient freaks being defeated. "Lin Sun, you probably don't know how powerful the ancient freaks are. Our foundation is beyond your imagination, far better than that of the contemporary generation. There are countless peerless figures who have set foot in the reaching realm, and even some born saints and spiritual embryos. Jin Xiaoming's voice was gloomy. If you choose to be our enemy, I'm afraid you can't bear the consequences at all. Lin Sun sneered, you want to represent the ancient freaks in the world? You'd better shut up. Threats don't work on me at all. If you annoy me, I don't mind stewing you now. Jin Xiaoming's face was gloomy. He could feel that although Lin Sun's words were casual, he absolutely dared to do so. In fact, Jin Xiaoming's previous words still caused great waves and shocked all the cultivators present. There were countless peerless figures who had set foot in the reaching realm. If this was true, the overall strength of the ancient freaks was undoubtedly too horrible. I just want to remind you that some really horrible figures haven't shown their strength so far. Even if you are the best peerless figure in the present age, you can't be their opponent when the great era comes. Jin Xiaoming obviously restrained his words and dared not contradict Lin Sun, but there was still a hint of threat in his words. But to his disappointment, Lin Sun's expression didn't change at all when he heard these words, as if he didn't care about all this at all. Could this fellow really be a fearless devil god? Jin Xiaoming was a little discouraged. Seeing this, the cultivators present finally dared to confirm one thing, that Demon Lin, who had come out of silence, was no longer afraid of any so-called ancient freaks. They could even feel that Lin Sun was even looking forward to fighting with the strongest of those ancient freaks. In fact, it was not that Lin Sun was arrogant, but that he had developed an invincible and disdainful aura. He was fearless of everything, which could only be achieved when he was extremely strong. Lin Sun even dared to assert that no one who had reached his level would be afraid of fighting, nor would they be affected by some threats. Mi Hengzhen, who accepted the challenge of the ancient freak by Long Ting a few hours ago, must have such courage. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to accept such a challenge as the host of the Gathering of Thousand Streams. As for Jin Xiaoming, although he was an ancient freak, he was not as bold as Mi Hengzhen. After being defeated, he still threatened Lin Sun, hoping to frighten Lin Sun with the fame of others. This was enough to prove that in Jin Xiaoming's mind, even if he came in person, he might not be sure to win. Soon, the atmosphere on Thousand Streams Spirit Mountain became lively again. Everyone discussed and communicated with each other with tea instead of wine, which was very harmonious. Lin Sun, Old Toad, and Alu also became the focus of the gathering. They were surrounded by many cultivators and chatted with each other like stars surrounding the moon. As for Jin Xiaoming, who was imprisoned on the ground, he was directly ignored. It's been so long. Why hasn't fellow practitioner Mi Hengzhen returned? Could it be? Someone spoke out worriedly. Mi Hengzhen was the host of this gathering. Now he went to fight with Bai Long Ting, but he didn't return. How could people not worry about him? Where's your real body? Why hasn't it come? I'm waiting to stew you all together. Lin Sun looked at Jin Xiaoming. Jin Xiaoming's face was extremely ugly, and he snorted, I'm not afraid to tell you that my real body is at 10 Mile Slope, watching the fight between Mi Hengzhen and Bai Long Ting. If you really have the guts, you can go there yourself. 10 Mile Slope, this was indeed the place where Mi Hengzhen and Bai Long Ting would fight. However, none of the cultivators present expected that Jin Xiaoming's real body was also at 10 Mile Slope. Obviously, his doppelganger had already confirmed that Mi Hengzhen was not there before coming to Thousand Streams Spirit Mountain this time. Perhaps that was why he dared to make trouble so fearlessly. Where is 10 Mile Slope? Lin Sun asked Qi Chongdo. It's 16,000 miles away. Qi Chongdo suddenly realized something and said, Brother Lin, are you going there? Let's go and have a look. Lin Sun had made up his mind. Mi Hengzhen was really one of the most amazing figures in the world, and his fame was well known everywhere. And Bai Long Ting was a dazzling figure among the ancient freaks. The fight between the two was also very attractive to Lin Sun. However, just as Lin Sun was about to take action, an ancient warship suddenly rushed over from the distant sky. The pattern of the sun and the moon appeared on the battlefield, and with bright light, it broke through the clouds and quickly approached. It's the warship of Sun Moon Palace. Senior brother Mi Hengzhen is back. Qi Chongdo's eyes lit up, and he was in high spirits. At the same time, everyone also saw a majestic figure standing on the warship. He was bathed in the sunlight and moonlight, and his style was extremely outstanding. Looking carefully, it was a handsome and elegant young man with wide sleeves and a wide belt. His eyebrows were wide, and his forehead was smooth. Some people could tell at a glance that he was extraordinary and unique. Just like Mi Hengzhen, who appeared at this moment. However, before everyone could cheer, they saw a green divine rainbow behind the warship, tearing the void and approaching at an incredible speed. At the same time, Jin Xiaoming, who was imprisoned on the ground, was shocked, and a touch of joy burst out of his green eyes. Moreover, everyone noticed that the green divine ray of light was surprisingly controlled by a young man that was exactly similar to Jin Xiaoming. Without a doubt, this must be Jin Xiaoming himself. Fellow Taoist, you've been following me all the way. Do you also want to imitate Bai Longting and fight with me? In the sky, the warship stopped. Mi Hengzhen suddenly looked back at Jin Xiaoming, who was rushing over. Humph. You think too much. My doppelganger is trapped on Thousand Streams Spirit Mountain. I'm here to see who dares to suppress me. Jin Xiaoming snorted coldly, and his voice shook the world like thunder. Mi Hengzhen was stunned and seemed a little surprised. He said, "There's actually someone who can suppress your doppelganger on Thousand Streams Mountain? I'd like to get to know such an outstanding talent." His voice was filled with curiosity. Jin Xiaoming's face sank. He thought Mi Hengzhen's words carried a sense of gloating. As they talked, they'd already arrived before Thousand Streams Spirit Mountain. And at this moment, Jin Xiaoming had already shouted, "Who dares to bully my doppelganger? Get out here." Mi Hengzhen's return made people feel at ease, no matter who won the battle between him and Bai Longting. The arrival of Jin Xiaoming's original body made Qianlu Spirit Mountain shrouded in a layer of gloomy clouds, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Too strong, as soon as he arrived, he revealed endless killing intent. Get out! The cold shout was still reverberating, causing the world to shake, the grass, trees, and rocks to crack, and the cultivators' eardrums to be almost torn and their qi and blood to surge. Jin Xiaoming's original body stood indifferently in the void, with a blood-red robe, golden hair, and green eyes. He was like a god of death overlooking the world. In fact, the moment he arrived here, he had already got in touch with his doppelganger and learned what had happened on Qianlu Spirit Mountain. In an instant, he fixed his green eyes on Lin Sun. At the same time, Qi Chongdo also told Mi Hengzhen everything that had happened before. Then, Mi Hengzhen also fixed his eyes on Lin Sun, with undisguised appreciation and curiosity in his eyes. Demon Lin, he had heard this name many times. When he saw Lin Sun today, he suddenly had a feeling that he was worthy of his reputation. Because Lin Sun dared to challenge an ancient freak so strongly, Mi Hengzhen really had a good impression of Lin Sun. At the same time, Lin Sun also felt the gaze from Mi Hengzhen and Jin Xiaoming's original body. In the face of Jin Xiaoming's undisguised killing intent, Lin Sun's expression remained unchanged, and he glanced sideways at Jin Xiaoming's doppelganger confined on the ground. Then, he said, "Do you think that I didn't kill him because I didn't dare?" Jin Xiaoming's doppelganger was originally overjoyed, thinking that he would be saved, but when he heard Lin Sun's words, he suddenly felt cold all over. At the same time, Jin Xiaoming's original body in the sky changed his expression, and he suddenly shouted, "How dare you!" Lin Sun smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to slap. Bang! The head of Jin Xiaoming's doppelganger was directly smashed, and even a wisp of spirit in his body was erased. Clatter, a rain of blood sprayed. All the cultivators in the field were shocked, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Jin Xiaoming's doppelganger was directly killed in front of him. Such methods were truly too domineering and shocking. Even Mi Hengzhen was slightly taken aback. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. There was surprise in his eyes, as well as admiration. On the other hand, Jin Xiaoming's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Losing a clone didn't affect him too much, but a clone was killed right before his eyes, and it caused Jin Xiaoming to feel that it was an extremely great provocation. Boom! The aura around his body instantly became terrifying. His blood-red robe fluttered, and a dazzling green light rose and enveloped his entire body. "You are courting death." Jin Xiaoming spoke word by word while his golden hair fluttered, and his terrifying imposing aura caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to dim down, causing many cultivators to feel it was difficult to even breathe. Anyone could tell that the power of Jin Xiaoming's main body was far stronger than his clone. However, Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. He ordered casually, "Old Toad, dissect this dead snake." Alu, prepare a pot and cook a pot of golden king snake soup for all the people here. Okay. Old Toad agreed readily. Leave it to me, Alu patted his chest and said with a grin. You, and you, all have to die. Jin Xiaoming was so angry that green light burst out from his pupils. He couldn't restrain himself any longer and rushed down from the sky. As he waved his hand, a green divine rainbow that was as thick as a waterfall fell down. Boom, the void collapsed, and the green divine rainbow seemed to be invincible. Do you want to kill me with my permission? Mi Hingzhen's figure suddenly flashed, and his big hand drew in the void, as if he was cutting yin and yang. A perfectly round pattern emerged, in which the sun and the moon were floating and sinking. The perfectly round pattern of the sun and the moon rotated slightly in the void, and then the green divine rainbow was obliterated, leaving not a single drop. Lin Sun's black eyes lit up. Mi Hingzhen's single strike showed his extraordinary combat attainments. He deserved to be one of the strongest figures in the present age. Mi Hingzhen, you were seriously injured in the battle with Bai Long Ting. Do you still want to fight with me? Jin Xiaoming's face was gloomy. Seriously injured, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. From the outside, they couldn't see any trace of injury on Mi Hingzhen. But Mi Hingzhen said indifferently, this Thousand Streams grand meeting was initiated by me. As the host, even if I am injured, I can't watch my guests being bullied. His words were casual, but they revealed a sense of disdain and determination. He was elegant and handsome. He seemed to be a gentle person, but in fact, he had a peerless demeanor. Once he showed his sharpness, the world seemed to be dimmed. This was Mi Hingzhen, the leader of the younger generation of Sun Moon Palace, and also a great figure who had been famous for many years. His demeanor was really admirable. So, if I want to kill this man, you won't stand by and do nothing? Jin Xiaoming's face was livid and extremely cold. Yes. Mi Hingzhen said without hesitation, this time, your doppelganger came to Thousand Streams Spirit Mountain to make trouble while I was away, which is unforgivable. Now you dare to threaten to kill me. Do you really think that I, Mi Hingzhen, am a soft persimmon that can be pinched at will? Qi Chongdo and the others were all excited, with admiration on their faces. Even Lin Sun had to admit that Mi Hingzhen deserved his respect for his courage and responsibility. However, respect was respect, and the matter was the matter. The next moment, Lin Sun rose into the air and said, I'm waiting here to cook a pot of snake soup. Brother Mi, please let me kill this long worm. Long worm, hearing such a title, everyone's expression was a little strange. So was Mi Hingzhen. He glanced at Lin Sun in a daze, as if he was shocked by Lin's courage. Then he laughed and said, in that case, I won't do anything unnecessary. After that, he took the initiative to step aside. Ha. At this time, Jin Xiaoming was so angry that he laughed. Since he was born, it was the first time for him to see someone who dared to blaspheme his dignity. Boom, he didn't want to talk nonsense at all and directly attacked. He raised his hand and took out a bloody spear. The spear tore the void with a rumble, and the tip of the spear was like a dragon as it galloped towards Lin Sun. This spear was overbearing, ruthless, swift, and contained the terrifying power of the Great Way. As soon as the spear stabbed out, the bloody light shocked the world. It was indeed different from the combat strength of the doppelganger. In an instant, Lin Sun judged that the strength of Jin Xiaoming was much stronger than that of the doppelganger, and it brought great pressure to Lin Sun. However, this was exactly what Lin Sun wanted to see. Clang, the broken blade suddenly appeared in the void. It was as white as snow, illusory and resplendent, and a strand of the power of the Great Way of Water covered it, showing an invincible sharpness. Lin Sun didn't use this treasure when he fought with Jin Xiaoming's doppelganger before. Bang, the broken blade and the bloody spear collided, and they instantly fought fiercely in the void. The saber light was like lightning, and the spear shadow was layer upon layer, breaking the clouds in all directions. Jin Xiaoming's pupils constricted. As soon as they fought, he'd realized how strong Lin Sun was, and he sobered up from his rage and started to attack with his full strength. He circulated the blood-red spear to the limit. Everywhere the tip of the spear pointed, numerous horrifying rifts were torn open in the void, and the sky was dyed blood-red. The furious howls of a bloody sea and the howls of ghosts and deities could be faintly heard, and its impetus was extremely shocking. The cultivators in the surroundings were dazzled by the sight of this, and all of them were unable to calm down. The formidableness of Jin Xiaoming's main body caused them to have the misconception that they were suffocating. Compared to him, his doppelganger was obviously much dimmer. It was no wonder that Jin Xiaoming dared to be so domineering. He was all alone and utterly unafraid of Mi Hengzhen, and he directly made a move on Thousand Flow Spirit Mountain with the intention of crushing and killing demon god Lin to wash away the humiliation he suffered. Mi Hengzhen had a serious expression as he stared fixedly at the battlefield. He naturally discerned that Jin Xiaoming was formidable, and Jin Xiaoming was an overlord amongst peerless figures and wasn't formidable in the sense of the mortal world. He'd already made preparations to make a move at any moment. This Thousand Flow meeting was started by him, and Xianxia, who invited Lin Sun this time, was his junior brother as well. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for him to allow the possibility of Lin Sun being killed to occur. But, in next to no time, Mi Hengzhen noticed to his surprise that Lin Sun was actually at a complete disadvantage in the intense battle with Jin Xiaoming. Moreover, Lin Sun's combat strength was so formidable that it surprised even him. This kid is clearly of the same generation as junior brother Xianxia, but his attainments in the peerless path of cultivation have obviously attained the peak level, and he's much more formidable than the former number one on the minor tycoon rankings. It's even to the extent that even if he participates in the star ranking competition of the Four Realms, it's sufficient for him to firmly take the first place. With Mi Hengzhen's knowledge and experience, he instantly determined that the combat strength Lin Sun possessed had long since exceeded the scope of a minor tycoon, and it caused him to be extremely amazed. No wonder junior brother Xianxia admires and holds him in such high esteem. Such a figure is indeed one of the very few outstanding figures in the younger generation of the world. Mi Hengzhen sighed endlessly with emotion in his heart. Strictly speaking, he, Wang Xuanyu, Yi Mo, and Yan Zhanqiu could only be considered as veteran peerless figures. They'd made their debut early, and practically all of them were above the age of 30. But Lin Sun was different. He was still very young, and it had only been a few years since he came to the ancient desolation domain from the mortal world, yet he'd already become a renowned figure in the world. This seemed to be too extraordinary. If this kid participates in the great event this time, then perhaps we'll have a better chance of securing victory. Mi Hengzhen seemed to be lost in thought. Bang! A fierce battle continued to erupt beneath the sky. Lin Sun and Jin Xiaoming had already fought fiercely for a few hundred rounds, and they fought to the point the heavens and the earth were dim while the sun and moon dimmed, and the battle was extremely intense. Strictly speaking, the battle with Jin Xiaoming's main body could be considered to be the first time Lin Sun fought an ancient freak in the true sense of the word. As for Jin Xiaoming's clone, it seemed to be slightly insufficient in the end. Jin Xiaoming grew more and more shocked as the battle progressed, and his expression grew more and more solemn. He didn't dare underestimate Lin Sun any longer, and he took Lin Sun to be a formidable enemy of the world. On the other hand, Lin Sun grew more and more courageous as the battle progressed, and his black eyes burned with a surging battle intent. It couldn't be said to be an evenly matched match, and it was utterly impossible for them to appreciate each other. But Jin Xiaoming's formidableness really caused Lin Sun to be excited. After all, it was indeed too difficult for one to encounter an opponent that was worthy of a battle when one attained a cultivation like his. The thing that everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry was that such an unparalleled battle at the peak had drawn the attention of everyone present, yet there were two people that were different. One was Old Toad, and he was dissecting the body of a 3 kilometers long golden snake. His hands were tainted with blood, and he seemed like a butcher slaughtering pork with skilled movements while humming a tune. The other was Ah Lu. He'd set up a campfire and a large iron wok, and he was boiling water with dexterous movements while waiting for the ingredients to enter the wok. This caused all the cultivators that noticed this scene to be speechless. These two fellows are really careless, and they aren't worried about demonic god Lin's safety in the slightest. P.S. I'm ashamed that the update has been delayed again tonight. How about this? If the normal 2 updates for this month aren't released after 11 p.m., then Gene will release an extra chapter on the next day. Under the sky, Lin Sun dashed forward. The broken blade was like a dazzling bolt of lightning. It wasn't only fast, but it also emitted an all-conquering power. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Jin Xiaoming's expression was extremely solemn. Although the bloody spear was operated to the limit by him, and it was so powerful that every strike could easily kill a genius of the present age. But facing the attack of the broken blade, he was exhausted to resist. How could he be so strong? Jin Xiaoming was shocked and furious. His qi and blood surged all over his body. He couldn't believe that Lin Sun, who was just the first on the list of minor giants, possessed a combat strength that was sufficient to compete with the top giants. Slash! Lin Sun's fighting spirit burst out. His whole body was suffused with dazzling green divine light, and he pushed forward in the sky like a demon. Every single slash revealed boundlessly terrifying might. There was the scene of a myriad of stars falling. There was the scene of the moon filling the night sky and the sun illuminating the universe. There was the momentum of silence, and the world returning to silence. There was also the profundity of life and death in an instant. The 6 slashes of Tianyuan was deduced to the extreme by the truth of water, and its power was activated by the fury of the eye and the battle saint technique, causing the world to be filled with dazzling sharpness. Under such pressure, Jin Xiaoming was already faintly being suppressed. Not to mention launching a counterattack, even parrying seemed to be difficult for him, and his strength was insufficient. Clang, after a moment, after an earth-shattering collision, Jin Xiaoming's figure trembled as if he had been electrocuted, and then he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood while his face suddenly turned pale. Everyone was shocked. When Lin Sun suppressed Jin Xiaoming's clone before, it had already made their hearts tremble. Now, he actually seemed to have the strength to suppress Jin Xiaoming himself. Amazing! Mi Hingzhen's eyes lit up. Watching Lin Sun's battle caused his heart to be slightly restless, and his desire to fight was ignited. Boom, in the sky, Jin Xiaoming's expression was livid, and he didn't say a single word as he flicked his sleeve, causing the golden carriage that was originally confined on Thousand Flow Spirit Mountain to suddenly soar into the sky, and it emanated 7-colored divine radiance that suffused the surroundings. Jin Xiaoming's figure flashed, and he stepped onto the golden chariot. In an instant, his whole body was covered by a sacred aura, and his power suddenly rose. Obviously, he wasn't fleeing, but using the chariot as a chariot to attack with all his strength. Bang! The broken blade attacked with a snow-white brilliance that was as bright as day. However, the Dao pattern diagram that appeared on the battlefield displayed the ancient 100 Perils diagram and easily neutralized this slash. On the other hand, Jin Xiaoming stood proudly on the treasured carriage with a cold expression as he said, "This carriage is a sacred object, and it's called the Vicious Cloud Carriage. It was refined from the souls of ancient vicious beasts, and it's branded with the markings of Saint Dao laws. Since you're able to force me to utilize it, you can die in peace." Everyone's hearts trembled and they gasped. The power of a holy treasure was different, but all of them could be said to be heaven-defying. A reincarnation development realm cultivator might not be able to unleash the true power of a holy treasure, but with just a portion of its power, it was enough to dominate the world. Rumble, the vicious cloud chariot galloped forward, crushing the void and rushing to Lin Sun. The vivid ancient vicious chariot appeared around Jin Xiaoming, and the aura of the divine Tao soared into the sky, making Jin Xiaoming look like a god of slaughter on the battlefield. Everyone's expressions changed, and they found it difficult to breathe. If Lin Sun didn't have a holy treasure, he was bound to feel that it was extremely tricky and even difficult to compete with it. However, it was obvious that this situation was not a problem for him. Buzz, the wordless pagoda soared into the sky, and the octagonal body of the pagoda glowed brightly like the sun. It sat in the middle of the sky and reflected the vast general trend. Instantly, the momentum of the vicious cloud chariot's charge forward was obstructed, and it was restrained by the wordless pagoda. 2 different holy treasures emitted divine power in the void, and they fought with each other, causing the void there to collapse, and cracks that were thousands of meters long appeared. It was too gorgeous, and it was filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. It made one's scalp go numb just by looking at it from afar, and a chill ran down their spines. Clang, at the same time, Lin Sun had already charged again, and the broken blade was like a waterfall that slashed across the 9 heavens. In next to no time, Jin Xiaoming was unable to resist, and he was heavily injured and coughed up blood. Originally, he had placed his hopes on the vicious cloud chariot to kill Lin Sun, but never had he imagined that this treasure was actually firmly restrained by the wordless pagoda in Lin Sun's hand, and it was utterly unable to exert its power. Crack, It wasn't long before the broken blade emitted a terrifying murderous aura, and it cut off a section of Jin Xiaoming's blood-red spear. Moreover, it shook Jin Xiaoming to the point that he staggered and almost fell off the vicious cloud chariot. Bang! Subsequently, Lin Sun flashed and suddenly rushed to the front. The wordless pagoda above his head flowed with brilliance, firmly suppressing the vicious cloud chariot. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Jin Xiaoming's arm, as if he wanted to capture Jin Xiaoming alive. A series of actions happened in a split second, and it was extremely fast. Get lost. Jin Xiaoming was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. He suddenly urged all his strength in an attempt to blow Lin Sun away. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun's palm and fingers were like iron hoop, and he suddenly operated the power of star obliteration and devour sky. The sound of bones breaking and flesh breaking followed. Jin Xiaoming's face changed dramatically. For the first time, he felt a fatal threat. Lin Sun's power was like an immeasurable abyss, and it seemed to swallow him whole. Puff, in an instant, his right arm was torn off, and a rain of blood sprinkled. Boom! At the same time, Jin Xiaoming let out a painful and furious roar. The vicious cloud chariot rushed up and instantly teleported him thousands of meters away. It was also at this time that the practitioners on and at the foot of the mountain reacted, and they immediately became restless. He tore off a right arm. Someone cried out involuntarily. Demon Lin is too strong. Many practitioners were scared out of their wits. In Lin Sun's hand, a broken arm was dripping with blood. It was torn off by him, and the wound was still gurgling with blood, which sprinkled in the void like a sad and beautiful rain of blood. Whoosh! Lin Sun casually threw the broken arm to Qianlu Spirit Mountain. With a plop, it accurately fell into a big pot set up by Alu. On the other side, Jin Xiaoming's face was distorted and ferocious, and his forehead was covered with sweat. His arm was torn off, which made him feel pain but also unprecedented fear. It could be said that this was the most serious injury he had suffered since he was born. In the past, he had never suffered such a heavy setback. All the people present were boiling and shocked. Until today, an ancient freak is finally going to be defeated. Everyone realized that this was destined to be a sensational news. Jin Xiaoming had never been defeated since he was born. Before that, countless peerless figures were defeated by him. But today, such a turning point happened, which was like subverting their perception and cognition, and made everyone realize that ancient freaks were not invincible. Ah! Jin Xiaoming roared. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he was about to go mad. He couldn't accept all this. Unfortunately, Lin Sun didn't intend to let him go. He took advantage of this opportunity to rush over and cut out the broken sword like a divine rainbow. In the end, Jin Xiaoming suppressed his grief, indignation, and humiliation, and drove the carriage of calamity to flee. He possessed special good fortune and opportunities, and after remaining silent until now, his cultivation had long reached the absolute peak. However, today, he was actually injured time and time again. This caused him to feel unwillingness, as well as fear. He realized that if he didn't leave now, he would really die here. How could Lin Sun let him escape? He went all out and rushed forward. Bang! Jin Xiaoming's whole body shook violently, and a large amount of blood spilled. He was seriously injured, and his neck was almost cut off. Half of his body was broken. But in the end, he escaped and was taken by the carriage of calamity to break the void and flee in a hurry. Lin Sun was about to chase him, but Mi Hengzhen had stepped forward and said, "Brother Lin, don't chase him. Even if you catch him, you can't kill him." Lin Sun also saw that the carriage of calamity was a holy treasure. If it wanted to take Jin Xiaoming away, it would be really difficult to stop it. But he was a little puzzled. Why can't I kill him even if I catch him? Mi Hengzhen said, all ancient freaks have absolute means to save their lives. Even the old monsters of the king realm can't kill them. For example, the golden cicada jade talisman needed to escape, the life-saving talisman given by the sage, and some other means to save their lives. After a pause, he continued, after all, every ancient freak carries the hope of an orthodoxy or a tribe. It's impossible to kill them so easily. Lin Sun was a little unwilling, but he also knew that what Mi Hengzhen said was true. He had learned from the old toad that ancient freaks were like frozen seeds, invested with the efforts of a great force. Such people were all 1 in a million geniuses. If they were killed, all the efforts of a tribe would be in vain and their hope would be shattered. Therefore, in order to prevent any accidents from occurring, these ancient freaks had hidden life-saving trump cards that no one knew about. It didn't take long for Lin Sun and Mi Hengzhen to return to Thousand Streams Mountain. At this time, on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, there was already an uproar. Countless uproars and exclamations rose and fell like tides. Jin Xiaoming, a real ancient freak, not only was his doppelganger suppressed, but also his original body was severely defeated and finally fled in panic. Before this, no one had expected such an ending. And Lin Sun, who defeated Jin Xiaoming, suddenly became the focus of attention. He deserves to be the invincible demon Lin. This exclamation resonated unanimously. Thinking of Demon Lin's past achievements and comparing them with today's victory, everyone found that Demon Lin had never been defeated by his peers since he wandered around the world. This was incredible. From today on, the legend of invincible ancient freaks has been broken. And all this is thanks to Demon Lin. Many people felt a sense of pride and elation. Recently, contemporary practitioners in the world had been suppressed by those ancient freaks to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. There was a sense of depression in their hearts. Now, they could finally release it. Thousand Streams Mountain was also bustling at this moment. Mi Hengzhen's return made Qi Chongdo and others feel like they had found their backbone. And the battle in which Lin Sun defeated Jin Xiaoming made all the practitioners who participated in this gathering excited and honored. However, soon everyone was attracted by a tempting smell of meat. Many practitioners couldn't help swallowing their saliva secretly and looked at a big pot. The lively atmosphere in the field was suddenly changed. Alu was boiling snake soup, and within the large wok were pieces of jade white and crystalline snake meat that were boiling and bubbling while emitting the fragrance of meat that suffused the surroundings. The smell seemed as if it could penetrate the soul, and it caused one to be utterly unable to hold back. Even Lin Sun wiped his saliva without a trace and said in surprise, "It seems to taste a little better than the black nightmare dog meat." On Xianlu Spiritual Mountain, the tempting aroma of meat permeated the air with a mouth-watering fragrance. The meat of the golden heavenly snake was indeed delicious, and there was no need to add any seasoning at all. After the snow-white meat was cooked, it flowed with brilliant spiritual light and contained amazing spiritual essence. After all, this was the meat of an ancient freak, which couldn't be eaten at all. Old Toad and Alu ate to their heart's content, and their mouths glowed. Lin Sun didn't stand on ceremony. He drank and ate the meat happily. Originally, other practitioners were still a little reluctant and afraid, because if it was spread out that they had also eaten Jin Xiaoming's meat, the consequences would be a little serious. But in the end, they couldn't bear the temptation of this delicious food, and joined the team of eating meat and drinking soup. After a little taste, it was really wonderful. Immediately, they couldn't care less about losing their manners and gobbled up the food. Even some dignified and reserved women didn't care about their image at this moment. If Jin Xiaoming saw this scene, he would probably die of anger. He was a descendant of the golden heavenly snake, but now his doppelganger was shared as food, which was undoubtedly a great shame. "Senior brother Mi, who won the battle between you and Bai Longting?" Qi Chongdo finally couldn't help asking. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Bai Longting was an ancient freak of the White Jiao bloodline. He was invincible and had monstrous combat power. In terms of prestige, he was even more famous than Jin Xiaoming. Mi Hengzhen thought for a while and said, "This battle was very hard. After several hours, there was no winner or loser. Although I was seriously injured in the end, Bai Longting didn't have a good time either. In fact, this battle can only be regarded as a draw." When he spoke up to this point, he smiled and said, "Of course, because there were many people of the same generation watching our battle, both I and Bai Longting didn't utilize our true trump cards. If we didn't do that, it's very likely that we would have died together." He said it easily, but everyone knew that this battle was bound to be extremely tragic. After all, both Mi Hengzhen and Bai Longting were peerless powerhouses. A draw would damage their reputations. If they had the confidence to win, no one would accept a draw. In Brother Mi's opinion, how powerful are these ancient freaks that have been born? Lin Sun asked. Mi Hengzhen's expression turned serious. He pondered for a long time before he said, "He's very powerful. In the current era, only peerless giants who have reached the peak can fight against him." The others in the same generation are all slightly inferior. As soon as he said that, everyone's mood became heavy. With Mi Hingzhen's identity, there was no way he would say something that would diminish his own prestige and boost others' morale. Since he made such a deduction, it was enough to prove how terrifying those ancient freaks were. The following exchanges almost all revolved around the ancient freaks. A group of practitioners sat down to discuss and analyze the situation of the world, so that Lin Sun also learned a lot of news. For example, the current world's apex figures were roughly divided into 3 types. One was the current generation's apex powerhouses, such as Mi Hingzhen, Wang Xuanyu, Yi Mo, Yan Zhanqiu, and so on. The other type were monstrous figures from the Saint Hermit grounds, and there was no lack of innate geniuses and spirit embryos amongst them. However, all of them had yet to truly emerge into the world. Only when the apex domain came would these monstrous figures come into the world. This reminded Lin Sun of Lu Kaiwei from the Saint Hermit grounds and Mu Zheng, the successor of the earthly scripture temple. The third type would be the ancient freaks that had been appearing frequently in recent times. How does Yun Qingbai compare with these figures? Lin Sun suddenly asked. As soon as this question came out, the whole place fell silent, as if this name had a strange magic power. Even Mi Hingzhen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin Sun with a slightly strange look, saying, as early as when I participated in the 4-star list competition, Yun Qingbai was already the first person below the king realm. No one in the world can doubt his strength. After 10 years of closed-door cultivation, I can only say that Yun Qingbai is stronger and more unfathomable than before. As an ancient orthodoxy, the heaven-reaching sword sect is also a great force inherited from ancient times. Not long ago, an ancient freak named Duan Muzi was born in the heaven-reaching sword sect, and the limelight directly overshadowed Yun Qingbai. Speaking of this, Mi Hingzhen's expression became subtle. There was a trace of admiration or amazement between his eyebrows. But do you know what the result was? Everyone pricked up their ears. It was the first time they had heard such a secret. As a result, on the second day after Duan Muzi was born, he took the initiative to visit Yun Qingbai's dwelling place and toasted Yun Qingbai 3 times. As soon as this remark came out, the whole place fell silent. An ancient freak paid a visit and toasted Yun Qingbai on his own initiative, which was too surprising. If Duan Muzi had the confidence to defeat Yun Qingbai, he would not have condescended like this. However, he put on such a humble attitude in front of Yun Qingbai, which can only prove that he either admits that he is inferior to Yun Qingbai or doesn't want to become enemies with Yun Qingbai. Either way, it is enough to prove that today's Yun Qingbai is powerful enough to make ancient freaks fear him. Speaking of this, Mi Hingzhen couldn't help but sigh. This is Yun Qingbai. No one will ever know how powerful he is. Lin Sun remained calm and said indifferently, no matter how powerful he is only at the level of reincarnation developing realm. He is not invincible. Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps only demon god Lin dared to say such words in this world. Who else dared to say such words? Mi Hingzhen was injured, so the 7-day thousand flow grand gathering had to end in advance. That night, Mi Hingzhen found Lin Sun alone and said directly, Brother Lin, the land of apoplexy will come soon. My Sun Moon Palace has an incomplete map about a heaven-defying fortune in the land of apoplexy. Are you interested? Lin Sun was stunned and said, can you tell me more about it? Mi Hingzhen said, you also know that the land of apoplexy has come many times in ancient times, but some great fortunes and opportunities are sealed and can't be obtained. But this great world is different from the past. It is an extremely brilliant world. As long as the land of apoplexy comes, some fortunes sealed and it may be seized. Lin Sun nodded. He had heard these secrets from Old Toad. The incomplete map in Sun Moon Palace's hands is related to the true dragon lair in the land of apoplexy. However, it is only an incomplete map. If we want to seize the fortune in it, it is far from enough to rely on the strength of Sun Moon Palace. So, I would like to invite you to join us. Mi Hingzhen was very frank and didn't hide anything. Of course, there are great risks in this. As far as I know, Sun Moon Palace is not the only force that knows about the true dragon lair. This also means that if we want to seize the fortune, we will inevitably have conflicts with other peerless figures. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. Does the true dragon lair really exist? Mi Hingzhen said, through analysis of various clues, it should be true, but it's hard to say. After all, that place has always been sealed, and no one has really entered it since ancient times. Lin Sun couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Mi Hingzhen said with a smile, you don't have to rush to agree or not. Brother Lin can think about it first and then make a decision. The only thing I can tell you is that if you can seize the fortune in the true dragon lair, it is very likely that you can set foot in the realm of Peerless King. Lin Sun was shocked and finally moved. If Brother Lin has made up your mind, just crush this Taoist talisman, and I will contact you as soon as possible. Mi Hingzhen handed over a Taoist talisman inscribed with the pattern of the sun and the moon. Lin Sun said happily, okay. That night, Mi Hingzhen and Qi Chengdo left Thousand Stream Spirit Mountain together, and other practitioners also left one after another. Lin Sun, Old Toad and Alu also left at the same time. They decided to go to Mabai province to see if they could contact Zhao Jingxian of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. They planned to invite Zhao Jingxian to act together after the domain of absolute nothingness arrived. Now Lin Sun was clear that all practitioners under the King realm had the opportunity to enter the domain of absolute nothingness, which also meant that an heir of an ancient orthodoxy like Mi Hingzhen was destined to act alone. Old Toad, do you know anything about the true dragon lair? On the way to Mabai province at night, Lin Sun told Old Toad and Alu about Mi Hingzhen's invitation to explore the true dragon lair together. Old Toad raised his eyebrows and said, they are really bold to set their sights on that place. Don't they know that in ancient times, countless peerless figures tried to force their way in and died there? After that, he changed the topic and rubbed his palms together as he said, however, the world this time is unlike the past. It's very likely that the seal on the true dragon's den will collapse on its own. If we're able to enter it and investigate, then it'll be an extremely rare opportunity. Lin Sun frowned and asked, isn't it dangerous? Dangerous, extremely dangerous. Old Toad said seriously, but riches come with risks. Who doesn't want to take risks to seize good fortune? So, you suggest we go? Lin Sun was a little tempted. Old Toad pondered hard for a long time, but finally shook his head and said, don't make a decision yet. You need to think about it more. You don't know that the true dragon lair is in the upper 9 realms of the domain of absolute nothingness. Although there are heaven-defying fortunes hidden there, they are also accompanied by heaven-defying death tribulations. There are so many fortunes in the domain of absolute nothingness. It's not necessary to risk one's life there. Lin Sun asked in surprise, have you ever entered the domain of absolute nothingness? Old Toad sighed faintly, put his hands behind his back, and looked up at the sky with the vicissitudes of an experienced man. He said, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. In ancient times, the domain of absolute nothingness was marked with my footprints. I'm afraid not many people remember such a glorious deed now. Lin Sun and Alu rolled their eyes in unison. This toad began to blow its own trumpet again. What's with your expressions? Seeing this, Old Toad couldn't help feeling ashamed and annoyed. I'm not afraid to tell you that if you listen to me in this trip to the domain of absolute nothingness, you can seize good fortune as easily as drinking tea and eating rice. Otherwise, with your shallow knowledge, you won't even get to drink soup, let alone seize good fortune. Bullshit. Alu looked contemptuous. Please go on. Lin Sun sneered with his arms crossed. 3,000 realms represent the 3,000 regions in the ultimate domain. Every region has its own creation and creation. But only the top 10 in each region are qualified to enter the upper 9 realms. Do you know that? Old Toad spat everywhere. In order to wash away the humiliation and attack Lin Sun and Alu's contemptuous attitude, it didn't hide anything anymore and told them everything it knew. Only those who enter the upper 9 realms have the chance to enter the Tianjiao Golden List. Do you know that? You don't know, right? Let me tell you, only in the upper 9 realms, there are real fortunes sealed. Do you understand? You don't understand, right? Then do you know how dangerous it is in the upper 9 realms, which is regarded as the blood refinement of the ultimate domain? You don't understand, right? Look at your ignorant faces. What's the difference between you and ignorant frogs in a well? The more Old Toad spoke, the more impassioned it became, as if it was full of vigor. Lin Sun and Alu were silent. Although Old Toad's attitude was a little arrogant, what it said was true. So, ignorance isn't a mistake. The mistake is that you don't know how ignorant you are. Seeing this, Old Toad became more proud and its spit almost sprayed on their faces. Brother, what do you think? Alu was a little diffident and was shocked by Old Toad's momentum. Lin Sun's answer was very simple. He slapped the back of Old Toad's head and scolded, "Since you know so much, why didn't you say it before? If you had said it earlier, would we have treated you like this?" Old Toad staggered and covered the back of its head with its hand. It was so angry that black lines appeared on its forehead. "You can hit people at will because you're ignorant?" Seeing Lin Sun's unkind look, Old Toad quickly changed the topic. Okay, I promise to be a guiding light for you when you enter the ultimate domain. Is that okay? Alu laughed, "Just lead the way." "Why are you bragging about being a guiding light? You Toad, will you die if you don't brag about yourself? I'll kill you, barbarian." Old Toad was so angry that it pounced on Alu with a howl. The two enemies started fighting again. Lin Sun, on the other hand, secretly decided that he would find some time to teach Old Toad a lesson. Old Toad was obviously hiding a lot of things, but it was always so secretive. It was simply too dishonest. "I don't know if Xianxia will agree to act with me." Suddenly, Lin Sun thought of Zhao Jingxian, who was far away in the spiritual treasure Holy Land, and fell into deep thought. The cold moon hung high in the night sky like a hook. Numerous ravines crisscrossed the ground while sword chi whistled through the heavens and the earth, and it added a wisp of murderous intent to the veil of night. Croak, a crow flapped its wings and flew over from afar. However, as soon as its body approached this expanse of the heavens and the earth, it was minced into pieces by a strand of sword chi that remained in the air, and it transformed into a bloody mist with a pu sound. On the ground, Shi Jintong's body was trembling. It was as if he had used up all his strength to lift his head with difficulty. When their gazes landed on the figure whose clothes were whiter than snow, their expressions couldn't help but reveal a wisp of deep fear and bewilderment. How could this person be so powerful? Shi Jintong was an ancient freak of the Shirtuo lineage. Not long ago, he had appeared out of nowhere and defeated 19 contemporary figures in 3 days, establishing an illustrious reputation and shocking the world. He was gifted with extraordinary strength and cultivated the mountain-moving scripture of the Shirtuo lineage. Among the ancient freaks, he was also a fierce character. But today, he had been defeated. He had been defeated by 3 swords, in other words, he couldn't even block 3 swords before he was completely suppressed. At this time, there were 3 sword scars on Shi Jintong's body. One was on his chest, extending from his neck to his navel. The wound was 1 inch long, and his skin and flesh were lacerated, dripping with blood. The other was on his back, and it was a horizontal cut. It was 1 inch deep, and there was no difference. The most shocking thing was that the last sword scar was on his throat, and it was still only 1 inch long. This was a sword scar caused by a single stab. If it went deeper, it would definitely be able to slit his throat. It seemed that these injuries weren't serious, but they had brought an extremely heavy blow to Shi Jintong, almost causing his Taoist heart to collapse. Because he knew too well that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would only take 1 sword strike to kill him. Because of this, he felt so helpless and fearful. As an ancient freak, Shi Jintong never thought that someone of the same level as him would be so terrifying. "I have lost." Shi Jintong was dejected. His confidence was crushed, and his will to fight was gone. He knew that this defeat had left an unerasable shadow in his heart. Then, he stood up and staggered towards the distance. His silhouette was bleak, and his eyes were filled with confusion. How could this Xian Qingbai be so terrifying? If other cultivators saw this, they wouldn't be able to imagine that this was an ancient freak who had recently become famous. The cold moon was like a bowstring, and it was as sharp as a hook. It sprinkled down cold light. As he watched his opponent leave, Xian Qingbai sighed softly. It was as if he didn't have enough fun. Or perhaps, he felt a little bored. He raised his hand and the ancient sword in his hand flew out. A handsome sword boy with red lips, white teeth appeared. He received the ancient sword with both hands, and then he carefully hid it in the sword case on his back. After that, the sword boy said, "Congratulations, young master. You've defeated an ancient freak today. You're the first genius of this generation to suppress an ancient freak in recent times." His voice was clear, and it was filled with respect and worship. Don't say such words in the future. There's nothing worth congratulating about defeating a weak opponent. Yun Qingbai's voice was flat. He placed his hands behind his back, and his white clothes fluttered as he turned around and walked towards the distance. The sword boy felt even more reverence towards Yun Qingbai when he saw this. He faintly felt that perhaps this was the loneliness of experts. The young master was already standing at the peak, yet there were only a few who could match him. A master and a servant appeared in a city early in the morning. "Who's your next opponent?" asked Yun Qingbai. "An ancient freak from the Cloudsoar sword sect. His name is..." Before the sword boy could finish speaking, Yun Qingbai interrupted him. "There's no need to say anything else. Just tell me where he is now." "Jadeworm Gorge." The sword boy hurriedly reported the location. Yun Qingbai nodded. He had been in closed-door cultivation for 10 years. Now that he came out, many cultivators in the world thought that he was no longer the invincible existence under the king's realm 10 years ago. Some people even thought that he was not enough to compare with some ancient freaks. Yun Qingbai did not refute. Instead, he directly entered the world, intending to choose some ancient freaks to test his sword. Unknowingly, they had come to the center of the city, where a message tree stood. Although it was early in the morning, the place was already full of cultivators. It's really a piece of shocking news. As soon as Demon Lin appeared, he suppressed Jin Xiaoming and forced him to flee. It's really satisfying. Jin Xiaoming was an ancient freak, but he couldn't even keep his avatar. He was cooked into a pot of snake soup by Demon Lin. What a miserable end. Who would have thought that the first one to suppress an ancient freak would be Demon Lin? The crowd was in an uproar and kept talking about it. Yun Qingbai stamped his feet and looked at the message tree with a calm expression. There was the latest news, which recorded that Lin Sun defeated Jin Xiaoming at the gathering of Qianlu. Damn it. Next to him, the sword boy was angry. In his opinion, Yun Qingbai should be the first one to suppress an ancient freak, but now, the limelight was stolen by Demon Lin, which made him a little unacceptable for a while. Yun Qingbai suddenly said, "Do you remember what I said?" The sword boy was stunned, and then suddenly came to his senses. He nodded and said, "Yes, you said that no matter who Lin Sun was, I should kill him to wash away the shame of our sect." Yun Qingbai nodded. "Now that he has appeared, help me keep an eye out for him." The sword boy suddenly cheered up and realized that his master was going to kill Lin Sun. Yuan Zuing, this guy finally appeared. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded nearby. Yun Qingbai looked up and saw that the one who spoke was a young man in a brocade robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and was extraordinarily handsome. He stood there proudly like a crane in a flock of chickens. However, at this moment, the young man's eyebrows were full of killing intent, and his whole body exuded a violent aura. Outsiders might not see anything, but Yun Qingbai instantly realized that this young man was very unusual. "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, the young man in brocade robe turned his head. His eyes were as bright as a pair of peerless blades. He glanced at Yun Qingbai as if he was going to devour him. The sword boy's face darkened. When did someone in the world dare to talk to his master like this? He was simply courting death. However, before the sword boy could speak, Yun Qingbai had retracted his gaze and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he turned around and left. The sword boy was stunned, as if he couldn't believe it. He wondered why his master could restrain himself. But in the end, he didn't dare to ask. He just took a look at the young man in brocade robe and firmly remembered his appearance. Then he turned around and left with Yun Qingbai. The young man in brocade robe was also stunned, and then he snorted coldly. "Young master, if you meet the man in white in the land of despair in the future, you should retreat as much as possible. If you are destined to be his enemy, you should go all out and never hold back." A cyan-clothed old ape appeared beside him, and his voice was low and weathered. "Why?" The young man in brocade robe frowned. This man has already established himself in the land of despair. He is like a sword with hidden edge. He is too big a threat. The cyan-clothed old ape had a deep gaze as he reminded. The reason he left was none other than because he noticed that this old servant was by his side, and he wasn't afraid of battle. The young man in brocade robe frowned while his expression flickered indeterminately. He recovered his calm after a long time, and then he looked at the message tree in the distance and said, let's not talk about him. Yuan Zuing, you've seen it as well. That fellow called Lin Sun has appeared. The cyan-clothed old ape nodded, and then he sighed with emotion. All those years ago on the Five-Element Saint Island, I'd already noticed that this kid was extraordinary. But I never expected that he would actually possess such extraordinary attainments in the path of despair now. The younger generation really is formidable. The green-clothed old ape said, little young master, you're wrong. My clan's inherited Tao scripture was comprehended by this child himself. I merely gave him a chance. The youth in embroidered robes was stunned. Why? Why are you doing this? The green-clothed old ape had a secretive look on his face as he said, I'm sowing good karma for the young master. Good karma? The young man in embroidered robes almost thought that his ears were playing tricks on him, and he laughed with ridicule. With the resources and reserves of my clan, is there a need to do this? I don't care about all that. All I know is that this kid once seized something from me, and this enmity must be avenged. The green-clothed old ape sighed and asked, if that's the case, can you promise me something, young master? Go ahead. Although the youth in embroidered robes was arrogant and unruly, he respected the green-clothed old ape very much. If you wish to make him your enemy, please show mercy. The green-clothed old ape had a rare solemn expression on his face. The young man was extremely displeased when he heard this, and his expression turned gloomy. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, all right, I promise you that I, Yuan Fadian, won't beat him to death when I take revenge in the future. The green-clothed old ape furrowed his brows imperceptibly. He looked at the arrogant and conceited young man in front of him and said nothing more. He mentioned another thing, in less than half a month, the divine sacrifice altar will arrive in the world. There are 3,000 of them in different areas of the ancient desolation realm. We should prepare in advance. The young man in embroidered robes who called himself Yuan Fadian was shocked in his heart. He knew that the divine sacrifice Tao altar was the node of the passageway to enter the region of absolute apex. Young master, why did you tolerate it before? The sword boy couldn't help but ask. That young man in brocade robe is nothing to be afraid of, but he has a saint by his side. If we make a move, the consequences will be unpredictable. As soon as these words were spoken by Yun Qingbai, the sword boy's entire body stiffened, and he was shocked to the point he almost bit his tongue. Exactly who is this fellow? He actually has a saint protecting him. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Sacred and inviolable, this was not something that could be casually said. Do you think sages are scary? Yun Qingbai suddenly asked. The sword boy nodded subconsciously. Yun Qingbai laughed and said, you only know that holiness is inviolable, but you don't know that there are times when holiness can be reduced to grass. After he finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his figure was proud and aloof as he walked towards the distance. The sword boy was startled at first, then shocked, and finally sucked in a breath of cold air. In the young master's eyes, even the divine was nothing to fear. Mabai Prefecture. Lin Sun and Alu were drinking in a restaurant. Not long after, the travel-worn old toad appeared. Carrying a wine jug, it took a gulp before it said gloomily, there's no way to contact that chick Xiao Jingxian at all. I spent a lot of effort to find out that she's in seclusion, saying that she's preparing to enter the apex domain. Lin Sun was a little disappointed. Originally, he had hoped to invite Zhao Jingxian to join him. But now it seemed that it was obviously impossible. Let's go. In any case, we'll still have a chance to meet after entering the apex domain, said Old Toad. Leave? Where are we going? Alu was stunned. Old Toad smiled mysteriously and said, to grab the safest passage to enter the apex domain. Well, if I remember correctly, it seems to be not far from Sunset Tang Valley. On the same day, Lin Sun and his party left Mabai Prefecture. Led by Old Toad, they traveled through the vast mountains, rivers, and cities without stopping along the way. 3 days later, in a desolate and primitive mountain range, Old Toad suddenly looked up and said, the speed at which the world is changing is getting faster and faster. There's more spiritual energy between the mountains than in ancient times. Lin Sun and Alu also nodded. In these days, they walked through the vast mountains, rivers, swamps, and deserts, and saw all kinds of shocking changes along the way. In some wastelands, huge gullies and abysses suddenly split open, and strange black mist rose into the sky, making the day seem to fall into the night. In some mountains, thunderstorms and lightning suddenly appeared, covering an area of thousands of miles. The dazzling thunderstorm was like a great catastrophe, frightening the universe. Even some areas were completely torn apart by the violent spiritual energy, turning into space turbulence, which was daunting to look at. At the same time, the speed of the transformation of all things in the world was also accelerating. Lin Sun and his party once saw with their own eyes that a barren and withered mountain glowed with surging vitality in just 30 minutes. Surrounded by clouds and vegetation, it turned into a spiritual mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was a shocking change that affected the entire ancient desolation domain. And along with the shocking change, there was also a terrible massacre. The spiritual energy in the world was getting stronger and stronger, and the number of spiritual mountains was increasing day by day. Some spiritual medicines, rare treasures, and magic materials that had long been annihilated in the long river of time appeared in different areas of the ancient desolation domain like bamboo shoots after a rain. Spiritual mountains could be built as blessed lands, and they could be used as the mountain gate to establish a sect. On the other hand, first-rate treasures like spirit herbs, precious treasures, and divine materials were extremely precious cultivation resources. Now, with the acceleration of the change of the world, not only the cultivators in the world, but also the major ancient orthodoxies could not sit still. They began to seize and occupy these ownerless spiritual mountains and treasures. Cultivators fought and killed in order to compete for treasures. And the ancient orthodoxies had conflicts in order to expand their territories and occupy cultivation resources, which led to a war of power. Along the way, Lin Sun and his party saw such a scene of bloody conflicts and wind and rain everywhere. The whole world began to be filled with the smell of gunpowder and conflict. It was no longer as peaceful as before. All of this was caused by the change of the world. The great world is a chaotic world. The existing order and pattern of the ancient desolation domain are destined to be broken and reshuffled. Old Toad sighed, the world is bound to enter turbulence and unrest. Destruction and rise coexist. It will be an unprecedentedly brilliant world. The great world has not really come, but it has already caused great disturbances and chaos. I can't imagine what it will be like when the real great world comes. Old Toad sighed with emotion. Alu sighed with emotion as well. Obviously, what he'd seen and heard in the past few days had greatly affected him. What else can it be? Of course, it will be the coexistence of the most brilliant world and the bloody and turbulent world. Only the real strong can rise in the flames of war and smoke and lead the great world. Old Toad said proudly and heroically, of course, whoever wants to lead the world will have to ask this king if he agrees or not. The first half of what he said was very reliable, but the second half of what he said immediately exposed his boastful side. This caused Alu to roll his eyes and spit at him fiercely. Lin Sun was about to say something, but his eyes suddenly narrowed. In a place far away, there were vast mountains and peaks, but there was a strange tree, which was taller than these mountains. Its canopy rose to the sky like an umbrella, its branches were twisted like a dragon, and its leaves were as big as the clouds in the sky. They were as red as the sunset, as if they were burning. Even the nearby mountains couldn't block its trunk. Damn it, this is a red cloud divine wood. It was extremely rare in ancient times. Old Toad shouted in surprise. Oh my, it's still growing. Alu's eyes widened. In the mountains, the branches and leaves of the red cloud divine tree were swaying, and its trunk was like a soaring dragon, rising high and rising, as if it was going to tear the sky and rush out of Zhou Su. Lin Sun was keenly aware that the tree seemed to be psychic and had life. It was transforming to the extreme and extending its own life. Boom, however, when the red cloud divine tree was about to break through the sky, suddenly, a thick and dazzling lightning struck down. That was divine punishment. In the blink of an eye, the crimson cloud divine tree was heavily injured. Its branches were broken and turned into ashes by the lightning. Even its trunk, which was taller than a group of mountains, was charred black and shook violently in the tribulation lightning. Looking from a distance, it was like a peerless strong man encountered a great disaster, and it was hard to predict whether he would survive or not. Crack, in the end, the red cloud divine tree failed to pass the tribulation, and its trunk was split in half by a sharp thunderbolt. Strangely, half of the broken trunk was withered and scorched black, while the other half was covered with an incomparable vitality in the tribulation, shining brightly. Withering and flourishing, the wonderful cycle of life and death. Unfortunately, it was only one step away from passing the tribulation successfully and becoming a king. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. This is the Thunder Divine Tree, which gives birth to a wisp of vitality in destruction. It's priceless. Old Toad's eyes were red, and its breathing was heavy. It rushed over with a swish. Lin Sun and Alu also hurried to follow. This was a canyon, where the red cloud divine tree was originally rooted. But now, the canyon had long been destroyed by the tribulation, and the ground was scorched black. Most of the trunk and branches of the red cloud divine tree had turned into ashes in the tribulation, and only some scattered branches and leaves were scattered on the ground. When Lin Sun and Alu arrived, they saw at a glance that in the ashes on the ground, there was a shining trunk of the divine tree. It was only 1 foot long and as thick as a child's arm. But it was bright red like fire, bright and clean, and filled with a surging vitality. The death chi has disappeared, leaving only a piece of pure origin that was born in the tribulation. Even a sage would be jealous of this thing. Old Toad's saliva almost flowed out. As a 3-legged golden toad, he could recognize all things in the world and was knowledgeable about ancient and modern treasures. Naturally, he could see the value of this thing at a glance. It was absolutely big enough to shock the world. However, just when he was about to take action, he was firmly held down by Lin Sun, who transmitted his voice to him, "Be careful." Old Toad was stunned. It was also at this moment that the fiery red trunk of the divine tree suddenly lit up with dazzling divine radiance, and then it gradually transformed into a young woman as the rays of light flowed through it. She had bright eyes, white teeth, and a sweet smile. Her soft, fiery red hair was coiled up by a branch, and her delicate and slender body was wrapped up by a huge fiery red leaf, revealing a section of her tender and translucent calves and snow-white bare feet. She looked only 15 or 16 years old, youthful and bright. Her snow-white skin was filled with wisps of fire, and there was a strange fire pattern between her eyebrows. It was already shocking enough for a divine tree of red clouds to appear in the wilderness and tear apart the sky to undergo a heavenly tribulation. Yet now, a piece of divine lightning struck wood that had transformed into an origin of life in the midst of destruction had actually transformed into a young girl. This was even more astounding. Very strange. Alarmed, Alu suddenly shouted, "Hey! Where are you from?" Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes and became vigilant. This girl looked delicate and charming, smiling and extremely youthful and sweet, but her aura was very unusual. Just then, Old Toad straightened his clothes, coughed dryly, and said with a smile, "Miss, what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of being abducted in the wilderness?" Dressed in a green robe, he had a handsome and devilishly charming face. Any ordinary girl would have been head over heels for him. But the fiery-haired girl's eyes shone brightly as she bit her teeth and giggled. "You're so handsome, but you want to abduct me. Do you want to play some shameful things with me?" Her skin was snow-white and her breath smelled like orchids. Her sweet smile carried a different kind of allure. Old Toad's eyes widened. "So direct? Is this really okay, miss?" The fiery-haired girl said angrily, "Brother, are you lustful but not daring?" Old Toad's eyes rolled around. "He likes men." Alu interrupted in a low, muffled voice. The fiery-haired girl was stunned. Old Toad almost went crazy. He wanted nothing more than to kick this barbarian Alu to death. He hurriedly explained, "Miss, don't misunderstand, I'm very interested in you. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this, the sun and the moon can bear witness to this." The fiery-haired young woman chuckled, and it was bright and beautiful like the morning sun. She said, "All right, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You just want to capture me and eat me like a divine material, right?" Old Toad was stunned and realized that this girl wasn't so easy to fool. He raised his thumb and said, "Miss, you have a sharp eye. What do you think? Are all descendants of the 3-legged golden toad so shameless?" The fiery-haired girl wasn't annoyed. She looked at Old Toad with interest, her clear eyes flashing. What do you mean shameless? Little sister, you can't talk nonsense. Old Toad's face darkened and he was a little astonished. This girl was incredible, she could actually see through his background. Then I might as well tell you. Not everyone can bear the consequences of trying to hit on me, the fiery-haired girl said with a smile. Whoosh, before he could finish speaking, a wisp of flame, like a nimble snake, abruptly shot out from under Old Toad's feet. Startled, Old Toad hurriedly jumped away and slapped its palm. But unexpectedly, the strand of flame actually transformed into a flaming dragon, and its body suddenly expanded explosively. Its body that was thick like a winding mountain ridge surged with a monstrous flaming glow, and it filled this expanse of space. Startled, Old Toad was about to counterattack with all its might. Right at this moment, the enormous fire dragon turned into a rain of fire that filled the sky and dissipated. At the same time, the fiery-haired girl's bell-like laughter rang out, "I'm just teasing you. Do you really plan to fight me? Little sister, you're really naughty." Old Toad's face was cloudy and his teeth itched with hatred. He had actually been startled by this girl, which made him lose face a little, and he looked at the fiery-haired girl with unkind eyes. The fiery-haired girl stood there charmingly, pursing her lips and smiling, but she looked at Lin Sun and suddenly said, "My name is Xiao. Today, with the help of the changes in heaven and earth, I was lucky enough to break the shackles that had bound me for many years and finally awakened. I didn't expect to disturb you three little brothers. I'm really sorry." Lin Sun's heart shook at these words. It turned out that the divine tree of scarlet clouds just now hadn't been going through a tribulation, but had used the power of thunder and lightning to break the shackles and awaken Xiao from her silence. There was no doubt that they had all misunderstood before. This bright and beautiful young girl was actually an ancient freak who had been silent for countless years. Take medicine? Good name. Old Toad laughed, obviously still brooding over the experience just now. Xiao rolled her eyes and said, "You're the one who should be taking your medicine. No need to apologize, miss. We were a little rude just now. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, we'll leave." Lin Sun cupped his hands and was about to leave with Old Toad and Alu. "Can you three little brothers take me with you?" Who would have thought that Xiao would also catch up with them, and when she moved, there was the sound of clanking chains. Only then did Lin Sun and the others see that a strange black chain was shackled around her snow-white ankle, which was surrounded by a heart-palpitating aura of death. When she stood still, the chain was invisible and undetectable, but once she moved, it was immediately revealed. Noticing their gazes, Xiao said casually, "It's just a natural shackle. When I become a king, I can tear it off." "Who are you? In my opinion, you don't look like a spiritual body formed by the divine tree of scarlet clouds at all." Old Toad frowned, his golden eyes looking at Xiao up and down. Xiao was very frank and said crisply, "I'm not a spiritual body. I was just sealed in this divine tree of scarlet clouds by my ancestors. With the power of withering, I resisted the erosion of time, and at the same time, I was also comprehending the way of withering." "This chain was also left by your ancestors?" Old Toad stared at the chain on her ankle, and the more he looked, the more frightened he became. The aura of death on the chain was so terrible that it turned into a strange and twisted Taoist pattern and was branded on it. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could achieve. Even in the sage realm, only an existence who had stepped into the great sage realm would be able to achieve this. "Yes." Xiao nodded. But in the end, Lin Sun still refused to let Xiao go with him. This surprised Xiao. After watching Lin Sun and the others leave, the smile on her delicate and bright face suddenly disappeared, and there was a sense of coldness and indifference. One is a royal descendant of the three-legged golden toad, one has the aura of the dragon elephant emperor, and the other, when thinking of Lin Sun, Xiao's delicate eyebrows gradually wrinkled. A descendant of the true dragon? No, he is obviously a human and a pure blood, but why does he have the aura of the true dragon? After thinking for a long time, she finally couldn't speculate anything. No matter what, this guy must have a piece of Bodhi wood on him, and it must be a Bodhi wood that has been bombarded by the power of cutting Tao, Xiao murmured, and her clear eyes couldn't help but be filled with a trace of heat. Then, this trace of heat was carefully concealed by her. "Little girl, did you see the shocking change that just happened here?" In the distance, a group of cultivators swept over like a dark cloud. Obviously, the thunder retribution caused by the divine tree of scarlet clouds was so shocking that it attracted the attention of these cultivators, and they all rushed over. Xiao seemed to be unaware of this, and she was thinking about something. That guy is definitely going to enter the absolute summit domain. Since that's the case, there's a chance to get in touch with him. While thinking, she strode into the distance with a pair of white and sparkling bare feet. These cultivators were stunned. They were actually ignored by a little girl, which made them feel ashamed. "Stop, didn't you hear us asking you a question?" A cultivator rushed up. Boom, but before he could even approach, this reincarnation evolution realm expert's entire body was incinerated by an expanse of blazing divine flames that suddenly appeared. In an instant, he transformed into ash that dispersed into the surroundings. It was like he'd evaporated into thin air, and not even his corpse was left behind. On the other hand, Xiao still seemed as if she hadn't noticed at all, and she just walked forward by herself. As she walked through the mountains and rivers, her fiery red long hair fluttered, and she seemed like a celestial that had walked out from the flames. All the cultivators present here were dumbstruck, and their entire bodies felt cold. "Who's that young girl? How could she be so strange and terrifying?" Swoosh, the vast universe arc traversed through space. The heavens and the earth had undergone a great change, and dangers had occurred repeatedly along the way. It was even to the extent that battles between old fellows at the King Realm had erupted, causing Lin Sun to be unable to care about anything else and choose to travel on the vast universe. "Arkansas, you're right to refuse. That little girl's entire body is strange. She seems to be charming and moving, and she's pure like a fledgling that's just left the thatched cottage, but she's actually not simple at all." On the treasured ship, Old Toad had a rare serious expression on his face. Cultivating in silence with the help of the Red Cloud Divine Tree isn't something that an ordinary person can do. Now that she's come into the world, she's even more amazing that she's using thunder retribution to break the shackles. After a pause, he continued, "More importantly, the chain that binds her ankles should be an extremely terrifying holy treasure with a very powerful background." Alu said in surprise, "I thought you'd been charmed by her." Old Toad said grumpily, "I'm not that bored. She's very unusual." Lin Sun sighed with emotion. This was the first time he'd seen how an ancient freak came into the world. That scene was indeed too amazing, and he was also greatly moved. And how many ancient freaks like Qi Yao were there, he was afraid that no one knew. But there was no doubt that there would be many. 5 days later, Lin Sun and the others arrived at an ancient battlefield. There were still traces of war in this place. There were ruins and ruins everywhere, and it was a scene of desolation. On the ground, one could occasionally see decaying bones and broken armors and weapons. The chilly wind was roaring, and the world was gloomy. Occasionally, thunder and lightning tore through the void, sprinkling glaring and horrifying white light. If I remember correctly, after passing this battlefield, less than 10,000 miles ahead is Sunset Tang Valley, where the Golden Crow lineage is entrenched. As early as ancient times, it was regarded as a sacred place. But I'm extremely disgusted with the Golden Crow lineage, and I don't know if those Golden Crows are all dead now. Old Toad took Lin Sun and Alu to the depths of the ancient battlefield. He seemed to be very familiar with this place. Lin Sun remembered what bloodthirsty Queen Xianxia had said in the bloodthirsty battlefield. The insignificant spiritual bow itself was an extremely terrible holy treasure. If its spirit could be found, it would be enough to restore the bow's former power. According to Xiaoxingya's judgment, the clue to find the spirit of insignificance bow was probably hidden in Sunset Tang Valley. "Old Toad, have you ever been to Sunset Tang Valley?" Lin Sun asked. Old Toad shook his head. "That's the territory of the Golden Crow lineage. In ancient times, this clan was famous for its cruelty and insidiousness. Besides, there are many horrible old things in their clan. Who dares to go there rashly?" As soon as he finished speaking, the distant gloomy sky suddenly shone brightly, like a golden sun rising and moving fast. The Golden Crow soared across the sky, its body that seemed to be made of gold shone brightly. When it flapped its cloud-like wings, it fanned out raging flames that incinerated the void and illuminated the mountains and rivers. From a distance, it looked like a big sun moving horizontally. Boom! Some flames fell on the earth, melting the earth and riddling it with astonishing destructive power. The Golden Crow lived on the Fusang tree and boasted of being the descendant of the sun god. It was one of the strongest fierce birds in ancient times with extremely terrifying combat power. The golden crow in the distance flew across the sky and disappeared in the distance in the blink of an eye. Damn, these golden crows didn't die out. It seems that their descendants may also enter the absolute summit domain. Old Toad's expression flickered. There were 3,000 realms in the absolute summit domain. Each realm was like a large and boundless area, and each area had a special passage to enter. This passageway was the sacred sacrifice Tao altar. This also meant that entering from different divine sacrifice altar would arrive at different areas of the absolute summit domain and be separated from each other. The path that Old Toad chose this time was located in this ancient battlefield. Except for Sunset Tang Valley, there were not many orthodox forces nearby, so it should be regarded as a quite safe path. But now, Old Toad was a little uncertain. If the Golden Crow lineage that lived in Sunset Tang Valley also got involved, even if they could enter the absolute summit domain, they would enter the same area, and the conflict was bound to be inevitable. The struggle of the great world, the struggle of the absolute summit, all lies in the word struggle. As long as you enter the absolute summit domain, why should you be afraid of competing with others? Lin Sun patted Old Toad on the shoulder. It was impossible for those above the king realm to enter the absolute summit domain, which was enough. As long as it was a competition of the same generation, Lin Sun was not afraid of anyone. The ancient battlefield was vast and boundless. The deeper they went, the darker the sky and the earth were full of war ruins and broken walls. In the process of moving forward, Lin Sun and the others saw some people one after another. There was no doubt that these people also came to wait for the arrival of the divine sacrifice altar. Roar! Suddenly, a fierce beast's roar sounded like thunder, resounding in the ancient battlefield and breaking the dead silence of this world. Lin Sun and the others immediately saw a group of people coming from afar. Many of them were riding ferocious beasts. Some were like cheilants, some were soul-devouring beasts, and some were blood bats. All of them surged with auras and possessed astonishing might. Lin Sun and the others slowed down and paid attention all along the way, and they noticed that along with the passage of time, they saw more and more cultivators. Almost all of them appeared in groups. Moreover, they all looked like disciples from different orthodoxies. Alu couldn't help but mutter, "Old Toad, didn't you say that very few people know about the divine sacrifice altar that's about to descend here?" All along the way, they'd seen over 1,000 cultivators. How would I know? Old Toad was also speechless. His experience came from ancient times, but it was very clear that a lot had changed with the passage of countless years. Get lost. The void behind him trembled as a thunderous roar resounded. A blood-colored fortress ship pressed down on the clouds. The ship was extremely large and blood-red, overflowing with frightening Taoist patterns. In front of the treasure ship, there were many ancient beasts pulling it together. Each of them was rare in the world, like the 8-clawed fire dragon. Its whole body was fiery red, and its fierce power was monstrous, looking down on the mountains and rivers. There was the sky-splitting thunder roar, which trampled and shattered the void as it ran. There was also the black-tailed heavenly sparrow, which could summon wind and rain. There was also the multicolored winged serpent, which was as big as a python dragon, which was the descendant of the ancient dream dragon. The blood-colored ship and many ancient beasts crushed across the sky, whistling through the universe. The terrible power oppressed the sky and made the ancient battlefield tremble. On the big ship, a man in ancient clothes with a high crown put his hands behind his back, with a green flute at his waist. His figure was aloof and arrogant, and his eyes shone brighter than the sun when he opened and closed them. There was also a group of men and women around him, all of whom had extraordinary appearances. Boom! Lin Sun and the others were in front of them, but neither the group of ancient beasts nor the people on the blood-colored ship showed any signs of stopping. Both Old Toad and Alu were furious, but Lin Sun held them down firmly and dodged to one side to make way for them. This area of space was in chaos. The blood-colored ship crushed past, not stopping. It rumbled into the distance like rushing thunder, leaving behind a wave of energy that spread outwards. Vaguely, some sneers and disdainful voices could be heard, as if they were commenting on Lin Sun and the others with a sense of ridicule. Old Toad and Alu were annoyed and looked terrible. The group of people just now clearly did it on purpose. The void was so big, but they just wanted to run amok around them, which was too much. A chill flashed between Lin Sun's eyebrows. What was domineering and rampant, that was it. In the struggle for the Great Way, one step back will lead to another step back. Everyone, your minds have been frightened. You'd better go back. The Great Way of the King is destined to have no fate with you. At this moment, a handsome gray-haired man with a beast bone longbow on his back passed by and casually commented with a trace of contempt. He took a step forward, and the light under his feet was like a lotus leaf, carrying him forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. After that, an azure-scale heavenly eagle flashed through the sky, and it carried a woman with a smooth forehead. She said coldly, "If you insist on moving forward, then be prepared to be a stepping stone." Even though everyone beneath the king realm has the opportunity to enter the apex region, some are able to become kings, and some are bound to be buried in the ground for others to step on. Old Toad and Alu's faces were extremely gloomy. They were just giving way, but they were regarded as cowards, which was annoying. You don't have to be discouraged by this. On the blood-colored ship just now are the practitioners of the ancient beast's spiritual mountain. Their style is the most violent and domineering. A young man with gray wings on his back approached and kindly reminded them. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously a descendant of the Wind-Talking clan. When he saw Lin Sun's appearance from the front, he was stunned and cried out involuntarily, "Demon Lin?" Obviously, he knew Lin Sun. The young man broke into a cold sweat when he thought of how he had just reminded Lin Sun not to be discouraged. He hurriedly apologized, "I didn't know it was Child Lin just now. Please don't take offense to my words of warning." Lin Sun wouldn't care about him. He waved his hand and let him go. Beast Spiritual Mountain? I'll remember it. At this time, Old Toad gnashed his teeth and spoke. He had been holding back his anger. Being scolded to get out of the way already made him extremely angry. Now he was ridiculed one after another, which was like adding oil to the fire, making him seething with anger. And the boy with the longbow on his back and the woman riding the eagle, I'll remember them too. Damn it, how dare they regard us as stepping stones? I'll trample them to the ground with my feet. Alu said in a low, muffled voice, and all the joints of his body were crackling. Lin Sun smiled slightly, his black eyes clear. He didn't say anything more, nor did he delay any longer, and continued to move forward. Half a day later. On the ancient battlefield ahead, an incomparably magnificent city appeared. It was magnificent and lay across the universe as if it had been standing since the beginning of time, and it was suffused with an immortal aura of vicissitudes. At this time, countless cultivators had gathered there and stopped moving forward. All of them were looking at and sizing up the huge city from afar. This city was very ancient, and its walls were mottled with bloodstains. It was located in the ancient battlefield, yet it had never suffered any damage or destruction throughout the countless years, and it seemed extremely mysterious. It wasn't large, only covering an area of more than 10 kilometers, but its walls were thick and heavy like a towering mountain, and it was like an ancient fierce beast that was entrenched there. It seemed to be unafraid of the erosion of time or natural disasters. The City of Guidance. Many people revealed fanaticism and longing on their faces. When the Great Era arrived, 3,000 divine sacrifice altars would descend in different areas of the world, and only through the divine sacrifice altar could one enter the absolute domain. And the so-called City of Guidance was the place where the divine sacrifice altar was about to descend. The world was gloomy, and the huge city stood silently with its gates closed. The roars of ferocious beasts and the cries of divine birds resounded in the surroundings of the enormous city. Various cultivators and powers occupied an area and were waiting. There were a huge number of people, everywhere that met the eye. The entire City of Guidance was surrounded by the figures of cultivators that were like tidewater, and it was densely packed like a sea of people. When the Great Era arrives, the divine sacrifice altar will descend upon this city. At that time, the seal on this city will be open to allow cultivators to enter. Old Toad reminded in a low voice. Lin Sun nodded. If he hadn't seen it with his own two eyes, he would absolutely be unable to imagine that such a mysterious ancient city actually stood towering in the depths of an ancient battlefield that seemed like ruins. There are too many people, at least a few tens of thousands of people. Alu was slightly shocked, and he sized up the surroundings. There were numerous cultivators in the surroundings of the city, but if one distinguished them carefully, one would notice that all of them were in groups, and they belonged to different cultivation camps, causing them to be clearly distinguished. Lin Sun noticed as well that there were many peerless figures in the surroundings of the city. They dominated different areas, and they were like cranes amongst chickens and were extremely conspicuous. There was a sun crow standing proudly there, and its bright golden feathers were dazzling like the sun. A group of men and women gathered around it, and a large area around them was vacated. No one dared to approach it, and it was no different from dominating an area. At the same time, the cultivators of the Beast Spirit Mountain were also there, and they gathered together. The most eye-catching one was a proud and aloof man in ancient clothes with a high crown and a green flute at his waist. This man is called Xianxia, an ancient freak that has recently been born in the Beast Spirit Mountain. His strength is unfathomable, and I heard that he has mastered some kind of magical great way to heaven, and can control the power of all spirits. Someone was discussing and revealing the identity of the man in ancient clothes with a high crown. In addition, Lin Sun and others also noticed that the gray-haired young man with a beast bone longbow on his back was talking with a group of people. When he noticed Lin Sun's gaze, the gray-haired young man also looked over with a playful gaze, and the corners of his mouth raised in a provocative arc. Suddenly, a clear cry was heard, and a cyan-scale heavenly eagle descended from the sky. Sitting on the eagle was a woman with a smooth forehead and a cold look. She was also good-looking, and her breath was very powerful. At first glance, one could tell that she was not an ordinary person. Lin Sun and others had seen this woman on the way before, and they were even ridiculed by her sarcastic words, saying that if they insisted on moving forward, they were destined to become a stepping stone. P.S. Let's warm up. The day after tomorrow, the goldfish would break out with 10 chapters as promised. The pressure was very, very great, but it was also very exciting. After all, this was the first time that the Book of Xianxia had broken out with 10 chapters, which was absolutely unprecedented. The cyan-scale heavenly eagle's wings were more than 30 meters long, and its entire body was covered in dazzling green scales. It was ferocious and fierce, and when it landed, dust and gravel flew everywhere. Many people in the surroundings retreated as they felt a terrifying pressure, and their expressions couldn't help but change. This cold-looking woman hadn't even made a move, but her mount was already frightening and suppressed the momentum of a portion of the cultivators. Lin Sun and the others were also in this area and didn't retreat. Who is she? It can't be. You don't even know Fairy Linghua of Xuandu Taoism sect? Fairy Linghua? Could it be that peerless genius who just came out of seclusion a while ago? It's her. The people nearby discussed and looked at the woman sitting on the back of the cyan-scale heavenly eagle with awe in their eyes. Every ancient freak had a background that was enough to make any cultivator fearful. Just like this Fairy Linghua, although she was alone, no one dared to underestimate her. You really came to court death. Linghua glanced at Lin Sun and the others and said, I'm not looking for trouble with you, but you'd better disappear from my sight now. Her voice was casual, but it revealed a tone of command from above. You want to occupy this area by yourself? Old Toad raised his eyebrows as the anger in his heart rose. This woman was really arrogant. I'm not occupying it, I just don't want to be associated with you, understand? Fairy Linghua's tone was flat and cold. In fact, besides Lin Sun and the others, no one dared to approach within a radius of dozens of meters because they were deterred by Fairy Linghua's power. But now, she directly said that she wanted to expel Lin Sun and the others. This arrogant attitude shocked many people. It had to be said that this woman was very powerful. The power she emitted made the cultivators in the surroundings unable to bear it and retreat one after another. The cyan-scale heavenly eagle she sat on was also unruly and looked down on the crowd. Its wings flowed with divine lightning and tore through the void in an extremely powerful manner. All the cultivators in this area had retreated far away, and only Lin Sun and the others were still there. They turned a deaf ear to her words, or rather, directly ignored her. Linghua's eyes became extremely cold all of a sudden. The cyan-scale heavenly eagle suddenly rushed up, emitting dazzling lightning all over its body. It stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed at Lin Sun fiercely. Like a goshawk hunting a rabbit, it wanted to tear it apart. Old Toad and Alu were already furious. If Lin Sun hadn't stopped them, they would have taken action long ago. But now, the other side wouldn't let them go, which made them completely unable to bear it. However, Lin Sun, who had been motionless, moved first. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. It was too fast. In an instant, it had already firmly grabbed onto the green scale heavenly eagle's sharp claws, causing the latter to be unable to escape no matter how it struggled. Ling Hua's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Lin Sun exerted strength in his arms and swung the cyan scale heavenly eagle up and smashed it to the ground. During this process, Ling Hua's figure staggered and was almost flung away. His figure flashed subconsciously and arrived in the void. Bang, the earth trembled, and a huge crater was smashed open. The green scale heavenly eagle's neck was smashed to the point where it almost broke. It let out a hurried and mournful cry, and a pair of wings were broken. Then, its body went limp and it actually fainted from the blow. Blood flowed, and it was a ghastly sight. Lin Sun stood there motionlessly and threw the dizzy divine bird away like he was throwing away garbage. With a plop, the earth was covered in dust. The nearby area was in an uproar. Everyone was frightened. No one had expected that the young man who had been silent from beginning to end would be so fierce when he made a move. Although Ling Hua had avoided this blow, his face suddenly became terrifyingly cold. His whole body emitted an overwhelming murderous aura and he was about to pounce on Lin Sun. "It's him, Demon Lin!" Someone cried out involuntarily. It was this voice that made Ling Hua's heart tremble. He stopped what he was doing and looked at Lin Sun with a different gaze. Demon Lin, these 3 words seemed to have magic power, attracting the attention of all the nearby people, and the atmosphere suddenly became much quieter. In today's world, if anyone dared to say that they hadn't heard of the deeds of Demon Lin, they would definitely be laughed at. Because they knew about Lin Sun's past achievements, when they learned that the young man was the famous Demon Lin in the ancient Desolation realm, all the cultivators present couldn't help but be moved. No wonder he's so fearless. It turns out to be him. Someone whispered. Not long ago, the news that Demon Lin defeated the ancient freak Jin Xiaoming shocked the world and set off a great uproar. Among the current generation, only Demon Lin is not afraid to fight against the ancient freak. Someone sighed with emotion. After confirming Lin Sun's identity, what happened before seemed to be natural. Fairy Ling Hua might be terrifying, but her opponent was Demon Lin. How dare a feathered beast beside her offend Demon Lin? Wasn't he courting death? In the distance, the gray-haired man carrying the animal bone longbow on his back became unnatural. He remembered how he had looked down on Lin Sun and the others before. On the Scarlet Ship, the successors of the Beast's Mountain looked at each other. They didn't expect that there was a Demon Lin among the cultivators they had driven away on their way here. All of a sudden, some frowned, and some didn't take it seriously. Only Liang Xuan, who was the leader, remained calm and indifferent. "You're Lin Sun? I've misjudged you. I didn't realize how great you were." Ling Hua spoke at this moment, her expression still cold and stern. "But no matter who you are, don't you think you've gone too far by hurting my mount?" Old Toad was furious. "You bitch, you were mean and cold on the way here. Now that you've arrived, you want to drive us away. I can't be bothered to argue with you, but you've gone too far. Don't you have any shame?" Alu was even more direct. He stared at the unconscious cyan scale heavenly eagle on the ground and said, "Big brother, I want to eat eagle meat." Lin Sun had chosen to bear with it because he didn't want to attract too much attention before entering the Absolute Summit domain. After all, it was definitely not a good thing to stand out at this time as he would be targeted. But bearing with it didn't mean being afraid. The other party had taken the initiative to offend them. If they showed weakness, they would think they were easy to bully. "You want to eat meat? Easy." Lin Sun drew his fingers together and cut off the cyan scale heavenly eagle's neck. Blood sprayed out like a spring. Everyone trembled. This was really a demon. He killed the other party's mount and even planned to eat it. "You're courting death." Ling Hua let out a sharp cry and was completely enraged. Her mount was killed right before her eyes, and this was undoubtedly an extraordinary humiliation. Boom, however, just as she was about to make a move, an old man with silver hair and beard suddenly appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Ling Hua. He said, "Miss, it's not good to fight with others before entering the Absolute Summit domain." The old man's body was flowing with the terrifying momentum that only old monsters in the King realm had. As soon as he appeared, many people's expressions changed. But there were also many people who weren't afraid. Because each of them was followed by a big shot to protect them in the dark. Uncle Yun, he killed my mount. How can I bear with it? Ling Hua's face was as cold as frost, and her eyes were full of frightening killing intent. It's just a feathered beast. It's nothing compared to the fortune in the absolute summit domain, the old man said lightly. This scene was very strange. It was obviously a king who had arrived, but from beginning to end, he was stopping Ling Hua from making a move. He didn't have the slightest intention to help her. But those who really knew the inside story knew that in today's world, anyone who dared to bully Lin Sun had to consider the consequences of doing so. After all, the matter of the mysterious woman killing her way to the 6 ancient orthodoxies by herself and forcing them to bow their heads was still spread in the world. Alright, I'll remember it. Ling Hua took a deep breath and stared at Lin Sun with a gloomy gaze. Cherish the time you have now. I'll get even with you once we enter the absolute summit domain. Her tone was icy cold and filled with hatred. It caused the air in this area to seem as if it had frozen, and many cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. After that, Ling Hua turned around and left this area. Young man, it's not so easy to survive in the absolute summit domain. Take care. The old man with white hair and beard glanced at Lin Sun with a ghastly gaze. If it was possible, he wished for nothing more than to kill Lin Sun immediately. But in the end, he restrained himself. Just as everyone guessed, it wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't dare. Of course, what he feared was not Lin Sun, but the mysterious woman behind Lin Sun. Old thing, when we come back from the absolute summit domain, I'd like to see if you still dare to talk big like this. Old Toad sneered. The old man snorted coldly and turned away. This farce came to an end. But the people nearby didn't dare to treat Lin Sun and his companions like before. Even few people dared to approach this area. Originally, after recognizing Lin Sun's identity, there were still many people who wanted to talk to him and make friends. After all, after entering the absolute summit domain, even if they couldn't act together, they could at least avoid some conflicts. But after witnessing the scene of Lin Sun and Ling Hua becoming enemies, these people gave up the idea. Although Demon Lin was strong, he also had a lot of enemies. To make friends with him, they also needed to consider the risks they had to bear. In this way, the area where Lin Sun and his companions were became more and more deserted. However, Lin Sun was also happy to be idle. He ordered Old Toad and Alu to start dissecting the Xianxia heavenly eagle together, intending to roast it and eat it. Anyway, they had nothing to do. Seeing this, some cultivators in the distance were speechless. Demon Lin was too bold. Didn't he know that this would further agitate Fairy Ling Hua? Many people looked at Ling Hua, and sure enough, they saw that the latter's pretty face was already as gloomy as water, and her whole body was emitting a terrifying and boundless killing intent. But Lin Sun and his companions didn't seem to notice it at all. Old Toad was skewering meat, Alu was lighting the fire, and Lin Sun was preparing the seasonings. The three of them had a clear division of labor, and soon they began roasting the Xianxia heavenly eagle. Ling Hua withdrew her gaze. She was worried that if she continued to watch, she wouldn't be able to control herself and would directly attack. It was also at this moment that a Golden Crow clan powerhouse quietly approached and transmitted his voice. Miss Ling Hua, my young master invites you. Ling Hua was stunned, and she looked up at the area closest to the City of Guidance. There was a golden-robed man leaning lazily on a throne that seemed to be made of gold. The roasted meat was soon cooked. It was golden and oily with seasoning smeared on it. The tempting aroma wafted through the air. Many cultivators swallowed their saliva secretly. Damn, it smelled so good. The most eye-catching was a pair of roasted wings that were more than 30 meters long. Even though they had been chopped into several pieces, they were still ridiculously large. Lin Sun, Old Toad and Alu sat on the ground, each holding a roasted eagle wing. They ate until their mouths were full of oil and they drank a big bowl of wine from time to time. Everyone was speechless. This was the City of Guidance, where elites from all over the world gathered to prepare for entering the domain of Apex and fighting for hegemony. But Demon God Lin and his companions were having a picnic. Black dog meat is the most delicious when cooked, golden heavenly snake meat is the best when boiled into soup, and green eagle meat is the most delicious when roasted. Lin Sun commented. Old Toad and Alu nodded fiercely as they wolfed down the food. Many cultivators nearby gasped. Demon God Lin's appetite was getting more and more picky. He ate as if he was commenting on all the delicacies in the world. Many cultivators' mounts were ferocious beasts and divine birds. At this moment, they were covered in goosebumps. They secretly swore to stay away from Demon God Lin. With a cough, a tall and thin man walked over. He looked down at Lin Sun, who was sitting on the ground, and said, "Lin Sun, the seventh prince invites you. Come with me." His voice was flat, but there was an indisputable tone in it. Everyone's expression changed. They recognized the tall and thin man as Wu Heng, an expert of the Golden Crow lineage. The seventh prince that Wu Heng spoke of was currently in front of the nearest city gate to the City of Guidance. His name was Wu Lingfei, a peerless and monstrous figure. Although he wasn't an ancient freak, Wu Lingfei was a royal descendant of the Golden Crow lineage. His bloodline was pure, his talent was outstanding, and his combat strength was also heaven-defying. "What's the matter?" Lin Sun asked casually while chewing the roasted meat. He didn't even raise his head. Wu Heng's face darkened. He repeated in a serious tone, "The seventh prince invites you." "I'm busy." Lin Sun refused without hesitation. Wu Heng was stunned, and he seemed to have never imagined that there would actually be someone who dared to disregard him after he announced the name of the seventh crown prince. What annoyed him most was that from the beginning to the end, Lin Sun just sat on the ground and only cared about eating meat. He didn't have any awareness of getting up to receive orders. "Are you sure?" Wu Heng took a deep breath and decided to give Lin Sun another chance to consider. Old Toad couldn't help rolling its eyes and saying unhappily, "You're just an errand boy. Since I've already rejected your invitation, why are you still standing here? Go back and tell that seventh prince that I'm not free." These words were very blunt. Wu Heng was infuriated to the point. His face turned gloomy. Even though there were numerous cultivator powers present here, the Golden Crow line of their Sunset Tang Valley was supreme, but now, there was actually someone who had rejected his invitation time and time again. Furthermore, his attitude was very casual. This was intolerable. "Humph, I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. You're on your own now." Wu Heng left behind a ruthless sentence and turned to leave. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but click their tongues in their hearts. Lin Sun really deserved to be the world-famous demon god Lin. His courage alone was beyond the reach of ordinary people. That was the envoy sent by the Golden Crow line, but he was so casually dismissed. In front of the majestic ancient city wall, the third prince of the Golden Crow line casually reclined on the golden throne, with a comfortable and lazy manner. "When Lin Sun comes later, I'll make him bow his head and apologize to you. This is also my sincerity," Wu Lingfei said slowly. His hair was crystal clear like a golden waterfall, and his facial features were sharp and angular, as if they were chiseled by a knife and axe, with a threatening spirit. "It's not impossible to cooperate with you, but I won't accept your apology," Ling Hua said coldly on one side, with a touch of hatred between her eyebrows. Wu Lingfei was speechless and transmitted his voice to her, "Miss Ling Hua, everyone in the world knows that Demon God Lin's combat power is extraordinary. We can draw him over first and let him risk his life for us. When we seize the opportunity." "Well, you know." Ling Hua was stunned. She realized that Wu Lingfei's move was to make use of Lin Sun, and not to cooperate with him. She said with a faint smile, "Taoism pure, you won't cooperate with me with the same intention, will you?" Wu Lingfei laughed, and then he sat up straight on the throne. His expression suddenly became serious, and he said, "I can swear in the name of the Golden Crow line that I won't betray you after crossing the river." Ling Hua didn't express an opinion. It was also at this moment that she suddenly smelled an alluring aroma of meat, causing her to feel a little hungry. Looking in the direction of the smell, Ling Hua's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and she almost bit her teeth into pieces. This hateful demon god Lin actually roasted and ate her mount. Wu Lingfei was also stunned for a moment, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then he comforted her, "Miss, don't be angry. A little impatience will spoil great plans. When we enter the Absolute Summit domain, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him." Ling Hua's voice was piercingly cold, and she said, "We can cooperate. Kill him with me, and I'll promise you now." Wu Lingfei's eyes flickered, and he began to think. At this moment, Wu Heng returned in a hurry, and said with a gloomy face, "Seventh Prince, that demon god Lin doesn't know what's good for him." Not only did he not come, but his attitude was also extremely bad. He told everything that had happened before. Hearing this, Ling Hua couldn't help but sneer. She looked at Wu Lingfei and wanted to see what decision he would make. Wu Lingfei was also silent for a moment. He really didn't expect that Lin Sun would directly refuse his invitation. Was he not going to give him face? An imperceptible coldness flashed in the depths of Wu Lingfei's eyes. Immediately, he smiled slightly, stood up, and said, "Forget it, let me personally invite him." It's normal and understandable for a person like Demon God Lin to put on airs. Wu Heng was very indignant. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but when Wu Lingfei's eyes swept over him, he shivered all over, and he dared not say another word. "Lin Sun, I'm Wu Lingfei of the Golden Crow branch. I've long heard of Brother Lin's name. Since we are fated to meet here today, can you come over for a chat?" Suddenly, the whole world was covered by Wu Lingfei's clear voice, which made all the cultivators present restless. No one expected that after Wu Heng was rejected, Wu Lingfei, the seventh prince of the Golden Crow branch, would take the initiative to invite Lin Sun at this moment. I'm afraid that only Demon God Lin deserves such treatment. Many cultivators didn't know what was going on. They just thought that Wu Lingfei thought highly of Lin Sun, and they couldn't help feeling a little envious and emotional. Inviting him for no reason is no different from being solicitous for no reason. You have to take it easy. No one in the Golden Crow branch is good, from old to young, Old Toad reminded him secretly. Lin Sun nodded to show that he understood. Taoism Pure Wu, please tell me what advice you have. Lin Sun also spoke loudly, and his voice spread far away. Immediately, the faces of the people of the Golden Crow branch became much colder. Their seventh prince had taken the initiative to invite Lin Sun, but this guy was still stubborn and didn't have the slightest awareness of coming over. Wu Lingfei was stunned as well, and then he said via voice transmission from afar, "It can't be considered to be guidance. I just want to ask Brother Lin to come over and resolve a misunderstanding with Miss Ling Hua. After all, when the divine sacrifice Tao altar descends, all of us will have to enter a region, and it's better to have another friend than another enemy." His voice was gentle, and it was like a spring breeze. Many cultivators secretly sighed with emotion. This seventh prince of the Golden Crow was a peerless genius, but his demeanor was easy to make people have a good impression of him. However, when he heard this, Lin Sun immediately smiled and said, "Resolve a misunderstanding? Okay, let her apologize to us three brothers, otherwise there's no need to talk about anything." Ling Hua was already full of anger, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but say, "Want me to apologize? That's really wishful thinking." Wu Lingfei's expression also became cold, and he said, "Brother Lin, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. If you take a step back, maybe we can still be friends and compete for fortune in the domain of despair together. If you insist on going your own way, I'm afraid we can't be friends anymore." At the end of his words, there was a touch of coldness in his tone. Some cultivators trembled with fear, realizing that Wu Lingfei was not only gentle, but also had his temper and strong side. If they couldn't be friends, of course, they could only be opponents, this was clear to everyone. Wu Lingfei's action was equivalent to giving Lin Sun an ultimatum. Either be a friend or an enemy, there was no other choice. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became gloomy because of these words. Many orthodoxies, such as the cultivators of the Beast Spiritual Mountain, were watching with cold eyes. Lin Sun replied without thinking, "Sorry, I don't intend to make friends casually." If Wu Lingfei spoke nicely, Lin Sun would respect him. But Wu Lingfei's words were full of needles and threats, which disgusted Lin Sun. The cultivators in the field were shocked. What did Lin Sun mean? Was he satirizing Wu Lingfei for making friends casually? Sure enough, many people noticed that Wu Lingfei's expression became colder and colder. Although there was no trace of anger, they were afraid that Lin Sun had been sentenced to death in his heart. What the hell? Is he qualified to be a peacemaker? Old Toad murmured. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Wu Lingfei was obviously roping in helpers and planned to act together after entering the domain of despair. It seemed that Ling Hua from Xuandu Taoism sect had already agreed to cooperate with Wu Lingfei. So, what on earth did Wu Lingfei promise to make an ancient freak like her choose to cooperate with him? At the same time, Ling Hua looked indifferent and transmitted her voice, Taoism pure Wu, have you made a decision? Wu Lingfei's expression remained unchanged. There was no sign of anger at all. He smiled slightly and said, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Ling Hua's eyes lit up. She knew that the reason why Wu Lingfei wanted to cooperate with her was nothing more than selfishness, but it didn't matter. The reason why she agreed to cooperate with him was that she also planned to make use of his strength. They were just using each other. Ling Hua was well aware of this. Dong, suddenly, the whole world trembled fiercely, and there was a dull shaking sound. Everything in the world, including the whole Zhou, seemed to be shaking. All the cultivators in the field trembled and staggered with fear in their hearts. It was like an unprecedented earthquake. At the same time, the 4 great realms of the ancient desolation also experienced a similar shock. P.S. Tomorrow's outbreak arrangement, the first update will be released after midnight, the second update at 10 a.m., and the third update at 12 noon. That's all for now. After the 4th update, there will be updates in succession. The previous chapter had the wrong number of chapters, so it had been corrected. Dong, the world shook. The sound was so depressing that it made all the creatures in the world tremble. At this moment, near the realm river that connected the 4 realms of the realm of ancient desolation, terrible disasters were happening. Countless cities, mountains, rocks, and trees were being destroyed, everything collapsed and turned into powder. Because the border river had completely disappeared, the barrier between the 4 great realms was broken just like that. It was as if 4 incomparably huge continents had collided violently at that moment. That kind of power involved the origin of the world, Zhou, and heaven and earth. When they collided, the terrifying destructive power was enough to make even sages tremble. It's coming. At this moment, in the East Victory, West Heng, South Xian, and North Dipper, countless sages who were cultivating in seclusion stopped what they were doing. The Great Era was coming, the ancient orthodoxies, the Saint Hermit grounds, and every force in the ancient desolation realm realized that the Great Era they had been waiting for a long time, a glorious era where destruction and rise coexisted, was about to begin today. 10,000 years was too long. They had to seize every moment, whether it was a great era or a chaotic era, it was unprecedented and different from the past. This day has finally come. In the Saint Hermit grounds, a sage in the Divine Secret Pavilion sighed. It was hard to tell if he was happy or sad. What great era! The most glorious era also means the most dangerous. People only stare at the dazzling moment, but they don't know that chaos is about to come. An old antique who had been silent for countless years said angrily with a hint of melancholy. The great era is like a bait. It's destined to be coveted and coveted. The war between the 9 zones is not far away, a sage from the great Zen temple made a prediction. In the ancient times, the 8 zones attacked and triggered the Nirvana War. Many sages died, many ancient orthodoxies perished in the war, and the ancient desolation realm was divided into 4 worlds. Today's great era is different from the past. If the war is ignited, neither sages nor ants will be able to stay out of it. At this moment, countless cultivators of the ancient sects were shocked, and they felt a chill run down their spines. They felt indescribably terrified because it was the first time they'd heard of such news. The pattern of the ancient desolation realm, which has existed for thousands of years, is destined to be reshaped in this great world. No one knows whether the ancient desolation realm will rise or perish because of this. Everything is a variable. Tribulation. Luck. No one can decide for themselves. The world is like a game of chess. It's hard to predict. In the extremity, let us strive to cross. Countless secrets were spoken of by various saints, and it caused monstrous waves to arise from it. It caused the cultivators of the various sects to feel an indescribable feeling of horror. Great era, troubled times, who can give an answer? Everyone was perplexed. There was no solution to this situation, the ancient desolation realm was changing. Even the ordinary people of this world were terrified, because it was as if a great earthquake was happening. Heaven and earth swayed, scenes of unrest everywhere. Everyone was running and hiding, but they didn't know where to run or where to hide. Because the turbulence was everywhere. In the forest, groups of beasts ran wildly and vicious birds cried out in alarm. In the lake and ocean, the waves rolled, and the creatures drifted with the waves. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary person, a cultivator, a demon, or a saint, all of them were unable to maintain their composure in the face of this unprecedented and shocking change. Even the saints couldn't see through the shocking changes that were happening in the entire ancient desolation realm. As a result, no one knew just how many mountains were uprooted from the ground and shot into the sky during this tremor. Countless spirit veins, spirit medicines, treasures, and divine materials were growing in every area of the world like mushrooms after the rain. Countless spirits had appeared in the world at this moment. Countless ancient sites, ruins, and mysterious places that had been submerged in the river of time had reappeared in the world. The entire ancient desolation realm was going through a shocking change. It was like the awakening of insects. All kinds of changes were happening at an unbelievable speed, changing the original scene and pattern of the world. The heavenly cycle, the fortune of the great path, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Everything was changing, and it was advancing in a brilliant direction. Dong, in the sky above the ancient battlefield, the loud sound was like the sound of a drum, shocking the divine soul. It contained the supreme power of the heavenly cycle. The gloomy sky was filled with magnificent and gorgeous clouds, and it was full of vitality. It swept away the haze in the world and gradually made it holy. On the ancient battlefield, which was full of ruins, decay, and devastation, there was an invisible and abundant spirituality flowing and infusing the earth. Grass and trees were growing in the ruins, and all the things in the mountains and rivers were covered with a layer of misty airflow, illusory and misty. The grass and trees were fresh, and the tender leaves were green, glowing with a crystal luster. The lifeless ancient battlefield seemed to be resurrected from wither and glowed with a different kind of vitality, a leaf in autumn. Even the ancient battlefield had such a shocking change. It could be imagined what kind of transformation the entire ancient desolation realm was going through. The prelude to a great world has finally come. In front of the city of guidance, Lin Sun and the other cultivators present, after the initial horror, all became excited at this moment, and their faces were full of longing. They clearly felt that there was an abundant vitality between heaven and earth. Their bodies seemed to be washed by clear spring water, and they felt comfortable all over. Their perception of heaven and earth, their comprehension of the Great Way, and their control of the Tao seemed to be clearer than before. This was because the power of the Great Way of the heavenly cycle was changing. To the younger generation, the Great Era was resplendent, splendid, and exciting. The coming of the Great World would bring unexpected opportunities, which could enable them to set foot on the peak of the king realm that they dreamed of. This was undoubtedly an irresistible temptation for any cultivator. Otherwise, why did those ancient freaks have to endure the loneliness of the vicissitudes of life, and only awaken in this world? Everything was for the sake of this great era. It's finally here. Lin Sun looked up at the sky, and his heart was surging. When he left the mortal world and entered the ancient desolation realm, what was the purpose? First, revenge. Second, to prove the way. Revenge, there was already some progress. And to prove the way was in this great world. Lin Sun still clearly remembered what the current emperor of Xiao Empire had said before he left. The ancient desolation realm is destined to become a place where the strong compete for supremacy, and the world will fall into an unprecedented turmoil. You only need to remember one word when you go to the ancient desolation realm. Strive. The struggle for the Great Way is like 100 barges vying for the current. If you fall one step behind, you may never set foot on the top of the Great Way in this life. If you want to fight for a great fortune in this great world that is about to begin, what you need is nothing more than strength. In the past, you often used the strategy of borrowing strength to fight strength. This is just a small trick. You should remember that in the face of absolute strength, no matter how wise you are and how amazing your strategy is, you are doomed to be smashed. Strength is the Great Way. The transformation of the state of mind, the improvement of cultivation, the strengthening of the soul, and the strengthening of the body, in the final analysis, are all reflected in the changes of the strength you have mastered. This kind of strength can make you a king, fight against the tribulation of immortality, and even help you become a sage. The Great Way of the heavens is also a kind of strength, but it needs to be comprehended and understood. The Great Way of the heavens is also a kind of strength, but it needs to be cultivated and mastered. Even if it's the knowledge, experience, and experiences that you have, aren't they also a form of inner strength? With these, you can further understand the true meaning of cultivation. Strength is definitely not simply brute force. It is the simplest explanation of cultivation. Now Lin Sun had set foot on the top of the reincarnation developing realm, but he still felt enlightened when he thought of these words that the emperor had said. In his mind, the figure of a man in green clothes and straw shoes appeared uncontrollably. His figure was as tall as a pine tree. This was the supreme figure who made all living beings in the world revere, and countless strong men bow to him. Facing him was like facing a dominator who controlled the universe and stood at the peak of the world. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun finally realized how powerful this emperor was. As early as 10 years ago, he had predicted the coming of the Great Era and earnestly reminded himself. At this moment, not only Lin Sun, but also Alu and Old Toad beside him were in different moods. They looked up at the sky and thought quickly. The same was true of other practitioners present. This Great Era was finally going to unveil the mysterious veil in front of them. The change in their state of mind was really indescribable. This turmoil, which affected the entire ancient desolation realm, lasted for 10 days. In these 10 days, the 4 worlds had been completely restored to one, and the ancient style and scenery of the ancient desolation realm had been restored. In these 10 days, there had been earth-shaking changes in countless states, cities, and boundless suburbs in the world. The spiritual chi was several times richer than before. Everything in the world had given birth to products and resources that were enough to make people crazy. Even the order of Zhou Tian, the longitude and latitude of heaven and earth, and the fate of the Great Way, had undergone an unprecedented transformation invisibly. Happiness came from the extreme. Since the Nirvana War, the divided ancient desolation realm had been silent for too long. Now, the accumulated power finally broke out. In exchange for today's Great Era, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedentedly brilliant. In these 10 days, the 3,000 guiding places in different areas of the ancient desolation realm had already welcomed countless practitioners. Geniuses, heroes, talents, ancient freaks, peerless evildoers. From different areas, they poured into the 3,000 guiding places like a torrent. Because the prelude to the Great Era had been opened, and the absolute domain was about to come, only by waiting at the place of guidance would one be able to enter the divine sacrifice Tao altar and enter the region of despair that countless cultivators dreamed of. The wind was blowing. The clouds were surging. The eyes of the whole world began to focus on this battle for the absolute domain. The Great Era was coming, and the world was going to change. The 3,000 guiding places in different areas of the ancient desolation soon became the place where the world gathered. The talents of the ancient orthodoxies, the direct descendants of the ancient tribes and families of the saints, and the younger generation all flocked to different guiding places like a tide. All the cultivators in the world were paying attention to it. This day was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. The arrival of the most brilliant era would become an indelible mark and be remembered by future generations. The great Tao is within reach. In the heaven-reaching sword sect, Yun Qingbai looked as calm as ever. However, between his sword-like eyebrows, there was an unprecedented sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. 10 years of sharpening a sword, it was time to test it in the Great Era. He took the old sword case from the sword boy and carried it on his back solemnly like he did every day when he practiced swordsmanship. Everyone knew that Yun Qingbai never carried a sword. Carrying a sword on his back was his swordsmanship. On the same day, Yun Qingbai went down the mountain alone. It's time to go. On this day, Wang Xuanyu, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, Yan Zhanqiu, and other influential figures of the ancient orthodoxies, accompanied by their elders, went to different guiding places. Some ancient freaks, such as Qi Lingxiao who practiced the 6 prisons devastation method, Lin Shui, the peerless saintess who made countless talents bow down 3,000 years ago, and by Long Ting of the white-fled dragon lineage, they all started to take action. Tens of thousands of heavenly geniuses from past to present, began to gather in the great world, appearing in different places of guidance, drawing the attention of the world. At the same time, the forces in the Saint Hermit Place also took action. The Great Zen Temple, the Divine Secret Pavilion, the Xitigarbha Temple, the Heavenless Sect, these ancient forces, which had been isolated from the world, finally began to come out after the coming of the Great Era. Remember to kill that dog Lin Sun. In the heavens pivot holy land, a big shot ordered. Do you still remember the shame that little bastard brought to our sect? I believe you should know what to do after entering the absolute summit domain. In any case, we must never allow this bastard to become a king. In the great world, the first is to seize the fortune of King Qing, and the second is to kill Lin Sun. Similar conversations took place in the Pure Lands of Longevity, the sacred grounds of numinous treasures, the Heavenly Sword sect, the Pure Lands of Longevity, the vast Sea Dao sect, and the Black Sea Tengu clan. Back then, the mysterious woman was alone. She turned into an animal, herding sheep as she set foot on these ancient inheritances. This type of extraordinary shame and humiliation, even though they could endure it, no one would forget it. Now, the region of absolute peaks was about to arrive, and it was impossible for anyone above the king realm to enter. This had undoubtedly become the best opportunity for them to take revenge. Moreover, the inheritors of these orthodoxies that were about to enter the apex zone were not only numerous, but there were also ancient freaks among them. This was their true foundation and trump card. The world was changing. In the sky above the ancient battlefield, the haze had been completely swept away a long time ago. The clear sky was clear like glass while copious vitality bloomed within the ruins, causing the heavens and the earth to be enshrouded in spirit energy, and it was peaceful and pure. Along with the passage of time, the figures of cultivators were like tidewater that drowned an area of 50 kilometers before the city of guidance. In just a few days, the number of people here had increased by a few times. Most of them were inheritors of orthodoxies and clans, and there was no lack of top geniuses and ancient freaks. Under such circumstances, no matter if it was the line of the Golden Crow or the myriad beast Spirit Mountain, all of them seemed to be very restrained, and they weren't willing to cause a conflict at this moment. Lin Sun, the old toad, and Alu were gathered together, yet they seemed to be weak in this area where there were numerous orthodoxies. Those orthodoxies had at least a few dozen people, and some even had hundreds or thousands of people. Even though there weren't many figures that could truly be considered to be at the top, this level of strength was still very shocking. Fortunately, the cultivators that arrived in this area had successively found out about Lin Sun's identity, so even though they were few in number, no one came looking for trouble with them. More and more people are coming. The old toad sighed lightly. This was already the 4th day since the arrival of the Great Era. In these past few days, it wasn't just the heavens and the earth that had undergone an upheaval, even the number of cultivators that had come to the City of Guidance had doubled. It could be foreseen how great the competition would be after they entered the region of absolute peaks. Alu was snoring loudly while Lin Sun was sitting cross-legged instead, and they seemed as if they were completely indifferent to what was happening in the outside world. The old toad was speechless. These two fellows are really heartless. The latest news, the latest news. In the distance, an expert of the Wind Speaker clan flapped his wings and flew over, attracting the attention of many cultivators. In these past few days, all the cultivators that arrived at the City of Guidance could only obtain information from the experts of the Wind Speaker clan if they wanted to know about the news of the outside world. The Saint of the Divine Secret Pavilion has deduced that the Divine Sacrifice Altar will descend into the world within 7 days. Bang, the entire area was seething with excitement. Many cultivators couldn't sit still anymore, and their eyes lit up. Waiting was undoubtedly the most unbearable time. Especially when there were numerous cultivators rushing over at every moment, and it caused the pressure on everyone to multiply. According to the experts of my clan, the number of cultivators that have gathered before the 3,000 guidance grounds in the region of ancient desolation has already exceeded 50 million people. When this news spread out, the expressions of many people changed slightly, and their hearts tightened. Why are there so many people? Someone was surprised. In next to no time, someone gave the answer. The region of ancient desolation was extremely vast, and it was scattered with countless states and cities. The number of cultivators there was in the hundreds of millions. It was common knowledge that the conditions to enter the absolute region were very simple. All cultivators below the king realm could enter. This meant that so long as one met the requirements, then no matter if one was a peak figure in the younger generation or not, all cultivators had the qualifications to enter the absolute region. The peak figures did so for the sake of seizing heaven-defying fortune and attaining the king realm. On the other hand, other cultivators didn't have such extravagant hopes. They'd merely entered the absolute region for the sake of seeking fortuitous encounters and fortune. For example, why would some ancient sects dispatch so many disciples? It was very simple. It was for the sake of seizing the fortune within the absolute region as much as possible. Even if they couldn't become a peak king realm expert, they would at least have a very high chance of advancing into the king realm. No matter how bad it was, they would be able to find some spirit herbs and precious treasures that could only be chanced upon by luck. On the other hand, some weaker cultivators naturally had similar intentions and intended to enter the absolute region to try their luck. Even if they were clearly aware that it was extremely dangerous, how could they not take a risk for the sake of rising up and becoming stronger? In this way, it could be imagined how many qualified cultivators would swarm into the absolute region when the absolute region descended this time. Everyone might not know this, but the guiding cities in front of the ancient battlefield are considered to be better. Some of the guiding cities that are distributed in flourishing areas have millions of cultivators gathered here. That scale is absolutely terrifying. The powerhouses of the Wind Talker clan sighed with emotion. The competition is getting more and more brutal. Someone was deeply worried. Humph. No matter how many there are, they're just cannon fodder. They can only pave the way for others to become a king with blood and bones. Someone was proud and disdainful. If the weak want to rise, they can only fight with their lives. Although the hope is slim, if they can really seize the opportunity in the absolute region, perhaps it's enough for them to rise rapidly. Unfortunately, the chances are too slim, 1 in 10,000. True fortune isn't obtained by luck at all. There was endless discussion in the field. Before the divine sacrifice altar descends, there's something I have to tell you. Old Toad looked at Lin Sun and Alu and transmitted his voice to them. The path we choose will lead us to the immortal burning realm of the 3,000 realms. As long as we enter, every cultivator will be separated and transmitted to different areas of the immortal burning realm. Because the laws of heaven and earth inside are different, some communication methods used in the outside world can't be used at all. If we three brothers want to meet, we must arrive at the ancient immortal burning realm. The ancient immortal burning realm? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's the central place of the immortal burning realm, also known as the realm city. There's a similar ancient city in every realm. Speaking of this, Old Toad reminded them, you should be careful at that time. Although there are countless fortunes hidden in the absolute region, there are also many dangers. Lin Sun and Alu nodded. Of course, the most important thing is to go to the ancient immortal burning realm as soon as possible. At that time, I'll take you to an amazing place of fortune. At the end of his words, Old Toad's saliva flowed out, as if recalling the past experience. At the same time, other cultivators present were also communicating in secret. Some ancient orthodoxies had mastered secrets that outsiders couldn't know, and their understanding of the absolute region was no less than that of Old Toad. At this time, they were also exhorting their successors. As time went by, more and more cultivators gathered in front of the 3,000 guiding places in the ancient desolation realm, and the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Boom! On this day, in the sky above the ancient battlefield, a sacred beam of light fell from the sky. It was extremely dazzling and holy, so magnificent that it made people's hearts tremble. Everyone shot their gazes over in unison, and their entire bodies trembled from excitement. The divine sacrifice Tao altar that they'd been waiting for a long time, it was finally coming. That sacred beam of light was the derivation of Tao, which had appeared several times in ancient times. Today, it came again, magnificent and holy. Not to mention the reincarnation developing realm powerhouses, even some old monsters of the king realm present and the sages hidden in the dark narrowed their eyes and stared at it with rapt attention. That was the supreme order of the Great Way. It was originally invisible, but now it was revealed. If one could comprehend it, it might even help the path of Tao. A rain of light fluttered, crystal clear, and filled the world. At this moment, everyone felt the aura of Tao, and their expressions were solemn as they silently comprehended it. Unfortunately, this kind of power was too supreme. Although they could feel it, when they wanted to comprehend it, it was hazy like flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water. Boom! The bright beam of light rushed into the guiding city, and suddenly, endless Tao light emerged, dyeing the world with a divine aura. The light was like a flowing galaxy, and the divine rainbow poured down like a waterfall, gorgeous and ethereal, as if the source of Tao was spreading. In the end, the endless Tao light condensed into an ancient Taoist altar. At the same time, the gate of the guiding city that had been sealed for countless years opened quietly at this moment. The Tao altar was extremely tall. It was 993 m tall like a lofty mountain, and it was completely bathed in the pure and holy light of the Tao that seemed like a drifting river of stars. As it stood there, the mottled aura of time settled on it. But when one looked at it carefully, it seemed to be very ordinary and ordinary. However, in the eyes of the saints, this Tao altar was different. It was a primitive scene that was branded with the energy of the laws, and it caused them to feel oppressed and their hearts tremble. Bang! At practically the exact same moment, the same scene occurred at all the 3,000 guidance grounds in the ancient Desolation region. Divine light descended and transformed into the divine sacrifice altar that appeared in the world. In an instant, the world was seething with excitement. Even the gazes of the saints burned with desire. Regretfully, they had no fate with this supreme fortune. The divine sacrifice altar was the node of the passageway that led to the apex region. So long as one stepped foot onto the Tao altar, one would be teleported to the corresponding region. Let's go. Calls resounded as cultivators surged towards the divine sacrifice altar like a surging tide. Some great figures sighed endlessly with emotion when they saw this. This was an unprecedentedly grand era that was extremely dazzling, and the most intense battle between geniuses in history was bound to occur in the apex region, who could trample on their peers and rise to prominence, who were lucky enough to attain the apex king realm. The answer to all of this would be revealed in the apex region. Charge. All the cultivators in the ancient battlefield seemed as if they'd gone mad as they rushed towards the divine sacrifice altar. Even the top figures and geniuses weren't able to maintain their composure, and they didn't hesitate to take action. Fuck off. Who dares block the way? A group of experts from the Suncrow clan charged forward. Their entire bodies were covered in brilliant golden flames as they tore open a path. Wu Lingfei easily followed them and stepped foot onto the divine sacrifice altar. Rumble, a group of ancient mutants charged forward from the myriad beast spirit mountain, and they pushed aside the cultivators on their path as they charged towards the divine sacrifice altar at the first possible moment. This was very domineering and overbearing, but no one paid attention to it because similar incidents were occurring everywhere. For the sake of entering the apex region at the first possible moment, the disciples of those ancient sects didn't care who you were, and anyone that dared to obstruct you would be blasted flying. Let's take action as well. As he spoke, Lin Sun brought along Old Toad and Ah Lu to move forward in the vast crowd. But the divine sacrifice Tao altar flickered repeatedly with the light of the Tao, and the cultivators that stepped onto it seemed as if they'd teleported and instantly vanished without a trace. Ah dash! A blood-curdling scream rang out. It turned out that an old monster king had been blasted away. Blood spurted out of his mouth and nose, and he was almost killed on the spot. This person had taken out his secret treasure and suppressed his cultivation to the level of the reincarnation development realm, but all of this was useless. Not only was his secret treasure destroyed, but he had also almost lost his life. Some old fellows at the king realm were originally eager to make a move, but when they witnessed this scene, their hearts instantly turned cold, and they didn't dare move forward again. But there were people who didn't believe it. Boom, the heavens and the earth trembled. A saint of the Golden Crow lineage made his move. His entire body seemed illusory as endless golden divine radiance rose from it. He swooped down from the sky and attempted to enter the Taoist altar. Evidently, even a saint was unable to resist the temptation of the pinnacle region, and they were willing to take the risk just to enter it. However, the result was frightening. In an instant, this saint's body was pierced by the power of order. His entire body was bathed in blood. He let out a pained roar and fled in panic. All the experts that witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb, and they were shocked to the point their entire bodies trembled. That was a saint, but before the power of the divine sacrifice altar, he seemed to be vulnerable, and he was heavily injured in the blink of an eye. It was extremely terrifying. At this point, even a saint had extinguished the thought of probing. Consciousness was an unprecedented great creation, and it was bound to be something that they couldn't touch. The scene was very chaotic. There were too many cultivators in the field, and all of them swarmed forward, causing the surroundings of the divine sacrifice altar to seem extremely crowded. Lin Sun and the others didn't encounter too many obstacles. Alu was like a barbarian god opening the way, and merely his ferocious aura forced the cultivators along the way to retreat. In next to no time, Alu was the first to rush up, and then Old Toad disappeared along with him. But at the moment when Lin Sun arrived at the divine sacrifice altar, a sudden change occurred. Swish, a wisp of sharp light that was as fine as a cow's hair suddenly appeared and pierced towards the center of Lin Sun's eyebrows. This wisp of sharp light seemed to be invisible. It was too fine and small, and its speed was extremely fast. It was extremely difficult to capture, and it occurred in the most chaotic area, so it was almost impossible to notice. Lin Sun's black pupils suddenly constricted. It was too late to dodge, so he could only display the Basha prohibition to stop this attack. As long as he could stop it for a moment, it was enough, but to Lin Sun's surprise, the Basha prohibition, which was powerful enough to imprison a peerless strongman in an instant, was like an empty shell at this moment. It didn't play any role at all. It was pierced by this wisp of sharp light and rushed to the center of Lin Sun's eyebrows. However, Lin Sun didn't panic, because he had noticed that this was a soul attack. Chop. In the sea of consciousness, Little Silver, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. With a swish, he chopped out an invisible sword intent. That wisp of sharp light was actually a light gray silver needle that was as fine as a hair. It was an extremely treacherous and vicious soul treasure, which was extremely rare. If it were other cultivators, this blow alone would be enough to easily wipe out their spirit. But at this time, under Little Silver's chop, the light gray silver needle was broken into pieces with a bang. Little Silver reached out and grabbed these pieces in his hand. He put them in his mouth and chewed them for a while. Then he suddenly retched with a terrible face, "It's so disgusting. How could it be?" At the same time, a surprised voice sounded out in the distance, and it was instantly locked by Lin Sun's gaze. That person had a delicate appearance, a smooth forehead, and a cold expression. Surprisingly, it was the ancient freak of Xuandu Taoism sect, Ling Hua. At this moment, her face revealed a shocked expression and disbelief. That light gray silver needle was a soul treasure that was priceless and possessed shocking lethality. If it wasn't for revenge against Lin Sun, she wouldn't be willing to use it. But now, not only was this treasure destroyed, Lin Sun was still unharmed. Clang. At this moment, Lin Sun had already made a move without hesitation. The broken blade flashed out and suddenly chopped towards Ling Hua. This woman was simply too vicious. She hadn't even entered the absolute peak region, but she chose this place to launch a sneak attack. She obviously wanted to catch him off guard and take advantage of the opportunity to take his life, therefore, Lin Sun didn't hold back in this attack. Ling Hua let out a scream. Obviously, she felt threatened, so she fled first and rushed up the divine sacrifice altar. There were too many cultivators here. If this attack hit, it would inevitably injure many people. Lin Sun could only put away the broken blade, but his face had become extremely cold. "Stinking bitch, don't let me catch you." He spoke coldly. Ling Hua turned around with a gloomy expression, and she similarly carried unwillingness as she gritted her teeth and sneered. "I'll wait for you." Her voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when she'd vanished and been teleported away. Swoosh, without any further delay, Lin Sun charged up the divine sacrifice altar. Instantly, he felt something flash before his eyes, and he lost all his senses. One day later, the 3,000 divine sacrifice altars fell into deathly silence. They were ancient and mottled, and no glow of the Tao flowed out from them. "The reception has ended." A great figure spoke in a low voice. "The next 10 years will depend on their own fortune." A saint sighed with emotion. Some cultivators that rushed over hurriedly seemed as if they'd been struck by lightning when they saw this, and they either beat their chests and stamped their feet, cried out loudly with unwillingness, or wanted to cry yet had no tears. There were even some that were unable to endure the blow and started wailing loudly. They were only a step away, yet they'd missed the opportunity to enter the absolute peak region. This blow was too heavy, and it caused these cultivators to be on the verge of collapse. The path of cultivation had always been like this. It seemed like they'd missed an opportunity to enter the absolute peak region, yet in reality, it was very likely that they'd missed a fortuitous encounter that was sufficient to change their fate and path towards the Tao. Ancient trees covered a luxuriant range of mountains. The air surged with abundant and moist spirit energy, and it revealed a primitive and ancient style. The strange thing was that no matter if it was the mountains or the plants, all of them revealed a fiery red color, and they were resplendent like the glow of fire yet seemed like the glow of blood that was burning. Even the soil on the ground was a type of bright crimson red like blood. When he looked around, the mountains were like flames while the heavens and the earth were crimson red, and it was like he was in a world that was burning. Swoosh, a figure strode forward amidst the mountains. His figure was tall and handsome, his moon-white clothes fluttered with the wind, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. It was precisely Lin Sun. The energy of the Grand Tao in the heavens and the earth is clear and surging. If one comprehends the Grand Tao here, then it's sufficient to be over 3 times faster than in the outside world. The spirit energy here is much denser than in the outside world as well. Even the dew on the leaves of the grass contains copious amounts of spirit energy, and it can be called spirit dew. If I practice, I can make rapid progress in cultivation without the help of the spiritual marrow. The mountains and rivers are filled with beautiful spirits, and there are some spirit materials and precious medicines that have never been heard of or seen in the outside world. It's too rich, and it's simply like a land of treasures that was born from nature. Lin Sun was observing carefully. Using the wind-chasing eyes, he could clearly see through all kinds of mysteries contained in the world, mountains, rivers, and lakes. After being moved to this world, Lin Sun didn't panic or delay. He immediately took action, trying his best to perceive everything he saw, deducing and comparing. In the end, even he had to admit that the absolute peak region was indeed too magical and extraordinary. It was like a pure land of the gods, just like the legendary kingdom of God. The power of the great way between heaven and earth, the spirit energy and vitality hidden in all things in the mountains and rivers were far from comparable to the outside world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that any random place to cultivate here would have the same effect as cultivating in the blessed enclave in the outside world. This was just Lin Sun's initial observation. If he continued to explore deeper, he was bound to find unexpected gains. Suddenly, a lonely mountain in the distance caught Lin Sun's attention. On the cliff on one side of the mountain, there was a waterfall pouring down, making a rumbling sound of splashing water. On the cliff inside the waterfall, there was an illusory and gorgeous luster, looming under the cover of the waterfall. Under the gaze of the wind-chasing eyes, the illusory luster couldn't be hidden at all and was reflected in Lin Sun's field of vision. A fiery red spirit flower was swaying in the crevice of the cliff wall. The flower was beautiful and bright red, like a burning blood-red full moon. P.S. Tickets are the driving force of eruption. It's true that it will affect your mood, but let's wait and see. There will be a lot of eruptions today. It was a king herb. Lin Sun made a judgment at a glance. Moreover, what moved him was that this king medicine was even more mystical than the king medicines he had seen in the outside world. When the flower swayed, strands of scarlet essence mist would drift out, like a small waterfall spraying out from the pistil. Lin Sun approached it in a flash. The waterfall was like a white dragon, cascading down from the cliff. There was an ancient pine tree on the cliff, scarlet red and ancient, as if a horned dragon was entrenched there. The bright red king herb was rooted in the crevice. On one side, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and emitting fragrance. Lin Sun couldn't help marveling that the spiritual energy here was so rich like a thick mist. Breathing it casually made him feel as comfortable as soaking in a clear spring. He approached it, but his figure rushed towards the scarlet pine not far away from the king herb. Crack, a violent snapping sound resounded, and then the crimson pine actually let out a shrill cry of pain before swiftly transforming into a black-cloaked man. The man's skin was dark green, and a totem was branded on his forehead. His body was tall and strong, and he was an expert from the Kunma race. The spiritual energy around the cliff has been absorbed by this king herb. It can't accommodate other plants at all. My fellow practitioner, your camouflage is too bad. Lin Sun said calmly. Boom, the man didn't say anything. He directly took action. A green spiritual sword with pine patterns swept out of his palm and chopped at Lin Sun. As soon as the sword was raised, the terrible sword intent was like a raging sea, crushing the void and pressing down. It was extremely horrible. However, Lin Sun didn't even look at it. He stretched out his hand and flicked his finger. With a bang, the sword intent exploded. The spiritual sword whined and was bounced off like a dead snake. The man seemed to be struck by lightning, with blood spurting from his mouth and nose. When he was about to escape, Lin Sun pressed his palm and imprisoned him in place. Lin Sun said, "If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead at the first moment." The man's face changed, and he said, "What do you want to know?" He was a smart man. Lin Sun didn't hide and said, "You have arrived here long ago. Why don't you pick the herb and leave? Why do you wait here? If I tell you, will you let me go?" the man asked. Lin Sun nodded. "Look here." The man pointed at the root of the king herb in the crevice. The crimson glow there was resplendent and dazzling to the extreme, but if one looked carefully, one would notice numerous translucent worms that were like grains of sand were lying at the roots of the king medicine, and they were swallowing the essence that the king medicine sprayed out. Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes. There were about a dozen of these insects. They were tiny and covered by the glow. If a practitioner's mind was attracted by the king medicine, he would easily ignore these insects. Before I came, someone discovered this king medicine, but when he tried to pluck it, he strangely began to struggle violently, letting out sinister and mournful screams. In just a few breaths of time, that guy's body was completely devoured, and not even his bones were left. A smear of fear and seriousness appeared on the man's face as he spoke. This was also the reason why he hadn't made a move yet. However, to his surprise, Lin Sun's expression didn't change at all after knowing all this. Lin said casually, "I see. You can go now." The man was even more surprised. You're not worried that I'll take revenge on you in the future? If I have to worry about revenge every day, how can I cultivate?" Lin Sun glanced at him. The man cupped his hands, "Thank you very much." He turned around and left. On the way, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. After frowning and meditating for a long time, he suddenly patted his forehead and his face suddenly changed. No wonder that guy looked familiar. It was Demon Lin. At the thought of this, he broke out in a cold sweat and fled in a hurry. In front of the cliff, Lin Sun looked at the king medicine carefully, but he didn't pick it. Instead, he asked casually, "Guys, aren't you going to leave?" The surroundings were silent. No one responded. It was as if he was talking to himself. Boom, Lin Sun pressed his palm and fingers in the void. Under the waterfall, the void suddenly collapsed, and a huge rock burst into pieces. Then several figures rushed out. "Demon God Lin, we had our eyes on this king herb first." They were 3 men and 1 woman, obviously from the same force. One of them, a young man in a white robe, looked gloomy and glared at Lin Sun. "Nonsense, why don't you say that you targeted this immortal burning realm first?" Lin Sun said coldly. "Demon God Lin, once you enter the burning immortal world, you'll be all alone. That mysterious woman behind you won't be able to save you either. Listen to my advice, it's better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, this region of absolute apex will be your burial ground." Another man said proudly. "That's right. Do you still think this is the outside world? Only the descendants of ancient orthodoxies like us can seize good fortune. I'm not afraid to tell you that senior brother Xianxia of the Yuan Gathering Spirit Pavilion will be here soon." These descendants from the Yuan Gathering Spirit Pavilion were obviously quite afraid of Lin Sun, but their attitude was still very arrogant, and their words revealed undisguised threats. Especially when the name Xianxia was mentioned, they all showed a sense of pride. "Xianxia? I've never heard of him." Lin Sun's voice became cold. "I've already given you a chance. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being ruthless." These people's faces suddenly became gloomy, and they were angry. "I've long heard that your combat power is superb. Today, I'd like to see if you're really as strong as the rumor says." Suddenly, the white-robed man took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Obviously, he was not willing to leave like this. That king herb was extremely magical, and it could be regarded as a small opportunity. Plop, however, as soon as he stood up, he was hit away by Lin Sun's palm and fell on the ground more than 30 meters away, coughing up blood. The others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that their companion would be so weak. He was hit away so easily, and he didn't even have the strength to resist. "Get out." Lin Sun's patience had been worn out, and he issued an ultimatum. Just you wait. Those who offend the Yuan Gathering Spirit Pavilion will not end well. In the end, these people left dejectedly, and they didn't forget to leave some harsh words before leaving. A bunch of good-for-nothings will be eliminated sooner or later. Lin Sun laughed and didn't bother to pay attention to them. He looked at the king herb again, and then couldn't help sighing and muttering, I don't know whether I'm lucky or that little guy is too lucky. Then, Little Silver appeared in the air with his arms crossed, and a touch of coldness and pride appeared on his handsome little face. Master, are you in trouble again? I've said long ago that I will never fight with some inferior trash. Lin Sun's lips twitched. This boy was really as proud as before. He pointed to the king herb, if you don't like it, I'll take it away. Little Silver was stunned at first, and then his eyes suddenly brightened. He suddenly cheered, and there was no trace of coldness and pride, but he was like a child. He opened his mouth and sucked sharply. Suddenly, more than a dozen transparent bugs lying at the root of the king herb trembled all over, and then were swept up and swallowed by Little Silver. Little Silver showed an intoxicated and happy smile. Lin Sun couldn't help saying, these are all your kind. You, just eat them like this? Yes, these bugs lying at the root of this king herb were all spirit-eating bugs. In the outside world, except for Little Silver, they were almost extinct, but now they appeared in this domain of absolute summit. When Lin Sun first saw it, he was also a little shocked and surprised. He had to admit that this domain of absolute summit was really too magical. No, I'm a royal. They haven't shed wisdom, so they can only be reduced to food to help me transform and evolve. If I don't have wisdom, I'm doomed to be food. This is the nature of my spirit-eating bugs. Little Silver shook his head and explained. Lin Sun suddenly understood. This is, when Little Silver looked at the king herb, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe it. Spirit-calming flower? Whoosh, before his voice died away, Little Silver rushed over. Instead of devouring it, he uprooted the flower and carefully put it away, his eyebrows full of joy. Lin Sun coughed dryly. Little Silver was stunned and immediately said solemnly, Thank you for giving me such a great opportunity, Master. With this spirit-calming flower, I can have a little more chance to transform into a king. If you have any orders in the future, I will go through fire and water for you. Lin Sun was very satisfied. It was not good to be too cold and arrogant. Immediately, he asked curiously, a spirit-calming flower can only give you a little more chance. Little Silver's path of transformation was different from that of cultivators. Now he could only be regarded as a larva with the qualification of a latent king. But even so, he was extremely powerful. If he could transform into a bug king, it could be imagined that it would not be impossible for him to kill old monsters in the king realm. The rarest thing was that the attack of spirit-eating bugs was absolutely impossible to guard against. Little Silver nodded and then said, If Master can help me collect more spirit-calming flowers, I will have a greater chance to advance to the king realm. Lin Sun said grumpily, Do you think king herbs are cabbages that can be picked at will? Silver swept the surroundings with his gaze and said, Master, everything is possible in the region of extinction. There's a brand related to the region of extinction in my memories as well. Unfortunately, it's been sealed, and it can only be opened when one advances into the king realm. Lin Sun was instantly moved. Old Toad was an ancient freak. Could it be that? Little Silver was also one. That was really possible. After all, according to Xianxia of the Nether Star Imperial family, spirit-eating bugs should have been extinct in ancient times. But Little Silver came back to life, and his memory was sealed, almost like Old Toad's. What was the difference between him and an ancient freak? In the end, Lin Sun agreed to help Little Silver keep an eye on the spirit-calming flower, and the little guy happily returned to his sea of consciousness with a much more intimate attitude than before. Of course, he still couldn't change his cold and arrogant nature. I have to go to the ancient city of immortals as soon as possible. Lin Sun took a deep breath, got rid of distracting thoughts, and decided to temporarily give up the plan of searching for opportunities alone. He would go to the ancient city of immortals to meet Old Toad and Alu. Although anyone below the king realm could enter the field of extinction, it was possible to become a king in the field of extinction. Lin Sun wasn't afraid of competing with any peers, but once someone set foot in the king realm, even if he wasn't a peak king realm expert, he would definitely be a great threat. Currently, there were tens of millions of cultivators who had entered the apex region. Even though they were all cultivators below the king realm, none of them dared to slack off. Because a king realm expert would be born at any moment, it was common knowledge that only some supreme geniuses had a chance to compete for the king realm. But why had those ancient sects sent out so many disciples? The reason was very easy to guess. Perhaps some of these disciples were unable to become a king realm expert, but they possessed the qualifications to advance into the king realm. It could be foreseen that it wouldn't be long before many new kings of the younger generation would be born, and then they would rely on their higher cultivation to crush their opponents. Time was of the essence. Even though the apex region would close in 10 years, no one could slack off. Because danger was everywhere, and the competition was bound to be extremely brutal. Lin Sun had entered the apex region for the sake of becoming a king. However, he sought the king realm, and the path he took was different from the world. So, it was bound to be difficult to become a king. The life and death realm was the king realm. For cultivators, becoming a king was equivalent to transcending the 5 realms and breaking the shackles of life and death. It had a far-reaching influence that surpassed the past, and it was related to one's future achievements on the path to immortality. Lin Sun had decided a long time ago that he wouldn't follow the path of his predecessors. He intended to establish a path of his own and compete with the sages of the past and present. Moreover, according to the mysterious woman, the king realm determined the path to becoming a sage in the future. If he didn't take this step well, then his future achievements were bound to be limited. Now that Lin Sun had arrived at the immortal world, his top priority was to meet up with Old Toad and Alu, and then search for fortune to prepare for attaining the king realm. Swoosh, the boundless mountains and rivers were scarlet red. Lin Sun identified the direction and started on his way. The immortal world was one of the 3,000 worlds of the apex region, and it was like an enormous and boundless small world. All along the way, Lin Sun encountered many cultivators who were in a hurry. Obviously, they were making the best use of their time to search for fortune and fortune. A wave of intense sounds of battle came from afar. A group of cultivators were fighting to the point the mountains and rivers dimmed, and the heavens and the earth were dazzling. They were fighting for an ancient stone well that ceaselessly emanated dazzling flames and surging divine radiance. It was an extremely shocking sight. There was no doubt that fortune was definitely hidden at the bottom of the stone well. Lin Sun just glanced at it and kept moving away. All along the way, he'd already encountered numerous similar conflicts and battles, and they were fighting for nothing more than spirit herbs, precious treasures, divine materials, and some miraculous treasures. All of these could be considered as good fortune, and they were fortuitous encounters that could only be chanced upon in the outside world. However, it wasn't very attractive to Lin Sun. He'd already reached the end of his cultivation path, and what he needed was a great fortune that would allow him to reach the Extinction King realm. 2 days passed quickly. Whoosh, when Lin passed by a fiery river, a big fish suddenly rushed out of the river and opened its mouth to bite him. This huge fish was about 3 meters long, and its entire body was as red as jade. It had dragon whiskers and a scaled tail, and a pair of strange flaming wings on both sides. Boom, it was extremely powerful. When it rushed over, a fiery multicolored glow overflowed and even space itself was set ablaze. Within its open bloody mouth, sharp teeth that were like halberds flickered with terrifying cold light. Bang, Lin Sun's figure flashed and easily avoided the attack. A low hill behind him was instantly melted by the fiery glow on the fiery red fish and turned into nothing. At the same time, Lin Sun flashed over and punched out, showing a shocking scene that could shake the world. The fiery red fish didn't dodge. It swung its tail and blocked Lin Sun's punch. This moved Lin Sun. It should be noted that with his current strength, a casual punch was enough to kill a junior tycoon. Even a peerless giant didn't dare to fight with Lin Sun. But now, this fiery red fish blocked it. Interesting. Come on. Lin Sun rushed forward with ice-drake steps. His whole body was shining like a demon, and he was deducing the 9 strikes of shaking heaven. Soon, the fiery red fish couldn't resist Lin Sun's punch, and its scales began to peel off continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, the fiery red fish seemed to sense that something was wrong. It decisively slipped away and rushed towards the fiery river at an extremely fast speed. Lin Sun followed it closely. To his surprise, the strange fiery red fish's figure suddenly shrunk to the size of a palm, and it dodged his attack without mishap and rushed into the river. Plop, the fiery red wave splashed, and when he looked at the fiery red fish again, it had already disappeared. Lin Sun felt a little embarrassed to let a fish escape from his hand. When he was about to catch up with it, a sudden palpitation appeared in his heart. It seemed that there was some great horror hidden under the fiery river. Lin Sun immediately stopped and stepped back. He spread out his spiritual awareness to explore the river. In an instant, a strange picture was reflected in his mind. Thousands of meters below the river, there was a mysterious bronze gate, which was engraved with mottled Taoist patterns and shone with a strange luster. Beside the bronze door stood a stone pillar with a thick and translucent fiery red chain wrapped around it. The other end of the chain was tied to a stone statue of a fierce beast. The fierce beast was like a dragon, with its body entrenched at the bottom of the river. It was as thick as a mountain, vivid and lifelike. As soon as Lin Sun's spiritual awareness touched the stone statue of the fierce beast, he felt a chill in his heart and stiff all over, feeling an inexplicable depression and fear. Clatter, almost at the same time, the stone statue of the fierce beast seemed to come to life, emitting a terrible evil spirit, which made the river suddenly boil and roar. However, before this fiendish aura could spread, it was suppressed by the fiery red chains that bound the fierce beast statue. Those chains were shining, sparkling, and resplendent. Mysterious symbols appeared, viciously suppressing the stone statue's baleful energy. Lin Sun was shocked. Under a river, there was a bronze gate. On one side of the gate, there was a stone statue of a fierce beast bound by a mysterious chain. What was hidden in the bronze gate was the stone statue of the ferocious beast suppressed here to guard this bronze door. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun decided to leave. This place was too dangerous and strange for him to explore now. If he entered rashly, he might have an accident and be killed. I didn't expect that there was such a dangerous place in the absolute summit domain. Maybe I can enter it when I reach the King realm. Lin Sun vaguely felt that there might be something hidden in the bronze gate. A big black bird approached stealthily with a black pot in its claws. It came to Lin Sun's back silently, aimed the black pot at the back of Lin Sun's head, and then suddenly raised, but at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly turned around. Whoosh, the raised black pot spun in the void and naturally buckled on the back of the big black bird. Then it raised its head, coughed dryly, and said calmly, "Ha, little brother, we meet again." Lin Sun smiled faintly, "It's you. Why do you like to take the blame as much as before?" Like to take the blame, the big black bird was stunned for a moment, and then laughed dryly. It glanced around and said, "Little brother, I have something to do. I'll go first." Before its voice died away, the big black bird spread its wings and rushed into the void at an incredible speed, as if it was teleporting. "Black, don't go." Almost at the same time, Lin Sun rose into the air and operated ice dragon steps to the extreme. He raised his hand and punched directly at the black bird. This black bird was not simple at all. In the dilapidated ancient temple under the whirlpool of the Boundary River, it looked like a black phoenix, with dark wings like the eternal night, and wisps of strange Buddha aura diffusing. It was regarded as a Buddha fetus, sleeping in a Buddhist shrine, and later awakened by Mu Jing, one of the 18 disciples of the Earthly Treasury Temple, with a secret method. According to Mu Jing, this big black bird was an unprecedented Buddha fetus, which was probably left by the solitary saint. Lin Sun still clearly remembered that the big black bird carried a black pot and knocked out Mu Jing, the top figure of the Earthly Treasury Temple, with a few simple and violent blows. Moreover, this bird was extremely wretched and insidious, and liked to sneak up on people. If Lin Sun hadn't noticed it in advance, he would have been hit on the back of the head with a black pot. Boom, in the distance, the big black bird flapped its wings and burned with strange black Buddha fire, melting Lin Sun's punch. "I win people by virtue, and I don't like to fight. But if you fight again, don't blame me for killing you," the big black bird said in a ruffian tone. "I won't fight you if you stay." Lin Sun smiled. While talking, the two did not stop. One chased and the other chased at an extremely fast speed, competing in the void. "Damn it, you robbed the fortune left by Duji. It's good enough that I didn't make a fuss about it. What else do you want?" the big black bird said impatiently. Lin Sun said seriously, "That's why I think it's necessary for us to talk. Maybe I will return the fortune to you. There was still a piece of scorched Bodhi wood in his hand, which sealed an extremely horrible and supreme golden power. According to Lin Sun's speculation, the big black bird must know some secrets that outsiders couldn't know since it had been sleeping in the Buddha niche in the ancient temple. Return it to me? The big black bird was stunned, and then burst into laughter. This fortune involves the forbidden way. I don't care about it. What if I die like Duji in the future? After that, it seemed to take slight pleasure in Xianxia's misfortune and said, Little brother, I advise you to be more careful. The 18 disciples of the Kitagarbha temple and an ancient Buddha that had been silent since the ancient times until now have already entered the apex region, whereas you've been taken to be the #1 heretic by these bald donkeys. As soon as it finished speaking, the big black bird had already soared into the sky, and its speed was much faster. It disappeared without a trace like teleportation. Lin Sun stopped, knowing that he could not catch up with it. The successor of the earthly treasury temple, the #1 heretic, Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. He was not afraid, but a little confused. What did the big black bird mean? Was it because he had obtained the tranquility scripture left by Saint Duji and Black Phoenix, so he was targeted by the earthly treasury temple? And who was that Gufuzi? After thinking for a while, Lin Sun shook his head and moved on. No matter who Gufuzi was, Lin Sun wouldn't mind killing anyone who dared to be his enemy in the absolute domain. The immortal burning domain was so vast that it was covered in a fiery red scene. Mountains, rivers, and the earth seemed to be burning. Even the sky was dyed a magnificent crimson red. However, it wasn't hot. Along the way, Lin Sun met more and more cultivators who were heading in the same direction. Through their conversation, Lin Sun learned that they were heading for the immortal burning ancient city just like him. Obviously, after entering the immortal burning domain, the descendants of all the ancient forces were moved to different areas. This meant that only after entering the immortal burning ancient city could the descendants of those forces gather together and take action. Of course, there were also solitary cultivators who had absolute confidence in their own strength or were rogue cultivators with very low cultivation who entered the absolute domain purely to try their luck. Boom, in the sky, several golden crows flashed through the sky. Their wings were golden and brilliant, and they released a myriad of flames and divine radiance that burned even space itself. It was as if several suns were moving about. Hurry up, the target is heading for the immortal burning ancient city. The 7th prince has ordered us to capture this man. Is it Demon Lin? You'll know when you get there. The golden crows had obviously just gathered together and were flying towards the distant sky while talking. They didn't conceal their conversation and seemed unscrupulous. It could be seen that these golden crows were very confident and didn't fear being heard by others. Lin Sun's black eyes were filled with cold light. These golden crows were obviously going to deal with someone, but they mentioned him in their conversation. Do you plan to treat me as an enemy if I don't cooperate with you? Lin Sun's killing intent flashed in his heart. He roughly judged that Wu Lingfei, the 7th prince of Golden Crow, must have cooperated with Linghua Fairy and regarded him as an enemy. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Lin Sun suddenly rushed up at an extremely fast speed. His figure was like an ice dragon, flying between the vast heaven and earth. Although there are millions of cultivators entering the immortal burning domain, most of them are vulnerable cannon fodder. There are only a dozen or so forces that can fight against our Golden Crow bloodline. A Golden Crow powerhouse said arrogantly in the air. Based on the specific division, the power of my Golden Crow bloodline is more than enough to hold an absolute advantage in the immortal burning realm. At the very least, we can rank in the top 3. What's laughable is that Fiend Celestial Lin doesn't know what's good for him despite 7th Crown Prince's invitation. He insists on making things difficult for 7th Crown Prince. How foolish is that? This fellow isn't stupid, he's just too arrogant. In the outside world, he's already renowned for his audacity, and this is something that everyone in the world knows about. Unfortunately, he's mistaken something this time. The region of absolute peaks can't be compared to the outside world, and no one can save him if someone wants to kill him. The others also chimed in. That's right, no one who dares to go against our Golden Crow bloodline has ever had a good ending. Who is the 7th prince's target this time? At this time, someone suddenly asked. The leader of the Golden Crow tribe said, we will know when we arrive at the immortal incineration ancient city. After that, he was stunned as he suddenly realized that something was off. The person that asked that question wasn't one of his companions at all. At the same time, the other Golden Crow tribe also came to their senses and looked into the distance. A tall and handsome young man in a moon-white robe had already appeared in front of them at some point in time. Fiend Celestial Lin. The Golden Crow tribe's expressions changed slightly. Even though they despised and disdained Lin's son, they had to admit that Fiend Celestial Lin was extraordinarily powerful. He was a ruthless man who could suppress the ancient freaks. "What do you want?" Someone shouted, but his voice was fierce in appearance. "I want to ask you some questions. If you cooperate, I will let you go. If you don't..." I haven't tasted Golden Crow meat yet, but I don't mind trying it." As he spoke, Lin's son stepped forward. His black eyes were cold, and he looked at them as if he was looking at a group of ingredients. All of these Golden Crow experts felt a chill run down their spines, and they felt both furious and fearful in their hearts. They had witnessed the scene of Lin's son eating the cyan scale heavenly eagle in front of the City of Guidance. "Are you going to make an enemy of the Golden Crow bloodline? I advise you not to do so. Otherwise, if the 7th prince finds out, he will never forgive you." A powerhouse shouted. Lin's son didn't even bother to talk nonsense. He attacked directly and cut the Gordian knot, unwilling to waste time. Boom, waves of fist energy burst forth, crushing the void like a dragon soaring into the sky. Immediately, screams and roars sounded. The Golden Crow tribe's powerhouses tried their best to resist, but how could they? In an instant, a Golden Crow tribe's powerhouse was killed. Bang, his body exploded, his feathers withered, and a rain of blood poured down from the void. Some cultivators passing by in the distance were shocked when they saw this. Someone actually dared to kill the powerhouses of the Golden Crow bloodline, but when they saw Lin's son's appearance, they were all surprised. It was Fiend Celestial Lin. This was easy to understand: kill. The Golden Crow tribe's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They each took out their secret arts and treasures. Divine light blazed, and the flames were like a sea of fire as they fought Lin's son with all their might. Swish, Lin's son's figure disappeared from where he stood. He was too fast and erratic, like an ice dragon traversing through the clouds. When he appeared again, his palms and fingers glowed, and he punched a Golden Crow tribe's body, causing it to explode. "Bastard, you actually dared to be so ruthless. Just wait to be annihilated." A woman let out a sharp cry, and she was agitated to the point of being on the verge of going mad. She raised her hand and withdrew a golden and brilliant flaming umbrella, and it emitted a dazzling light as it suppressed Lin's son. The gilded flaming umbrella was a unique treasure refined by the Golden Crow bloodline. When the umbrella opened up, it was like the curtain of the heavens had descended, and flames poured out from within it as if heavenly flames were about to descend into the world. On the other hand, the ribs of the umbrella were refined with samadhi true flames, and they were like pillars of fire that could hold up the heavens. They were dazzling like gold, and they possessed ferocious and overbearing might. However, to everyone's shock, Lin's son's palm swept out, and the all-powerful Tao of water transformed into a sharp blade that sliced off the umbrella's ribs. After that, he pressed down forcefully, and a bang resounded as the umbrella's surface exploded into pieces. Pooh, the woman had just intended to dodge when a Swanee seal smashed onto her body, causing her flesh to split apart, and she perished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 3 Golden Crow tribe experts had perished. They were killed by Lin's son without any difficulty, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. On the other hand, such overbearing methods of slaughter caused the bodies of many cultivators in the distance to tremble. He was too ferocious, and he deserved to be called Fiend Celestial Lin. Whoosh, when the last Golden Crow tribe expert saw that the situation wasn't good, he transformed into a golden crow, flapped his wings, and swiftly fled into the distance. Lin's son stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the invisible power of Basha prohibition spread out like a net of the Great Way. It directly imprisoned the Golden Crow and pulled him back. The Golden Crow tribe expert was just about to cry out when he was knocked out by Lin's son with a slap, and he became prey and was carried in his hand. Then, Lin's son glanced at the cultivators around him, and his figure flashed as he quickly disappeared from the scene. He really intends to eat the Golden Crow's meat? Some cultivators gasped. Fiend Celestial Lin's appetite was too big. Wasn't he afraid of being scalded? In a ravine with crimson rocks, there was no one around. There was no torture. When the captured Golden Crow tribe expert woke up from his coma, he directly revealed the secret. It turned out that their targets this time were Old Toad and Ah Lu. This was an order from Wu Lingfei, the seventh prince of the Golden Crow tribe. He wanted to capture the two of them alive to threaten Lin Sun to submit and obey his orders. Why do you want to make things difficult for me? Lin Sun frowned. He had no grievances with them, but Wu Lingfei obviously had his eyes on him and was secretly carrying out some despicable actions. The Golden Crow sneered, "How can you be so naive, Fiend Celestial Lin? This is the absolute domain. If you are not a friend, you are an enemy. There is no third choice." Ridiculous. There are 3,000 worlds in the absolute domain, and tens of millions of strong people have arrived here. If they are not friends with the Golden Crow tribe, will they all be killed by you? Lin Sun was very clear that the reason couldn't be so simple. Unfortunately, the identity of the Golden Crow tribe expert was obviously not qualified to understand Wu Lingfei's thoughts, and it was destined that he couldn't give Lin Sun the answer he wanted. If you kill me, your friend won't be able to live either. The man was very calm and said coldly, without fear. Lin Sun smiled slightly. With a crack, he directly twisted the guy's neck. At the moment of his death, he looked incredibly shocked. It seemed that he didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so straightforward and had no awareness of being threatened at all. Even if I don't kill you, it's impossible for Wu Lingfei to give up. It's better to kill you, and then I can have a good meal and taste the meat of the Golden Crow. Lin Sun said to himself. In his heart, there was already a murderous intent. Wu Lingfei, the seventh prince of the Golden Crow tribe, regarded Lin Sun as an enemy, but he also wanted to kill Old Toad and Alu, which had already touched Lin Sun's reverse scale. Before long, Lin Sun stuffed the corpse of a golden crow into the storage ring and left the canyon. 2 days later. Along the way, more and more cultivators were seen. In the void, there were dazzling lights and rainbows everywhere. But at the same time, the conflicts and killings between them became more and more frequent. In this apex region, strength was respected, and anyone would stop at nothing for the sake of seizing fortune. And such a shady business would never be stopped. Even if some weak cultivators obtained opportunities and fates, they would be forced to hand them over as long as they were targeted. Otherwise, they were doomed to die. On the way, Lin Sun also learned that there were many spiritual medicines and spiritual materials in this world, so it was not strange to pick king medicines. If one was lucky enough to get some rare treasures like the longevity fruit, it was not impossible for him to step into the king realm in one step. Millions of cultivators gathered in the immortal burning realm alone. They also needed to exchange needed spiritual medicines, immortal materials, and some clues of cave residences and treasures. And the place of exchange was in the immortal burning ancient city. In short, this city was like a stronghold for all cultivators to exchange. Here we are. Several hours later, Lin Sun saw the outline of a city on the horizon in the distance, stretching between heaven and earth. The ancient city was towering and occupied a vast area. The city walls were fiery red, magnificent. According to Old Toad, when the absolute peak domain appeared in ancient times, the ancient cities in every world had already existed, and their ages couldn't be traced back. Every ancient city was like a stronghold. When the absolute peak domain appeared, the city would soon become lively, and cultivators from all over the world would gather here to communicate. Although it was called communication, it was actually an exchange of fortunes and opportunities that they had obtained. After all, the fortunes that each cultivator needed were different, and not everyone could get the fortune they wanted. However, they could trade in this city. Swish Lin Sun turned into an ordinary man, and then approached the ancient city of burning immortals in the distance. Before he arrived, he could see that there were countless powerful auras lingering in the ancient city, shaking the sky and clouds. Obviously, many strong cultivators had already gathered in the city, and the powerful auras they exuded caused such a strange phenomenon. Whoosh like Lin Sun, at this time, in the void from all directions, densely packed figures of practitioners were rushing towards the city at full speed. Have you heard that someone sold a greenwood dao fruit yesterday, which attracted attention from all directions? On the way, people were discussing. My God, is there really such a divine thing in this world? Not a legend? Many people were restless. Lin Sun was also surprised. The Dao fruit contained the original power of the Great Way. After swallowing one could directly control a kind of power of the Great Way without comprehending it. For example, this greenwood Dao fruit contained the profound way of wood. As long as a cultivator swallowed it, he could master the Great Way of wood in one fell swoop. This is a great fortune. Who bought it in the end? Someone asked. Hey, how can we let others know about this kind of transaction? But I can tell you clearly that if you don't have enough strength and dare to sell such a heaven-defying fortune, you will definitely be targeted, and it is very likely that you will lose your life. Many people were shocked. This was the absolute peak domain, not the outside world. Everything depended on one's combat strength. If one didn't have enough combat strength, even if he obtained heaven-defying fortune, it would be a disaster rather than a blessing. On the way, Lin Sun also learned that the real peerless figures and ancient freaks didn't have to bother to look for opportunities at all. Their attendants would help them search for all kinds of natural treasures. In this way, these peerless figures and ancient freaks only had to concentrate on cultivating, and only an extremely heaven-defying fortuitous encounter would draw them to take action. Remember, killing is forbidden in the city. If you have any grudges, you can only find another place to settle them. This is the rule. Otherwise, you will be suppressed by the various forces. Before entering the city, Lin Sun learned some so-called rules. Humph. This is only a rule that binds the weak. For those who are truly at the peak, there are no restrictions at all. Someone sneered. No, you're wrong. Even if it's a peerless figure, he's bound to not dare incur public wrath. After all, the heirs of numerous great powers reside within the city, and every single power has a peerless figure holding down the fort. Unless one is tired of living, no one is willing to become a public enemy. Lin Sun walked into the city while listening. The city was a vast world of its own, emitting a faint red luster, ancient and auspicious. Every building exuded mottled ancient charm. The city was very lively, with endless figures of cultivators. Some buildings had already been occupied by the great forces who had arrived in advance. Some weak people could only live on the streets. A piece of refined fire iron, only for fairy talisman green light grass. I have an incomplete map of a treasured place in my hand, and I need 7 peerless figures to explore it together. Anyone who wants to explore it, please come and sign up quickly. I want to buy all kinds of king medicines at a high price. On the road, there were stalls everywhere, and the shouts were endless. What made Lin Sun speechless was that some ancient buildings had been directly transformed into various shops, and even pawnshops and auction houses. Then, Lin Sun laughed at himself. He was making a fuss about nothing. Anyone under the king realm was qualified to enter the peerless domain. In this way, all kinds of people would pour in. Some people took risks to explore opportunities, while others waited in the city to buy and trade. Everyone took what they needed. Sorry to disturb you, but do you know where the Golden Crow branch is based? Lin Sun asked a cultivator on the way. It was a young man in a silver robe. He was slightly stunned, and then said, Do you also plan to join the Golden Crow branch? Before Lin Sun answered, he said enthusiastically, To tell you the truth, I also plan to go to the Golden Crow branch. Why don't we go together? Lin Sun nodded and said, Okay. On the way, Lin Sun learned that in the 5 or 6 days since he entered the peerless domain, many weak rogue cultivators could only rely on the descendants of the great forces in order to seek opportunities. The young man in a silver robe also planned to do so. His name was Wang Dong, the descendant of a small force. In fact, in the eyes of the ancient orthodoxies, the descendants of small forces like him were no different from rogue cultivators. I arrived yesterday, and I've already headed to the territory of the Golden Crow clan. Unfortunately, there are too many cultivators that have gone to seek refuge with the Golden Crow clan. I've been queuing for an entire day, yet I haven't had my turn. Wang Dong sighed. It was too difficult for a practitioner from a small sect like him to rise up. Even if he entered the peerless domain, he could only rely on the great forces if he wanted to obtain opportunities. My fellow practitioner, it's over there. Wang Dong pointed into the distance. There was an ancient palace there. It was tall and majestic, and it exuded a majestic aura. At this moment, there were many practitioners waiting there. On both sides of the palace gate, there were 2 strong practitioners of the Golden Crow branch guarding. Alas, I have to line up again. Wang Dong sighed, and then said, by the way, joining the camp of the Golden Crow branch requires an offering. Offering? Lin Sun was stunned. It's a fee. It can be treasures, spiritual materials, and spiritual medicines, Wang Dong explained patiently. Lin Sun couldn't help frowning. Relying on others meant that one could only be reduced to the role of cannon fodder. Now, if he wanted to be cannon fodder, he had to pay an offering. The behavior of the Golden Crow branch was too ugly. You want to join the camp of the Golden Crow branch with just a blue-silver snowstone? Get out of here. In front of the palace, a strong practitioner of the Golden Crow branch suddenly shouted. He had an aquiline nose and thin lips, which made him look mean and cold. He raised his hand and slapped the practitioner at the front of the line away. His arrogance was very arrogant. It was undoubtedly a humiliation to slap a practitioner in the face. But the people present seemed to be used to it. They looked numb and didn't have any reaction. Next. Another strong practitioner of the Golden Crow branch said expressionlessly. A cultivator at the front of the queue immediately walked forward and respectfully withdrew a jade box with a face filled with anticipation. My friend, what are you doing? Wang Dong was shocked. Seeing Lin Sun walking towards the palace in the distance, Wang Dong didn't intend to line up at all. Listen to my advice. Cultivate your mind first. If you entrust your cultivation to others, your achievements are bound to be limited. Lin Sun reminded. Unexpectedly, Wang Dong was stunned and said disapprovingly, that's true, but who can do it? What's more, aren't you also here to rely on us? Are you qualified to teach me a lesson? Wang Dong didn't say this out loud. He had a good impression of Lin Sun and didn't want to speak ill of him. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing in his heart. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Everyone had his own choice and couldn't be forced. What are you doing? If you want to join the noble camp of the Golden Crow branch, wait in the back obediently. What was ridiculous was that when Lin Sun went straight to the palace, those practitioners who were waiting in line were unhappy and shouted at him. Wang Dong was anxious and also shouted from behind, my friend, come back quickly. Anyone who jumps the queue will have a bad end. Lin Sun turned a deaf ear to him. A thin young man who was waiting in line suddenly rushed out and stood in front of Lin Sun, shouting, what an inconsiderate guy. Don't you see where you are? How dare you behave atrociously? On the surface, the thin young man didn't like Lin Sun's behavior, but in fact, he wanted to show his loyalty in front of the strong practitioners of the Golden Crow branch and hoped to be selected. Seeing this, other practitioners in line couldn't help but feel annoyed. A good opportunity to show off had been taken by someone else. Boom, in a flash, as soon as the thin young man rushed out, he slapped his palm towards Lin Sun's chest. The palm was fierce, and it burst forth with Taoist light. This made the 2 strong practitioners of the Golden Crow branch at the entrance of the palace nod to themselves, and they'd made a decision in their hearts to give the thin young man a chance to join them. They couldn't bury his loyalty. At the same time, they could also set an example for others to tell the world that so long as one served the branch of the Golden Crow branch wholeheartedly, he would definitely be valued. Bang, however, to everyone's surprise, as soon as the thin young man slapped out with his palm, he was shaken to the point of flying back fiercely. His right arm was broken, and he rolled on the ground and let out a shrill scream. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun didn't move at all and just continued to move forward. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became silent, and the practitioners in line looked at Lin Sun with a trace of surprise and bewilderment in their eyes. This guy's strength was really good, but what on earth did he want to do? Could it be that he wants to take this opportunity to show off in order to win the recognition of the noble seniors of the branch of the Golden Crow branch? Someone muttered. When the others heard this, they thought to themselves that this was a good way to show off because it was easier to stand out than waiting in line painstakingly. As expected, the man with a hooked nose from the branch of the Golden Crow said, your strength isn't bad. You're qualified to not line up. Hand over your tribute and serve me from now on. He looked Lin Sun up and down and seemed to be very satisfied. As for the injured thin young man, he'd been completely ignored by him. As soon as these words came out, all the practitioners in line felt jealous and sighed endlessly. Why didn't they think of doing this? On the other hand, Wang Dong was stunned and opened his eyes wide. Could it be done in this way? Lin Sun was also slightly stunned, with a strange look on his face. What are you waiting for? Hand over your tribute, the hook-nosed man frowned. Everyone was curious and craned their necks to see what Lin Sun's tribute was. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun took out a golden claw, which was like a club. The claw was sharp, shining with cold light and surging with flames. What claw is this? Why does it look like the claw of a flame gold crane? Someone was stunned and surprised. Flame gold crane? It's a chicken claw, someone muttered. What's the point of this tribute? It's too shabby. A chicken claw? It's amazing that it's so huge. Many people laughed with a playful look. But to their surprise, when they saw the claw, the two guards in front of the palace almost dropped their eyes out. They looked incredulous. They were even trembling all over. It's just a chicken claw, yet it's able to make two esteemed lords so excited. Could it be that this chicken claw has a great origin? A practitioner was stunned. Crack, as soon as he finished speaking, he received a slap on his face. A mouthful of teeth flew out along with blood, and his face was cracked. He spun around on the spot before stumbling and falling to the ground. His mind was in a daze. The whole audience was silent and stiff, because they all saw that it was the hook-nosed man of Golden Crow who slapped him. At this moment, his face was livid, and the blue veins on his forehead were bulging. His face was as ugly as it could be. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was it necessary for him to do this for a chicken claw? Some people also noticed that something was wrong. It was very strange. Is this tribute okay? Lin Sun asked. Who are you? How dare you kill the strong of my clan? The hook-nosed man took a deep breath and restrained the surging killing intent in his heart. As the saying went, those with good intentions don't come. It was very abnormal that the young man dared to come alone, which made the hook-nosed man feel a little unusual. At this time, the crowd became restless and their faces became extremely strange. Finally, they realized that it was not a chicken claw or a flame gold crane claw, but a piece of golden crow claw that had been cut off. Who was this guy? How dare he do this? Everyone's hearts trembled, and they felt indescribable shock. In the distance, Wang Dong was completely dumbfounded. This friend that he had met by chance seemed to be here to cause trouble. That was the bloodline of the Gold Crow. Was he crazy? He had to admit that Wang Dong was a nice guy. Although it was the first time they met, Wang Dong subconsciously worried about Lin Sun when he saw this scene. Who I am is not important. I only want to ask you one thing. Have you seen these two people before? Lin Sun made a stroke with his fingers, and a light screen emerged, showing the images of Old Toad and Alu. The hook-nosed man was startled at first, and then his expression changed slightly. You are. Before he finished his words, Lin Sun grabbed his neck and lifted him up. You just need to tell me whether you've seen them or not. Not good, someone is looking for trouble. On the other side of the hall, the powerful golden crow bird let out a thunderous roar. Bang! Lin Sun stretched out his hand and clapped, and a terrifying force of the great way rose up. Before the golden crow could react, he was killed on the spot, and his body was smashed into pieces. A single strike shocked everyone present. The cultivators that were lining up nearby cried out involuntarily from shock, and they dodged and fled in panic. It was a rule that forbade killing in the immortal burning ancient city. Whoever dared to violate it would be regarded as a public enemy by all the major forces. But Lin Sun dared to trample on the rules and kill people in the territory of the golden crow bird. This was too frightening. As long as one wasn't stupid, he could see that Lin Sun was a ruthless person. Why don't you run away after killing them? Wang Dong shouted in the distance. Why should I run away? Lin Sun said casually. Then he exerted strength in his palm and fingers, and the hook-nosed man's neck was almost broken, making it difficult for him to breathe. I'll ask you one last time. Have you seen them? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, like a whirlpool abyss, emitting a terrifying force. The hook-nosed man felt dizzy as if he was about to sink. He nodded subconsciously. Where are they? Lin Sun's heart sank. Had Wu Lingfei already captured Old Toad and Alu? If it was true, it was absolutely bad news, but before the hook-nosed man could answer, more than a dozen figures rushed out of the magnificent palace, including men and women. Obviously, they were all alarmed. What gall, daring to come to our Golden Crow bloodline to cause trouble? Someone shouted. Suddenly, the hook-nosed man came to himself. When he was about to warn Lin Sun, his neck was broken by Lin Sun with a crack, and he died directly. You're courting death. Those men and women were all descendants of the Golden Crow branch. They were all top figures among their peers. Seeing someone commit murder in front of their eyes, they immediately became furious. I'm here to find someone. How can it be called making trouble? Lin Sun looked indifferent. He quickly put away the corpse of the Golden Crow in his hand, which was an ingredient he had never tasted before. His action made many people's faces darken. Lin Sun killed their clansman and didn't even spare the corpse. He deserved to die. Do you know where you are? Aren't you afraid of losing your life? A black-robed young man with a long and narrow face said coldly. He sensed something was wrong, so he stopped the people around him and didn't take action immediately. According to the rules, killing was forbidden in the ancient city of immortal burning. Even the top figures didn't dare to do it easily, for it would offend the orthodoxies. But now, a young man came alone and killed people without hesitation. He was either crazy or he didn't care about breaking the rules at all. You just need to tell me where they are now. Lin Sun asked again as he outlined the light screens of Old Toad and Alu with his fingertips. Instantly, the black-robed young man and the others changed their faces and shouted, "You're Demon Lin?" Obviously, they had all seen Old Toad and Alu, so they guessed Lin Sun's identity in an instant. In the distance, many practitioners had already gathered, as well as the powerhouses of other orthodoxies. After all, the noise here was too big. When they heard the name Demon Lin, many people's faces changed abruptly and they couldn't help gasping. Since you know it's me, you should know why I'm here. Tell Wu Lingfei to come out. If he doesn't give me an explanation today, I don't mind killing. As Lin Sun spoke, his appearance had returned to normal. It was really him. Everyone was dumbfounded. However, they still couldn't imagine why Demon Lin dared to kill people in the city. Wasn't he afraid of becoming the public enemy of all the major forces? The black-robed young man and the others' faces changed constantly. They didn't expect Lin Sun to show up in such a way and kill them all by himself. Lin Sun, others may be afraid of you, but we of Golden Crow are not. I'm not afraid to tell you that the seventh prince of our family is about to come out and kill you as easily as killing a chicken. You're courting death by provoking us now. The black-robed young man took a deep breath and glanced at Lin Sun coldly with his head held high. This was the territory of Golden Crow, where there were many masters. He didn't believe Lin Sun dared to do anything. Bang, but Lin Sun's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Without saying a word, he reached out and grabbed the black-robed young man. He raised his hand and slapped him. The sound was crisp and clear. The surrounding people were shocked. What a fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, a top figure of Golden Crow was killed. You're courting death. The black-robed young man roared. His cheeks were red and swollen. Even if he exerted all his strength, he couldn't break free. Pa, Lin Sun slapped him again. The slap was so loud that blood spurted from his mouth and nose. In the process, the other masters of Golden Crow had already made their moves. But they were shocked to find that any attack that got close to Lin Sun was like a clay ox entering the sea, dissolved and devoured. I'm going to kill you. Whoever dares to provoke Golden Crow must die. The black-robed young man was completely driven mad and roared furiously. Golden flames surged all over his body. He operated his secret skill, wanting to fight Lin Sun with all his might. Unfortunately, in front of Lin Sun, he had no advantage at all. He couldn't break free from Lin Sun's imprisonment at all. Golden Crow is nothing. This is the absolute domain, not Sunset Valley. What's more, I may have to go to Sunset Valley in person in the future. Lin Sun slapped him again without hesitation. Pa. 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 The slaps were like dense drumbeats. In an instant, the black-robed young man's teeth were peeled off. His eyes and mouth were slanted, and his face was red and swollen like a pig's head. What a clown! The black-robed young man roared. However, his teeth were peeled off and his mouth was leaking air. Even his words had changed. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that the young man was shouting, "Kill him for me." Next to him, a group of Golden Crow powerhouses complained incessantly. They had already made their moves, but none of them worked. All their attacks were swallowed up and dissolved into nothingness. Even the treasures he took out would be easily sent flying. It was like being invulnerable. Bang! Lin Sun knocked the black-robed young man out and put him away, intending to use him as a hostage. What about you? Do you know the whereabouts of those two? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold as he glanced at the Golden Crow powerhouses who besieged him. Forget it. Even if we know, we will never tell you. When the seventh prince comes back, he will kill you immediately. These powerhouses gnashed their teeth and looked resentful. Puff! Lin Sun's figure flashed and he rushed forward. In a flash, he killed the short and fat man who shouted the loudest. The others were horrified and shouted, "This is the immortal burning ancient city. You will only be suppressed by the major forces if you do this." Boom! Lin Sun's figure suddenly burst out with terrifying divine light. With a gentle sweep, endless Taoist light flowed, showing an invincible momentum. The Golden Crow powerhouses coughed up blood and retreated. In the distance, the onlookers were trembling with fear. This demon god Lin was too domineering. He went to the Golden Crow's branch to vent his anger. Especially Wang Dong, he'd been dumbstruck since long ago. He'd utterly never imagined that a friend he'd casually encountered would actually be such an incomparably ferocious and ruthless person. P.S. There are many gifts today. No matter how many they are all good intentions. I won't leave my name here. I thank you on behalf of Demon God Lin. The commotion was so great that all the practitioners in the area were alarmed. Moreover, many practitioners were rushing over from different areas. To Lin Sun's surprise, Wu Lingfei, the seventh prince of Golden Crow, hadn't shown up yet. Moreover, only a few of the Golden Crows were at the top of the reincarnation developing realm, while the rest were only at the top of the reincarnation developing realm. This kind of power was far from threatening Lin Sun. Where is Wu Lingfei? Lin Sun's black eyes swept over those Golden Crow experts like lightning. Demon Lin, you've gone too far. These people looked sad and indignant, but no one dared to rush over because the disparity in strength was too great. Lin Sun didn't want to talk nonsense. He rushed forward and suppressed all these Golden Crow experts in a few breaths. They were lying on the ground in disorder. Just as Lin Sun was about to enter the palace, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the distance. Demon Lin, killing is forbidden in the city. You're trampling on the rules. It was a group of people dressed in the clothes of the descendants of the Beast's Mountain. The one who spoke was a young man with gray hair at his temples. The others trembled and hurriedly left the area. Obviously, Demon Lin's action of breaking the rules in the city had aroused the disgust of the ancient orthodoxy like the Beast's Mountain. Lin Sun suddenly turned around and said with a cold smile, "I haven't settled the score with you, but you jumped out yourself. Why, do you want to stand up for the Golden Crow branch?" He would never forget how domineering the people of the Beast's Mountain had been on the way to the City of Guidance. They had seen him, Ah Lu, and Old Toad as obstacles and wanted to trample on them. You're wrong. We're just defending the rules of the city. If you stop now, we can give you a chance to repent. Otherwise, I'm afraid all the practitioners in the city won't allow you to go on like this. The young man with gray hair at his temples said coldly. His name was Lu Chuan, a top talent who had been famous for a long time. As they spoke, they came over with great momentum. There were more than a dozen of them, and their auras were extremely powerful and extraordinary. Yes, the rules are the rules. Even the top giants can't break them. A cold voice sounded. Another group of practitioners walked out aggressively and looked at Lin Sun with unkind eyes. The successor of the Xuandu Dao sect. The crowd became restless as they recognized the identity of the newcomers. The leader was a skinny and tall young man in a scholarly robe. His name was Gao Xian, and he was a peerless figure among the younger generation of the Xuandu Dao sect. "You're from the same sect as that vicious bitch, Ling Hua?" asked Lin Sun. The faces of Gao Xian and the others sank. Fairy Ling Hua was an ancient freak of their sect, yet she was insulted in such a manner. This made them all furious. Fiend God Lin, do you really plan on becoming enemies with all the cultivators in the city? Gao Xian said coldly. Lin Sun sneered, who gave you the courage to represent all the cultivators in the city? Do you deserve it? If you have the guts, try and block me. As he spoke, he turned around and walked towards the hall. From the beginning to the end, he did not reveal any trace of fear. This caused the cultivators of the Myriad Beast Spirit Mountain and Xuandu Dao sect to have extremely ugly expressions, and they gnashed their teeth with hatred. This fiend God Lin is simply too arrogant, everyone in the distance secretly clicked their tongues. In the past, they knew that fiend God Lin was courageous, but they never expected him to be this bold. What did it mean to turn a blind eye to others? That was it. After saying that, he turned around and left, treating the crowd as if they were nothing. Oh no, the treasures of heaven and earth gathered for the seventh prince are still in the hall. Suddenly, an expert of the Golden Crow clan who had been beaten to the ground screamed and got up, rushing into the hall. The other experts of the Golden Crow clan who were lying on the ground could no longer play dead. Their expressions changed drastically as they rushed into the hall in a panic. The cultivators in the distance could not help but be stunned when they saw this scene. If they were not afraid of the ferocious power of the Golden Crow clan, they would also want to rush in and plunder the treasures. Even if Fiend God Lin ate the meat, they could drink the soup. In the past few days, the Golden Crow clan had used various means to gather a large number of treasures, all of which were rare treasures of first-rate quality. There was no lack of king medicines, all of which were prepared for the seventh prince of the Golden Crow clan, Wu Lingfei. This was enough to make anyone drool and green with envy. Fiend God Lin is going to make a fortune, many cultivators muttered in their hearts. Even the cultivators of the Myriad Beast Spirit Mountain and Xuandu Dao sect were tempted. They struggled in their hearts. Should they go in and stop Fiend God Lin's evil deeds? But in the end, they held back. The hall was the territory of the Golden Crow clan. If they entered rashly, it would be no different from trespassing on the territory of the Golden Crow clan. Although we can't enter, we can start with Fiend God Lin. At that moment, the same thought emerged in the minds of Lu Chuan of the Myriad Beast Spirit Mountain and Gao Xian of the Xuandu Dao sect. The hall was resplendent with gold and jade. After entering, Lin Sun found that the base camp of the Golden Crow branch was empty. There were only some attendants, not even a master. It seems that Wu Lingfei is indeed not here. Lin Sun made a judgment. Then, he headed straight for the depths of the hall. Along the way, the followers of the Golden Crow clan tried to stop him from time to time, but Lin Sun suppressed them with a raise of his hand. Finally, Lin Sun came in front of a treasure vault. The treasure vault's door was sealed with restrictions. If he used force to break it, it was very likely that the treasures inside would be destroyed. Stop. Fiend God Lin, do you really want to go against our clan? The Golden Crow clan experts rushed over. All of them were shocked and exasperated. Thud, thud, thud. These people were suppressed by Lin Sun again just as they rushed over. They fell to the ground and moaned in pain. Open it. Lin Sun pointed at a young man in a grey robe and ordered. The treasures inside are specially prepared for the seventh prince. Whoever touches it will die. The young man in a grey robe said with a trembling voice. Everyone wanted to cry but had no tears. This was like a nightmare. They were from the Golden Crow clan. Who dared to offend them in the immortal incineration ancient city? But today, not only were they beaten up, they were also planning to rob them. Who would believe it if word got out? If you cooperate, all of you can live. If not, I will destroy this treasure vault and kill all of you. Lin Sun said casually. His figure was elegant and his expression was calm. But his black eyes were surging with coldness. An invisible demonic aura permeated the air, oppressing everyone to the point that they could not breathe. The young man in a grey robe seemed to be too aggrieved that he could not breathe. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Pretending to faint, Lin Sun was stunned. This guy was a weirdo. However, this was not a problem for Lin Sun. He lifted the young man in a grey robe and slapped him in the face, waking him up directly. His face was swollen and bruised. He held and finally accepted his fate. Boom, the treasure vault was soon opened. A strong and intoxicating smell of medicine rushed out. There were all kinds of spiritual materials and treasures in the treasure vault. Although there were not many of them, they were all treasures that could only be found by chance. These were all treasures specially prepared for Wu Lingfei, the seventh prince of the Golden Crow clan. Their quality could not be bad. At a glance, Lin Sun found that there were 5 king medicines, all of which were emitting dazzling brilliance. The rich fragrance was ethereal and dazzling, illuminating the whole treasure house. In addition, there was a sealed purple copper jade box. When opened, a mutton fat jade bottle was revealed. The jade bottle was sealed by a golden talisman, looking very mysterious. "No. You can't touch it." A golden crow screamed and rushed over crazily. Obviously, the treasures in the mutton fat jade bottle were very important to Wu Lingfei. Lin Sun kicked him away. He did not open the mutton fat jade bottle. He put it back into the purple copper jade box and put it away. The treasures inside must be amazing. Otherwise, it would not be so sealed. Next, Lin Sun cleaned out all the items in the treasury and put them away. He plundered everything clean. The hearts of those golden crows were bleeding, and they were on the verge of collapse. These were all fortunes that they'd painstakingly gathered, but now, they'd all been snatched away by someone else. Lin Sun could not help but sigh in his heart. Robbery was really the fastest way to collect wealth. It was simple and violent. There was no need to look for opportunities and fortunes. He could just rob his enemies directly. You can't take it away. If the seventh prince knows it, he is bound to be angry and start a massacre. At that time, no one will be able to bear his anger. The Golden Crow clan strongmen were anxious. "Speaking of Wu Lingfei, can any of you tell me where he is now?" asked Lin Sun. The moment that was said, everyone exchanged looks. This demon god Lin had committed such a heartless act, yet he still dared to find the seventh prince. Wasn't he afraid of death? At that moment, a thunderous roar sounded from outside the hall. "Demon god Lin, how dare you barge into our territory to commit murder? You have a death wish." Accompanied by a loud roar, 4 golden figures rushed over violently. The golden crows present were so agitated that they felt like tearing up. They were pleasantly surprised. This time, 4 top figures had returned. Furthermore, they were all dazzling figures of the Golden Crow lineage. They were so powerful that they could suppress the top giants. Outside the hall, the cultivators who were watching the battle were stirred. They had witnessed the return of the 4 top figures of the Golden Crow lineage. Each was stronger than the last. It was a heart-wrenching sight. It's the top figures of the Golden Crow lineage. Furthermore, all 4 of them returned together. That demon god Lin is in trouble. The cultivators of the Myriad Beast Spirit Mountain and Xuandu Dao sect secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they were somewhat disappointed. They had originally planned on robbing Lin Sun of the treasures of the Golden Crow lineage after Lin Sun had robbed them of their treasures. But from the looks of it, it was definitely not going to work. The other cultivators were also paying close attention. Would Fiend God Lin be unable to escape this time? Sigh, he's too stubborn. He shouldn't have entered the Golden Crow lineage's territory. Now, he's being blocked. Wang Dong sighed inwardly, feeling extremely anxious. He had a good impression of Lin Sun and could not bear to see him suffer this calamity. But just a moment later, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a tall figure slowly walked out of the gate of the Golden Crow clan's palace. Dressed in moon-white robes, he looked otherworldly and had an otherworldly aura. Demon Lin, everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Just now, 4 pinnacle figures from the Golden Crow lineage had clearly entered the hall, but why did Fiend Celestial Lin walk out so easily? What about the 4 top Golden Crow clan experts? Lu Chuan and others of the Beast Spirit Mountain and Gao Xian of Xuandu Orthodoxy all had a bad feeling. Could it be? At the thought of the result, their faces changed, their calves and stomachs cramped, and they looked at Lin Sun with horror in their eyes. Lin Sun ignored them and left in a hurry. No one stopped him. Everyone present knew that Lin Sun had seriously violated the rules of the ancient city of immortal burning when he broke into the territory of the Golden Crow clan and carried out fierce killing. But under such circumstances, who dared to accuse him, who dared to punish him? Perhaps only an ancient freak would be able to suppress Demon God Lin's arrogance, but who would want to incur enmity with Demon God Lin for no reason? As some strong people thought, the rules were only a means to restrain the weak. The real strong had already stood above the rules. Let's go and have a look. Some cultivators shot their gazes towards the grand hall where the Golden Crow's line resided. Although they couldn't enter without permission, they could still find out something by relying on their divine senses. God. Soon, many practitioners trembled and their scalps went numb when they saw a bloody scene. 3 of the 4 peak experts who had charged into the main hall in a menacing manner were killed on the spot. Their corpses had been blasted apart and were drenched in blood. The other one was nowhere to be found. In the hall, the Golden Crow clan experts, who were suppressed by Lin Sun, were lucky enough to survive. But they were all stunned and had a nervous breakdown. Obviously, they were scared out of their wits. It wasn't long before everyone outside the hall found out about all of this, and all of them were stunned. It was too ferocious. Those 3 were core figures of the Golden Crow clan, and they were outstanding geniuses that had a chance of stepping foot into the peak of the King realm. Yet all of them had been killed by Devil God Lin, and their corpses were strewn all over the ground. How strong is Demon Lin on Earth? It was the first time for many people to see Lin Sun's great power. Don't forget that he once suppressed the ancient freak Jin Xiaoming of the Golden Heavenly Snake bloodline. His combat strength can be ranked at the top in the entire Immortal Burning Realm. Someone sighed. The battle soon swept across the entire ancient city of Immortal Incineration like a storm, causing a huge uproar and shocking countless cultivators. It had only been a few days since they entered the Apex domain, but Fiend God Lin had already unleashed his ferocious might. He ignored the city's rules and stormed into the Golden Crow lineage's territory. This was too inconceivable and astounding. This battle had also established Lin Sun's demonic might, causing many cultivators to fear him. Even the ancient orthodoxies began to be vigilant. Outside the Immortal Burning Ancient City, Lin Sun was flying at full speed. You're walking right into my trap. In Lin Sun's hand was a golden crow. His face was livid, and he looked at Lin Sun with resentment. You just need to tell me the route. Lin Sun looked indifferent. In the territory of the Golden Crow clan, Lin Sun killed the 3 peerless figures who suddenly appeared and left the Golden Crow clan in his hand alone. This man was called Wu Tianshun, one of the core descendants of the Golden Crow lineage. He had stepped into the Apex domain and was extremely dazzling. At the same time, he was also one of Wu Lingfei's right-hand men. They're in Fenshan Valley. Wu Tianshun answered without hesitation. He knew that Lin Sun's presence was no different from courting death. Fenshan Valley? Yes, your 2 friends are very vigilant. After entering the city yesterday, they sensed something was wrong and left the ancient city of Immortal Incineration in advance. Unfortunately, they've already been targeted by the 7th Prince. How could they escape? According to Wu Tianshun, Old Toad and Alu had entered the ancient city of Immortal Incineration yesterday, but they sensed danger and decisively withdrew from the city. But Wu Lingfei had already set his eyes on them, so he sent people to chase after them. Now, both of them were trapped in a mountain called Fenshan Valley. How many people are involved? Lin Sun asked. Wu Tianshun was stunned for a moment and then laughed grimly. Many, many. Not only the 7th Prince, but also Fairy Linghua of Xuandu Taoism sect and Lian Xuane, the ancient freak of Beasts Mountain. After a pause, he continued, in addition, there are many peerless figures from other ancient forces, including some ruthless ones. Lin Sun frowned and was puzzled. Wu Lingfei wanted to capture Old Toad and Alu to force him to submit, but why did other forces also get involved? Moreover, it was too much to muster such a large force. Are you afraid? Haha, Demon Lin, you have something to be afraid of? Wu Tianshun laughed grimly with the pleasure of revenge. Unfortunately, even if you go there, you're doomed to be unable to save your 2 friends. You can only watch them die in front of you. Crack, Lin Sun slapped Wu Tianshun so hard that his ears were buzzing, his eyes were seeing stars, and his lips were bleeding. But even so, Wu Tianshun still laughed. Look, you're angry. You must feel bad, right? How could you, Demon Lin, have such a day? Let me tell you, no matter who it is, anyone who goes against us Golden Crow will have a bad end, including you. His voice was full of pleasure. Don't you feel ashamed that Golden Crow dispatched so many people just to deal with my 2 friends? Lin Sun said indifferently. Wu Tianshun snorted. Humph, I know what you want to ask. I'm not afraid to tell you that this time, the seventh prince of our clan didn't invite other forces at all. The mistake is that your two friends escaped into Fenchen Valley safely. What do you mean? Fenchen Valley contains great fortune, but also great danger. But your two friends can enter safely, which will naturally attract others' attention. Wu Tianshan said coldly, everyone suspects that your friends should have a treasure that can let them enter the place of fortune in Fenchen Valley. It's abnormal that they don't attract attention. When he spoke up to hear, he couldn't help but sigh. It's truly a pity. I wonder who leaked the news and drew the attention of so many experts. Otherwise, this great fortune would have definitely fallen into the hands of my Golden Crow clan. Lin Sun's expression was uncertain. He finally understood that because of this great fortune, Old Toad and Alu became delicious cakes in the eyes of others. Lin Sun still remembered that before entering the Absolute Domain, Old Toad once said that after entering the Immortal Burning Realm, he would take Lin Sun and Alu to a place of great fortune. That place of great fortune should be the Fenchen Valley mentioned by Wu Tianshan. Obviously, they had to escape into Fenchen Valley to save their lives when being chased by Wu Lingfei. But they didn't expect that they would be coveted by other forces because of this. They were regarded as fat sheep. Oh, are you feeling very troubled? Haha, why don't you beg me? Maybe I will plead with the seventh prince. As long as you submit to the seventh prince and serve him, you may be able to save the lives of your two friends. Wu Tianshan laughed proudly. Bang, Lin Sun directly slapped him and knocked him out. Fenchen Valley, located in the depths of a majestic mountain range, was like a burning valley. The sky was like fire, and a sea of red clouds emerged. The valley was very strange. It was like a burning spark, but it was so huge and deep that one couldn't see the end of it. The rocks and plants in the valley all showed a delicate red color. Looking from afar, the whole valley seemed to be erupting into flames, burning the sky. Whoosh, Lin Sun landed. Looking at the depths of the valley, he asked, are they inside? Wu Tianshan nodded, and then said, well, have you thought it over? With your strength, if you turn to the seventh prince, you are destined to have a bright future. Moreover, you will save the lives of your two friends. It's killing two birds with one stone. Everyone is happy. Why not? Do you think Wu Lingfei will agree if I exchange your life for his? Lin Sun asked. Wu Tianshan was stunned, and then sneered, impossible. The seventh prince is the most ruthless. He won't be threatened by others. Then what's the use of keeping you? Lin Sun said. Wu Tianshuan's face changed. Realizing that something was wrong, he panicked and said, don't forget, I guided you to come here. Crack. Before he finished his words, Lin Sun twisted his neck and destroyed his spirit. Before he died, his eyes were wide open, unable to believe and accept all this. Lin Sun raised his hand and put his body into the storage ring. Then he took a deep breath and walked towards Fenchen Valley in the distance. Invisibly, his tall figure emitted a kind of pressure, and his heart was almost unable to suppress the killing intent surging. Just a few days after arriving in the Absolute Summit Domain, Old Toad and Alu were in danger. How could Lin Sun bear it? Did they really think Lin Sun was easy to bully? That was a big mistake. Walking into Fenchen Valley, it was another scene. From time to time, dazzling flames swept from the rocks and plants, which was the manifestation of the amazing power of the flame. The air was so hot that it seemed to be able to melt the metal. When people breathed, it was like swallowing charcoal. But this wasn't a problem for Lin Sun at all. Walking into the depths of the valley, a rugged and lonely flaming mountain appeared. It was thousands of meters high, like a burning pillar of fire. At the bottom of the flaming mountain, there was a natural cave entrance. Stop, this place has been blocked. No entry is allowed. Before Lin Sun could approach, someone appeared and blocked the entrance. Their expressions were cold and their eyes were as frightening as knives. I'm looking for someone, said Lin Sun. Who? You're not qualified to know. Just get out of the way. Lin Sun said as he walked towards the cave. He looked calm and composed, but no one knew that he was about to lose control of the killing intent in his heart. Even the entrance to the cave was blocked, which showed how dangerous the situation was for Old Toad and Alu. Lin Sun didn't dare to think what would happen to him if the two of them were in trouble and never saw each other again. P.S. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Goldfish was so sleepy that he fell asleep at the desk when he was writing. Then he was awakened by a muffled thunder. He looked out the window and realized it was raining. Thanks to the thunder, the goldfish was able to fulfill its promise and finish the 10th chapter without falling asleep. Also thanks to the friends who threw in monthly votes, supported me, left messages and favorites when I broke out. If it weren't for you, Goldfish wouldn't have been able to finish the 10th chapter. How dare you? A cultivator's face darkened when he saw Lin Sun striding over, and he raised his saber to strike. Swoosh, the Tao light was bright and boundless like a silver sea. However, before it could get close, the peerlessly swift and fierce saber collapsed inch by inch, and a rain of light scattered in the air. Shit, the cultivator's pupils constricted, and he was just about to change his move when he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure like a landslide and a tsunami. He felt suffocated, and his bones broke as if he was crushed by a divine mountain. He fell to the ground with a thump, and blood flowed from his 7 apertures as he died. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun hadn't made a move. His figure was tall, his black eyes were like lightning, and his expression was terrifyingly cold. A clear and brilliant Tao light suffused his entire body. His steps were steady like a devil moving forward. The other cultivators' expressions changed when they saw this, and they roared, "Enemy attack!" They turned around and charged into the cave. Rumble, however, they'd just turned around when a snow-white ice dragon raised its head in the air and swung its tail. All of them were sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood, and smashed against the rock wall, their bones and tendons exploding. He hadn't held back. Lin Sun had already aroused killing intent when he learned that Old Toad and Alu were in danger. He didn't mind killing everyone if anything happened to them. There was actually another world within the cave. Entering it was like entering a strange secret realm. The world was crimson red like a blazing furnace. Strands of magnificent fiery glow soared up and drifted between heaven and earth as if they'd entered a kingdom of fire. When Lin Sun entered, he saw an extremely magnificent palace standing in the distance. It seemed to be made of the world's brightest red jade, and it flowed with dazzling and magnificent rays of light. 2 bronze statues stood in front of the palace. One was a green deer, and the other was a white crane. Deer and crane were homophonic. The eaves of the palace extended in 8 directions, and in each direction, there were 8 fiery bronze lamps that emitted fiery glow and illuminated the surroundings. The palace stood between heaven and earth like the backbone that held up the universe. This was a situation where only it reigned supreme. Obviously, this secret realm was a historical site, and this palace definitely had a great origin. Someone's coming. That person seems to be Fiend God Lin? Numerous cultivators from different forces had gathered outside the palace. All of them couldn't help but be stunned and shocked when they saw Lin Sun walking over from the distant horizon. Demon God Lin, he actually killed his way here alone. Lin Sun was fearless as he strode forward with large strides towards the palace in the distance. His gaze was piercingly cold while his body emanated terrifying killing intent, and it caused the expressions of many cultivators to change without end. In their days, it was as if they saw a great devil god descend into the world, and it carried boundless killing intent as it approached, and its imposing aura caused them to feel terrified. Stop him. No matter who it is, no one is allowed to disrupt this operation. Shouts resounded as these cultivators that belonged to different powers charged over, and they didn't ask Lin Sun's intentions at all before attacking directly. Obviously, something extremely important was happening in the Divine Fire Palace, and it couldn't be disturbed. Therefore, even if they knew it was Lin Sun who had come, these cultivators stationed outside didn't hold back at all. Rumble. In an instant, dazzling and resplendent divine radiance flashed through the sky while all sorts of treasures fluttered about, and they complemented each other as they poured down towards Lin Sun. Such a scene was sufficient to make the hearts of peerless figures palpitate. At the same time, Lin Sun finally made a move. His black pupils surged like abysses while killing intent covered the heavens and the earth like tidewater as it swept out. His body glowed while clear radiance flowed, and the tune of the grand Tao rumbled. Bang, a single punch smashed out, and it shook the heavens and the earth. It was visible to the eye as space seemed like a canvas that had been crushed into pieces, and a shocking rift was torn open on it and stretched out in a straight line. Bang, the cultivators that charged at the front were instantly drowned by the vast force of the punch, and their bodies rumbled as they exploded into pieces while a rain of blood sprayed. Bang! 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 After that, muffled explosions resounded incessantly. It was like cutting chives, and all the experts that were struck by the force of the punch were pierced through. Their bodies split apart while fresh blood sprayed, and no less than 10 people perished. On the other hand, a portion of the secret techniques and treasures that attacked towards Lin Sun were directly crushed into pieces, while a portion hadn't even approached Lin Sun before they were obstructed and dispersed. A single punch shocked everyone. The surroundings were deathly silent. Many people felt a chill run down their spines while their bodies trembled, and they were terrified by this punch. From the beginning until the end, Lin Sun didn't stop moving, and his expression was terrifyingly calm. Demon God Lin, you're courting death. You're bound to be annihilated. Someone was unwilling to allow Lin Sun to barge into the Divine Flame Palace just like that, and he threatened. Rumble, Lin Sun flicked his sleeve, causing a river of stars to spread out in the sky. Numerous large stars were burning and erupting within it, and they emanated a terrifying and boundless force of incineration. In an instant, the person that spoke was burned to ashes. Moreover, the nearby cultivators were affected by it, and they were enveloped by the flaming river of stars and burned alive. Flaming Star River. This peerless Dao art was most suitable for group attacks, and it possessed shocking destructive force. At this point, the few remaining cultivators were astounded, and they didn't dare move forward to give their lives away. They'd been completely deterred by Lin Sun's murderous and bloody might. They'd heard of Lin Sun's reputation in the past, but they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes after all. Earlier, they'd even boasted that they were the inheritors of an ancient sect and intended to obstruct Lin Sun. Yet now, they completely understood that relying on their combat strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The gate of the Divine Fire Palace was closed tightly. When he passed by the bronze statues of a green deer and a white crane in front of the palace, Lin Sun suddenly felt that an invisible restrictive force was blocking in front of him, and it intended to prevent him from entering. This was a test. The inheritors of the orthodoxy guarding outside all knew that only the real top figures could enter the palace. However, this naturally wasn't a problem for Lin Sun. Boom, Lin Sun only paused for a moment, and then he took the opportunity to stride forward. As soon as he took a step forward, the invisible restrictive force collapsed with a bang. At the same time, the closed gate of the Divine Fire Palace opened silently. Whoosh, without any hesitation, Lin Sun flashed in. When the cultivators outside the palace saw this, they looked at each other in dismay, and their hearts were drowned by uncontrollable shock. Previously, they'd witnessed the top figures entering the Divine Fire Palace with their own eyes, and they'd all spent a lot of effort. Few of them were as relaxed as Lin Sun. Boom, the gate of the Divine Fire Palace closed silently. Lin Sun didn't care about this. Because as soon as he entered, he suffered a blow. It was a dark blue halberd, which chopped at his head, setting off a dazzling waterfall of thunder and lightning. This chop was unexpected. Obviously, it had been prepared for a long time, just waiting for Lin Sun to come in. The dazzling lightning and thunder were too fierce and swift. If it were other top figures, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die when they were caught off guard. But Lin Sun was calm. He clenched his fist and punched it lightly. This blow was understated, without a trace of smoke and fire. But when it collided with the halberd, a mighty force suddenly burst out on the surface of the fist. Clang, the deafening sound of the collision resounded. It was just a light blow, but the dark blue halberd suddenly bent, as if it couldn't bear such a collision. Then, with a bang, the figure holding the halberd bounced off as if struck by lightning. Looking carefully, the owner of the halberd was a descendant of the beast's mountain. He had black hair and white eyebrows, and his eyes were as cold as blades. He was extremely capable. However, at this moment, he was shocked. His face alternated between green and white, as if he couldn't believe that the chop he had prepared for a long time could be so easily broken. Moreover, if he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been injured. Demon God Lin, you are indeed a strong man who has stepped into the extreme realm. The white-browed youth looked gloomy. Lin Sun ignored him. His eyes and divine sense instantly covered the whole place. The interior of the palace was so vast that it was like a small world. The roof was like a sky curtain, extremely high and inlaid with fiery red beads, like bright stars. There were a total of 108 huge bronze pillars standing in the main hall. Each pillar was engraved with ancient patterns, such as flowers, birds, insects, fish, the sun, the moon, mountains, and rivers, ancestors offering sacrifices, ancient totems, standing in front of the bronze pillars. They were as small as ants. It could be seen how magnificent this palace was, just like the legendary Heavenly Palace. At this moment, there were dozens of figures in front of the main hall, each of them from different forces. Some were overflowing with golden light, some were hazy with silver light, and some had long purple hair. All of them were different, but every single one of them had an incomparably shocking aura. They were like gods standing there, and just the aura they emitted was enough to suffocate everyone. At a glance, Lin Sun saw Wu Lingfei, the seventh prince of the Golden Crow bloodline, Fairy Ling Hua, the ancient freak of Xuandu Taoism sect, Liang Xuan of the Beast's Mountain. Apart from them, there was the gray-haired youth carrying a longbow made of animal bone, as well as some other men and women. None of them were weaker than the others present. Demon God Lin, haha, you actually have the guts to come alone? Wu Lingfei smiled warmly, his eyes flowing with divine light. I'm just here to die. There's nothing strange about it. A purple-haired man with a devilish face sneered. He wore a silver battle robe and had his hands behind his back as he glanced at Lin Sun indifferently. Lin Sun still ignored him. His gaze was now directed to the depths of the main hall. There, Old Toad was bathed in blood, his hair disheveled, and his body tottering as if he couldn't hold on any longer. Alu's body, which was as imposing as a mountain, stood in front of Old Toad. However, he also looked very miserable. His body, which was as sturdy as a rock, was covered in bloody wounds. Blood flowed out and gathered in a pool at his feet. At this moment, Lin Sun's black eyes froze. Every inch of his skin seemed to be burning with anger. He had already expected that the two would be in a dangerous situation. But he didn't expect that they were already injured like this. An unprecedented anger surged in his chest, but Lin Sun's expression grew calmer, which meant that he was beyond anger. Damn it, Lin Sun, if you didn't come, I would have died. Old Toad shouted. But his injuries were too severe. As soon as he opened his mouth, he coughed violently, and his handsome face twitched with pain. Big brother. Alu was also extremely agitated. He roared, can you do me a favor? Speak. Lin Sun took a deep breath and forced himself to restrain the anger in his heart. However, his hands were trembling slightly, a sign that he was about to lose control of his killing intent. Kill them. Alu spat out each word, gnashing his teeth with endless hatred. Old Toad and Alu weren't weak. On the contrary, they were extremely powerful and possessed amazing inherited power. They were not inferior to any of the top giants in the present age. But now, they were seriously injured and on the verge of despair. Lin Sun could tell at a glance that if he had come a little later, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dozens of top figures from different orthodoxies were besieging them, including ancient freaks like Wu Lingfei, Ling Hua, and Liang Xuan. It could be said that it wasn't easy for the two of them to last until now. Kill them, just 4 words echoed in this incomparably majestic palace. They were filled with unwillingness, anger, and endless hatred. Lin Sun didn't even need to think about it to know how helpless they had been when they could make Alu so angry. Okay. Lin Sun spat out a word. It was like a thunderclap, surging and resounding, accompanied by an uncontrollable killing intent. It spread out like a tide, making the void wail. In an instant, many people's faces changed slightly. In their eyes, Lin Sun seemed to have become another person. He was like a demon coming out of the abyss, emitting a chilling aura. Haha, do you really think Demon Lin can save your lives? A man covered in silver light and carrying a spiritual sword said with a hint of ridicule in his voice. Lin Sun, don't say harsh words. You've seen the current situation. It's not too late to recognize me as your master. I promise I'll give you a chance to live. Wu Lingfei, dressed in a golden robe, smiled gently and spoke casually. Wu Lingfei, did you get permission from our moon-worshipping cult? A man with purple eyes and fair skin asked coldly. Moon-worshipping cult, it was a mysterious orthodoxy in the Saint Hermit land with an extremely ancient heritage. This purple-eyed young man was called Lai Yunhai. He was a peerless genius of this cult and had a combat power that didn't belong to ancient freaks. What's the point of saying so much? We're here for the opportunity. We'll kill whoever dares to stop us, said a woman with a mysterious light totem on her back. She was a descendant of the mysterious light ancient clan, and her name was Xianxia. I have heard of this demon god Lin long ago, but his two friends are so weak. How disappointing. A man with a head full of green hair and a strange mystic mark on his glabella said, "Why don't all of you watch and let me play with this famous fiend celestial Lin?" This was a top figure of the Cecil clan. His name was Xianxia, and he was extremely powerful. In the previous battle, he had already displayed astonishing strength. Ridiculous. Alu roared furiously, "If it wasn't for you guys shamelessly ganging up on me, I could have smashed a bunch of trash like you to death with a single stick." The green-haired Xianxia sneered and said, "A loser dares to speak so courageously? You're far from being his match in a one-on-one fight." Dozens of strong men from different forces present were very conceited. They talked all at once and regarded Lin Sun as nothing. Lin Sun ignored him and carefully sensed. At this moment, he finally confirmed that there were only 26 opponents here, and no one was hiding in the dark. "Stop fighting. I'll fight this fiend celestial Lin." Lai Yunhai of the moon-worshipping cult stood up. He was extremely talented and had the strongest battle blood flowing in his body. His combat strength was terrifying. "No, let me kill this fiend celestial Lin first." Xianxia, who had a mysterious totem on her back, moved first. Her figure flashed, and with a boom, the void was torn apart. Her aura was extremely sharp. Like a ray of mysterious lightning, she whizzed over. "Are you fighting to die? There's no need to be anxious. I'll kill all of you one by one." Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and a chilling light surged in them. He was no longer suppressing the surging killing intent in his body. Boom, Xianxia had already rushed over. Her white palm was surrounded by a terrifying mysterious light, and she slashed down with the boundless power of the Great Way. King Xian world-breaking palm, this was the unique skill of the ancient mystic light clan. When it was slashed out, the void collapsed. It was extremely sharp and dazzling. Many people's eyes narrowed because Xianxia did not display such a powerful strength in the previous battles. But now, when she was fighting against demon god Lin, her battle strength was completely different. It was obvious that she had held back her strength. In fact, although there were dozens of them, because they came from different forces, they were all wary of each other. As a result, when they were besieging Alu and Old Toad, they restrained each other and didn't go all out. They didn't want others to take advantage of their weakness. This also gave Alu and Old Toad a chance to catch their breath. If it wasn't for this, it would have been very difficult for them to last until now under the siege of so many powerful figures. Facing Xianxing's attack, Lin Sun raised his hand and punched out. The power of his fist was like a boundless ocean, destroying everything in its path. Boom, the void trembled and let out a shattering sound. Surging divine light collided and swept out, drowning the entire place. What was amazing was that the 108 bronze pillars in this hall glowed and flowed with an obscure taboo power, making the entire hall impregnable and undamaged. Otherwise, the power of this attack alone would have been enough to crush mountains and rivers. When the divine light dissipated, Lin Sun stood where he was, not moving at all. Xianxia, who came from the ancient mysterious light clan and had an incomparably noble bloodline, came fast and retreated even faster. She staggered back several meters, one of her jade arms trembling slightly and blood flowing out from between her fingers. This demon god Lin can't be underestimated. Many people were surprised. Xianxing's combat power was obvious to all, but she suffered a small loss in the first confrontation, which was surprising. Very good. It's satisfying to kill such an opponent. If he's a good-for-nothing, I won't bother to fight him. Xianxia looked delicate and beautiful, but her words were sharp and threatening. At this moment, her eyes were bright and filled with a monstrous coldness. Clang, she took out a scimitar flowing with mysterious light and rushed over as she spoke. "Unfortunately, you're not qualified to stop me. You're doomed to die," Lin Sun whispered. Then, he attacked without holding back. He had endured for a long time, and the anger in his heart was like an erupting volcano that needed to be vented. Boom, the two fought fiercely. After dozens of collisions, Lin Sun suddenly pressed his palm down, and with a bang, the scimitar in Xianjing's hand was sent flying. Moreover, her delicate body flew out as if pushed by a mountain. She coughed up blood, and her pretty face suddenly became extremely pale. Her bones and tendons collapsed on her shoulder, and her flesh was badly mangled. Her left arm was almost crippled, and just a little bit more, and her neck would have been injured. What? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes flickered. Before, they were all very conceited and regarded Lin Sun as an equal at most, so they didn't have much fear. But now, they all realized that something was wrong. Demon God Lin's combat power was far stronger than they had expected. "I'll help you." Suddenly, Xianlan of the Sea Soul clan let out a long roar. His green hair flew in the wind as he rushed into the battlefield with a giant axe in hand. His momentum was like a raging sea, and with every step he took, the void shattered. The giant axe was steaming with dazzling Taoist light, and its power was extremely terrifying. But in just over 10 rounds, he was injured by Lin Sun's ramming. He coughed up blood, and like a kite with a broken string, he smashed hard on a bronze pillar, seeing stars. Everyone's expression changed again, and they looked at Lin Sun as if they were staring at a monster. In the past, every one of them could be called a monster in the eyes of other cultivators, and they were incredibly powerful. But now, the power Lin Sun showed was so powerful that they all felt that they had met a monster. "Everyone, it's best if we attack together to avoid any unforeseen events. This demon god Lin possesses heaven-defying battle prowess. If we want to kill him, we need to work together." The 7th prince of the Golden Crow clan, Wu Lingfei's eyes flickered as he wore a stern expression. He had threatened to take Lin Sun as a servant before, but now, he didn't dare to do so anymore. The 7th prince is right. This demon god Lin looks very difficult to deal with. If we fight separately, we may be defeated by him one by one. This result is not what you want to see, Fairy Linghua also said. Fairy Linghua spoke as well. Her gaze was gloomy and filled with resentment. She still hadn't forgotten the humiliation Lin Sun had brought her. "Big brother, do you need help?" Alu shouted. Seeing that the situation was not good, he was anxious. "Shut up. You'll only make trouble if you go up. Just protect me." Old Toad coughed violently and said through gritted teeth, "Let him have the chance to show off. If he's really beaten down, then we can only risk our lives." "Kill." In the field, figures rushed out one after another, all pointing their spears at Lin Sun. They came from different forces, and this time they all came to seize the great fortune. But they all knew very well that if they didn't get rid of Lin Sun first, no one could succeed. "Alu, protect Old Toad. You'll see how I kill them." Lin Sun took a deep breath. His spirit, qi, and spirit were burning like a furnace, boiling completely. The Wrath of Yazi, the Saint Method, the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, all the profound meanings were running. But this time, the power he chose to use changed. For the first time, he used the way of star obliteration without any reservation. "Haha, you're boasting shamelessly. Not to mention you, if it were anyone else, they would definitely die." Someone sneered. This wasn't boasting. Generally speaking, even an ancient freak couldn't resist the siege of so many peers. It should be noted that there were many ancient freaks and peerless evildoers among them. They all stood at the top and were like overlords of a region. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. Boom, the first to rush over was Lai Yunhai from the moon-worshipping cult. His purple eyes burst with strange divine light, his body was steaming with clouds, and he burst out with divine power. The spear in his hand swept horizontally, like a purple full moon moving horizontally, blazing with divine light. However, Lin Sun broke through his attack with one hand, firmly grasped the spear with lightning speed, and then exerted his strength. Boom, the spear was forcibly seized by Lin Sun, and then with a sweep of the spear, Lai Yunhai was directly smashed into the air by his own spear. "Kill." Lin Sun's killing intent and resentment turned into a roar, like a thunder stirring the 9th heaven. His blood and qi surged, and he rushed up. His black hair flew in the air, and his face was terrifyingly cold. Even in the face of a group of besiegers, he showed no fear and took the initiative to kill. Boom, in an instant, Lin Sun's tall figure seemed to turn into a big abyss, steaming with obscure devouring power. Vaguely, countless stars were annihilated around him. Star obliteration way. This was the first time that Lin Sun took the initiative to use it at the beginning of a battle since he mastered it. Moreover, he didn't hold back at all. For one thing, there were dozens of opponents this time, including many powerful ancient freaks. For another, the encounter of Alu and Old Toad made Lin Sun completely lose his temper. The accumulated killing intent and resentment in his heart were like an erupting volcano. If he didn't vent them, he would hurt himself, kill. He rushed forward like a demon on an expedition. You want to be our enemy alone? You're courting death. Lai Yunhai shouted. He was defeated by Lin Sun and even his spear was taken away by Lin Sun, which made his face gloomy and furious. Whoosh, his figure was like lightning, and his purple eyes were like lightning. His figure suddenly turned into a purple moon, rushing towards Lin Sun at a high speed. This was the supreme inherited secret method of the moon-worshipping cult. It was extremely horrible and could directly crush the opponent with the power of Yin. The others also used their real strength, not daring to be careless. They wanted to kill Lin Sun together. Whoosh, unexpectedly, the first one to rush to Lin Sun was a sword chi, steaming with silver brilliance. It was the man with the spirit sword on his shoulder and silver light all over his body. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He moved with ice drake steps and directly collided with the silver sword with his fist. Bang, the fierce and horrible sword chi was broken inch by inch, and the fist was invincible. Others' faces changed slightly. How arrogant he was. He dared to fight against the sword with his bare hands, and his every move gave people a sense of invincibility. Clang, the sword rang harshly. The silver-robed man's sword was bright and burst out a strong sword intending to destroy Lin Sun's right arm. Unexpectedly, this blow was engulfed and annihilated like a clay ox entering the sea. Not to mention destroying Lin Sun's arm, he couldn't even resist the fist force. Boom, the next moment, the silver-robed man was shaken away. His figure staggered back, and his face turned blue and white. Almost at the same time, Lai Yunhai attacked once more. But before he got close, 9 golden words tribulation suddenly appeared around Lin Sun, which seemed to be made of magic iron. Together, they deduced the meaning of Basha prohibition. Suddenly, Lai Yunhai, who was like a violet sun, seemed to have fallen into the net of the great Tao, and his figure became sluggish. Bang, with a loud bang, Lai Yunhai was hit by Lin Sun's fist. He was blown away again and smashed on a bronze pillar. His rib cage was broken. So powerful. The faces of the others changed again, and their expressions became solemn. In the blink of an eye, 2 powerhouses were defeated. They almost couldn't believe it. After all, no matter if it was the silver-robed man or Lai Yunhai, both of them were existences that stood at the peak of the absolute peak realm. Everyone, if we don't kill this fiend today, he'll definitely become a great calamity in the future. Wu Lingfei shouted and attacked brazenly. Suddenly, a pair of golden wings appeared on his back. Flames flowed like a tide and burned the void. Almost at the same time, with a shout, the others attacked with all their strength, not daring to be careless. They all realized that what Wu Lingfei said was true. With Fiend God Lin's present strength, he seemed to be the strongest among the pinnacle realms. He was invincible among his peers, and this left them alarmed. Now, as long as Lin Sun attacked, it would be absolutely fatal for ordinary absolute peak cultivators. Only they could fight against him together. If it was a one-on-one fight, no one had the confidence to be his opponent. Bang, in the huge palace, a fierce battle broke out. For a moment, the treasures were dazzling, like meteors pouring down, Taoist law surging and roaring. The terrible fluctuations of the battle were like the 9 heavens strong wind, crushing the void and sweeping in all directions. If this happened in the outside world, the destruction caused would be absolutely unimaginable. In the battle, Lin Sun felt incomparable pressure, but he was not afraid. On the contrary, the more he fought, the braver he became. He was like a big abyss, sweeping across the field, with the momentum to swallow the universe, mountains, and rivers, and annihilate the power of the stars. This made people's hearts tremble. A single person was facing a few tens of existences that could be said to be giants of the same generation, and there was no lack of monstrous geniuses and freaks amongst them. No matter the outcome, it was sufficient to shock the world, and it would shake the world if news of it were to spread. Kill. A man in cyan armor rushed over, waving a pair of bronze mirrors. But before he could get close, he was shrouded by a symbol of tribulation. The pair of bronze mirrors wailed, and even the body of the man in cyan armor was crushed with a cracking sound, almost kneeling on the ground. Lin Sun was about to kill him with one blow, when a golden sea of fire came, covering the sky and the earth. Wherever it passed, the void was incinerated. The real fire of the sun, it was the innate secret method of the golden crow. It was said that once the old monster of the king realm was touched by a trace of this fire, his body and soul would be destroyed instantly, turning into ashes. It was extremely overbearing and vicious. In the distance, Alu and the old toad's faces suddenly changed. This attack was too sudden, and Lin Sun was besieged. Could he block it? Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not panic. The power of star obliteration way rotated around him, twisting the void like a black hole in the starry sky. Rumble under everyone's expectant gaze, the true sun fire covered Lin Sun, submerging the area where he was. However, before they were happy, they saw that the domineering solar fire was engulfed and annihilated by the power of Lin Sun's body like thousands of streams returning to the origin, leaving no trace. How could this be possible? Many people widened their eyes. Everyone in the world knew how terrible the true sun fire was, but it disappeared without a trace before it had time to show its power. Bang! At the same time, Lin Sun rushed out violently. A tribulation symbol turned into a seal, and with a roar, it rushed towards Wu Lingfei in the distance. Hurry up! Wu Lingfei shouted and flapped his pair of golden wings to dodge. He was shocked because he had never encountered such a situation. As long as he used the true sun fire, any opponent had to avoid it and dare not fight it head-on. But today, it was so easily resolved. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and he chased after Wu Lingfei. He wanted to kill Wu Lingfei first. This disaster was caused by this person, which made Lin Sun hate him to the bone. However, on the way, the attacks of others had arrived, forcing Lin Sun to give up chasing Wu Lingfei. Lin Sun, no matter how strong you are, under such a siege, you can be exhausted to death. In the distance, Fairy Linghua sneered. As long as dozens of top figures worked together, it was impossible to give Lin Sun any chance to defeat them one by one. Really? Lin Sun's black eyes became colder. His whole body was shining like a burning furnace of heaven and earth. He suddenly shook off the attacks in front of him, and then punched towards Fairy Linghua. Boom! This punch was earth-shattering, and it was surrounded by the power of star obliteration. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to be swallowed up, and a terrible gap was torn open. In Linghua's eyes, this punch was like opening the gate of the abyss to hell, and it was going to swallow her body, soul, and mind. Not good. Her pretty face suddenly changed. She suddenly urged all her strength, and even used a secret method. She spat out a mouthful of blood essence, burned the power of the origin, and fought with all her strength. A terrible collision sounded. It seemed as if an abyss had emerged there, and it had the power to swallow everything, causing many people's scalps to go numb. Linghua's figure was about to be swallowed, but in the end, along with a crazy scream, her body suddenly burst out with a terrible divine light, and she broke through the attack by a hair's breadth. Her figure staggered and escaped. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, while some were horrified by the terrifying power of Lin Sun's punch. It was too terrifying. In the face of that punch, it was difficult for anyone to raise the thought of fighting against it. At this time, Linghua seemed to be greatly stimulated after escaping from death. Her hair was disheveled, and she laughed hoarsely. Lin Sun, I told you, no matter how strong you are, it's impossible. Her voice stopped abruptly. Because at the moment she spoke, a snow-white broken blade swept out and slashed in the void. This slash only had one word, fast. It was incredibly fast. As if it had broken the shackles of time and space, it moved silently and disappeared in a flash. And on Linghua's throat, there was a dark red bloodstain. Because it was too fast, when this bloodstain appeared, Linghua was still sneering and speaking. She didn't notice it until she said the word impossible. Then, her eyes widened, and her hand suddenly touched her neck. However, at the instant the tip of his finger touched her neck, her head suddenly rolled off, and blood sprayed through the air like a fountain from her neck. This scene was too strange and incredible. An ancient freak of Xuandu Taoism sect had just avoided a fatal disaster and thought she was safe. Who would have thought that she had been beheaded? All the strongmen who noticed this scene suddenly narrowed their eyes, and their hearts shook fiercely. Their bodies were a little stiff. Ling Hua, the pride of Xuandu Taoism sect, a peerless figure who had been silent for tens of thousands of years, was beheaded before she could react. At the moment of her death, there was only confusion and an indescribable fear on her face. Her eyes were wide open, and she died with everlasting regret. Everyone else felt their scalps go numb, and it was difficult for them to accept this. Dozens of top figures had joined forces to kill Lin Hua, but Lin Hua had suddenly killed one of them at this moment. How terrifying was this? This was an ancient freak who was going to rise to the top, and he was the pride of an ancient orthodoxy that had high hopes placed on him. Once he was lost, it wouldn't be as simple as the death of one person, and it would also cause an extremely heavy blow to the great forces behind him. Originally, when Lin Sun was dealing with Ling Hua, Shang Lan from the Sea Soul clan had used a secret method and appeared silently behind Lin Sun, and he aimed the giant axe in his hand at Lin Sun. But when he was about to chop down, he saw the scene of Ling Hua's head falling, and he was so shocked that his heart trembled, and he almost cried out. Bang! At the same time, the word tribulation behind Lin Sun transformed into a divine beast and smashed fiercely. Shang Lan seemed to be pushed by a divine mountain, and his body flew up like a sandbag and smashed fiercely against the wall of the palace in the distance. Boom! The wall shook, and it could be seen how powerful the impact was. Shang Lan's body was bleeding, and every inch of his skin felt a tearing pain. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Shang Lan's scream woke everyone up from the shock. We can't give him another chance. In the black mist, a figure rushed over with a bloody sickle in his hand. With a gentle stroke, the sickle tore the void with boundless sharpness. The whole area was shrouded in black mist with the smell of death and decay. It was a man with pale skin and a haggard face. He was a genius from the Nine Ghost Blood sect. Kill. The others also realized the seriousness of the problem and attacked without hesitation. Moreover, stimulated by Ling Hua's death, almost all of them had used their trump cards and treated Lin Sun as their number one enemy. For a moment, the palace was dazzling. Each strong man was like a divine mountain, blooming with terrible power. They reflected each other, making the place full of light rain and sound of Tao. After the previous fight, they had thoroughly understood how powerful Lin Sun was, which was completely beyond their expectations. Ling Hua's death, in particular, made them smell danger and felt a serious threat. Originally, they were all fearless. They thought that Lin Sun was alone. No matter how strong he was destined to be no match for them and could be easily killed. But now, the horrible fighting power Lin Sun showed suddenly made the situation become serious. All this did not affect Lin Sun at all. After killing Ling Hua with silence cut, he didn't stop. He first thwarted Shang Lan's sneak attack behind him, and then rushed out. Along with him, Duanren rushed out. Swish, a flash of cold light appeared in an instant. The target was Wu Lingfei. How dare you? Wu Lingfei's face was gloomy. He flapped his wings, and with a bang, endless golden flame flowed and evolved into a fire sword. A magic sword condensed by the real fire of the sun. Bang! However, after a terrible collision, there was a rain of light, withered feathers, and blood. Looking at Wu Lingfei, his left wing was cut with a long and narrow blood mark, which made him break out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have almost followed Ling Hua's footsteps. This undoubtedly proved that even if it was a one-on-one fight, he was very likely to be no match for Lin Sun. Open for me. A strange-looking man with a vertical eye between his brows shouted out explosively. The vertical eye suddenly opened up and transformed into a magnificent beam of light that was dreamy and illusory like a rain of light. It was the divine Mirage's pupil. It was a supreme bloodline inheritance of the Mirage monsters. It was an extremely horrifying illusory technique that targeted at the soul of a cultivator. Once this technique was executed, it was as if a dreamscape had been created, and it was sufficient to confine the soul of the opponent within it and cause them to lose themselves. Unfortunately, this blow might be enough to deter other peerless figures, but it was useless to Lin Sun. Kill. In Lin Sun's sea of consciousness, Little Silver had long been ready. Seeing this, he grasped with both hands and a sword of divine soul slashed out. Crack, in the distance, a thin line of blood appeared on the vertical eye between the eyebrows of the bewitching man. Following this, the vertical eye exploded, causing dark red blood to flow out. Ah, he screamed miserably, suffering a great blow. Who would have thought that not only was a single strike ineffective, it instead destroyed his most powerful talent, causing his soul to suffer serious damage. Puff, he was just about to flee when a dazzling blade appeared and sliced him in half, causing a rain of blood to spray out. The second opponent was dead, although others were trying to help him, it was of no use. The power of Lin Sun's broken blade was completely different from before. It was suffused with the power of the devouring star Wei, which made its power suddenly rise to an unprecedented level. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Did he die in an instant? Awesome! Big brother! Alu shouted in the distance, extremely excited. Humph, now you should understand why a unique genius like me would regard him as a brother. One word, domineering. Old Toad beamed with joy. However, saying these words affected his injury, making him cough painfully again. It's 2 words. Alu corrected him. Do you still care about these details at this time? Old Toad said grumpily. While they were talking, the battle in the field had been breaking out, and it was getting fiercer. Everyone, if you keep hiding, we will all be in danger. Wu Lingfei's face was livid. He roared and no longer had the graceful and casual demeanor before. Why is the power of the great Wei he mastered so similar to that of Yun Qingbai? Someone said in a trembling voice. It was a tall and sturdy man. At this moment, his expression changed dramatically, and he looked incredulous. This person was the ancient freak Shi Zhentong of Shitua. He had appeared not long ago and defeated more than a dozen influential figures in 3 days, shocking the world. However, he had been defeated by Yun Qingbai's 3 strikes. Moreover, he was very sure that if Yun Qingbai wanted to kill him, he only needed 1 strike. It was also because of this fiasco that he realized how terrifying Yun Qingbai was. However, he didn't expect that the aura of the great Wei of demon god Lin in front of him would be so similar to Yun Qingbai's. Moreover, it was also so terrifying. At this moment, Shi Zhentong's fighting spirit was shaken, and he had the urge to escape. Kill. However, no one else had seen how terrifying Yun Qingbai was. Naturally, they couldn't understand what Shi Zhentong was feeling. They were all rushing forward recklessly. As pinnacle figures, every one of them had an unparalleled heritage and pride. It was already embarrassing for dozens of them to deal with a single fiend god Lin. And at that moment, there was no way for them to repress him. This left them infuriated and humiliated. The battle for the Great Wei was a battle of superiority. No one would admit that they were weak. If they couldn't kill Lin Sun this time, this defeat alone would be a stain that couldn't be washed away, which would be detrimental to their future cultivation. Go to hell. Suddenly, a strong man turned into a cyan bull the size of a small mountain. He stepped on the air with his 4 hooves and let out a loud roar. Adu Luo Yun, the formless vacuum, the great Wei. From his lips came a grand and obscure sound, like the surging wind and thunder of the 9th heaven, and also like the sound of ancient demons chanting scriptures. This was his innate Taoism, which could break mountains and rivers with 1 roar and split the sky. Lin Sun was besieged and couldn't be distracted. Just as he was about to be hit by the roar, he suddenly let out a roar. A golden waterfall of sound waves rushed out and turned into a Puzeo divine beast, which seemed to have broken through the starry sky and roared proudly with its head held high. Rumble! This was the roar of Puzeo, the supreme way of music and killing. Now that it was performed by Lin Sun with the way of star obliteration, its power was completely different from before. Wherever the sound waves spread, the void, the airflow, everything showed signs of annihilation, visible to the naked eye. The roar of the cyan bull was crushed and annihilated, as if it was a small wizard in front of a great wizard. Boom! It was too late for the cyan bull to dodge. Shocked by the roar of Puzeo, it first bled from its 7 orifices, and then its mountain-like body was smashed away like being swept by a storm. Its bones and tendons were broken, and its soul and mind suffered heavy damage. It directly foamed at the mouth and fainted. 1 roar broke the enemy. Whoosh! However, before Lin Sun could continue, the void under his feet suddenly exploded, and a black demonic flower emerged. Its petals opened like a big mouth. Although Lin Sun avoided it safely, he was oppressed by several attacks coming from the other side. His body was shaken, and his cheek was scratched by a sword. A trace of blood appeared. In the distance, the silver-robed man sighed inwardly. This incomparably thrilling scene made Old Toad and Alu's skin crawl and they became nervous. Very good. I underestimated your ability. Although it was just a skin wound, Lin Sun's expression became colder. He had many opportunities to kill his opponent after being besieged until now. But he was blocked and failed. At this time, he was almost seriously injured, which made Lin Sun's killing intent more and more blazing. Clang, the broken blade glowed, and mysterious and strange patterns appeared on its surface. It was so brilliant that it looked like an illusion. Then, it chopped toward the silver-robed man. Stop him. Everyone attacked to suppress him. However, at this moment, Lin Sun's power was too strong. He was completely violent, like a demon stepping on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The word tribulation surrounded him, producing infinite power and crushing all attacks. Chop. Seeing Lin Sun rushing toward him, the silver-robed man's face changed greatly. The sword in his hand was extremely bright, and he chopped down angrily. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was extremely fast, and the broken blade was even more terrifying. He performed the life and death cut and broke the sword in an instant. With a sweep of the blade, the man's chest was pierced. The silver-robed man let out an earth-shattering scream. Then, his body fell straight to the ground and died on the spot. Xianxia and several other powerhouses from the ancient mysterious Light clan launched a sneak attack, wanting to take this opportunity to suppress Lin Sun. However, Lin Sun's body glowed, and the power of star obliteration devouring Wei was pushed to the extreme. It was like a great abyss that could swallow everything. All the attacks were annihilated, making Lin Sun seem invincible. Puff. 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 Taking advantage of this opportunity, the broken blade spun and killed 3 opponents on the spot. If Xianxia hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been doomed. This scene was extremely shocking. In just an instant, the silver-robed man was killed, and then the people who attacked Lin Sun were killed on the spot. Everything happened too quickly. Scalding blood sprayed everywhere, filling the entire palace with a thick smell of blood. Yun Qingbai. He's as terrifying as Yun Qingbai. At this moment, Shi Zhentong couldn't help but let out a scream. He turned around and fled in panic. Lin Sun's display of power made Shi Zhentong's inner demons grow. Thinking of the scenes when he was defeated by Yun Qingbai, his fighting spirit completely collapsed. He ran away without a care for his face. Shame on you! Shame on you! Seeing this, the other powerhouses were shocked and angry. To be honest, Lin Sun was also a little surprised to see an ancient freak like Shi Zhentong flee in fear. However, when he heard Shi Zhentong comparing him with Yun Qingbai, Lin Sun felt an indescribable rejection in his heart. Moreover, Yun Qingbai was just a thief. How could he be compared with Lin Sun? At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly noticed that Wu Lingfei and several other powerhouses took this opportunity to attack Old Toad and Alu. You're courting death. Boom, the void exploded. Lin Sun's figure, like a mad dragon coming out of the abyss, was extremely fast, rushing towards Wu Lingfei and others. It was visible to the naked eye that wherever he passed, the void seemed to be swallowed, annihilated, and sunk, accompanied by blazing Taoist light. Along the way, there were many strong practitioners who tried to stop him, but without exception, they were all shattered in an instant and staggered out. This was so shocking that they couldn't believe it. In the distance, Lin Sun was still a step late. Wu Lingfei and other 7 or 8 strong practitioners attacked together. They were well versed in the essence of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. One group attacked Alu, and the other group attacked Old Toad. The situation was dangerous. Alu and Old Toad had been seriously injured, and now they were just holding on. In the face of such a killing attack, they were doomed to be unable to resist. At this critical moment, Lin Sun became surprisingly calm, and all the hatred in his heart turned into cold killing intent. Clang, the broken sword produced a clear and impassioned sound, flashing away in the void. Impermanence cut. Impermanence was indefinite, as unpredictable as fate, as unpredictable as cause and effect. The ancient sages even said that when impermanence came, all the laws of the world would be destroyed. The same was true of impermanence cut. As the last cut of the 6 chops of Tian Yuan, this move was like the arrival of a variable, with the power to frighten ghosts and gods. The essence contained in this cut could no longer be described as difficult and horrible in the secular sense. It involved the variable of the Great Way, which could be called heaven-defying. But Lin Sun had only comprehended a trace of its essence. But even so, this slash was the strongest attack he had mastered so far. At this time, this cut swept towards those strong practitioners who were attacking Alu. At the same time, Lin Sun shouted, "Old Toad, come here." Old Toad didn't think much at all. Without hesitation, it gathered all its remaining strength and rushed towards Lin Sun. This was a kind of unreserved trust. Even if those powerful attacks were close at hand, he didn't frown. There were 4 strong practitioners who besieged Old Toad. Naturally, they couldn't just watch Old Toad join Lin Sun. Without hesitation, they killed him with all their strength. Everything happened too fast, so fast that it was only a fraction of a second. Puff, Old Toad's shoulder was pierced through, fresh blood spurting out. This was an attack from the moon-worshipping cult's successor, Lai Yunhai. He had thought that he would be able to pierce through Old Toad's head, but there was a slight mishap. What surprised him most was that in such a desperate situation, the green-robed teenager, who was obviously exhausted, burst out unprecedented potential. Instead of retreating, he continued to rush towards Lin Sun after being injured. Boom, almost at the same time, a giant axe chopped down, wanting to cleave Old Toad in half. There was no doubt that if this attack landed, Old Toad would definitely die. F***CKU, get lost. Like a trapped beast on the verge of despair, the Old Toad let out a roar and pressed its palm forward, swallowing the stars and spitting out the moon. However, his injuries were too heavy. Although this strike had blocked the attack of the enormous axe, he was shaken to the point that a large mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed out from his mouth, and his complexion turned ashen. However, with the help of the rebound force, his body rushed towards Lin Sun at a faster speed than before. Die. However, to Old Toad's despair, a saber struck first, bursting forth with a dazzling golden light. Everything happened too fast, from the time Old Toad's shoulder was pierced through, to being pushed back by the giant axe, to being killed by the saber, it all happened almost in an instant. If it were someone else, they would have already accepted their fate. But Old Toad didn't. Neither did Lin Sun. At this critical moment of death, Old Toad's body suddenly flashed and suddenly turned into a palm-sized 3-legged golden toad. Lin Sun, on the other hand, gave up the idea of attacking and ran all his strength into Ice Drake steps. His speed suddenly rose by a notch. Then, Old Toad bumped into Lin Sun's arms. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was struck in the chest by the golden saber, tearing open a shocking wound. His skin and flesh were torn open, and his bones were vaguely visible. This was still under the protection of his own defense. Otherwise, this saber alone would have been enough to split him in half. The one holding the saber was a handsome and callous man. Not only did he fail to kill Old Toad, but he also injured Lin Sun. This made him slightly startled, and then ecstatic. He exerted force with his palms and fingers, intending to cut open Lin Sun's stomach. Boom! Lin Sun fiercely slapped the saber with his palm and retreated violently to one side, narrowly avoiding this fatal disaster. Without any hesitation, he rushed toward Alu with Old Toad. At the same time, Alu was also in danger. Lin Sun's impermanence cut had cut across in front of Alu in an instant, defusing the attacks from Wu Lingfei and others. Moreover, Alu was a practitioner of body refining, and his path was to become a saint. Although he was seriously injured, he still had the strength to fight. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he turned around and fled, smoothly meeting up with Lin Sun, who was rushing over. Just like that, a deadly trap was broken. From the moment Wu Lingfei and others attacked Alu and Old Toad separately to the moment when Lin Sun and others met up, an extremely dangerous situation emerged in the blink of an eye. Even the slightest mistake could lead to a different result. It could be said to be thrilling. There was great terror between life and death. Wasn't the previous scene the same? Wu Lingfei and others were obviously surprised by this result. In particular, Lin Sun's instantaneous outburst of extraordinary power made them all palpitate and tremble. But soon, they all laughed, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. The reason was that although Lin Sun was strong before, he was now seriously injured. On his chest, there was a shocking bloody saber wound. His skin and flesh were torn open, his bones could be vaguely seen, and blood was still gurgling out. Moreover, the power of this saber had obviously caused him a great deal of damage. Well, if I had known this earlier, I would have dealt with these two cripples first. Wu Lingfei strode over, his expression returning to his previous gentle and calm expression. He was smiling, but his smile was very cold. In his eyes, Lin Sun and Ah Lu were seriously injured, and Old Toad's life was hanging by a thread. The outcome was already decided, and there was no more suspense. We were careless just now. We thought we could kill him, but no one expected that demon god Lin could be so powerful alone. Even I have to admire him. Lai Yunhai of the moon-worshipping sect said expressionlessly. Although he said he admired Lin Sun, his eyes were full of undisguised killing intent. No matter what, demon god Lin is chivalrous and courageous, and he is willing to die for his friends. This is worthy of our admiration. Everyone, I suggest that we keep him alive and train him well. In the future, he will definitely become a loyal servant and serve us like a dog or a horse. Xianxia of the ancient mysterious light clan said proudly, as if he was confident of victory. No matter what they said, there was a kind of excitement, a kind of coldness, and a sense of complacency and revenge. In fact, Lin Sun was too strong before, which made them shocked and angry. They suffered repeated setbacks, so that they lost face and felt ashamed and resentful. Now, seeing Lin Sun like a tiger falling to the ground, they naturally felt indescribably carefree and complacent. As they spoke, they didn't slow down and rushed towards Lin Sun and the others. This was because everyone knew the principle of taking advantage of someone's weakness. For an opponent like Fiend God Lin, once he was given a chance to catch his breath, there was a high chance of something happening. Boom! At this moment, all the figures scrambled to be the first to kill Lin Sun, seeing him as a target at their mercy. They were moving, so was Lin Sun. Together with Alu, he quickly retreated to the depths of the hall, as if he was seriously injured and could only hide. He was no longer as arrogant and strong as before. However, no one noticed that Lin Sun's black eyes looked extraordinarily calm from beginning to end. Even though he was seriously injured, there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Boom! All kinds of attacks rushed over like brilliant rainbows. Lin Sun kept retreating. This palace was extremely large, and its roof was like the sky. Just each bronze pillar was as tall as the sky. Standing in it, people were like tiny ants. Thanks to this, Lin Sun had the chance to move and dodge. Lin Sun, no, you, just, run, by yourself. I don't want to become your burden. Old Toad's voice was extremely weak. It had turned into a palm-sized three-legged golden toad. Its body was dark and cracked, full of bloodstains. Big brother, Old Toad is right. Run away. I'll fight my way out for you. Just remember to avenge us in the future and kill these despicable guys. Alu's face was full of hatred and determination. This barbarian used to be very talkative and unreliable, but now he seemed so resolute, and the meaning in his words was moving. Lin Sun's lips twitched and his heart was burning, but he sneered, "You want to die? It's not that easy. All of you have to kill the enemies for me later. I'm already like this." Old Toad seemed very excited, but before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by a piece of bamboo as white as snow. Old Toad groaned and felt a pure and surging hot power pouring into his throat. At the same time, Alu's mouth was also blocked by a piece of bamboo. He widened his eyes in puzzlement. Why didn't his big brother let him speak at this time? And he even blocked their mouths with a piece of bamboo. It was really... At once, Alu also felt a surge of heat flowing into his body. This was the Thunder Yuan spiritual liquid contained in the Calamity Divine Bamboo. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as one took the Thunder Yuan spiritual liquid, he could recover to his peak state in the shortest time. It could be said to be a first-class treasure in the world. The mysterious woman had slaughtered her way into the Black Sea Tengu clan and forcefully snatched such a precious treasure as compensation. No one knew that Lin Sun had swallowed this divine liquid as soon as he was injured. Boom! During this process, Wu Lingfei and the others had already closed in on Lin Sun. Their attacks were extremely fierce, and they seemed to want to kill Lin Sun. They did this for two reasons. First, for revenge. Second, if they could kill Lin Sun, it would be a dazzling achievement that would shock the world. Demon Lin, how long can you struggle? Go to hell. Suddenly, Li Yunhai of the moon-worshipping cult was the first to rush over. His face was grim and his eyes were full of excitement and cruelty. Clang, the blue spear wrapped in thunder pierced through the air with a clanging sound, and the killing power was monstrous. The successor of the moon-worshipping cult used this move to pierce Old Toad's shoulder and almost smash Old Toad's head. At this time, he tried to pierce Lin Sun's head in the same way, however, when the spear was 3 inches away from Lin Sun's eyebrows, it suddenly stopped and couldn't go any further. What? Li Yunhai's eyes suddenly shrank, and the excitement and cruelty hanging on the corner of his mouth also froze at this moment. His spear had already been firmly grasped by a big white and slender hand. Moreover, the killing power accumulated on the spear was completely dispelled. Damn it, Li Yunhai was shocked. He suddenly exerted his strength to push the spear into Lin Sun's eyebrows, which was 3 inches away. Boom, but Lin Sun had already taken action. He held the spear in his palm, and a surge of majestic power burst out like a torrent. The next moment, Li Yunhai's hand was torn, and his body was like being crushed by an ancient bull. With a bang, he was shaken out. Puff, at the same time, Lin Sun shook his hand and threw the spear out. Like a dazzling and thick blue lightning, it pierced through Li Yunhai's chest, leaving a bull-sized bloody hole. Crash blood burst out, and Li Yunhai died violently. He was the first to rush up, but at this time, his body flew out under the impact of inertia. Finally, with a bang, he fell to the ground and remained motionless. Damn it. Wu Lingfei and others' faces changed greatly. The fanaticism and excitement in their minds faded, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. Li Yunhai, the peerless genius of the moon-worshipping cult, was killed like this? His wound, suddenly, Xianxia screamed. He was surprised to find that the terrible wound on Lin Sun's chest had been healed. Except for the residual blood stains, there was no trace of injury. How could this be? Others were also shocked. Before, Lin Sun was seriously injured and almost disemboweled, so they saw this as an opportunity. They were extremely excited and scrambled to kill Lin Sun to wash away the shame and revenge. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, the other party's injuries had actually recovered to their original state? His aura is even stronger than before. Someone's heart trembled. He noticed that Lin Sun seemed to be bathed in blood, but the power he exuded was even more frightening and powerful than before. This unforeseen event caused their hearts to tremble. Boom, on the other hand, Lin Sun didn't waste his breath. After he killed Li Yunhai, he charged out like a storm that swept through the heavens and the earth, and his entire body was bright green and surged with the energy of the star obliteration devouring Tao. The fist force burst forth like a dragon coming out of the abyss. One of the experts had just been provoked by Li Yunhai's death and was caught off guard. Now that he was enveloped by the fist energy, he couldn't help but let out a scream and did his best to resist. Bang, his body exploded. Even if he tried his best, he was killed on the spot like a piece of paper under Lin Sun's earth-shattering punch. This punch was clean and direct, boundlessly domineering. Hurry up and attack. Someone cried out in alarm, feeling that the situation wasn't right. There was no need for any reminder at all. The people here were all at the peak of their generation, and not a single one of them was weak. When they sensed that the situation was bad, they all brazenly attacked. However, they were still trembling in their hearts. How could Demon Lin recover so fast? Boom, the battle broke out. The confrontation at this level was undoubtedly extremely terrible. It was a great collision between the top figures in the world, and each of them had extraordinary combat power. However, the situation had been reversed. He was injured before because he wanted to save Alu and Old Toad. But now, after swallowing the Thunder Yuan spiritual liquid, coupled with the amazing healing power of the immortal way, Lin Sun had already recovered to his peak state. Lin Sun, who was full of resentment, wouldn't show any mercy at this time. He completely broke out. Bang, in the rain of light, there was a harsh roar. Then, a shrill roar resounded. Want to kill me? You have to die too. It was Shan Lan of the Sea Soul clan. His bones and tendons were broken by Lin Sun's fist force, and his 7 apertures were bleeding. His face was grim and livid. You want to take me down with you? Die. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun's cold voice sounded. Before his voice died away, in the eyes of everyone, Lin Sun, whose clothes were stained with blood, was surging with the terrible breath of the abyss. He suddenly stepped into the void, and the broken blade also burst out at the same time. Puff, like a ray of light from the depths of the starry sky, it disappeared into nothingness. Then, a head flew up. The head flew very high, with horror, unwillingness, confusion, and disbelief on its face. In his last eyes, Lin Sun was like an unrivaled god of slaughter, so powerful, fierce, and calm. Plop, the headless body fell to the ground, and the flesh and blood were broken. Another ancient freak was killed. This scene stung the nerves of many people again. Their faces became gloomy and ugly, with deep surprise and doubt. Before, they wanted to be the first to kill Lin Sun, so as to make a name for themselves and wash away the shame and hatred in their hearts. But now, in the face of Lin Sun who had recovered to his peak state, they only felt trembling, shocked, and puzzled. It was hard to imagine how the situation suddenly became so tragic. The reversal was too fast, no one dared to be careless, and all of them were fighting desperately. At this moment, Lin Sun was like a dreadful beast in their eyes, emitting a fatal threat. He moved freely amidst the encirclement of everyone by himself, yet he wasn't suppressed at all. Conversely, he was like a violent abyss that was shifting about, and he possessed the might to swallow the surroundings and obliterate the surroundings. His entire body glistened brilliantly like an unparalleled fiend god that was arrogant and overbearing. His strong posture made many people feel cold. Puff. Soon, Lin Sun seized the opportunity to jump up, and his body slammed into the arms of a man in a yellow robe. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Every inch of the man's skin, bones, internal organs, and spirit exploded, and he screamed. Then, his body exploded, and a rain of blood splashed like a waterfall. Whoosh! Before this, Wu Lingfei and several people had already rushed to Alu, obviously intending to use the same trick to restrain Lin Sun. However, Lin Sun had no intention to help. And Alu didn't dodge either. This burly guy, who looked like a barbarian god, grinned at this moment, and suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar, "I'll kill you bastards." Boom! On his rock-like skin, phantoms of divine elephants emerged, as if suppressing the world, reflecting the powerful and monstrous chi of blood. A giant stick of black iron swept across, and the void was smashed into disorder, and the shrill sound was almost ear-splitting. With a bang, a young man, who was caught off guard, was abruptly smashed out. His body, like a flying sandbag, smashed into a copper pillar thousands of meters away, and his whole body was embedded in the pillar. Oh no! This guy has also recovered his combat power. Wu Lingfei's face darkened, and he felt a little uneasy. Go! And Xianxia, without hesitation, retreated and rushed out of the hall. Lin Sun was already very powerful. Before he was injured, he had shown his incredible combat power. Now that he was recovering from his injury, who could suppress him? Alu was also very powerful. Otherwise, he would have been besieged and killed by them before Lin Sun arrived. Now that even Alu had completely recovered his combat power, Lin Sun was like a tiger with wings, and the situation had been seriously reversed. There was no way to continue fighting. Want to leave? Have you asked your grandpa? Suddenly, Old Toad also attacked. With a roar, he rushed to Xianxia, his whole body shining with golden light, and his whole body was steaming with endless killing intent. If Lin Sun hadn't saved him before, he would have almost died. Now that he had completely recovered with the help of the Thunder Yuan spiritual fluid, how could he still hold back? He directly broke out, rumble in the palace. The battle became more and more fierce. Divine lights collided, and treasure lights rose. However, the situation was indeed completely different from before. Lin Sun, Old Toad, and Alu joined forces, and their momentum was like a rainbow. They rushed to kill a strong enemy, and each of them showed almost abnormal combat power. Lin Sun used the strongest killing power, and with the devouring starway, he swept through the battlefield. Old Toad and Alu weren't inferior. Old Toad was a descendant of the three-legged golden toad, a veritable ancient freak, and had mastered the world-shaking devouring sun and spitting moon skill. Alu was suspected to be related to the bloodline of the ancient dragon elephant war emperor. He had mastered the Supreme Emperor World Suppression Scripture, and walked the path of becoming a sage. His strength could be said to be abnormal. The three attacked together, and it was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was completely different from before. Puff. Puff, puff. In just a moment, another 7 or 8 powerhouses died miserably. When they were alive, they were all geniuses who could look down on others. But after death, everything vanished into thin air, turning into nothingness. Looking at the battlefield, from the beginning of the battle until now, there were originally 26 powerhouses from different orthodoxies. Being able to enter the Divine Fire Palace showed how extraordinary they were. But now, there were only 8 people left standing in the battlefield. In other words, more than half of the powerhouses were now either dead, seriously injured, or on the verge of death. At this moment, even Wu Lingfei was terrified, and he turned to flee. The other powerhouses had long been scared out of their wits, and they fled without hesitation as well. Demon God Lin alone was already terrifying enough. Now that there were 2 more helpers, there was no way they could continue fighting. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Sun shouted. He took out the broken blade and chased after them with Old Toad and Alu. Puff, the man holding the blood-red scythe, was cut in half by the broken blade. At the same time, Alu and Old Toad worked together to kill another powerhouse. When they reached the door of the palace, Wu Lingfei and the other 5 powerhouses despaired to find that the tightly shut door couldn't be opened. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't move it at all. "No. How can this be?" Furious roars rang out. Wu Lingfei and the others were about to go crazy, and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. No matter how they racked their brains, they would never have imagined that this mysterious palace was a layout where one could only enter but not leave. In the distance, Lin Sun, Old Toad, and Alu were already rushing over like killing gods. Inside the palace, broken corpses were everywhere, and blood was bright red and glaring. The air was still permeated with a horrifying murderous aura and a pungent smell of blood. The bloody scenes were like paintings of purgatory with thick ink and heavy colors. Lin Sun, Old Toad, and Alu were like 3 gods of death in a purgatory painting. Wrapped in blood and murderous intent, they were terrifying. Why? What the hell is this place? Wu Lingfei and the other 6 powerhouses were still roaring angrily, but the palace gate was tightly shut and couldn't be shaken at all. This is the greatest place of fortune in the realm of Burning Immortals, and is suspected to be related to a supreme figure who calls himself Burning Immortals. You should feel lucky to die here. Old Toad smiled, but its golden eyes were as cold as ice. He wouldn't forget his previous experience of hanging by a thread. Burning Immortals, who dared to call themselves immortals. Wu Lingfei and the others' faces changed, and their hearts trembled. Even Lin Sun and Alu were slightly stunned. Burning Immortals, this title was undoubtedly very domineering and had the power to intimidate people. "You 3, we admit defeat this time and are willing to pay enough compensation in exchange for our lives. Will you let us go this time?" A man with pale green skin and a strange demonic flower tattoo on his cheek took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. This was a top figure of the Kunma clan. "Impossible." Old Toad flatly refused. Even though they had already known this would be the result, Old Toad's resolute attitude still made Wu Lingfei and the others' hearts sink. "Since that's the case, let's fight to the death." The man from the Kunma clan suddenly took a deep breath, and a lantern made of strange yellow vines appeared in his palm. As soon as it appeared, this yellow vine lantern, which was shaped like a cauldron, overflowed with a holy aura. The lantern was enshrouded with holy fire, as if a god was sitting inside, a holy treasure. Lin Sun and Alu's pupils shrank. But Old Toad smiled, and his lips curved in a mysterious arc. "Idiot, didn't your elders tell you before you came that holiness doesn't exist in the absolute domain?" He put his hands behind his back, very calm, and stared at the yellow vine lantern with a hint of regret. The domain of absolute apex, divinity did not exist. This was an iron law. All the experts present here were from the various Grand Dao sects, so how could they possibly not have heard of such a supreme iron law before they came here? "We're going to die anyway. If we don't give it our all, how can we be content?" The experts of the Kuan-Wood tribe looked cold and determined. "Then go all out." Old Toad spoke casually with a hint of pity. The powerful being from the Kuan-Wood tribe couldn't take it anymore. He let out a loud roar and the aura around him rose to its peak. In his hand, the lantern made of yellow vines, which looked like a cauldron, suddenly shone brightly. Boom, the sacred flame was surging, but it was like a lantern, yet it seemed like it was going to light up the entire world. Wu Lingfei and the others retreated, their expressions uncertain. In the distance, the old toad was calm and collected. It just sent a voice transmission to Lin Sun and Alu. The holy doesn't exist in the absolute domain. This isn't a lie. Anything related to the holy aura will be erased when it's used. This has happened more than once in ancient times. As he spoke, the powerful being from the Kuan-Wood tribe had already attacked. The yellow vine lantern emitted a wisp of sacred flame, which made his face look especially ferocious and resentful. Of course, he also knew that the holy doesn't exist. Otherwise, he would have used the saint artifact long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. At this moment, he was at the end of his rope and had fallen into a desperate situation. He had placed all his hopes on the saint artifact in his hand. What if he could kill his opponent? Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone a human. Boom, however, an unforeseen event happened very quickly. As soon as the wisp of sacred flame appeared, before it could display its holy aura, a formless power of the rules of order suddenly appeared in the void. At that moment, everyone held their breaths. Their hearts were filled with shock and they had the urge to kneel down and worship it. The reason was that this power of the rules of order was too supreme and unparalleled. It was unprecedentedly terrifying. Facing it was like an ant looking up to a god. Whoosh, the wisp of sacred flame was extinguished. The powerful being from the Kuan-Wood tribe's expression changed drastically. He let out a roar and activated the yellow vine lantern with all his might. However, under the astounded gazes of everyone present, this saint artifact of extraordinary origins and extraordinary might actually crumbled soundlessly like a piece of paper. After that, it transformed into a gorgeous rain of sacred light. In the end, it was like a shapeless hand had swiped through space, and the rain of sacred light had instantly vanished without a trace. There was no intense battle that shook the heavens and the earth, nor was there any possibility of struggling. Before the shapeless energy of the rules of order, a saint artifact that could crush the world had been obliterated just like that. Everyone felt their bodies go cold, and they felt as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. What kind of supreme and terrifying power of order was this? That's a saint artifact. It was completely obliterated just like that, and not even a trace of its aura was left behind. No. The powerful being from the Kuan-Wood tribe let out a heart-wrenching roar, and he seemed as if he'd been struck by lightning. The destruction of a saint artifact caused him to be unable to endure such a blow, and he suddenly coughed up blood while his body was on the verge of collapse. A saint artifact, how could that be ordinary? Idiot, your elders allowed you to bring this treasure into the apex domain, but they must have warned you that you're only allowed to use this treasure to collect some special divine materials and opportunities, and merely to use it as a storage magic treasure. But obviously, your stupidity has caused this saint artifact to be destroyed. The old toad's words were sarcastic, and there was also a kind of pain in his heart. He'd already recognized the origin of the yellow vine lantern, and he felt a wave of regret when he saw such a saint artifact being destroyed. Pooh, the powerful being from the Kuan-Wood tribe coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his face was ashen, and his eyes were dim. Since you knew this would happen, why didn't you warn me and Big Brother? Alu was furious. The old toad said angrily, before entering the apex domain, I'd already told all of you that no matter what, you can't use the saint artifact. Lin Sun nodded, and he did remember this. He even remembered that the old toad had once said that very few people would bring saint artifacts into the apex domain to contend for hegemony. Because once a person died, the saint artifacts they left behind would also be erased. At that time, Lin Sun had the intention of hiding the wordless pagoda, the great Tao immeasurable bottle, and the vast universe arc in the outside world. But after thinking about it, he didn't do so in the end. After all, if he died in the apex domain, these saint artifacts would either be buried, or discovered and controlled by other practitioners, and then they would be taken advantage of by others. At this time, witnessing the destruction of the yellow vine lantern, Lin Sun was more and more aware of the horror of the iron law that saints don't exist. To everyone's surprise, the powerful being from the Kuan-Wood tribe seemed to be unable to bear such a blow. At this time, he went completely crazy and became possessed by the devil. pooh, in the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his eyes were wide open. He fell to the ground with his head raised, and died completely. Did he anger himself to death? Alu was stunned. His Taoist heart has collapsed. It's very easy to be affected when one is in a desperate situation. Now that the saint artifact has been destroyed, all his thoughts have been destroyed. It's just that. I didn't expect that this guy couldn't bear such a blow. The old toad said casually, with such a mentality, even if he's alive, he's doomed to not be the king of the apex domain. Cut the crap. Let's get rid of these guys first. Although it was just a conversation, Lin Sun didn't relax his vigilance. The more he waited, the more dangerous it was. He needed to be on guard against the counterattack before his death. Boom, it seemed that Lin Sun's guess was right. Before he finished speaking, Wu Lingfei had already launched a brazen attack. He turned into a golden crow with dazzling golden flames flowing on his wings. He pounced on Lin Sun. The raging flames seemed to be incinerating everything. From afar, it looked like a golden sun burning here. Undoubtedly, this was Wu Lingfei's most powerful blow. It had the determination and ruthlessness of destroying everything indiscriminately. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was already on guard, so he wouldn't let Wu Lingfei get what he wanted. Swish. The long-prepared broken sword swept up, and the impermanence cut swept out. It was like the arrival of the Great Way, illusory and unpredictable. Whoosh in a flash, the golden crow, who had not yet arrived, had one of its wings cut off. Blood rained down. On one side, Alu waved his giant steel rod and took the opportunity to smash the golden crow's head. The seventh prince of the golden crow, a peerless ancient freak, died suddenly. Kill. Although the others were in despair, no one was willing to sit still and wait for death. They rushed forward with a roar. However, it was destined to be in vain. Puff, without any suspense, the man in the silver robe was killed by Lin Sun first. His body was cut in half and he fell to the ground, blood flowing. His true form was revealed. It was a silver mystic bird. At the same time, in another direction, Old Toad and Alu were showing their might. The two joined forces and seemed to be able to sweep through everything. Before long, another opponent was killed. His body was smashed and blood rained down. Lin Sun, Old Toad, and Alu were destined to show no mercy. Previously, they had been besieged, surrounded by danger and lingering between life and death. They had long accumulated a bellyful of hatred. How could they show mercy? In just a moment, the remaining 5 people were killed by Lin Sun and the others. Blood rained down on the ground. Even at death's door, they were filled with endless unwillingness. But it wasn't over yet. In the previous battle, many opponents had been knocked unconscious and lost the ability to fight, but they didn't die. Without waiting for Lin Sun's order, Alu and Old Toad had already taken action to check the battlefield and kill those who were still alive. Lin Sun watched all this calmly and didn't intervene. He knew that Alu and Old Toad needed to vent. When they were trapped and on the verge of despair, they had accumulated too much anger and hatred in their hearts. Looking at the blood all over the ground, Lin Sun felt a little strange. All the strong people who could enter the Divine Fire Palace had set foot on the peak of the Tao and were expected to reach the peak of the King Realm by the forces behind them. In the outside world, they were all famous and dazzling figures, but with their deaths, everything they had in life was doomed to disappear. This was the struggle for the Tao, and it was very cruel. Lin Sun knew very well that if they were killed today, no matter how much reputation and hope they had in life, they were doomed to vanish after death. 26 masters were all dead: Wu Lingfei, the 7th prince of the Golden Crow; Shen Lan, the descendant of the Sea Spirit clan; Ling Hua, the successor of the Xuandu Orthodoxy; and Liang Xuan, the successor of the Beast Spirit Mountain. The corpses of some of the masters revealed their original appearance, including a mountainous lion camel, a dark bird with dark blue wings, and a tree with branches, all of which were damaged and stained with blood. It was a ghastly sight. Every loss of such masters in the outside world was enough to cause a great earthquake. However, within the Divine Fire Palace, there were corpses strewn all over the ground. Anyone who saw this would definitely feel a chill in their hearts and be horrified. Lin Sun was completely relaxed in this bloody place. He looked around and said to himself, "There are a lot of good ingredients here. If other practitioners heard this, they would definitely shudder with fear. But Alu and Old Toad's eyes lit up at the same time, and they said, Big Brother is right. These spoils of war must not be wasted. Next, it was time to clean up the spoils. These were all top figures of various forces, and they had a lot of good things with them. Damn, is this turquoise condensing ointment? This is a good treasure. It can play a wonderful role in condensing the Tao seed of self. It's too extravagant. There is actually a pot of DU soul cleansing ointment. Wait, these are 3 king herbs? Old Toad's excited shout rang out from time to time in the hall. As a descendant of the 3-legged golden toad, he was very familiar with the treasures between heaven and earth, and could distinguish good and bad at a glance. Soon, he had collected a pile of treasures, which were overflowing with colorful light, illuminating the whole hall. Among them were king herbs, divine materials, elixirs, rare treasures. It was a dazzling lineup. In the outside world, each of them was enough to make people covet and covet. What's this? A lackey? Alu picked up a 2-foot-long treasure as thick as a child's arm, and with a curious look, he was going to roast it. Old Toad rushed over with a howl, grabbed the thing, and scolded, What lackey? This is Ghost King Ganoderma. After becoming a king, this thing can be used to temper the foundation of kingship. Its value is immeasurable. Alu was amazed and couldn't help asking, Is there anything I can use? Of course. But get out of my way or you'll damage the treasure. Old Toad glared at him. After a while, Old Toad finally finished collecting the spoils of war and said with a satisfied look, Damn it, I'm rich now. Lin Sun, I have a suggestion. How about we specialize in robbing in the future? Think about it, which one of those fellows from the major forces isn't a fat sheep? If I don't take advantage of them, I would be letting down this opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Alu stroked his chin and deeply agreed, I agree. The corners of Lin Sun's mouth twitched, and he was puzzled. Did he lead them astray, or were their hearts so black? However, this suggestion was really not bad. Lin Sun was moved as well. He was clearly aware that there was no lack of experts amongst the Apex region that wished for nothing more than to kill him. If I really have the chance to meet him, I can definitely rob him. After counting the spoils, Lin Sun put them all away. Unconvinced, Old Toad asked Alu, all the spoils of war went into his pocket. Don't you think he's going overboard? Alu grinned. I don't think Big Brother will treat me unfairly. Old Toad rolled its eyes. Look at you, a lackey. You don't have any ambition at all. Smack, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sun slapped him on the back of the head. He grimaced in pain and didn't dare clamor anymore. Alu, can I have a look at that giant stick of yours? Old Toad suddenly asked. Lin Sun was startled, and then his heart skipped a beat. Before, they had all thought that Alu's giant wrought iron rod was an extremely powerful holy treasure. But now it seemed that it wasn't. Otherwise, under this iron law of no holy beings exist, this treasure would probably have been erased long ago, and there would be no way for Alu to use it. Perhaps Old Toad had noticed this, which was why it was curious. As if guarding against a thief, Alu said warily, No. With that, he put away the treasure. It's just a broken rod. Who cares about it? Old Toad sneered. If you don't care about it, you still want to see it? You're asking for it. Alu retorted sarcastically. Lin Sun frowned a little. Looking around the palace, he asked, Old Toad, what on earth is this palace? Old Toad was instantly excited. A place of great fortune. You should have seen it when you came in just now. There are bronze statues of a green deer and a white crane sitting outside the palace. In ancient times, this was very particular. The deer and the crane represented the 6 directions. And the 6 directions represented heaven and earth and the 4 directions. At the same time, the eaves of the palace extended in all directions, representing the 8 extremes and 8 gods. According to Old Toad, this was a pattern of heaven and earth. I am the only one. Even a saint wouldn't dare set up a Taoist field like this easily. Because if it was too heaven-defying, it was easy to suffer the wrath of heaven. I once entered this place in ancient times. At that time, this palace was still sealed and I couldn't enter at all. Old Toad's eyes were fanatical as he stared at the 108 bronze pillars in the palace. But now, it's completely different. The seal has disappeared, and this great fortune is destined to belong to us three brothers. What fortune? Alu couldn't help asking. It's suspected to have something to do with the supreme figure who calls himself Burning Immortal. Of course, this is just my speculation. After all, this absolute domain is too mysterious, and no one knows its origin. I can only judge that the person who left this place back then was absolutely a powerful existence that could make all the heavens tremble. Old Toad suddenly got up, already a little impatient, and said, "Come with me." Saying this, he led Lin Sun and Alu to the end of the palace. It was empty here, with only a wall in front of them. The wall was made of fiery red jade and glowed brightly. Old Toad's golden pupils shone brightly, and his expression was excited and absent-minded. If I'm right, inside this wall is the place where the fortune is hidden. Lin Sun and Alu were both stunned. They had sensed carefully and didn't find anything special about this wall. However, when Old Toad put his hand on the wall, an amazing scene appeared. A circle of strange power rippled out from the surface of the wall, and then a huge door emerged. There was only one figure engraved on this door, majestic, aloof, and like a god standing above the clouds. His back was to everyone, but even so, Lin Sun and the others still felt a kind of terrifying and oppressive momentum. They couldn't help but stiffen all over and tremble in their hearts. Too powerful, it was just a pattern of a back, but it seemed to fill the universe, as supreme as a god. "Is he, the Burning Immortal you mentioned?" Alu gasped. His legs were trembling, and he couldn't control them at all. It was an absolutely oppressive power that couldn't be resisted. "It should be." Old Toad took a deep breath and said, "You've also noticed that this is just a pattern, but its aura seems to be more powerful than that of a sage. It's conceivable that there must be a great fortune hidden in this door." Lin Sun agreed with this very much. He had seen how terrifying the power of a sage was. He had also followed that mysterious woman and seen the means of a sage's power. But compared with the aura of this back figure in front of him, those sages seemed a little dim, but compared with the mysterious woman, there was no comparison. Because both of them had an unfathomable aura that couldn't be measured at all. "Forget it. Let's open this door and have a look first." As he said this, Old Toad had already stretched out his hand and pressed it against the door. However, his palm was still halfway to the door when he restrained himself. His expression flickered indeterminately as he said, "It's extremely likely that there's great fortune behind this door, but who knows what sort of dangers might be hidden within. Do you think we should push it open?" Lin Sun and Alu fell into silence and thought. The greater the fortune, the harder it was to get it, and it was very likely to be accompanied by unpredictable dangers. This was common sense in cultivation. Was there a fortuitous opportunity or danger hidden behind this door? No one was sure. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "If you are destined to be with me, you can inherit the fortune inside. If you are not destined to be with me, you will die after entering this door." The voice seemed to come from above the clouds, ethereal and indifferent, revealing a power that went straight to the heart, making Lin Sun and the others tremble and their faces change suddenly. The figure on the door actually spoke at this moment, which was unexpected. "Senior, may I ask, where does the fate come from?" Old Toad swallowed hard and asked cautiously to sound out the voice. "In ancient times, there were 108 immortal generals who followed me to conquer Jiotian Shidi. Their descendants are all destined to be with me." The ethereal voice sounded again. Along with the voice, the 108 bronze pillars distributed in this hall all buzzed at this moment, and vivid figures emerged on their surface one after another. Some raised their blades and roared towards the sky. They had 9 heads, their magical images shocking the world. Some looked like dragons, huge figures coiled in the starry sky, each scale as big as a star, shining with divine light. Some wore Taoist robes, but had cranes' heads and wind and thunder wings on their backs, emitting a monstrous murderous aura that made the sun and the moon dim. And some, each of them came from different tribes and looked strange, but without exception, their power was as terrible as that of demons. There were 108 in total. Obviously, they were the 108 immortal generals mentioned by the ethereal voice. Looking at them, Alu couldn't help but be disappointed. There were no humans among them at all. Didn't this mean that he had no fate with the fortune inside the door? Lin Sun was shocked and couldn't help frowning. These immortal generals were all lifelike figures with terrifying power. But Lin Sun also found that there seemed to be no humans among them. Are they our ancestors? Suddenly, Old Toad shouted in a trembling voice, staring at one of the bronze bells with a look of disbelief. The Old Toad was stunned and excited. The portrait of a handsome and enchanting man emerged on the towering red copper pillar. His white hair was flying, his golden eyes were shining, and his lips were smiling. He was surrounded by the sun and the moon, and on his slender white palm, there was a golden copper coin with wings on both sides. At first glance, the man was so handsome that he was breathtaking. And when perceived carefully, there was a kind of undisguised arrogance that looked down on the world. This is the ancestor of my clan. There's no mistake. The Old Toad trembled with disbelief. Lin Sun and Alu couldn't calm down either. This was a mysterious palace in the Absolute Summit domain, suspected to be related to a burning immortal. What did it mean that the ancestor of the three-legged golden toad appeared here? On the wall in the distance, a proud and imposing figure stood with his back to all living beings. He once said that these 108 immortal generals had fought with him in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There was no doubt that the ancestor of the three-legged golden toad was also one of the 108 immortal generals. Based on this speculation, the origin of the other immortal generals was absolutely not small. It was very likely that they were the ancestors of each clan, but it was also because of this that the background of the figure on the wall was even more extraordinary. Who was he? What kind of power did he have to make 108 ancestors from different clans willing to fight with him? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they were. Old Toad, what are you doing? You are destined to meet this fortune. Alu slapped the Old Toad on the shoulder with a face full of envy. The Old Toad was sober, but there was not much excitement or joy. Instead, it said with a complicated expression, "In my memory, the ancestor has always been like a mystery. There is almost no record of him in the bloodline of our clan. I never thought that I would find some clues here." The voice was low, like joy and sorrow. Lin Sun said, "Last time you entered the Absolute Summit domain, you found this place. Now you come here again. It seems that everything is predestined. This is fate." Old Toad sighed and said with a sigh, "What fate? I'm just basking in my ancestor's light. If he hadn't followed that great figure to battle back then, how could I have had the opportunity to obtain this creation today?" After a pause, he glanced at Lin Sun and Alu and said, "Don't be envious. Others rely on their fathers, but I can only rely on my ancestors. Fortunately, my ancestors are not bad." At the end of his speech, this fellow actually began to show off again, immensely pleased with himself. Alu rolled his eyes and looked at him in disdain. Lin Sun had an impulse to beat this guy. Just now, he was sighing and sentimental, but in the twinkling of an eye, he changed into a hateful person. "You're an interesting little toad." Suddenly, a voice that seemed to float down from the clouds resounded. Accompanied by the voice, an illusory figure suddenly appeared. His figure seemed to be formed by a rain of light, dreamlike and illusory, and his appearance also seemed vague. One could only see that his figure was extremely straight and dignified, like a lonely mountain peak that soared into the sky. The only thing that could be seen clearly was a pair of eyes. As they opened and closed, it seemed as if millions of stars were disappearing, rolling, and evaporating in the void, and the grand phenomena of the changing of the universe and the birth and death of all things were reflected in them. Merely being swept by his gaze made Lin Sun and the other souls palpitate and their hair stand on end. It seemed as if their entire bodies had been seen through, but soon, the other party withdrew his gaze, and his eyes showed a kind of extreme tranquility without a trace of ripples, like an ancient well that seemed to be able to reflect the heavens. The hall was silent. The figures of Lin Sun and the others froze there, feeling a kind of incomparable oppression and awe, and they didn't dare to believe it. "This is only a wisp of the rule power that belongs to me." "You don't have to be so nervous," said the illusory figure. Accompanied by the voice, the oppressive atmosphere in the hall was swept away in an instant, and a kind of peaceful and tranquil atmosphere appeared in the air, causing people to involuntarily feel at ease as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. This kind of change caused the hearts of Lin Sun and the others to tumble. It seemed that so long as this illusory figure was willing, everything in the world would change according to his happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. This was simply like the real ruler of the world. The great era has come. The man's gaze swept over the traces of blood in the hall, and he couldn't help but sigh lightly. He looked at the old toad and said, "When we left the ancient desolation that year, I was worried that it would be dangerous and that accidents would occur, so I left my mantle and fortune here for the sake of passing on the torch. Even if we died in a foreign land, the inheritance wouldn't be cut off. Your ancestor was a genius of a generation. He treated me with sincerity and once fought side by side with me to conquer the world. Since you're the descendant of an old friend, the fortune here naturally belongs to you." The old toad was stunned and couldn't help asking, "Senior, my ancestor?" The man shook his head and said, "You don't need to ask. When you have a chance to leave the ancient desolation in the future, you will naturally know where we went. Go, the great era has come, and the opportunity to become a peerless king has also opened. Back then, we didn't set foot in this realm either. I hope you can go further than us." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the old toad's figure was wrapped by an invisible force, rushed into the door on the wall, and disappeared. From beginning to end, the old toad didn't even have a chance to refuse. Seeing this, Lin Sun and Alu were shocked, but both of them could see that this was the fortune of the old toad, and there should be no danger. "Senior, what do you think of my aptitude?" Alu asked with a salivating face. The man smiled faintly. "You practice the Supreme Emperor World Suppression Scripture, which is not fated with me. If possible, I suggest you go to the ancient land of Wanxiang. Maybe you will gain something there." The ancient land of Wanxiang. Alu murmured and firmly remembered the name. This time even Lin Sun couldn't calm down. He came to the Absolute Summit Domain to become a peerless king. But the Absolute Summit Domain was too big, and it was also divided into 3,000 worlds and the upper 9 realms, with countless opportunities and fortunes. If there was no one to guide him, it was almost no different from looking for a needle in a haystack to find a fortune that suited him. "As for you," the man looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun's heart was suddenly in his throat, full of expectation. "Your path," a strange luster suddenly emerged in the man's quiet eyes. He stared at Lin Sun and didn't speak for a long time. It seemed that he had encountered a problem. Then he seemed to be lost in thought. Being stared at, Lin Sun felt uncomfortable all over, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The atmosphere in the hall also became silent. Alu also felt that something was wrong. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought, but finally held back. After a long time, the man said, "Your path can only be walked by yourself. It is not fated with me, and I can't guide you." There was a trace of imperceptible strangeness in his voice. Lin Sun, who was full of expectation, was stunned, and then immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior." "Why thank me?" The man was surprised. "This is already a kind of guidance," Lin Sun said seriously. He wasn't lying. From a long time ago, he had been seeking the path of extreme transformation, and wanted to transcend the past and cast a different path from the world. The man suddenly roared with laughter and said, "You remind me of Battle Emperor Star Obscurity. But it's very obvious that you and Battle Emperor Star Obscurity are different, and your path towards the Tao is bound to be different from his. I really look forward to what sort of path you'll take." Lin Sun smiled slightly. "I was fortunate to meet a golden cicada, and he once chatted with me and said something similar." The man was silent for a while and said, "Chatting?" Lin Sun nodded. He remembered what the golden cicada had said. Chatting was naturally about heaven. The existence of heaven, like the incarnation of Tao, was untouchable and far away. If you want to walk on your own path, you must understand and explore it. Didn't the golden cicada tell you what price you need to pay if you want to walk on the path of Tao? The man asked. Lin Sun thought and said, "It only said that fate is like an illusion. It's better to follow your heart's desire. If you are obsessed with it, you will fall behind." The man said calmly, "I knew it." He looked at Lin Sun again and said, "Since ancient times, I don't know how many talents like you want to blaze a new path on the path of Tao, but only a few of them can really do it. On the contrary, because of pursuing such a path, they have encountered unpredictable blows. If it's light, they will be possessed by the devil. If it's serious, they will die. You should be careful." Lin Sun looked calm and said, "Since I pursue this path, I have no fear or regret." No fear or regret. The man laughed and said, "I underestimated the young people in the world today." Good, good, the modern people in the world are better than the ancient people. The fire of Tao is not extinguished, and the path of Tao is expected. My little friend, can you tell me your name? Lin Sun. The man nodded and said, "People call me Burning Immortal, but very few people know my name. If you have a chance to enter the starry ancient path in the future and encounter trouble, you can tell me my name. Remember, my name is Chen Lin Kong." After saying that, the man laughed up to the sky and disappeared like a rain of light. Chen Lin Kong, the three words, like an invisible domineering aura, resounded through the hall and made the 108 bronze pillars buzz and tremble, resonating with it. Burning Immortal, Chen Lin Kong, Lin Sun silently remembered this name and the starry ancient path, because he clearly remembered that old Toad once said that if he wanted to enter the Kunlun ruins, one of the four great ancient ruins, he had to pass through this starry ancient path. Chen? At the same time, Alu scratched his ears and cheeks. "I heard the old bastard say that it seems to be an extremely ancient surname, but no matter how hard I try, I can't remember it." Lin Sun couldn't help asking, "Is the surname Chen very powerful?" Alu shook his head. "I only heard the old bastard mention it occasionally." "Maybe it's very powerful. Didn't you hear that Burning Immortal's surname is Chen?" As the two talked, an invisible force suddenly appeared in the hall, wrapped them up, and rushed out of the hall. And the closed door opened silently at this moment. Immortal Incineration City. While the matter of the Golden Crow lineage being robbed by Fiend Celestial Lin was still causing an uproar, an astounding piece of news spread. Demon God Lin entered Fenchen Valley alone and is about to be killed by the top figures of various orthodoxies. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and the entire city boiled over. Let's go and take a look. Is Demon God Lin going to be in trouble after just entering the Absolute Domain? Soon, the descendants of some major forces set off for Fenchen Valley to find out what was going on. When they arrived at Fenchen Valley, they discovered that the battle had taken place in a mysterious palace. There was no way to know if Demon God Lin had been killed. Therefore, the newly arrived cultivators had to wait outside. There are more than 20 top figures, including 7th Prince of Golden Crow Wu Lingfei, Xuan of Beast Spirit Mountain, and Fairy Miao Hua of Xuandu Orthodoxy. I'm afraid Demon God Lin won't be able to walk out alive. Many cultivators were alarmed when they learned of the situation in the palace. With so many experts gathered, even other top talents would not be able to withstand it, let alone Demon God Lin. This Demon God Lin is really chivalrous. To save a friend, he risked his life. It's definitely a blessing to be friends with him. Someone sighed, which attracted many people's agreement. Despite knowing that it was a dangerous place, he still risked his life to save his friend. Such an action was enough to move anyone. No, it's also a misfortune to be friends with him. Don't forget, this fellow has countless enemies. Whoever is related to him will have to bear the consequences of being implicated. Someone sneered and glared at Lin Sun. This was an expert of the Golden Crow lineage. He gritted his teeth. Lin Sun had robbed their territory, which made them go crazy with hatred. No matter what, he's destined to die. Lu Chuan of Beast Spirit Mountain, Gao Xian of Xuandu Orthodoxy, and others had also come. They were full of expectations and were very conceited. Demon God Lin was too terrifying. He was unscrupulous and his combat strength was heaven-defying. He even dared to ignore the rules and act unconventionally, starting a massacre in Immortal Incineration Ancient City. If he was alive, if he continued to run amok like that, it was unimaginable, therefore, they were eager for Lin Sun to be killed. Eh? The palace gate is open, my god, that's. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm and it caused a commotion. After that, everyone saw that the door to the Divine Flame Palace had silently opened at some point in time. Then, 2 figures walked out from within. A figure that was as majestic as a mountain and as rough as a barbarian could be seen. Shockingly, it was Alu. Many people clearly remembered that Alu had been trapped together with Old Toad, which was why Demon God Lin had come to rescue him. However, no one had expected that he would actually walk out alive. Demon God Lin. Almost at the same time, someone cried out involuntarily and was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Beside Alu was a young man in a moon-white robe. His figure was tall and straight, and his black hair was flying in the air. It was Lin Sun, whom most people believed to be dead. Is this a ghost? Some of the women's expressions changed drastically. Impossible. How could this be? The successors of the Golden Crow tribe, the 10,000 Beasts spiritual mountain, the Xiandu Taoism, and the others felt like they had been struck by lightning. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. If Fiend God Lin was still alive, then, what about the others? At the thought of this, many of the cultivators present felt their hearts tremble. Some even stretched their necks, hoping to see the scene inside the palace. Unfortunately, the palace's doors had already closed silently. Fellow Taoist Lin, where are the others? Someone mustered up the courage to ask. Lin Sun first swept his gaze across the crowd before saying, "They're all fighting for the fortuitous encounters. My skills are inferior, so I can only retreat first." Although that was what he said, there was not a hint of dejection or disappointment in his expression. This made many cultivators suspicious. Based on what they knew, Wu Lingfei and the other 26 peak figures would definitely not let Lin Sun leave so easily. "What about your other friend?" someone asked in an indirect manner. "He got lucky and is also fighting for the fortuitous encounters," Alu answered in a low, muffled voice. This was very hard to believe. The expressions of the experts of the Golden Crow lineage changed indeterminately. This outcome had completely exceeded their expectations and caught them off guard. "Big brother, I feel terrible for not obtaining the fortuitous encounters. And would like to vent it out." As Alu spoke, he unscrupulously sized up the experts of the Golden Crow lineage, causing them to shudder with fear. "Forget it, I'll prepare something delicious for you tonight." "This is a treatment that old Toad can't enjoy," Lin Sun shook his head. There were so many cultivators present that it was difficult to distinguish how many were enemies. "Alright," Alu's eyes lit up. With that, the two walked out of the valley. "Stop." Lu Chuan of the Beast Spirit Mountain stood out and said coldly, "Are you leaving without a clear explanation?" At the same time, Gao Xian of Xuandu Orthodoxy also looked over with an unfriendly expression. They all had a premonition that something was wrong. "Clear explanation?" "Sure, why don't I go with you to your territory in the city and give you a good explanation?" Lin Sun asked with a smile. Lu Chuan and Gao Xian's expressions changed abruptly at his words. They recalled the scene of Lin Sun ransacking the treasury of the Golden Crow lineage. "Lin Sun, your attitude is very wrong. We just want to ask about the palace, but you threaten us. Are you really going to make life difficult for all the cultivators in the entire realm of Burning Immortal level?" A tall and thin man snorted coldly. He had green hair and was obviously from the Sea Soul tribe, just like Shan Lan who died in Lin Sun's hands. "Who do you think you are? You can speak for everyone in one sentence? Get out of here if you don't want to die." Lin Sun left these words and ignored him. He walked straight out of the valley with Alu. The tall and thin man flew into a rage, but he hesitated at the thought of Lin Sun's terrible combat strength. What chilled him most was that no one dared to intercept Lin Sun during the whole process. If he jumped out, he would be the bird that sticks out. "Trash, ha ha ha." Alu's disdainful laughter almost made the tall and thin man's lungs explode. His face turned green, but he managed to restrain himself in the end. Even when the two of them left, no one dared to stop them. This was the power of killing. In the ancient city of Burning Immortal level, Lin Sun ignored the rules, stepped into the territory of Golden Crow, killed decisively, and looted the place. Under such circumstances, who would be tired of living and dare to go against him? "I'm afraid that only peerless figures like Chiling Xiao, Saintess Lin Shui, Yun Qingbai, and Gu Fozi can suppress Demon God Lin." Someone sighed. Meanwhile, the Golden Crow tribe, the Orthodoxy of Xiandu, the 10,000 Beasts spiritual mountain, and the other factions wore terrible expressions. If the seventh prince was here, how could he be so arrogant? A strong Golden Crow said angrily. What on earth happened in the palace? Why could Demon God Lin walk out of it unscathed? Even more people were puzzled and bewildered. "Let me have a look." A figure bathed in blue divine light walked out and floated towards the divine fire palace in the distance. "Zhou Qingyun." Many people's pupils shrank as they recognized the man. He was a peerless genius from the Star Fantasy Cave in the Saint Hermit Place, when Xianxia was also blocked when he passed by a pair of deer and crane statues in front of the palace. It took him some effort to pass. This scene was witnessed by all the cultivators that were waiting here since the beginning, and their hearts roiled. Because compared to demon god Lin's test, Zhou Qingyun, this peerless genius from the Saint Hermit Place, seemed to be slightly inferior. The door of the palace opened silently. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhou Qingyun unexpectedly did not enter. This was because he saw blood and severed limbs all over the ground. It was bloody like a picture of purgatory. Hiss, Zhou Qingyun gasped and his expression changed drastically. He finally understood why only demon god Lin and Lu walked out in the end. It was because everyone else had died inside, and from the marks on the ground, it was obvious that a fierce battle had broken out. 26 peerless figures, including the 7th Prince of Golden Crow, Wu Lingfei. Were they all killed by demon god Lin? A layer of coldness couldn't help but surge up into Zhou Qingyun's heart, and his hands and feet turned icy cold. At the same time, the other cultivators seized this opportunity to finally see the bloody scenes in the palace clearly. The atmosphere in the surroundings became deathly silent at first, and then it was a complete uproar. It was like an uproar, and countless screams, exclamations, and astounded voices resounded. Especially the Golden Crow lineage, the Xuandu Orthodoxy, the Myriad Beast Spirit Mountain, the Ocean Soul Group, and so on and so forth. All of them couldn't bear such a blow and started howling. Dead, all of them were dead. This blow was too great, and it caused everyone's vision to darken and almost go mad. On the other hand, some other cultivators were similarly shocked to the point they couldn't calm down for a long time. Was all of this the work of demon god Lin? When Lin and Lu returned to the ancient city of immortal incineration, it caused another uproar. Everyone who saw Lin seemed as if they'd seen a ghost. Lin paid no attention to all of this, and he intended to find a place to stay first. When we entered the city yesterday, Old Toad said that there's a tower in the city, and both of them are named after peaks. Each has its own secrets. If you want to go to the upper 9 realms, you must pass the test of the Tower of the Apex. A passage will appear in the Tower of the Apex 1 year later. At that time, only the top 1,000 strong practitioners can enter the upper 9 realms through this passage. If you want to enter other areas of the 3 realms, you need to rely on the power of the Tower of the Apex to obtain its approval, and then you'll have the qualification to enter other realms to seek opportunities. On the way, Lu mentioned an important thing to Lin. Linsun was surprised. It was the first time he'd heard of the Tower of the Apex and the Tower of the Apex. So, there should be such a tower and a tower in each of the 3 realms? Linsun was lost in thought. Exactly. Speaking of this, Lu pointed to the distance and said, "Look, big brother, that's the Tower of the Apex." Linsun looked up and saw a tall building in the center of the city. It towered into the sky, extremely lofty and magnificent, and its whole body was filled with an ancient aura, as if it had stood there for countless years and was accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, the Tower of the Apex. It towered into the sky and was extremely magnificent. There was a similar tower in every realm, in which there was a battle test. Only those who ranked in the top 1,000 were qualified to enter the upper 9 realms through the passage opened by this tower after a year to explore opportunities. This also meant that within this year, all the experts who were interested in entering the upper 9 realms would enter this tower and accept the test. Of course, there was another way to enter the upper 9 realms. It was to smoothly advance into the king realm within a year. From a distance, it could be seen that many cultivators were entering the Tower of the Apex, and there were also many cultivators coming out of the Tower of the Apex. The ranking changes every day. Unless you can rank in the top 100, otherwise, even if you can rank in the top 1,000, there is a possibility that you will be eliminated at any time. Some people were discussing and talking. Work hard. There are many opportunities in the skyburning realm. As long as you can grasp them, it is not impossible for your strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Alas, it's too difficult. There are millions of cultivators entering the skyburning realm this time, but only 1,000 people are qualified to enter the upper 9 realms. How cruel the competition is. I don't have any hope. As long as I can seize some opportunities and smoothly advance to the king realm, I will be very satisfied. Advance to the king realm? Haha, not to mention the peak of the monarch realm, merely stepping into the monarch realm isn't something that just anyone can accomplish. There are many people in the half-step king realm in this world. Although they are famous, they are all failures in advancing to the king realm. There is only 1 in 1,000 who can really set foot in the king realm, even among the heavenly talents. No, this is the domain of the apex. There are many opportunities, and it is destined to be easier to advance to the king realm here than in the outside world. In the distance, Lin Sun and Ah Lu were looking at the domain of the apex. After hearing these discussions, they were not shaken. If they wanted to become king realm, they could have done it very early. But their goal was not this. If they wanted to become king, they had to become the king of the apex. As for entering the top 1,000 of the Tower of the Apex, Lin Sun and Ah Lu were still sure that they could do it. Brother, do you want to go and play now? Ah Lu laughed. Maybe later. Lin Sun planned to find a place to have a rest first. At the same time, he would sort out his own path of cultivation in preparation for casting his own Tao seed. After listening to Burning Immortal Chen Lingkong's words, Lin Sun completely realized that he could only seek his own way. To put it simply, there were 4 words: don't ask for help from others. As for the Pavilion of Absolute Apex, he would have plenty of opportunities to challenge it within a year. Lin Sun was quite interested in the Tower of Apex. As long as one obtained the tower's approval, they would be able to enter the other regions of the 3,000 worlds to seek opportunities. This was tantamount to providing a path for the cultivators that were scattered across the 3,000 worlds to carry out cross-border operations. I wonder which realm Miss Xianxia is in. Lin Sun suddenly thought of Zhao Jingxian. He shook his head and left with Ah Lu. In a remote corner of the burning immortal city, Lin Sun changed his appearance and bought a courtyard from a practitioner at the price of a king herb. From this, one could see the value of the burning immortal city. Of course, only Lin Sun was willing to exchange a king herb for a courtyard. If it were other cultivators, they would rather live outside the city than waste a king herb on this. However, living in the city also had its advantages, such as inquiring about information and buying spiritual herbs and divine materials from other practitioners. Even during cultivation, he would be able to absorb even purer and richer spiritual energy. Because the whole city was like a huge spirit-gathering formation, which gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions, it could be said that cultivating in the city was no different from cultivating in the blessed land, and the effect was even better. The reason why Lin Sun changed his appearance was that he didn't want to be disturbed. Now he was in the limelight. Once his identity was exposed, it was bound to attract a lot of unnecessary things and trouble. The courtyard was old and mottled. It was not large, but it was quiet and secluded. After Lin Sun set up the 4-symbol king formation around the courtyard, he felt very relaxed. In this way, even if there was a foreign enemy, he could at least have a certain degree of defense. Big brother, I want to inquire about the ancient land of Wanxiang. As soon as everything was settled, Ah Lu said quickly. According to Chen Linkong of the Burning Immortal City, Ah Lu's fortune was probably related to the ancient land of Wanxiang. Do you want me to go with you? Lin Sun asked. No, I just want to inquire about the information. I can do it alone. Ah Lu said. Ah Lu left in a hurry on the same day. However, to his disappointment, not a single cultivator in the entire Immortal Incineration City had heard of the ancient Myriad Land. Finally, he decided to explore other areas of the 3,000 world with the help of the Tower of Summit to see if he could find any clues about the ancient land of Wanxiang. Lin Sun planned to go with him, but Ah Lu refused. According to him, this was his own way of cultivation, and he needed to explore it by himself. If he really needed help, he would take the initiative to ask. Lin Sun didn't insist. He just gave Ah Lu some royal medicines and treasures, including a piece of thunder bamboo of innumerable tribulations. On this day, Ah Lu left in a hurry. Lin Sun didn't worry about him. Ah Lu's combat strength was extremely strong. Although he looked rough, he was not stupid. He knew how to judge the situation. On this day, Lin Sun began to meditate. This meditation was different from the previous ones. It was not to improve his combat strength, but to sort out his own way of cultivation and explore his future. It was difficult, but Lin Sun had set foot on the road to the top since he was in the Tao Insight realm. Over the years, he had accumulated abundant experience and knowledge. He knew what he wanted. In the following period of time, practitioners in the burning immortal city suddenly found that Demon Lin seemed to have evaporated from the world, and there was no more movement from him. Is he looking for opportunities in some place of fortune? Maybe he's in trouble. After all, too many top figures died in his hands in the Battle of Fenchen Valley. That's right. I heard that forces like the Golden Crow have sent their forces to other realms to seek help through the Tower of Apex to take revenge on Demon Lin. I also heard that the successor of the Xidagarba Temple is also looking for Demon Lin, saying that Demon Lin is a heretic and wants to release him from purgatory. No wonder Demon God Lin disappeared without a trace. If I were in his shoes, I would definitely hide as well. There was a lot of discussion. But as time went by, the discussion about Lin Sun gradually decreased. There were millions of practitioners who entered the burning immortal realm this time. This was definitely a huge number. Among them, there was no lack of top talents and ancient freaks. Almost every day, there was a sensational event. Some people accidentally entered the land of fortune and obtained unexpected fortune, which caused a great uproar. There were also tragic killings in different places of the burning immortal realm. Some top figures died because of this, which made countless practitioners tremble. But there were also dazzling powerhouses who rose because of this and became the focus of the major forces. In the beginning, although Lin Sun's achievements were dazzling, when he fell into silence and there was no news about him, no one cared about him and he was gradually forgotten. 3 months had passed unknowingly. The burning immortal realm was turbulent. Some people rose, some fell, some were happy, some were sad. But all of this had nothing to do with Lin Sun. In a quiet courtyard, Lin Sun meditated in a room and examined his own path. He sorted out and summarized the experiences, insights, and understandings of these years of cultivation. The older one grew, the more naive one would find oneself in the past. It was the same with cultivation. The higher one stood, the more one understood whether the path he had taken before was a winding and rugged road or a broad and bright one. What he thought was right in the past might not be right. What he thought was wrong in the past might have hidden mysteries that could be figured out. This path of cultivation was like walking in the mountains and rivers. In the past, the mountains were mountains and the water was water. Then, the mountains were not mountains and the water was not water. In the end, he would understand that the mountains were still the same mountains and the water was still the same water. However, at that time, his state of mind and the essence he had comprehended would be completely different from the past. Now Lin Sun was confirming the past path, comparing and referring to it as a guide to seek and explore his own path to the top of the Tao. In 3 months, he had comprehended a lot and benefited a lot. The details that he had not noticed in the past gave him new insights and feelings. Then he summarized and confirmed them, drew inferences about other cases from one instance, checked the deficiencies, and made up for the ultimate perfection. My Tao is different from the past and the present world. Only by seeking myself can I help myself. Others really can't give me advice. 3 months of meditation and understanding made Lin Sun's Taoist heart more pure and firm. Perhaps there were countless opportunities and fortunes in the absolute domain, but for him, if he wanted to walk on a path different from the world, the key was to rely on himself. The guidance of others and the scriptures, Taoist scriptures he had mastered, could only be used as a reference and reference. His own Tao must be walked and witnessed by himself. This was the Tao proving. Proving by oneself, like the old toad, his Tao was also a Tao path with the burning immortal Chen Lin Kong. It was also a Tao path, and there was hope for him to set foot on the absolute king realm. But it was destined not to be suitable for Lin Sun. It was not good or bad, but the Tao path he sought was different. Another month passed. It's time to go out for a walk. On this day, Lin Sun opened his eyes from meditation and stood up. His figure was ethereal and ethereal. At this time, it was like the full moon in the blue sea. Even if he continued to meditate, it would be futile. The next thing to do was to seek and explore the way to condense the Tao seed of self and prepare for the absolute king realm. The immortal burning ancient city was getting more and more lively. Compared with Lin Sun's arrival 4 months ago, the number of practitioners in the city had increased by more than 10 times, inheritors of Taoism, strong practitioners of clans, descendants of tribes, even some rare creatures were not uncommon in the city. For example, the strong practitioners of the spirited conch tribe with colorful shells and the strong practitioners of the snow stork tribe with 9 tails. There were even the extremely rare descendants of the cloud weaver tribe, whose bodies were as soft as clouds. When they walked, they seemed to be drifting in the void. Once frightened, their cloud-like bodies would turn into wisps of smoke and flee away with a bang. They were very timid. In addition, there were many ancient freaks and peerless talents. Walking on the bustling street, Lin Sun seemed to return to the outside world in a trance. Everywhere he looked, there were all kinds of people. At this moment, he transformed into an ordinary-looking young man, like a passerby, strolling around in the attitude of a bystander. "Child, this is fiery dew. Do you need it?" A young girl came up to him, holding a ceramic jar in her white hand. Wisps of magnificent and colorful fiery clouds came out of it, which made the young girl's face blush and cute. "How do I exchange for it?" Lin Sun was a little surprised. Fiery dew was not easy to collect. It was born in the clouds and needed to be collected with great effort, just like drawing silk. "Well, anything is fine as long as it is a spiritual material," the young girl said timidly. Obviously, she had never sold anything on the street before. Lin Sun thought for a while, took out a small white jade bottle and handed it to the young girl. "There are 3 mystical light condensing pills in it. Is that okay?" "Yes." The young girl's eyes lit up with surprise. Lin Sun accepted the jar of fiery dew with a smile. When he was about to leave, the young girl in front of him turned into wisps of smoke with a bang. This startled Lin Sun. He thought it was an enemy attack. Unexpectedly, the smoke condensed into 2 hands, which cupped to Lin Sun and said, "Thank you, child. You are really a good man." Lin Sun was speechless. Then he realized that the young girl was a descendant of the Cloudweaver tribe. "Child, my name is Kai Kai. If I collect more fiery dew in the future, can I trade with you?" Kai Kai was looking forward to it. "Of course." Lin Sun smiled. Crash, the clouds transformed and condensed into a sky full of flower petals, fluttering unceasingly. Kai Kai's cheerful voice sounded out, "This is great, you are the first one who is willing to do business with me." Thank you so much." The petals fluttered in the air, looking magnificent and illusory. Lin Sun knew that Kai Kai was expressing her gratitude in a special way. The girl's innocence and kindness, like a ray of sunshine, touched Lin Sun, who was used to killing and bloodshed. Finally, Kai Kai transformed into a cloud and happily disappeared from the bustling street. Lin guessed that she must have gone to the clouds to collect fiery dew again. Big news! Zhou Qingyun, the peerless monstrous genius of the St. Hermitland Star Fantasy Paradise, has stepped into the Apex Pavilion and is ranked 93rd. This is the 13th elite to make it into the top 100 in the past few months. The street was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Sun walked out of the city while listening. Not long after, he accidentally learned of a piece of important news. In the past 4 months, there were practitioners who had become kings one after another. They were all top figures of the younger generation from different orthodoxies. They were the real new kings. However, in comparison, even more cultivators failed when advancing to king realm. Those who were lucky would become half-step kings. Those who were unlucky were directly possessed by the devil and died. However, although there was no lack of people who had become kings, so far no one had set foot on the peak of the king realm. Of course, this was only in the immortal burning realm. It was hard to say in other areas of the 3000 world. Have you heard that the Golden Crow branch is frantically looking for Demon Lin? It is said that a practitioner of the Golden Crow branch has become a king, and there is more than one. It's not just the Golden Crow lineage. The other orthodoxies are also searching for Demon God Lin. There are people keeping an eye on the vicinity of the Pavilion of the Summit and the Tower of the Summit. As long as Demon God Lin appears, he will definitely be discovered immediately. A storm is coming. However, there has been no news of Demon Lin for a whole 4 months. Do you think he has realized something is wrong and left the immortal burning realm with the help of the Apex Tower? It's very likely. Not long after, Lin Sun heard some discussions. He was silent for a while, shook his head, and left. Too many things had happened in the immortal burning realm in the past 4 months, but none of this could affect Lin Sun's mind. Not long after, he left the city and walked like a wild crane in the boundless world. The immortal burning realm was very large. It was covered with mountains and a fiery red sky. It was like a small world with many opportunities and places of fortune. From this day on, Lin Sun completely let go of himself and acted according to his heart. He strolled in the deep mountains and old forests, looking up at everything in the world. Sometimes, he stood on a cliff and watched the clouds flicker and the divine light flow. He could watch for several days and nights, motionless like a rock. Sometimes, he lay by the river at night, listening to the sound of flowing water and falling asleep accompanied by the starlight. Sometimes, when he was in a good mood, he drank until he was dead drunk and lay in the flowers. Sometimes, when he was depressed, he ran wildly in the mountains and fields like a hurricane, flying and venting wantonly. In the end, he had no more thoughts. He wandered, strolled, stared, drank, slept, heaven and earth, all living beings, all things, none of them existed. The chaotic affairs of the world, the memories in his mind, the emotions in his heart, they seemed to have disappeared. He was muddle-headed and empty. He went there 7 days later. There was a rumor among the cultivators in the immortal burning realm that there was a guy who had gone crazy and was like a wild man shuttling through the mountains and forests. He became a joke. A month passed. Almost all the cultivators who were searching for opportunities and fortunes in different areas of the immortal burning realm had seen the traces of that madman. It was strange. The immortal burning realm wasn't a peaceful paradise. Conversely, for the sake of seizing fortune, bloody battles and conflicts occurred practically every single day in different areas. But such a madman had practically walked through every single area of the immortal burning realm, yet he was able to survive until now. It was very difficult to believe indeed, and it was like a miracle. Who was he? No one knew. On this day, a strange flowering tree grew on a precipitous cliff. The tree was only 1 m tall, thick like the mouth of a bull, and its bark was like the scales of a dragon. A fiery red flower bud was in full bloom on its branch. It seemed as if it was formed from fiery copper liquid, and it was suffused with a metallic sheen. It was dusk, and the sunset glow on the horizon was like fire. A group of cultivators had gathered before the cliff since a long time ago, and their gazes were staring fixedly at the strange flowering tree. On its branch, the flower bud was gradually blooming. Every single petal that bloomed emanated a ray of flaming light that shot into the sky, and it was accompanied by balls of fiery red rain of light and a refreshing fragrance that refreshed the heart. It was a shocking scene. However, not a single one of these cultivators dared to approach it. Firstly, it was because the flower bud hadn't bloomed completely. Secondly, there was a bright golden spirit serpent coiled around the roots of this flowering tree. Its body was only thick like a chopstick, and it was covered in fine fiery scales. Moreover, its head was faintly bulging, and it seemed to be on the verge of forming horns. Its aura was ferocious and gloomy, and it seemed to be tiny, yet it was like an overlord of a mountain. It didn't move as well, and it was waiting silently. Ah! How fragrant! Suddenly, a clear and melodious cry resounded from the fiery red layer of clouds above them. In an instant, the pupils of many cultivators constricted, and even the bright golden spirit serpent's body had suddenly arched, and it seemed as if it was accumulating strength and was about to attack. However, when they saw the figure in the layer of clouds clearly, no matter if it was those cultivators or the spirit serpent, all of them relaxed and didn't take any further action. There was a delicate and pretty young woman in the layer of clouds. She held a jar in her hand, and she was gathering strands of spirit liquid from within the fiery glow. It was precisely the young woman from the Cloudweaver clan, Kai Kai. However, when she saw the scene on the cliff, she instantly realized that something was off, and she intended to leave. "Stop right there. Young miss, come over here." A cultivator shouted loudly. This was a young man in a dark robe with a narrow and long face. "What are you doing?" Kai Kai was extremely nervous, and cold sweat had seeped out from her jade-white forehead. "So long as you're obedient and help us do something, then we'll let you leave." As he spoke, the dark-robed young man pointed at the flowering tree in the distance and said, "Hey, see that flower? Go pluck it." He obviously intended to send Kai Kai to her death. It was obvious that if she approached it, then not to mention plucking the flower, she would suffer the attack of that spirit serpent at the first possible moment. However, this was precisely what the dark-robed young man wanted to see. So long as the spirit serpent was drawn over, then they would be able to seize the opportunity to enter and seize that extremely miraculous copper flower. The other cultivators watched coldly from the sidelines and didn't stop them. Kai Kai was even more nervous, and her pretty face was ghastly pale. She had a kind nature, and she'd never entered into conflict with anyone since she entered the Absolute Summit region. She'd always been gathering fiery glow spirit liquid in the layer of clouds, so she'd never experienced such a battle. "Quickly!" the dark-robed young man shouted coldly. "Otherwise, I'll kill you right now." This was extremely shameless, forcing a young woman to her death, and his methods were extremely despicable. But no one said anything. For the sake of seizing fortune, no matter who it was, most cultivators would become ruthless and stop at nothing. Kai Kai was terrified to the point tears almost flowed out from her eyes, and her entire body trembled. She'd utterly never imagined that merely a single sentence of hers would cause such a monstrous calamity. I'll give all of the fiery glow spirit liquid I gathered to all of you. Can you let me off?" She spoke with a sobbing tone, and she was extremely aggrieved and helpless as she trembled as she held out the clay jar in her hand. This was her painstaking effort. "Tui. What's the fiery glow spirit liquid? Who wants it?" The dark-robed young man's face sank as he said, "Young miss, I'll give you one last chance. Quickly do it." Kai Kai was terrified to the point her entire body trembled, and the clay jar in her hand fell to the ground. The mouth of the jar tilted, and the fiery glow spirit liquid within it was about to spill out. This was her painstaking effort, and she'd worked hard for half a month to gather so much. At this moment, she almost collapsed. Right at this moment, a large hand appeared out of thin air, and it firmly supported the clay jar. The crockery that was falling at a slanted angle was firmly stopped. Kai Kai's eyes opened wide in disbelief. Her gaze moved from the hand to an arm that was covered in dust and dirt, and then she looked up again to see the person before her clearly. His hair was disheveled, his beard was unkempt, his clothes were ragged, and his entire body was dirty. Only his eyes were bright and clear. However, his eyes seemed to be too clear and clean, and they seemed to be devoid of any emotions and revealed an empty feeling. Kai Kai was stunned. She felt that this dirty person before her was slightly familiar, yet she didn't know where she'd seen him before. "It's that madman." All the cultivators on the distant cliff recognized this person, and someone teased. Recently, news about this lunatic had become a joke in the realm of the burning immortals. He was like a savage that had lost his mind, and he walked through different areas of the immortal world in a muddle-headed and mad manner. Traces of him could be seen amidst the boundless mountains and rivers. His figure could be seen amidst the battles for fortune and blood. But it just so happened that he was like a passerby that walked on his own, and no one knew what he was doing. They didn't know why he'd gone mad to such an extent. Most inconceivable of it all was that no matter what sort of danger he encountered, he was always able to survive unscathed, and it could be said to be a miracle. "Madman, come over here and help us pluck that flower." The black-robed young man spoke coldly. The figure that they took to be a madman turned around while his gaze was filled with wonder. "Don't go." Kai Kai's heart constricted, and she suddenly grabbed the madman's arm and said, "They're asking you to give your life away. Look, there's a spirit snake coiled around the roots of that flower tree, and it'll take your life." The madman lowered his head and looked over. Hiss, when he noticed it, the golden and bright spirit snake seemed to feel extremely nervous, and it suddenly tensed its body while flicking its tongue and emanating hissing sounds as if it was threatening him. "Little girl, you really don't know what's good for you." The black-robed young man's face sank, and he suddenly attacked. A dazzling and blazing bolt of lightning slashed out from afar, and it tore through space. "Flee! Quickly!" Kai Kai screamed and pulled Madman's arm to escape. However, she noticed that the arm was as heavy as a mountain, and it didn't move in the slightest. She was unable to move it at all. Boom, the thunderbolt arrived, but the madman casually raised his hand and grabbed. The blazing thunderbolt was like a piece of paper, shattering in the void like fireworks. Kai was stunned. Could this be a peerless expert? The pupils of the black-robed young man and the others in the distance constricted in unison. According to the rumors, even though this madman was crazy, it seemed like he had some ability since he was able to survive until now unscathed. The atmosphere was somewhat depressing. The black-robed youth's expression was somewhat ugly. His attack had been casually dissolved by such a madman. This caused him to lose face. But before he could make another move, he saw the madman's figure flash and arrive at the top of the cliff. He directly arrived before the flowering tree and stretched out his hand to grab it. It was also at this moment that the last petal on the flower bud that seemed to be made of molten fire copper bloomed. Within the flower, a strand of dazzling and resplendent fiery red divine ray of light poured down like a rain of light, and a faint fragrance drifted through the heavens and the earth. Swoosh, but at the same time, the golden spirit snake that coiled around the roots of the flowering tree attacked as well. It was like a golden bolt of lightning that bit the madman's wrist. Shit. Kai was shocked to the point her beautiful face turned pale, and she couldn't bear to watch. Attack. At the same time, the black-robed young man and the others attacked ferociously. They'd been accumulating strength for a long time, and they were just waiting for this moment. Bang, boundless radiance of treasures and Dao arts erupted in the sky. They were dazzling and resplendent, and they poured down like tidewater and locked onto the madman who had his back towards them. However, a horrifying scene occurred. Any attack that hadn't even approached him seemed as if it had fallen into an abyss, and it was swallowed and obliterated before vanishing without a trace. Any treasure was instantly suppressed, and it wailed as it fell to the ground while its glow dimmed down. Everyone was astounded, and they were terrified to the point their scalps almost exploded. How could this be possible? On the other hand, the madman seemed to be completely unaware. He even paid no attention to the golden spirit snake that bit his wrist, and he plucked the strange flower that was suffused with a metallic sheen. His figure flashed as he returned to Kai's side and passed the flower over. For you. His lips opened and closed, and his voice was hoarse. He seemed as if he hadn't spoken for a very long time to the point he'd forgotten how to express himself. Kai was dumbstruck, and her mind went blank. The scenes she'd witnessed earlier were too inconceivable, and it caused her body and mind to suffer a blow, causing her to fall into a daze. Are you afraid? As the madman spoke, he pinched the golden snake that bit his wrist, and with a flick of his finger, the golden snake was blasted flying with a swish and fell into the boundless sea of clouds in the distance. When they looked at his wrist, it was completely unharmed, and there wasn't even a bite mark left behind. Hiss, the black-robed young man and the others felt coldness surge from their spines to their entire bodies, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end as they were completely terrified. That golden snake wasn't a kind existence, and its aura was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for them being afraid of the golden snake earlier, how could they have waited until now? But at this moment, the golden snake was blasted flying with a flick of the madman's finger. It didn't even have the strength to struggle. His casual attitude caused the black-robed young man and the others to almost not dare believe their eyes. I'm not afraid. Kai had sobered up at this moment. Take it. The madman didn't say anything and handed the strange flower to her. Friend, we're the successors of the great Freedom Sword sect, and we have our eyes on this king herb. Aren't you going too far by doing this? In the distance, the black-robed young man was anxious and couldn't care less about anything else as he threatened. The madman's eyes were extremely clear, but they seemed extremely empty, as if he didn't even have any emotions. Hearing this, he tried hard to think for a while, but he couldn't remember anything. He couldn't help but shake his head. Then, he left with Kai. The young girl in front of him gave him a trace of familiarity, and he subconsciously had an instinct to protect her. Stay here. With a roar, a heavenly spirit sword shot out and slashed at the madman. The madman didn't even turn his head and waved his sleeve. Clang, this spirit sword left as quickly as it came. It suddenly turned in midair and returned with an even sharper and more ferocious momentum than the previous one. Poof, a cultivator's chest was pierced, and a string of scarlet blood sprayed out. And what killed him was his spirit sword. Let's go. The expressions of the black-robed young man and the others changed completely as they realized how terrifying the madman was. They didn't dare hesitate any longer and turned around to flee. At the bank of a stream in the gorge, Kai curiously sized up the madman in front of her. He stared blankly at the stream without moving, and he seemed to be in a daze and muddle-headed. "Can I help you wash up?" After a long time, Kai couldn't help but ask. The madman was completely unaware and seemed as if he hadn't heard it. "Then I'll take it as you've acquiesced." Kai took a deep breath and seemed to have mustered up great courage. She took out a handkerchief and soaked it in the river before helping the madman wipe off the dust and dirt on his face. She was very careful and her movements were very gentle, as if she was afraid of angering the madman. As time passed, the madman stared at the river motionlessly like a clay statue. Kai gradually calmed down and focused on the movements in her hands. The madman in front of her hadn't bathed for countless days. His entire body was dirty, and his skin was covered in dirt and dust. If it was any other girl, she would have felt disgust a long time ago. But Kai was very concentrated. Her face was pure and beautiful, her eyes were large and bright, and her skin was delicate. She emanated a tender and innocent aura. Time passed. The madman remained silent as if he was possessed. Kai had wiped his face, neck, and arms clean a long time ago. After thinking for a moment, she took out an exquisite knife and was about to help the madman shave off his disheveled beard and hair. Right at this moment, the madman suddenly flicked out a hand and swiped it lightly in the stream. A vortex floated up into appearance, and it was like a black hole that swallowed the surrounding river water. After that, the vortex suddenly grew taller and charged into the sky, and it emanated rumbling sounds as the entire stream was swept into it. The entire gorge started to tremble, and space fell into disorder. On the other hand, the vortex was like a revolving abyss that seemed to be on the verge of swallowing the sky. The plants and rocks in the gorge collapsed into pieces while the airflow in the gorge became chaotic and violent. The nearby mountains shook violently as if they were on the verge of collapse. The madman stood up. His clothes fluttered while his messy beard and hair fluttered. His entire body emanated an imposing aura that shot into the sky, and he was like a god that had awakened at this moment. He stretched out his hand and guided, causing two different types of energy to suddenly appear within the vortex that was like an abyss. One was blazing flames, and the other was a rapid flow of water. Water and fire couldn't coexist. Yet at this moment, they coexisted within the vortex. The two types of energy chased after each other as they revolved, and they faintly formed a miraculous balance. Roar. After that, a dragon roar resounded. It was like a true dragon was hibernating in the depths of the vortex, and it caused the might of the entire vortex to become different. At this moment, the nearby space was collapsing inch by inch. The clouds in the sky were blasted apart while the mountains in the surroundings rumbled and collapsed. It was a scene of great destruction where everything in the world was collapsing. Kai was dumbstruck since a long time ago. She squatted on the ground and shivered as she watched all of this with disbelief. In her daze, the madman before her was like an overlord that possessed the imposing aura to swallow the world, looked down upon the world, and revealed the might of supremacy in the entire world. Bang! The madman flicked his sleeve, causing the vortex to charge 30 kilometers into the sky, yet it seemed eternal and grew without end. It was the might of the undying Grand Tao. "This is my Tao." Suddenly, the madman muttered with a flat voice that was neither happy nor sorrowful, and it only carried a feeling of relief, clarity, and open-mindedness. When Kai raised her head to look once more, she saw the madman's entire body was flowing with a brilliant green glow of the Tao, and it washed away the dirt on his body, causing his skin to be sparkling and translucent. With a casual wave of his hand, his beard that was like weeds rustled and vanished. His long hair had become clear and glowing at this moment, and every single strand of it was crystalline. After that, it was casually tied behind his head. When he turned around, Kai saw a sharp and handsome face. His black eyes were clear and bright, and his entire body emanated an otherworldly aura. Bang! At the same time, the vortex behind him that seemed like an abyss that could swallow the sky suddenly dispersed in the heavens and the earth, and it transformed into a multicolored rain of light that illuminated this expanse of the world. It caused his tall and handsome figure to carry an ethereal and mysterious aura. He was like an immortal. Lin Sun stood in silence. In his mind, everything he had experienced in the past month gushed out like a tide, and everything down to the slightest detail appeared. Then, it turned into a kind of enlightenment and settled in his heart. He had found a way of cultivation that belonged to him. Kai was stunned. Before, Lin Sun was covered with dirt and his hair was untidy. His face couldn't be seen clearly and he looked extremely sloppy. But at this moment, he seemed as if he'd been reborn. His entire body was untainted by even a speck of dust, and he was bright and radiant like an otherworldly immortal. Kai almost couldn't believe her eyes. "What are you doing with the knife?" Lin Sun asked with a smile. He had completely recovered his mind and woke up from the state of emptiness. Kai let out an "ah" sound, her pretty face blushing. Embarrassed, she said, I was just going to help you trim your beard and hair. Please don't misunderstand." She quickly put away the knife in her hand. Then, Kai suddenly remembered something. She took out the strange flower and said, "Young master, this is yours." This was an extremely extraordinary king medicine, far better than ordinary ones. But Kai didn't seem to care about it at all. She just thought that it was not hers, so she had to return it. Lin Sun was stunned at first and then laughed. "This king medicine is sold to you." Kai said with a bitter face, "But I have no money to buy it. Fiery spiritual liquid is okay. You said last time that you would make a deal with me after collecting fiery spiritual liquid." Lin Sun's eyes were gentle and he thought of Xiaochong. But compared with Kai, Xiaochong was a heartless fool. "You are that child." Kai was surprised. Lin Sun nodded with a smile. Finally, under Lin Sun's insistence, Kai put away the king medicine, and Lin Sun took out a large pot of fiery spiritual liquid. This treasure was not so precious for other practitioners, but for Lin Sun, the kindness contained in it was far greater than anything else. "Let's go, I will take you back to the city," Lin Sun said. Kai agreed readily. They immediately set off. On the way, Lin Sun couldn't help asking, "Why do you come alone in the dangerous zone of forsaken dreams?" Kai answered matter-of-factly, "For the sake of cultivation, this is the only way." Her voice was crisp, but it made Lin sigh with emotion. Yes, for cultivation. Who said that weaklings couldn't come here to dig for fortuitous encounters? Who said that an innocent and unaffected cultivator like Kai couldn't rise up in the apex domain? "Young master, you see, although I encountered some danger earlier, I had your help. Furthermore, you even gave me a royal medicine. That is my good fortune. If I were in the outside world, how could I possibly have such good fortune?" Kai said seriously. Lin Sun nodded, realizing that although the girl in front of him was simple and naive, her mind was also very clear and intelligent. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded in the distance. Streaks of light flew over like divine rainbows, and there were at least a dozen of them. The leader was a golden-robed man with a crown on his head. He was extremely valiant and emitted a terrifying aura. "Senior Brother Yin, it's that girl," someone beside the golden-robed man shouted excitedly. In an uproar, these people rushed over and sealed off the nearby void. The person who shouted excitedly was the black-robed young man who claimed to be the successor of the Great Freedom Sword sect on the side of the cliff. He looked excited and said, "I saw with my own eyes that the madman gave the fire copper king flower to this girl." Senior Brother Yen glanced at Kai, and then fixed his eyes on Lin Sun. He asked calmly, "Who is this person?" The black-robed young man was stunned at first, and then shook his head, "I don't know." There was no other way. The contrast between the previous Lin Sun and the current Lin Sun was so great that the black-robed young man couldn't recognize him for a while. But even if he didn't know him, someone else did. At this moment, when they saw Lin Sun's face, a practitioner suddenly shouted, He is Demon Lin." His words resounded in this world like a clap of thunder. Everyone, including Senior Brother Yen and the black-robed young man, suddenly changed their expressions and showed a shocked expression. Demon Lin, hadn't he disappeared from the world of burning immortals for almost half a year? Why did he appear again? It's indeed him. Soon, people confirmed one after another. All of them looked solemn and looked at Lin Sun with incomparable fear. Although Lin Sun had been silent for a period of time, his bloody achievements in the Fenchen Valley were still spread in the world of burning immortals, But what was the relationship between Demon Lin and that girl? Not to mention them, even Kai was dumbfounded. She had never thought that the young man with a warm smile next to her was the world-famous Demon Lin. For a moment, she felt like she was dreaming. The scene was a little quiet for a while. Even senior brother Yen, who was the leader, felt it was a little tricky. He was caught unprepared and didn't know whether to advance or retreat. It was very embarrassing. And in his heart, he couldn't wait to curse the black-robed young man to death. This girl was related to Demon Lin, so what the hell was the point of revenge? It was no different from courting death. What's the matter, everyone? Lin Sun opened his mouth and glanced at the crowd with his black eyes indifferently. All the practitioners who were swept by his eyes were stiff and didn't dare to look at him directly. Senior brother Yen, who was full of cold sweat, coughed and said, "It's nothing. I've admired brother Lin for a long time and haven't had the chance to meet you. Now that I've met you, I'm so excited that I came to disturb you. Please forgive me." Other practitioners secretly admired senior brother Yen in their hearts. He was a man who could rise and fall at the same time. He changed the topic and found a way out for himself. He had a good sense of propriety. Lin Sun said, "Now that we've met, can you get out of the way?" Senior brother Yen stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation with a smile, saying, "Then I won't disturb you anymore. See you off, brother Lin." The other cultivators gasped. Senior brother Yen has such a sense of propriety. As expected of a senior brother, he's truly outstanding. Of course, there were also people who secretly cursed. Previously, senior brother Yen had solemnly vowed that whoever dared to go against the Great Freedom Sword sect would pay 10 times the price. But now, he was so cowardly. It was not until Lin Sun and Kai left together that senior brother Yen wiped off his cold sweat. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders as he said, Fortunately, we didn't offend this ruthless, cold, merciless, and unbridled fellow. Otherwise, I'm afraid none of us would be able to leave." The black-robed young man hesitated, "But senior brother, aren't we a little too weak?" Senior brother Yen said coldly, "Do you know why our sect is called Great Freedom? That is, we should lower our heads when we should. Only in this way can we achieve great freedom. If we stubbornly persist, we will only face great destruction, let alone great freedom." These words, which were obviously immoral, were said with awe-inspiring righteousness, sonorous and persuasive by him. If the founder of the Great Freedom Sword sect knew that senior brother Yen understood the 3 words great freedom in this way, he would be so angry that he would jump out of his coffin. Others praised him. Senior brother Yan's words make sense. But then again, since Demon Lin has shown up, there will be a show to watch. As far as I know, there are many forces waiting for him in the immortal burning ancient city. Senior brother Yen seemed to be deep in thought and changed the topic without a trace. Yes, the immortal burning realm is not the world of the reincarnation developing realm, but the world of the kings. No matter how strong Demon Lin is, he is doomed to suffer. Someone said excitedly with bright eyes. In the absolute domain, there is no saint. If he is in the outside world, Demon Lin can still use the holy treasure to deal with the king realm. But now, it is destined to be impossible. Does this mean that as long as he shows up in front of the immortal burning ancient city, he will be targeted and attacked by the king realm experts? That must be it. Senior brother Yen said with certainty, "Of course, don't think that I am cursing Demon Lin. I am just analyzing a fact." His words were watertight. Even if Lin Sun heard it, he would not be able to criticize him. When he spoke up to hear, he pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Of course, if Devil God Lin is able to enter the city safely, then it would be sufficient for him to avoid this calamity. Because King Realm experts are restrained by the immortal incineration city, so they're unable to enter the city. This may be Demon Lin's only chance of survival." The black-robed youth said, "I feel that he no longer has a chance. During this period of time, the city gates have been under tight control. There are King Realm experts presiding over it. Once Fiend Celestial Lin appears, he will definitely be killed outside the city. Senior brother Yen, let's hurry back to the city. This is destined to be a great battle. If we don't see it with our own eyes, we will definitely regret it for the rest of our lives." Someone could not wait any longer. "Let's go." Senior brother Yen was also very tempted. He waved his hand and immediately decided to return to the immortal burning city. In the distance, the magnificent outline of the immortal burning ancient city could already be seen. However, when Lin Sun was about to move forward, he suddenly sensed that there was a powerful aura belonging to the King Realm experts near the city gate. And there was more than one. Kai, what happened recently? Lin Sun stopped and asked casually. Kai was stunned and said, something sensational happens every day. Child, what do you mean? Do you know why there are so many King Realm experts in front of the city gate? Lin Sun asked. Kai suddenly showed a disgusted expression and said angrily, Child, you don't know that those King Realm experts are the descendants of the big orthodoxies. They have been in control of the city gate for more than a month. Only the descendants of the big forces can enter and leave freely. Descendants of small forces like me, or cultivators without any sect, have to pay a sum of money to enter the city. It's too much. Every time I enter the city, half of the fiery glow spiritual liquid I collected will be taken away by them. Some cultivators are even worse. Their treasures will be bought by them before they can warm up their hands. Bought? Lin Sun was stunned. Kai said disdainfully, of course they won't rob openly. After all, it will damage the reputation of their sections. But they will force other cultivators to sell their treasures to them at the lowest price. Lin Sun understood and couldn't help sneering, they are really overbearing and shameless. As he said, he shook his body and turned into an ordinary-looking young man. Then he said to Kai, I have to trouble you for the time being. With a wave of his sleeve, he took Kai into the wordless pagoda. As long as the power of the holy treasure was not activated, it would not violate the rules of the absolute summit domain and the wordless pagoda would not be destroyed. After doing all this, Lin Sun rushed to the immortal burning ancient city in the distance. It was different from entering and exiting immortal incineration city in the past. There were cultivators from various sects guarding the city gates, and only cultivators from the sects could enter and leave freely. On the other hand, other cultivators could only line up before the city gates, and they had to pay a fee to enter the city. This was the rule. This rule was jointly set by many great powers, and anyone who dared to go against it would be going against these great powers. This caused many ordinary cultivators to feel extremely aggrieved. But it couldn't be helped. They had no choice but to leave the city for the sake of searching and obtaining fortuitous encounters. They could only pinch their noses and endure such an overbearing rule. Line up. Hurry up. A bearded man shouted before the city gates. He was a half-step King Realm cultivator, and he was obviously very old. He was from the Myriad Beast Spirit Mountain, and his name was Lu Heng. People like him naturally didn't enter the apex region to take a step further on the path of cultivation, and he could only play the role of helping the sect plunder cultivation resources. A gray-robed man sat lazily on the city wall above the city gates. He looked very young, but he emanated a terrifying King Realm aura. This was a new king, his name was Wu Yuanjin, and he was a peerless expert from the Golden Crow clan. 3 months ago, he was forced to advance because he couldn't control his cultivation. Never had he imagined that he would be able to smoothly step foot into the life and death realm and become a young King Realm cultivator. Not too far away from Wu Yuanjin, a green-clothed woman's gaze swept through the crowd below like a sharp blade. Anyone who was swept by her gaze would stiffen and feel extremely suffocated. The green-clothed woman was also a King Realm cultivator, and her name was Miao Xiyan. She was from the Xuandu Taoism school, and she was the junior sister of Fairy Miao Hua who had died at Lin Sun's hands. But now, Miaozhen was a true king, and her status was different from before. Besides Wu Yuanjin and Miaozhen, there was a man on each side of the city wall. On the left was a tall young man in a yellow robe who was resting against the wall with a sword in his arms. He had a cold and indifferent expression. His name was Shang Chong, and he was from the Ocean Soul clan. On the right was a tall and sturdy man who was wiping his saber with a cold expression. His name was Wan Yuntong, and he came from the moon-worshipping cult of the Saint Hermit. He was also a peerless figure, and he was the senior brother of Lai Yunhai, who had died in the hands of Lin Sun. Whether it was Shang Chong of the Sea Soul race or Wan Yuntong of the moon-worshipping sect, they had both advanced to become kings, for young kings controlled the entire entrance to the city, and such a deterring force caused all the cultivators that were lining up to tremble with fear. Not to mention disobeying, they didn't even dare to think of resisting. Lin Sun was also in the queue. He noticed Wu Yuanzhen, Miaocen, Shang Chong, and Wang Yuntong when he was in the queue. On top of the city gate, there was a wanted poster. Lin Sun recognized at a glance that the figure outlined on the wanted map was himself. This wanted poster had obviously been there for a long time, and the reward was 3 king herbs. Lin Sun glanced at him and then withdrew his eyes. An uncontrollable killing intent surged in his heart. Obviously, those great powers that he'd dealt with in the past were unable to restrain themselves and were madly searching for his whereabouts. On the other hand, the reason they dared to act so fearlessly was none other than because they possessed a King Realm expert to rely on. Let's enter the city first. Lin Sun took a deep breath and restrained the killing intent in his heart. The immortal burning ancient city was covered with a natural restrictive power, which could suppress King Realm experts and prevent them from entering the city. Otherwise, how could young kings that came from great powers like Wu Yuanzhen, Miaocen, Wang Yuntong, and Shang Chong possibly lower themselves to be stationed here? Take out your storage treasure. Soon, it was Lin Sun's turn. Lu Heng, the bearded man, said impatiently, "Remember, if you dare to hide anything, this will be your burial place." As he spoke, he took out a bronze mirror and began to scan it up and down in front of Lin Sun. This was an extraordinary treasure that could make all the treasures of a cultivator have nowhere to hide. Of course, some treasures that went against the natural order, such as Lin Sun's wordless pagoda and the gate to heaven in his sea of consciousness, naturally couldn't be detected. Lu Heng quickly put away the bronze mirror. At the same time, Lin Sun also took out the storage ring he had prepared beforehand. Lu Heng examined it and found that there were only some common spiritual materials that couldn't be seen. He couldn't help cursing, "Damn it. Another poor bastard. Get out of here." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and glanced at Lu Heng. He had already sentenced Lu Heng to death in his heart. However, this was not the time to care about it. He calmed himself down and walked straight into the city gate. But at this moment, a sudden roar sounded, "Wait." Along with the voice, a figure appeared in front of Lin Sun with a whoosh. It was a black-robed young man with scarlet eyes and a bloody aura all over his body. As if he had found his prey, he was extremely excited and screamed hoarsely, "Demon Lin! Quick! That guy is Demon Lin!" Originally, the young man's roar had shocked everyone nearby and made their hearts tremble. Even the 4 kings in different positions were alarmed and looked over. But when they heard the excited roar of the black-robed young man, the atmosphere changed accordingly. Black Demon Tengu Bastard. At the same time, Lin Sun finally guessed the identity of the black-robed young man. His heart was filled with hatred. How could Lin Sun bear it when he was about to enter the city? Almost before the young man's roar died away, Lin Sun had already attacked. Boom! The black-robed young man was still excited and complacent. He didn't expect that his neck would be grabbed and then broken with a crack. He died on the spot. But Lin Sun didn't stop at all. He rushed to the city gate and exerted all his strength with ice dragon steps. Want to leave? Impossible. It had to be said that the reaction of a King Realm practitioner was too terrifying. At the same time as Lin Sun made his move, a figure had already fallen from the sky. It was Wu Yuanzhen of the Golden Crow branch. He emitted a dazzling golden light and rushed over at an incredible speed as if he was teleporting. And at the same time, he had already stretched out his arm and grabbed at Lin Sun from a distance. Boom! A big golden hand was condensed, wrapped in the dazzling power of King Realm, which made the air near the city gate explode. It was a horrible scene. Some practitioners were nearby, but he didn't care at all. Before the hand fell, several innocent practitioners couldn't escape in time. Their bodies burst into pieces, and blood rained everywhere. Bang! Lin Sun didn't look back. He exerted all his strength to exert the negative smash, and a phantom of the negative smash emerged. However, it couldn't resist at all. It was smashed by the big golden hand, and the momentum didn't decrease. It hit Lin Sun's back fiercely. Seeing that he was about to be caught by the big hand, he suddenly rushed forward with bright Taoist light all over his body. His speed suddenly soared a lot, and he narrowly avoided it. Boom! When the big golden hand fell, the ground shook, cracked, and smoke and dust filled the air. At this time, Lin Sun was less than 30 meters away from the city gate. Usually, this distance would be crossed in an instant. But at this time, the 30 meters distance was like the line of life and death in front of the gate of hell, full of great killing intent. Whoosh, a dazzling black sword chi swept up and stabbed straight at Lin Sun, who was rushing over. This was Miaocan of Xuandu Taoism, and she attacked before Wu Yuanjun. When Lin Sun avoided Wu Yuanjun's palm, she had already attacked. The sword chi was peerlessly fierce, and it fully displayed the terrifying power of a Qing realm practitioner. Unless he retreated, there was no way to resist it at all. Almost at the same time, Shang Chong of the Sea Soul clan and Wan Yuntong of the Moon worshipping sect had rushed over and surrounded Lin Sun from the rear. This series of actions was completed in almost an instant. At this moment, the 4 young Qing realm experts revealed extremely shrewd combat experience, and they firmly locked down the entrance to the city. As for the other cultivators in the surroundings, because the unexpected event had occurred too quickly, most of them hadn't even been able to react to it. The situation was extremely dangerous. This was a situation of certain death. Any one of the 4 Qing realm practitioners was capable of suppressing all the practitioners below the Qing realm, and even the top talents were unable to compete with them. Because the Qing realm had long stood above the 5 realms, if it was in the outside world, Lin Sun could use the wordless pagoda, the great way boundless bottle, or even the vast universe arc to escape. But this was the apex region, and there were no divine rules and restrictions here. Using the holy treasures would only make Lin Sun die faster. Time seemed to slow down. The 4 powerhouses all had cold and indifferent expressions. They were confident of victory. The reason why they were stationed here was to wait for such an opportunity. Now that the opportunity had come, they naturally wouldn't watch Lin Sun slip away. Moreover, they were very conceited. As Qing realm practitioners, they had become different from the past. In the past, they might be extremely afraid of Lin Sun. But now, Lin Sun was just a little bug in their eyes, and they could pinch him to death at will. At this critical moment when his life was hanging by a thread, Lin Sun made a decision that exceeded everyone's expectations. His figure did not retreat. Instead, he moved at an even faster speed to meet the black sword energy that was coming at him. Puff, the sword chi passed through his chest, and a string of dark red blood sprayed out. On the other hand, Lin Sun had already charged forward explosively. Miaocan, who was blocking in front of him, was caught off guard. However, her reaction wasn't slow at all, and she subconsciously slashed out with her sword. But before she could make a move, she felt a sharp pain in her spirit as if she was slashed by a sharp blade, and she felt dizzy. Right at this moment, Lin Sun seized the opportunity and charged into the city gate at a speed that was almost desperate. Rumble. In front of the city gate, the attacks of the 4 Qing realm practitioners descended. Blazing smoke and divine radiance surged, and a terrifying aftershock spread out like a landslide and a tsunami. It was an extremely shocking scene. It could be foreseen that if Lin Sun was slightly slower, he would absolutely be blasted to death on the spot. Everything had happened too quickly. It was a race against time, and life and death were decided in a split second. If it was any other peak figure in such a hopeless situation, there were probably very few that could resolve a calamity like Lin Sun. Even Lin Sun was covered in cold sweat at this moment. Inside the city gate, it was bustling with noise and excitement. But when the attack of the 4 Qing realm powerhouses broke out outside the city gate, it produced a terrible shock, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. All the cultivators inside the city were frightened and trembled all over. The originally lively and clamorous atmosphere had also vanished without a trace. All eyes were on the city gate. There stood a figure with his chest torn open and blood spilling out like a waterfall. He was like a fierce beast that had just escaped. The aura he exuded made everyone's heart palpitate. This man was Lin Sun. At this moment, his cheeks were pale and his body was soaked in blood and cold sweat. His chest was pierced by the sword chi of a Qing realm powerhouse, which caused him great injury. The sword chi was so terrible and full of the power of a Qing realm powerhouse. Even though Lin Sun had avoided the vital parts, he was still seriously injured. "Are you trying to bully me because I haven't killed enough?" At this moment, Lin Sun's black eyes became extremely cold. The sharp pain in his body couldn't replace the burning anger in his heart. Hatred, unforgettable hatred, the crisis of life and death just now completely infuriated Lin Sun. 4 Qing realm powerhouses attacked together just to deal with him. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? Lin Sun clenched his fists quietly, and the veins on the back of his hands stood out. Or did they really think that with the help of the King realm powerhouses, they could regard him as a fish on the chopping board that could be slaughtered at will? Outside the city gate, smoke and dust filled the air. The four kings' faces were gloomy, and their eyes were cold as they stared at Lin Sun inside the city gate. The other cultivators were all dumbfounded. No one had expected that Lin Sun could escape from such a desperate situation. They were four King realm powerhouses who had just advanced to the King realm. If they attacked together, they could easily kill any top talent. But now, Fiend Celestial Lin had managed to escape. It was so incredible and unbelievable. He actually escaped. How shameful. Wu Yuanjun murmured with a livid face. He was eager to rush into the city, but he restrained himself in the end. There was a natural restriction in the immortal burning ancient city that suppressed King realm powerhouses. If they dared to break in, they would suffer the backlash of the restriction. I can only say that this kid is too cunning. If that friend from the Black Sea Tengu clan hadn't seen through his identity, how could he have possibly seized the opportunity to enter the city? Xianxia of the Sea Soul clan had his green hair fluttering in the wind, and his expression was equally gloomy. He's already been heavily injured by my sword chi. Even if he escapes into the city, he won't be able to escape death. The Xuandu Daoist school's Miaoxin gritted her teeth while a cold glow shot out from her eyes, and she seemed to be on the verge of swallowing someone up. Originally, she was the most promising one to kill Lin, but she didn't expect that Lin was not only cruel to his enemies, but also to himself. He didn't dodge at all and fought for a chance of survival at the risk of being seriously injured. Until now, she still didn't figure out whether the blow on her spirit was from Lin Sun or someone else. Otherwise, she was absolutely sure that she could kill Lin Sun even if he risked his life. Upon hearing her words, Wan Yuntong, the successor of the moon-worshipping cult, let out a long howl. Everyone, Demon Lin has shown up and was seriously injured by us. He's on the verge of death. Now he's inside the city gate, and it's the best time to kill him. Why don't you act? The howl was like a thunderclap, shaking the world and even spreading to the sky above the immortal burning ancient city. For a moment, countless experts from various orthodoxies in the city stopped what they were doing and rushed out. Upon being reminded, Wu Yuanjun, Miaoxin, Shang Chong, and the others also shouted, telling their sects to take this opportunity to encircle and kill Lin Sun. A demon Lin at his peak might be enough to make any cultivator in the city afraid. But Lin Sun was seriously injured and on the verge of death. It could be said that he had no deterrence at all. It was the best time to kill him. If they waited for him to recover, it would be too late. Upon hearing these shouts, Lin Sun turned around. His black eyes were extremely cold, and he quietly glanced at Wu Yuanjun and the other three. Then, he turned around and left. Although it was just a glance, Wu Yuanjun and the other three were shocked and keenly felt the killing intent in Lin Sun's heart. Following that, their faces turned even gloomier. Now that they had all become King realm cultivators, they could not be compared to the past. Yet, Lin Sun still dared to threaten them. He was simply courting death. Pass down the order. Seal the exit of the immortal burning ancient city. Don't let him escape. Wu Yuanjun roared and gave the order. He was Demon Lin. In the city, the cultivators who had been shocked had confirmed Lin Sun's identity and could not help but be aghast. After being silent for half a year, everyone thought that Lin Sun had long sensed that something was amiss and had left the immortal burning realm with the help of the Pinnacle Pagoda. But who would have thought that he had not left? Moreover, he'd even escaped calamity from the joint attacks of 4 King realm experts. Demon Lin is still as powerful as ever. Someone sighed. Didn't you hear? He's already seriously injured and on the verge of death. Any random expert's attack now can threaten his life. Someone's eyes flickered. There are many major forces in the city. There's no doubt that they will act immediately to kill Demon Lin once they receive this news. Someone sighed inwardly. Under such circumstances, how could Fiend Celestial Lin possibly survive? He would be attacked by King Realm cultivators if he left the city. He would be like prey trapped in a cage if he stayed in the city. His life would be reaped by the various major forces. Regardless of the outcome, he was linked to death. There were also some cultivators who sensed Lin Sun's departure and hurriedly followed him without leaving a trace. It was obvious that they were up to no good. Everyone knew that Demon Lin had once plundered the treasury of the Golden Crow lineage and killed 26 dazzling figures in Fenchen Valley. Now that he was in a hopeless situation with no way out, it was enough to attract the covetous eyes of those with ill intentions. Lin Sun's speed was not fast. His injuries were too severe and his speed was affected. Even though he had consumed a piece of Thunder Origin spiritual liquid from the myriad tribulation lightning bamboo along the way, and even though he had circulated his undying Tao energy to recover. But his injuries had yet to recover completely. That was because Miaotson's sword qi had not only pierced his chest. The King Tao power contained in the sword qi had also injured his internal organs and the foundation of his cultivation. This was a Tao injury. Even though the Thunder Origin spiritual liquid was extremely miraculous, it was difficult to recover in a short period of time. Daoist Lin, do you need any help? Suddenly, a group of cultivators rushed up from behind with flickering eyes. Of course. Go find the Golden Crow lineage, the Black Sea Dog clan, the Xuandu Taoism sect, and the Sea Soul clan to help me take revenge. How about that? Lin Sun's voice was cold without looking back. The cultivators' expressions changed, but they were still not slow as they chased after him. Someone forced a smile and said, Daoist Lin, you're making things difficult for us. You know that you're on the verge of death. The only thing we can do is to help you take care of your belongings. Yes, when you die, we'll collect your bones and build a tomb for you for the sake of our kindred spirit. At least your corpse won't be exposed in the wilderness. The others spoke successively and seemed to be well-intentioned. However, although they spoke in a dignified manner, they were actually extremely ugly. They completely intended to take advantage of Lin Sun's misfortune and coveted the treasures in Lin Sun's possession. I'll give all of you a chance. Vanish now. Lin Sun had lost his patience, and the killing intent in his heart surged as he issued an ultimatum. A counterattack before death was very terrifying. As soon as Lin Sun said this, the expressions of those cultivators changed. But in the end, they were still unable to resist the greed in their hearts, and they continued to chase after Lin Sun like flies that had smelled blood. Daoist Lin, we have good intentions. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Someone spoke coldly. Pooh, as soon as he finished speaking, his spirit was suddenly slashed, and his body fell to the ground with a thump. His eyes were wide open as he died on the spot. This caused the others to be horrified, and astounded. Trash like you want to hit on me? If you dare take another step forward, I'll definitely kill all of you. Lin Sun's icy cold and indifferent voice sounded from afar. All of these cultivators had an indeterminate expression, and they were extremely hesitant. Right when they were hesitating, Lin Sun's figure had already vanished into the distance. However, even if they didn't pursue him, it didn't mean that the other cultivators wouldn't. As the saying goes, men die in pursuit of wealth just like birds die in pursuit of food. So how could any expert that had targeted Lin Sun be willing to miss such a superb opportunity? Demonic God Lin, stop right there. Someone shouted loudly. A group of cultivators flashed over from the sky, and they were like vultures that had locked onto their prey and directly attacked. Pooh. 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 However, Lin Sun didn't even turn around, yet all of these cultivators fell from the sky and fell to the ground, and they died on the spot. The spirit of every single one of them had been annihilated and wiped out, there was no blood, and no injuries could be seen from the outside, yet this undoubtedly seemed extremely terrifying. How could this be? Some cultivators witnessed this scene from the shadows, and all of them were terrified to the point their scalps went numb while a chill ran down their spines. Demonic God Lin, there's no place for you in this city any longer. If you stay behind now, then perhaps I'll plead on your behalf and guide you to a way out. Not long after, a top expert appeared. It was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. He was very conceited as he blocked Lin Sun's path. Get lost. Lin Sun's reply was only one word. Moreover, he didn't slow down at all. Then let me send you on your way. The young man's face darkened as he drew out a spiritual sword and slashed down. He wasn't careless, and he used his trump card as soon as he attacked. As soon as the sword was drawn, it was like a starry waterfall soaring into the sky, dazzling and magnificent. He was confident that the seriously injured and dying demonic god Lin was destined to be unable to withstand this strike. But what astonished him was that Lin Sun didn't even make a move from beginning to end, so he naturally couldn't withstand it. At the same time, he felt a tearing pain in his spirit, and his vision turned black. Bang! In an instant, even the soul treasure armor around the Yuanshan exploded, and a streak of sword light slashed into the Yuanshan at this moment. Ah! The young man let out an extremely shrill scream that sent chills down one's spine. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, and then his body went limp and he was no longer breathing. Whoosh! At the same time, a figure that was so close to nothingness chased after Lin Sun from his sea of consciousness. This figure was naturally Little Silver, who Lin Sun's breathing became rapid and heavy. Every time he breathed, his internal injuries were affected, causing spasmodic pain, and his face became paler and paler. Fortunately, the wounds on his chest had been completely healed. Puff! Under the eaves in the distance, a practitioner fell to the ground and died silently. Before long, several figures rushed out from one side of the street, but before they could do anything, they fell to the ground one by one and died violently. From beginning to end, Lin Sun didn't stop or even look at them. He knew that as long as Silver was here, even ordinary peerless figures couldn't hurt him. Before long, a courtyard appeared in a remote corner of the street in the distance. It was the residence Lin Sun had bought before. "Master, something is wrong." In the distance, Silver warned Lin Sun with a solemn voice. Lin Sun also keenly noticed that at this moment, there were brilliant escape lights rushing from all directions like a tide. Obviously, they came in groups and were aggressive, obviously from different forces. As far as the eye could see, there were figures of practitioners everywhere, dense like locusts, which was frightening. All the ears were filled with the sound of escape lights breaking through the air, which was breathtaking. Obviously, the descendants of the ancient orthodoxies in the city had heard the news and rushed here as soon as possible. They wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Sun. "Silver, come back. You don't have to do anything next." Lin Sun's black eyes were cold with extreme indifference. "Master," Silver was stunned. "Why, don't you trust me?" As Lin Sun spoke, he didn't stop moving at all. He flashed to his courtyard. But at this moment, Silver was very stubborn and resolute, and said, "Master, even if I die in battle, I won't retreat. Please let me fight side by side with you." Lin Sun was stunned, and then he suddenly smiled and said no more. Boom! The void was incinerated, and the golden flames raged. A group of Golden Crow powerhouses came and landed on the ground. They fixed their eyes on Lin Sun as if they were staring at a dead man. "Fellow practitioners of Golden Crow tribe, can you hand over this guy to our Beast Spirit Mountain?" At the same time, Luchuan of the Myriad Beast Spirit Mountain also arrived with a group of cultivators. They were overbearing as they sealed off another region. "No, this demon god Lin must be handed over to our Xuandu orthodoxy. Everyone, Fiend Celestial Lin has a deep feud with my race. If you can hand him over, my Sea Soul race will be eternally grateful. Humph, this kid killed our moon-worshipping cult successor in Burning Sky Valley. I advise everyone not to get involved. We will definitely kill this demon god Lin." Loud shouts rose and fell as they resounded in the heavens and the earth. Along with the voice, strong practitioners from different orthodoxies appeared in the field one after another and blocked the area where Lin Sun was. They approached menacingly and didn't conceal their killing intent in the slightest, causing the air to be filled with an oppressive murderous aura. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He looked at them quietly and memorized the names of the orthodoxies that appeared in the field. There were numerous other cultivators watching from even further away. When they saw that, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Fiend Celestial Lin's current situation could be described as being ambushed on all sides. He, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, was doomed to die. The most frightening thing was that the major forces clearly regarded Lin Sun as a prey that had to die. They didn't make a move now because they were fighting for the ownership of the prey. This made Fiend Celestial Lin look very sad. In the past, he was so high-spirited and domineering that almost no one in the world of burning immortals dared to fight against him. But things had changed with the passage of time. Half a year had passed, and some cultivators had become kings, jumping out of the 5 realms and standing at a higher peak. As for Fiend Celestial Lin, no matter how heaven-defying he was, how could he be a match for a King Realm practitioner? Sure enough, as soon as he appeared, he was attacked by a King Realm practitioner and almost died. Even if he survived, he was seriously injured. Now, he was in such a desperate situation and was despised as a prey. Wasn't this a kind of sorrow? At this moment, countless spectators sighed in their hearts. A tiger that had fallen to the plains was bullied by a dog. This was probably the portrayal of the situation in front of him. Cut the crap. We must kill this Fiend Celestial Lin. In the field, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow lineage were very gloomy. They were unwilling to confront the other forces and directly attacked. Boom, golden flames that filled the sky swept out. They were dazzling and incinerated the void. It was a golden-robed man who was extremely powerful and domineering. How dare you? Get lost. The other forces were naturally unwilling to accept this. They attacked Lin Sun at almost the same time. For a time, this area was covered by the dazzling light of treasures and endless Taoism. Heaven and earth wailed and the weather changed. It was too terrifying. The cultivators in the distance were so shocked that they held their breath. How could Fiend Celestial Lin avoid such a siege? Many cultivators who admired Lin Sun couldn't bear to watch any longer. They felt sorrowful and felt sorry for Lin Sun. But very soon, there was a sudden change. At this moment, the courtyard where Lin Sun was suddenly surged with turbulent waves of restriction. Spiritual tattoo formations flickered and drowned out the attacks and treasures that covered the sky. But the formation glowed, magnificent and terrifying. Looking at the field again, Lin Sun was long gone. Obviously, he had hidden in the formation. Damn it. Since when was there a restrictive formation here? The cultivators of the various sects were first stunned, and then their faces sank while they were livid with rage. This scene had completely exceeded their expectations. On the other hand, the cultivators that were watching the battle from afar were flabbergasted. Obviously, Fiend Celestial Lin set up a restriction formation here a long time ago. He probably did that to prevent this scene from occurring. Someone exclaimed with admiration and was convinced by Lin Sun's ability to prepare for a rainy day. Bang, someone was disgruntled and withdrew a treasure to attack the courtyard. However, that treasure was like a stone that had been tossed into the ocean. It merely caused a ripple before vanishing without a trace. Not only were they unable to break through the formation, they even lost a treasure. This caused that person to be infuriated to the point of almost spitting blood. Allow me. An expert of the Golden Crow clan roared loudly as he flapped his bright golden wings, causing surging flames to rumble and pour down towards the courtyard like tidewater. But it was still useless. On the contrary, it caused the Golden Crow clan expert to gasp endlessly for breath because he'd exhausted too much energy. The expressions of the experts of the various sects grew even more unsightly. In the past, Fiend Celestial Lin was sufficient to make anyone feel fearful. But now, he was clearly heavily injured and on the verge of death, yet he just had to flee into a restriction formation. How were they supposed to fight him? Let me give it a try. An expert of the Myriad Beast Spirit Mountain moved out. His eyes suddenly turned a strange light silver color, and then they shot out two silver beams of light that charged into the restriction formation. After a short moment, this expert's expression turned gloomy as he gnashed his teeth and said, "This is the Azure Phoenix clan's 4-symbol king restriction, and it's sufficient to trap and kill kings. It's not that easy to destroy at all." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present turned even gloomier, and they felt extremely terrible. A King Dao restriction formation. Who could have imagined that he, Fiend Celestial Lin, would possess such a skill? Damn it. Someone couldn't help but howl with rage. It was a superb opportunity to kill Fiend Celestial Lin, yet they were just a step away, yet it had been reduced to such a state. How could anyone not feel aggrieved? Didn't they say that the energy within the city would suppress the energy within the king domain? Someone asked. This is a King Dao restriction formation, a formation. It's completely different from an existence within the king domain. Understand? Someone refuted. Stop arguing. Who cares what restriction it is? So long as we continue attacking it, it'll be sufficient to exhaust its energy. At that time, it'll be time to destroy the formation. The expert of the Golden Crow clan shouted loudly, and it caused everyone present to fall silent. Perhaps this was the stupidest method, yet it was undoubtedly the only method at present. Besides that, invite some spirit tattoo masters over and make the best use of our time to study the profundities of this formation. I don't believe we can't destroy it. In next to no time, the various orthodoxies had taken action. No matter who it was, no one dared to delay. Because the longer they delayed, the more time Fiend Celestial Lin would have to recover. Once he was allowed to recover to his peak state, then just the thought of the consequences was chilling. After all, King Domain experts were unable to enter the city, and this meant that the greatest reliance of these orthodoxies would lose its deterrence. Who could stop Fiend Celestial Lin at his peak state? Quickly, attack with all your might. For a time, the surroundings rumbled incessantly. Numerous cultivators exerted all their strength to attack the four-symbol king restriction in order to exhaust the energy of the restriction. When a cultivator was completely exhausted and on the verge of being unable to hold on any longer, someone else would take his place and continue the siege. Rumble, this expanse of the heavens and the earth was rumbling while radiant and resplendent lights shot out incessantly like free fireworks. At the same time, a group of spirit tattoo masters were invited over to deduce and destroy the profundities of the four-symbol king restriction. This place was extremely bustling. The forces of the various orthodoxies converged incessantly here. Obviously, they were determined to kill Lin Sun, and they intended to eliminate Lin Sun with all their might. On the other hand, the entire immortal incineration city had fallen into an uproar and seething with excitement because of this. Countless cultivators had come to watch the battle after hearing the news. For a time, the courtyard Lin Sun resided in seemed to have become the center of attention of everyone and all the powers. Would Fiend Celestial Lin be able to escape calamity? Would the various orthodoxies be able to destroy the king's four-symbol king restriction? This was the question that everyone was most concerned about. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Sun anymore. After entering the courtyard, he activated the king's four-symbol king restriction at full power. He took out all his spiritual marrow to serve as the source of power for the formation and instructed Little Silver to guard it and pay attention to the situation at all times. Then he began to meditate with his legs crossed to heal his injuries. He didn't delay or waste any time at all. Beside him were the Calamity Divine Bamboo of the Black Sea Tengu clan, the Golden Wind Dew of the Holy Land of Lingbao, the Spirit Concentration Powder of the Sky-Reaching Sword Sect, the Stellar Aperture Recovery Pill of the Heavens Pivot Holy Land, the Fountain of Youth of the Pure Land of Immortality, the Multicolored Chalcedony of the Blue Sea Taoism Sect. There were even bundles of king herbs. This time, Lin Sun threw caution to the wind and wanted to heal his injuries in the shortest time possible. At that time, it would be time for him to launch a counterattack. If he wanted to fight back, he must completely repair his Tao injury before the king's four symbols forbidden formation was broken. Otherwise, he would only die. Lin Sun didn't worry about it, nor did he think about the possibility of being killed. He always stayed calm in every major event. Over the years, he had experienced many life and death encounters, so it was impossible for him to be defeated by the danger in front of him. The Tao injury was like a crack on a delicate porcelain. It wasn't difficult to repair it. However, it was extremely difficult to restore it to its original, undamaged state. A few days ago, Lin Sun fell into the state of emptiness and completely found his own unique way of Tao. Originally, he lacked an opportunity to condense the Tao seed, so he could try to break through to the king's realm. But now, with the appearance of the Tao injury, his plan was disrupted. He was very clear that even if he repaired it, there would be a hidden danger in his Tao, which might become a fatal flaw when he condensed the Tao seed in the future. This was the injury brought to him by Miao Xiyan. A mere sword cheek containing the power of King's Tao gave Lin Sun the most serious injury. How could Lin Sun not hate her? There can be no construction without destruction. In this case, it's better to rebuild my Tao. Lin Sun secretly made a decision. There was no time to hesitate at all. In the outside world, the King's four symbols forbidden formation was being attacked and cracked all the time. Time was too precious. In the past, I had rebuilt my Tao in the secret realm of Monster Saint in the Ultimate Ruins. Later, when I advanced to the reincarnation developing realm, I rebuilt it again. This time, I have made up for the flaws in my Tao and found the path I want to take. Whether I am injured or not, I need to rebuild my Tao. Lin Sun's mind was clear. He completely abandoned the distractions in his mind and began to act. Since the cracked porcelain couldn't be restored to its original state, he would break it and rebuild a more perfect porcelain with the means and perception he had mastered. Bang! The next moment, Lin Sun's chi burst like a balloon. His aura was suddenly weakened to the extreme, and his skin and hair were dim. It seemed that he had aged many years all of a sudden. This was destroying one's own cultivation. In the distance, Little Silver was alarmed, and when he saw this scene, his little face couldn't help changing abruptly. Is Master suffering from chi deviation? He was extremely anxious in his heart, yet he didn't dare to stop her at all as he was deeply afraid of alarming her and causing her to fall into eternal damnation. This was a tribulation of cultivation, and he had to overcome it himself. However, Little Silver didn't know that Lin Sun was taking the initiative to break his Tao and reshape it. Outside the King's Four Symbols restriction formation, rumbling resounded without end while divine radiance erupted like a waterfall. The cultivators of the various sects had already changed batch after batch, and they were ceaselessly attacking the Grand Formation with the intention of exhausting the strength of the Grand Formation. The reason was very simple. The circulation of the ruler's taboo required the support of energy. If it was unable to provide sufficient energy, then the might of the ruler's taboo would naturally weaken. At the same time, a group of spiritual tattooists gathered together and took out spiritual formation plates, tortoiseshell, star wheels and other secret treasures with spiritual tattoos. They were deducing the mystery of the King's Four Symbols forbidden formation and trying to break it. In the distance, there were even more experts from major forces waiting. However, their expressions faintly revealed impatience and anxiety. An entire day had already passed since they started attacking the restriction formation, yet they still achieved very little and didn't improve at all. So, how could they not be anxious? The more time passed, the greater the possibility of Lin Sun recovering from his injuries. A bunch of trash. An explosive shout resounded from a far outside Immortal Incineration ancient city. Obviously, those King Realm experts that were unable to enter the city felt extremely aggrieved and were venting their displeasure. Before the restriction formation, the experts of the various powers felt extremely embarrassed and humiliated. A heavily injured fellow on the verge of death was clearly right before their eyes, yet it just so happened that they were unable to kill him because of the formation. This was simply too torturous. Even further away from them, countless cultivators were watching from the sidelines. There were independent cultivators and experts from small powers. In the depths of their hearts, they really hoped that Lin Sun would be able to survive and show off his invincible might. Because during this period of time, the various powers had taken control of Immortal Incineration ancient city, and so long as one entered the city, one had to pay a fee to enter the city. This caused these cultivators to harbor hatred in their hearts and feel aggrieved. If Lin Sun was alive, then he was bound to take revenge and slaughter everyone. At that time, the various powers were bound to suffer calamity, so they hoped that Lin Sun would be able to survive. Besides these cultivators, there were also experts from other powers who were watching from the sidelines. They did not participate in this operation against Lin Sun. It wasn't that they were afraid, but there was no enmity between them, so why would they hit him when he was down? Perhaps Lin Sun's survival was enough to threaten them, but this was competition that existed everywhere. It was within reason, so they were not afraid. Lin Sun's death had nothing to do with them, and it wouldn't affect their future operations anyway. As for helping him, that was absolutely impossible. Helping him alone was equivalent to going against those major powers, and they would be greatly implicated. Only an idiot would do such a thankless thing. In short, Lin Sun's situation had affected the hearts of countless cultivators in Immortal Incineration ancient city. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that everyone was watching. Some hoped that he would be alive, some hoped that he would die immediately, and some simply watched from the sidelines. But one thing was for sure. No one would choose to help Lin Sun at this moment. Soon, 2 days passed. The Qingwei restriction formation was still in operation, causing the various powers to be unable to make any progress in their attacks. The cultivators from these powers all had ugly expressions. The 3rd day passed quickly as well. Finally, the power of the Qingwei restriction formation began to visibly weaken, which roused the spirits of those cultivators. Inside the formation, Little Silver was frowning. There wasn't much spiritual marrow left to provide power for the king's four symbols restriction formation, so it had to be used sparingly. Moreover, it could only last for 3 days at most. At this moment, Lin Sun's aura was withered, and he was like a clay statue. Only his long breaths proved that he was still alive. I don't know when Master will wake up, but no matter what, it doesn't matter even if I have to fight to the end and give up my life. Little Silver took a deep breath, and there was determination on his face. He was a descendant of the spirit-eating insects. Although he was extremely arrogant, once he recognized a master, he would never change his mind. Moreover, without Lin Sun, he wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly on the path of evolution. The 4th day. The power of the king's four symbols restriction formation was weakening. This made the cultivators from the major powers even more expectant, but they were also more anxious. It had already been 4 days. How much had Lin Sun recovered from his injuries? The 5th day. Everyone's heart was burning with anxiety. The Kingwei restriction formation was on the verge of collapse. Had Lin Sun recovered from his injuries? Puff, amidst the silence, a spiritual tattooist suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, which shocked many people. But this spiritual tattooist danced with joy and laughed wildly. It's cracked, it's cracked. His words caused everyone to be agitated. Is it over? The expressions of the cultivators who were looking forward to Lin Sun's recovery changed abruptly, and a trace of sorrow surged in their hearts. It's finally over. The experts who had remained neutral heaved a sigh of relief. Waiting was undoubtedly torturous, and it consumed their patience bit by bit. Now that there was finally an outcome, they were invigorated. The cultivators from the major powers who were besieging the restriction formation couldn't restrain the ecstasy in their hearts at this moment. They shouted loudly, and some even felt like crying tears of joy. This war of attrition was really too torturous. Boom, without any hesitation, under the guidance of the spiritual tattooist, a group of cultivators started to crack the formation together. The effect was remarkable. The king's four symbols restriction formation, which was on the verge of collapse, began to collapse under the efforts of the cultivators, and the spiritual tattoo formation dimmed. Good. 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 The experts from the Golden Crow lineage, Xuandu Taoism sect, Beast Spirit Mountain, Sea Soul Clan, Moon-worshipping cult, and other major powers became excited, and their eyes burned with murderous intent. They were trapped here for 5 days in order to kill a seriously injured and dying demon god Lin. This made them feel angry and resentful, and they urgently needed to vent their anger. I'll definitely cut this kid into pieces and grind his bones to ashes later. A golden crow flapped its golden wings and gnashed its teeth, ready to attack at the first moment. Don't be anxious. Let me torture him first, and let him experience what it means to be in a state where he can neither live nor die. Lu Chuan of Beast Spirit Mountain's eyes were cold, and his expression was cold. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on it, and they held their breath in concentration. Boom, in the end, the king's four symbols formation shattered into pieces, and it rumbled as it collapsed to reveal the courtyard beneath it. This was half a day earlier than Little Silver had expected, but Little Silver did not panic, nor did he retreat. His expression was calm and resolute, and his handsome face was suffused with endless murderous intent. The soul sword on his back was silently pulled out by him. Behind him, Lin Sun was meditating in silence. He had not woken up from the beginning to the end, nor had he noticed the changes in the field, but that was no longer important. Little Silver only knew that he would stand in front even if it meant death. Ha ha ha, everyone, please take a look. This demon god Lin is still meditating. He hasn't woken up despite such a huge commotion. Someone laughed maniacally. I thought he had mostly recovered from his injuries. Who would have thought that his injuries were more serious than we imagined? The experts from the other major powers heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. They looked at Lin Sun as if they were staring at a dead man. How could this be? In the distance, countless cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief. It had already been 5 days, but demon god Lin was still unable to recover from his injuries. Was he really destined to suffer a calamity this time, and there was no turning back? Kill. A golden crow expert rushed out. He had long been unable to restrain himself and attacked at the first instance. Like a golden bolt of lightning, he stepped on Lin Sun's head. This kind of attack was unscrupulous and humiliating, The one who acted first was the golden-robed young man who clamored to kill Lin Sun. He was decisive and ruthless. He stamped his foot to crush Lin Sun's head. Many strongmen cursed in their hearts for being one step ahead of Lin Sun. But the next moment, their pupils shrank. The golden-robed young man was still in the air. He suddenly twitched and screamed like a wild beast. Then he fell to the ground with a thud and couldn't get up again. Until he died, his face was still full of anger, unwillingness, and panic, which made people shudder. The scene was a little silent for a while. Lin Sun sat on the ground, motionless. He didn't fight or even breathe, but the golden-robed young man died in front of all their eyes. From the beginning to the end, no one even saw how he died. This was undoubtedly very weird and horrifying. "It's him." Suddenly, someone shouted and looked at the void in front of Lin Sun. There stood a little man a few inches high, dressed in a white robe and holding a soul sword in his hand. He looked extremely handsome. His whole body was illusory and transparent, and his breath was almost non-existent. If one didn't look carefully, he couldn't be found at all. This is a spirit-eating insect that has evolved to the level of latent king. It has molted and transformed. Someone gasped and was shocked to recognize Little Silver's identity. The pupils of other practitioners present also shrank suddenly. Spirit-eating insect, this was a peerless insect that could rank in the top 10 in ancient times. It was once famous in ancient times and made countless practitioners pale at the mention of it. But in front of them was a spirit-eating insect that had evolved to a latent king. This was even more terrifying and incredible, because in the eyes of the world, this insect had long been annihilated in the long river of time. Who would have thought that they would see a living one today? No wonder the golden-robed young man died so strangely. He was actually killed by a descendant of spirit-eating insect. For a moment, many practitioners looked at Little Silver with a trace of fear in their eyes. The terrible thing about spirit-eating insects was that they could kill the spirits silently, making it impossible for people to guard against them. Anyone who saw them would be afraid and be on full alert. But there were also people with blazing gazes. The God-eater insect was the creature most suitable to be a battle servant. Not only did it possess heaven-defying talent, but once it rose to become a king, its battle prowess would definitely be extremely terrifying. In the face of countless gazes, Little Silver's expression was as cold as ever. He didn't waver in the slightest, nor did he take a step back. Logically speaking, if he were to turn invisible, no one would be able to detect him. With this talent, he would be able to catch his opponents off guard and kill them. But he had no choice but to show himself, because he had to protect Lin Sun. Without his deterrence, when he dealt with an enemy, other strong people would inevitably take advantage of the situation and kill Lin Sun. Therefore, he would rather lose his advantage if he exposed himself. "Little guy, come with me. I can protect your life." Lu Chuan of the 10,000 Beasts spiritual mountain stood out with a fiery gaze, as if he had discovered a peerless treasure. The myriad beast spirit mountain specialized in enslaving and controlling all kinds of exotic beasts and exotic insects. According to the ancient books of their sect, the spirit-eating insect was one of the most powerful insects known in the ancient desolation realm. If they could subdue it, it would be no less than getting a sacred treasure of the sect. Little Silver glanced at him and didn't say a word. Lu Chuan became more and more excited. If he could subdue a spirit-eating insect at the Hidden King level, it would be no different from getting a supreme fortune. Junior brothers and sisters, listen up. Let others kill Fiend Celestial Lin. Our goal is to capture that worm. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and gave the order. Behind him, a group of strong people responded loudly. As the descendants of the 10,000 Beasts spiritual mountain, they naturally understood the value of the spirit-eating insect. Moreover, they were better at dealing with this kind of exotic insect. Lu Chuan made such a decision. Although the other forces were dissatisfied, they finally held back their dissatisfaction. Their top priority now was to kill Demon Lin. If the spirit-eating insect could be restrained by Lu Chuan and others, it would no longer be a threat to them. "Little guy, come here." Lu Chuan turned over his hand, and a blood-colored earthen jar appeared in his hand. It was extremely old and steamed with a strange and frightening fierce aura. Whoosh! The earthen jar rose up and splashed blood-colored divine splendor, which shrouded Little Silver. Little Silver didn't dodge. He slashed with his sword, and a wisp of soul sword essence shot out. In an instant, the blood-colored divine splendor was shattered. But this made Luchuan happy instead of surprised. He shouted, "Good! You've awakened the spirit-eating sword essence in your bloodline. How rare!" Boom, as he spoke, he and the group of strong people from the 10,000 Beasts spiritual mountain behind him had already started to fight. It had to be said that Luchuan and others were very skilled. The secret methods and treasures they used were all specially aimed at Little Silver. In an instant, they firmly suppressed Little Silver. A head-on confrontation was never his forte. As a spirit-eating insect, he was born to kill the soul and could kill the opponent's spirit by surprise. But now, in order to protect Lin Sun, he had lost his own advantage. He didn't dare to rush out and could only defend and counterattack. But in this way, he suddenly couldn't resist. This was very frustrating, but Little Silver didn't flinch. He went all out and fought with all his might. "Let's kill Demon Lin." The cultivators of other forces couldn't wait. Seeing that Little Silver was restrained, they completely relaxed and attacked brazenly. "How dare you!" Little Silver shouted angrily. Finally, he couldn't calm down and tried desperately to stop them. "Little guy, you'd better stay here obediently." Luchuan laughed and used all his strength to firmly suppress Little Silver with the other senior and junior brothers. This made Little Silver so angry that he was about to go crazy and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Boom, in his field of vision, the cultivators of other forces had already rushed to attack, sacrificing all kinds of treasures and displaying powerful secret methods. There had never been a moment when Little Silver had felt so helpless. He hated it so much that blood was dripping from the corners of his eyes. Then, he resolutely ignored the attacks coming at him and rushed to Lin Sun, trying to block all the attacks at the risk of his life. The dignity of the spirit-eating insect and its recognition and gratitude to Lin Sun made him choose this kind of generous action without hesitation. In the distance, the cultivators who had been paying close attention to the battle couldn't help but be greatly shocked and moved. "Little Silver, I've woken up." But at this extremely dangerous moment, a familiar voice rang in Little Silver's ears, which startled him at first and then made him ecstatic. His master had finally woken up. At the same time as the voice rang out, a figure seemed to flash out of thin air, stood in front of Little Silver, and stretched out his hand. An invisible abyss emerged in the void. All the Taoist magic attacks from all directions were annihilated and disappeared in the abyss like illusions. All the treasures exploded inch by inch like paper paste, turning into a rain of light all over the sky. In a flash, the abyss appeared. It engulfed everything. Rumble in this world. The abyss rotated, causing the void to collapse inch by inch, and the rumbling sound shook the ninth heaven. In front of the abyss, Lin Sun's figure floated in the air, his black eyes deep and his whole body clear and ethereal, like a banished immortal. This, everyone was caught off guard. Their hearts trembled and they were a little confused. Demon God Lin had actually woken up. From meditation, this was unexpected. Originally, when Lin Sun meditated in silence, he was regarded as too seriously injured, and the experts of the major forces wanted to be the first to kill him. Who would have thought that the situation would be reversed now? For a moment, the experts of the major forces besieging Lin Sun were a little surprised and doubtful. Was he holding on, or had he completely recovered? In the distance, the crowd of spectators was in an uproar. "I knew it. Demon God Lin isn't so easy to kill." Many people cried out in excitement. Even those who remained neutral and watched coldly from the sidelines couldn't help but be stunned, caught off guard by this sudden scene. "Master!" Little Silver was excited. He had already made up his mind to sacrifice himself. "I've seen everything that happened just now. Little Silver, come back. Now, you'll see how I kill them all." Lin Sun's expression was indifferent. Qi flowed all over his body, with an invisible sense of perfection and emptiness. In his body, his essence, qi, and spirit surged and rumbled. All the power ran on its own, like a raging furnace. Once it erupted, it would definitely burn the universe. No one knew that he had already reconstructed his Taoism for the third time, and reached an unprecedented level of perfection in one fell swoop. He was even more powerful than before. Arrogant. You're on the verge of death, but you still dare to talk big. A powerhouse of Xuandu Taoism shouted, "Everyone, don't be fooled by this guy. I've already found out that it's impossible for him to recover from his Taoist injury within 5 days. He looks unscathed, but in fact, he's only strong in appearance. There's nothing to fear." Taoist injury, the eyes of all the cultivators present flickered. Anyone with a little common sense of cultivation would know that Taoist injury was the most terrible injury. To completely recover was as difficult as ascending to heaven. "Everyone, regardless of anything else, we can't let demon god Lin live today." The powerhouse of Golden Crow also spoke in a low voice. In fact, there was no need to remind them. Everyone knew that as long as demon god Lin was alive, he would be the most serious threat to the major forces. If they didn't kill him now, no one could bear the consequences. The powerhouses of the major forces surrounded and sealed off the area. Their auras roared, their killing intent wandered, and their eyes were cold. "Just you?" Lin Sun's black eyes swept the distance, as if to confirm how many enemies there were. His attitude was a great provocation in the eyes of those who regarded him as prey. What did he mean? Did he think they weren't enough to be feared? He was too arrogant. "Lin Sun, as long as you hand over that spirit-eating bug, we Beast Spirit Mountain promise not to make things difficult for you." Lu Chuan's face was gloomy. He was unwilling to give up, and he was still worried about Little Silver. "Don't talk so much nonsense. Kill him first." Some powerhouses couldn't help but attack. Treasure light rose up, and Taoist magic rained down on Lin Sun. There were also many powerhouses guarding the surroundings, sealing off the area, as if they were worried that Lin Sun would escape again. "You must have been suffering waiting these days. In that case, I'll send you on your way." At this moment, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. His body emitted a brilliant light, and his aura suddenly became extremely terrifying. Today, he would start a killing spree. P.S. First update. I heard that monthly votes can increase Demon God Lin's combat index. In an instant, Lin Sun seemed as if he'd transformed into a completely different person. His aura was like an abyss, and it caused the surrounding space to collapse and sink. Everyone's souls palpitated, and they were on the verge of kneeling on the ground. This was a form of innate reverence, and it was absolute deterrence in terms of strength. What's going on? Could it be that he's completely recovered from his injuries? Someone cried out with shock. Bang! A completely round divine halo formed around Lin Sun. As it revolved, it was like an abyss had descended into the world, and it made him seem like a god. Pooh! The bodies of the experts that charged at Lin Sun at the first possible moment exploded apart and were blasted flying. They were suppressed by the light around Lin Sun, causing their flesh and blood to explode and transform into ash. They were unable to approach him at all, their attacks and treasures were crushed into powder, and a rain of light fluttered about. This sort of arrogance might immediately deterred everyone present, causing every single expert to be shocked to the point their scalps went numb, and they simply didn't dare believe their eyes. The light was like a divine halo that transformed into an abyss. A young man with an icy cold and indifferent expression emanated a world-shaking aura, and he seemed like a dominator. Kill. Under their shock and rage, the cultivators of the various powers didn't dare hesitate, and they attacked without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, they even utilized their entire strengths. Lin Sun strode forward. With him as the center, the clear light of the Tao was brilliant like a river of stars, and it flickered in the surroundings in a dazzling and resplendent manner. Rumble, he didn't attack at all. Merely the energy that erupted from his body covered the heavens and the earth, and it swept through the surroundings, causing space to explode apart and the heavens and the earth to wail. In the blink of an eye, a rain of blood sprayed down like a waterfall, and shrill cries resounded along with it. All the experts that charged over were crushed like pieces of paper. They seemed to be besieging him, yet they were actually unable to obstruct Lin Sun's footsteps at all. It looked like moths flying into a flame instead. Why is it like this? Why? Many people trembled while their hearts went cold. They were stimulated by this bloody scene, and they felt terrified in their hearts. How can we resist such divine might? The cultivators that were watching the battle from afar gasped and were dumbstruck. 5 days ago, Demon God Lin, who'd been silent for half a year, had made an appearance. However, he was immediately attacked by the joint forces of 4 King Realm experts, causing him to be heavily injured and on the verge of death. This was seen as a sign that fiend god Lin was about to perish. It also made countless cultivators feel pity and sorrow for him. 5 days later, the king's restriction array was cracked. The various factions scrambled to kill fiend celestial Lin immediately. Under such circumstances, everyone believed that demon god Lin was doomed. The battle that had garnered the attention of the entire city would also come to an end with demon god Lin's death. But who would have thought that everything would change? Not only was fiend god Lin, who was seen to be at the end of his rope and had suffered irreparable Dao injuries, not only not killed, he seemed to have been reborn from the ashes as he revealed an astounding brilliance. This was undoubtedly too inconceivable and shocking, and it was simply like they were witnessing a miracle being born right before their eyes. Boom, Lin Sun stepped in the void, like a demon descending to the world, rushing to kill his opponent. Strictly speaking, he was crushing his opponent. Because along with every step he took, all of his opponents were crushed on the spot like clay chickens. Not to mention struggling, they didn't even have the strength to resist. To the spectators, this might be shocking and inconceivable. But to Lin Sun, too much hatred and anger had accumulated in his heart since 5 days ago. He would never forget the thrilling scene of being besieged by 4 king realms in front of the city gate. He would never forget the heavy injuries and encirclement he had suffered. At that time, even some irrelevant cultivators dared to think of him as a fat sheep and tried to kill him. At that time, the experts of the various factions were aggressive and saw him as prey. They confronted each other just to fight for the chance to kill him first. What did they take him for? Or was it because he had been too soft-hearted in the past and hadn't killed enough, especially when he saw that Silver had resolutely chosen to die in order to protect him? It completely ignited the accumulated hatred and anger in Lin Sun's heart. Now, what he needed was to vent his anger. Boom. The world was filled with a rain of blood and screams. It was as if it had turned into purgatory. Quick, stop him, someone roared. However, it was useless. Lin Sun's body was blazing and flowing with Taoist light. He killed enemies in all directions with every move he made. Bastard, how dare you! A peerless talent of the Golden Crow branch rushed out. He was a man in a grey robe with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely heroic and majestic. Lin Sun glanced at him and waved his hand. The man in a grey robe was swept over. No. His face suddenly changed and he roared. His figure suddenly turned into a golden crow. He flapped his wings and tried to escape. However, no matter how fiercely he struggled, it was in vain. In front of Lin Sun, even though he was a peerless figure, he was still too weak. Rip, the next moment, his wings were torn off by Lin Sun, and blood rained down. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This wasn't an ordinary apex figure, but now, he was being torn apart alive like a little chick. This was the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. He was not qualified to compete at all. Damn it! The overmatch of the Golden Crow clan shouted angrily. That was one of their core figures, but he was killed in such a stupid way. Whoosh, as Lin Sun moved forward, he suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed a black shuttle. It was extremely insidious and ruthless, and it swept over from the Sea Soul clan. Lin Sun didn't even look at it. With a shake of his hand, the black shuttle flew back like a flash of black lightning. With a puff, it killed a man in black hiding in the crowd. In front, several overmatches of the moon-worshipping cult came together. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they presented thousands of sharp blades like the crescent moon. Each sharp blade was cold and incomparably sharp. Thousands of them formed a saber formation, which made people's scalp numb. Get out! Lin Sun said. It could be seen that the invisible sound wave turned into the Pu Lao divine beast and rose into the air. With a bang, it blew up the saber formation. None of the descendants of the moon-worshipping cult escaped. Their souls were directly shattered, and they died with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. People's hearts trembled. What kind of terrible power was this? With a loud shout, he killed several overmatches. It was the first time for many people to see Lin Sun's power. Their eyes almost fell out, and they realized that Demon Lin was even more terrible than the rumors. Some overmatches who had already seen Lin Sun's fighting power couldn't calm down at this moment. Compared with the seriously injured and dying 5 days ago, Demon Lin at this time had obviously become more powerful. This part of the world had become a bloody battlefield, and screams could be heard incessantly. Lin Sun alone swept across the field. He was invincible, unstoppable, and invincible. Wherever he went, he left a ground full of corpses, broken treasures, and miserable screams. This was not a battle, but a massacre. The overmatches of the major forces were all frightened by Lin Sun's killing. They screamed in fear and were defeated. They rushed in all directions and were about to flee. Because they were completely afraid. This kind of fierce power was irresistible and could suppress everything. It made their fighting spirit collapse. Who dared to court death? Seeing this, Lin Sun suddenly took a deep breath and said indifferently, "Today, none of you can leave." His voice was not loud, but it resounded through the whole field, full of invisible majesty, as if the ruler had issued an unquestionable decree. Boom! As soon as Lin Sun's voice fell, an invisible restrictive force suddenly spread with Lin Sun as the center, like a storm sweeping across the universe. In an instant, a shocking scene happened. The figures that were fleeing in all directions were like insects stuck in a large net, trapped in place. They maintained their original posture, either stepping on the conveyance light or rushing forward on the ground. Everyone's face was full of uncontrollable panic, which looked extremely strange. This was the Basha prohibition, but its power had been exerted to an unprecedented extreme by Lin Sun. Boom! Lin Sun's black eyes swept around, tearing the void like lightning. At this moment, he seemed to be the ruler of the life and death of all living beings. He raised his hand and clenched it gently. The imprisoned figures all exploded at the same time and turned into flying ashes under the killing power of the Basha prohibition. Looking from a distance, this world really seemed to have fallen into a torrential rain of blood. The void was dyed red, which was extremely dazzling. The practitioners watching the battle in the distance opened their mouths wide and were stunned. This kind of power didn't seem to be possessed by an overmatch of the reincarnation developing realm. It was too frightening. Some ancient freaks and peerless geniuses hiding in the crowd originally had the mentality of watching the fun, but when they witnessed this blow, they were also shocked and their faces changed suddenly. Could this man already be a king at the peak? Being a king and becoming a king were two different concepts. But being a king at the peak was undoubtedly the most terrible. It meant that Lin Sun already had the foundation to be invincible among his peers and suppress all enemies on the peerless road of the reincarnation developing realm. At this time, those overmatches who hadn't escaped were almost frightened to the point of collapse. Before, they all thought that Lin Sun was seriously injured and dying, so they could slaughter him at will and regarded him as prey. But they never thought that he would show such terrible power. It was also at this moment that they remembered that the young man in front of them was a demon-level figure who was famous for killing in the outside world. They also remembered that when he just entered the burning celestial realm, he broke into the territory of Golden Crow, looted their treasure house, and even killed 26 dazzling top figures in the Fenchen Valley. How could they compete with such a figure? Lin Sun, aren't you afraid of the revenge of the overmatches of the king realm in our forces? Someone roared. It was Luchuan of the Beast's Mountain. Puff! Lin Sun turned around, and a Swanee seal rose into the air and pressed down. Luchuan tried his best to resist, but it was in vain. He was crushed and his body burst into pieces. Then, Lin Sun said, "When I become a king, I will settle accounts with those lowlifes outside the city." Everyone was horrified. A group of King Realm experts was regarded as lowlifes by demon god Lin. This was undoubtedly very domineering. The killing was still going on. This time, Lin Sun didn't intend to show any mercy. He wanted to completely eliminate all enemies in the city. Lin Sun, enough is enough. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why are you so ruthless? Suddenly, a white-haired man rushed out of the crowd watching the battle in the distance and said indifferently, trying to stop this killing. The white-haired man wore a suit of shining silver armor. His body was tall and slender, giving off a divine aura. This seems to be an ancient freak who crossed realms to enter the upper 9 realms from the burning celestial realm. Yes, his name is Di Fengchen, an ancient freak from an ancient orthodoxy in the south mysterious world. He's extremely powerful. The crowd was agitated as they recognized the white-haired man. However, no one had expected that he would stand out at this moment to dissuade Lin from continuing. You want to stop me? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. I'm not trying to stop you. I just don't want too many casualties. It's against the harmony of heaven. Di Fengchen said indifferently. Then let me ask you. Why didn't you stand out to stop the descendants of these great forces from besieging me in the past 5 days? Lin Sun's black eyes became colder and colder. The moment that was said, all the spectators agreed with him. Why was Fiend God Lin allowed to be killed by others and not others? What the hell was against the harmony of heaven? He was obviously biased. Di Fengchen's face darkened. Lin Sun, I'm helping you resolve your grievances. Is this your attitude? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to resolve grievances? Get out of here if you don't want to die. Lin Sun spoke bluntly, and his words were loud and clear. Di Fengchen's face suddenly became gloomy. Being scolded by Lin Sun in such a way under the watchful eyes of the public made him feel ashamed and angry. Are you really going to continue to be stubborn? He took a deep breath. Lin Sun didn't bother to pay attention to him. He was just a clown. Why should he care about him? Boom, with a flick of his sleeve, a burning river of stars unfurled in the void, and he continued his massacre. The place fell into chaos again. Blood rained and the sound of killing shook the sky. Lin Sun was like a tiger in a pack of wolves, killing all the heroes here. These powerful forces came for him. He couldn't show them any mercy. They slaughtered all along the way, causing the streets here to be covered in corpses that were soaked in scarlet-red pools of blood. It was a horrifying and terrifying scene. These powerful forces had long been scared out of their wits. They were all fleeing. However, how could they escape from Lin Sun, who was like a demon? In the distance, Di Fengchen's expression changed indeterminately as he felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation in his heart. He was ignored like this. In the past, he'd never experienced such a feeling. Especially when the nearby spectators were occasionally glancing at him as if they were looking at a clown, and it caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Stop. Di Fengchen couldn't restrain himself any longer and shouted, Lin Sun, you really don't take me seriously. In the slaughter, Lin Sun said without looking back, you want me to look up to you? Fine, you can go outside the city now and persuade those scum like Qingqing to apologize to me. I promise to treat you differently. You, Di Fengchen was enraged. This was clearly making fun of him. Scram if you can't do it. Di Fengchen was not polite at all, which made many onlookers secretly happy. Di Fengchen thought too highly of himself. Who did he think he was to order Demon God Lin to stop? Simply arrogant, conceited, and self-righteous. It seems that you don't want to give me face? In that case, I'd like to experience your skills. Di Fengchen's face darkened. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sun had already rushed to him. He clenched his palm and fingers into a fist and punched out across the air. At that moment, the fist force was like a dragon, collapsing the universe. It was so fast that Di Fengchen, who had just said tough words and was about to make a move, was caught unprepared and could only try his best to resist. Bang! In the earth-shattering sound of the collision, Di Fengchen, an ancient freak, staggered and flew out like a kite with a broken string. In the process, his chest heaved up and down. He couldn't help coughing up blood and fell to the ground awkwardly. How dare you come out to clamor with such little ability? You're courting death. Lin Sun's eyes were indifferent. He didn't even bother to look at Di Fengchen. He turned around and continued to kill. Di Fengchen instantly noticed that countless gazes had descended onto him, and these gazes carried a sense of ridicule, pity, and sorrow. This made his cheeks turn purple, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Witnessing this scene, other ancient freaks and geniuses hiding in the dark all gasped and their faces became extremely dignified. He suppressed Di Fengchen with one punch. Just how powerful was this demon god Lin? It was chaos in the field. Screams rang out incessantly, and there were figures fleeing everywhere. How could this be? In the distance, a group of practitioners rushed over. Obviously, they were the reinforcements of those orthodoxies. Boom, Lin Sun's eyes flashed with cold lightning. 9 tribulation words appeared around him, which were golden as if they were made of gold. Surrounded by the ultimacy of the real dragon, they rushed to the sky. On the spot, several leading practitioners were killed by the tribulation words, and their corpses fell to the ground. Behind them, the practitioners who came to help were so frightened that they turned around and fled even faster. They wished their parents had given them 2 more legs. Run! The crowd was so frightened that they fled in all directions. There was no way to fight this battle. The power of Demon Lin couldn't be shaken at all unless a King Realm practitioner took action. But sadly, a King Realm practitioner couldn't enter the city. Demon Lin, you're courting death. Do you dare to come out and fight? A furious shout sounded from outside the city and resounded in the sky. It was Wu Yuanzhen, a King Realm practitioner of the Golden Crow bloodline. He was standing in the sky outside the city with a livid expression. He was so angry that he was about to go mad. Miaozhen of Xuandu Taoism, Shang Chong of the Sea Soul tribe, Wang Yuntong of the moon-worshipping cult, and other King Realm practitioners were gathered there. Their faces were extremely ugly, and they were burning with anger. They wished they could rush into the city and kill Lin Sun. Hearing Wu Yuanzhen's shout, the spectators' expressions changed. Did he think Demon Lin was a fool? Would he walk out of the city to die? What an idiot. Don't worry. When I become a King Realm practitioner, none of you will be able to escape. Lin Sun glanced into the distance. His figure was indifferent and emotionless, but the coldness in his words made many practitioners' hearts tremble. Then, Lin Sun didn't stop. He stepped on the corpses of the practitioners and chased after them alone. Today, he wanted to wash the practitioners of the orthodoxies with blood. The entire ancient city of immortal incineration was shaken, and countless practitioners were shocked. If one looked down from the sky, one would be able to see the crowd of practitioners being routed like tidewater, and they were fleeing towards all directions. On the other hand, Lin Sun left behind an expanse of corpses and blood all along his path of pursuit. It was like a line of blood that was spreading through the city, and it was a horrifying sight. This caused all the independent cultivators and disciples of the small powers to feel excited. During this period of time, numerous great powers had taken control of immortal incineration, and they'd been acting supreme and imposing entrance fees at the entrance of the city. It had caused countless practitioners to feel resentful and displeased. Yet now, when they saw Demon God Lin push them aside and flee in panic like stray dogs, how could they not feel excited? If it wasn't out of consideration for the occasion, they would have cheered and cheered for Lin Sun a long time ago. Moreover, all of them coincidentally followed behind Lin Sun because they wanted to witness his actions today. The city was in chaos. All sorts of streaks flashed about chaotically as they fled for their lives. On the other hand, Lin Sun attacked mercilessly from behind. Every single step he took seemed like he'd shrunk the earth into an inch, and his speed was inconceivably swift. At this moment, he was like a god of death, and he'd opened up a path of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. With a raise of his hand, his enemies would surely die a violent death on the battlefield. During this entire process, the shouts of kings, threats, and curses resounded incessantly from outside the city, and it reverberated in the sky above immortal incineration. But all of this couldn't make Lin Sun's footsteps stop even once. His expression was terrifyingly calm, and his black eyes were filled with gloomy killing intent. Pooh! Pooh, pooh! Along the way, a rain of blood splattered from time to time, and corpses fell to the ground. Lin Sun was never one to kill the innocent indiscriminately. Therefore, the moment he awakened, he hadn't been in a hurry to make a move. It was for the sake of remembering those great powers that were against him, and then he would get even with them one by one. All the practitioners that followed behind him felt their scalps go numb, and their hearts palpitated with fear. He was too domineering. Those at the peak of the reincarnation development realm were like divine dragons in the sky, but such figures were like decorations before Demon God Lin, and they couldn't even be killed. Run! Demon God Lin has awakened, and he's even stronger than before. We can't fight him head-on. How could this be? All the heroes fled, and the immortal incineration ancient city became chaotic. This made everyone dumbfounded, because in the past, the heirs of these great powers were all high and mighty. Who had ever seen them being killed like this? Moreover, they were defeated by one person. During this process, some reinforcements arrived, but they quickly sensed the danger, and they retreated immediately, not bothering to rescue them. In this massacre, some people were lucky enough to escape from the city, and they narrowly escaped. But to them, the previous scenes were destined to be like a nightmare, and it would become a shadow in their hearts that they would never be able to erase in this lifetime. Hurry up and report that Demon God Lin is going on a killing spree. Tell everyone to run. Hurry, get out of the city. Screams rang out incessantly. The city was in chaos. This was unprecedented. In the past, there had never been such a tragic pursuit. How many people had died along the way, no one knew. Moreover, it was impossible to count, because Lin Sun hadn't stopped since the beginning. He had already killed his way to the places where the great powers were entrenched in the city. Oh no! Demon God Lin is coming. Damn it! How can he be so terrifying when he's alone? The places where the great powers were entrenched were in chaos. They were extremely shocked, and they couldn't accept it for a moment. Didn't they say that Demon God Lin was dead for sure and was about to be executed? Why was the situation reversed now, and Demon God Lin was coming? Outside the city, the King Realm powerhouses were about to go mad from anger. Was Demon God Lin planning to kill them all and destroy their lair? The cultivators that followed behind Lin Sun all the way felt their hearts tremble. They originally thought that this massacre was about to come to an end, but who could have imagined that Lin Sun's stance made it seem like he wanted to flatten the territories of the various large factions? This is too crazy. Even an ancient freak that had been watching from the sidelines was dumbfounded and somewhat dumbfounded. Fiend God Lin was very ferocious. This was something everyone had heard of in the past, but they never expected him to be this ferocious. Someone had a premonition that from this day forth, the immortal incineration ancient city would change. Run. Demon Lin is coming for us. The place where Xuandu Taoism was located was an extremely magnificent ancient palace that occupied a large area. In the past, this place was like a forbidden place, and ordinary cultivators did not dare to approach it. However, at this moment, the hall was filled with endless shouts and chaos. The successors of Xuandu Taoism fled in panic, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. They did not expect that the operation to encircle and annihilate Demon Lin would suddenly become like this. However, Lin Sun came too fast. He set foot on this place at the first moment and started killing. Puff. Puff, puff. Many strong cultivators were killed like weeds, and blood splashed everywhere. Some people tried to escape, but they were killed by Lin Sun before they could go far. This was obviously a ruthless extermination. The spectators who followed up from afar were shocked, and their hearts trembled. Demon Lin's killing spree was to destroy the foundation of Xuandu Taoism in the Absolute region. It should be known that the reason why the ancient orthodoxies mobilized so many people to enter the Absolute region was to dig up and plunder a large number of opportunities to support their sects and improve their strength. Once their territory was destroyed, a sect's plan to conquer the apex region would be destroyed along with it. Kill. Lin Sun rushed forward all the way with his black hair flying in the air. He showed his absolute and unparalleled combat power, like a hot knife through butter. Soon, the vicinity of the ancient and magnificent building was full of blood, wreckage, and shrill screams. It was like purgatory on earth. Outside the city, when Miaoxin, the newly promoted king of Xuandu Taoism, heard the news, she was so angry that she coughed up blood on the spot and let out a shocking scream. She regretted it. She regretted not killing Lin Sun when he first appeared 5 days ago. Now, Lin Sun was the first to set foot on the territory of Xuandu Taoism. Obviously, this was revenge against her. Wu Yuanjun, Shan Chong, Wang Yuntong, and the other King Realm powerhouses who belonged to different forces, all had ugly expressions at this moment. 5 days ago, Lin Sun was regarded as a weak insect by them, and they encircled and annihilated him. Who would have thought that 5 days later, this insect launched a bloody revenge? Puff, the force of his fist swept through the ancient hall. Along with the death of another cultivator, there wasn't a single person left standing besides Lin Sun. The ground was littered with corpses. The experts who watched this scene felt their scalps go numb. They realized that from today onwards, even if there were any surviving cultivators from the Xuandu Dao sect, the situation was over. Whoever dares to lay a finger on the treasures here will be my enemy. Suddenly, Lin Sun turned around, and his dark and cold gaze swept past the spectators, causing their bodies to stiffen while their hearts trembled. Among them, there were indeed experts with the intention of fishing in troubled waters and trying to take advantage of the situation to reap benefits. After all, this was the territory of the Xian capital Dao sect. During this period of time, they'd plundered a huge amount of treasures, and it was sufficient to cause anyone to covet and be envious. But after being warned by Lin Sun, they felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on them, and the greed in their hearts was completely extinguished. Although the treasure was good, it was nothing compared to becoming enemies with fiend god Lin. Whoosh, after that, Lin Sun floated away. He had to make the best use of his time and kill as many enemies as he could. Otherwise, once the other sects reacted, they would definitely flee the city at the first possible moment. Little Silver, stay here and collect the treasures, then meet up with me. Before leaving, Lin Sun left Little Silver behind. Humans. Greed was the most terrifying. It might be suppressed, but it was very difficult to eradicate it. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. 5 days ago, when Lin Sun was seriously injured and on the verge of death, any random cultivator dared to regard him as a fat sheep. It could be seen that all kinds of despicable and ugly things would happen under the influence of greed. Among the spectators, there might be many who were happy to see him slaughter everyone. But Lin Sun would never let them take advantage of him. In these 5 days, he was besieged by various forces, but no one jumped out to help him. Now, they still wanted to follow behind him and take advantage of him. Impossible. Lin Sun left quickly, and he used his extreme speed to sweep through all the way again. He killed his way into the territory of the beast's spiritual mountain, and he crushed all the enemies with his divine might. Fortunately, when these forces chose their residences, they were all located in the central area of the city. The distance was not far, so Lin Sun didn't have to make too many turns and saved a lot of time. Before long, the territory of the beast's spiritual mountain was breached, and blood flowed like a river. Previously, this orthodoxy had tried to suppress Little Silver and even forced him to sacrifice himself. Lin Sun naturally wouldn't let them go so easily. Outside the city, the eyes of a ruler from the 10,000 Beasts spiritual mountain had turned red. He was so angry that his teeth were about to shatter. This revenge was definitely a heavy blow to their 10,000 Beasts spiritual mountain. Soon, the territory of the Sea Soul clan was breached, and then the territory of the moon-worshipping cult. In a hurry, many cultivators of these forces didn't have time to escape. In addition, Lin Sun was too fast, so the casualties were no less than those of Xuandu Taoism and the Beast spiritual mountain. Outside the city, the kings were roaring, almost going crazy with anger. But the restriction of the immortal incineration ancient city suppressed their strength, so they couldn't enter the city at all. They could only watch everything happen. This was simply too torturous. Who would have thought that the seriously injured and dying demon god Lin would launch such a bloody counterattack in just 5 days? Moreover, from the looks of it, he was clearly going to massacre the major forces and completely uproot their foundations in the immortal incineration ancient city. However, no matter how fast Lin Sun was, as the news spread, many forces still retreated in advance. For example, the Golden Crow lineage, the Mystic Light ancient clan, and so on. Despite this being the case, the slaughter he carried out was still too ghastly and shocking. When news of this completely spread, the territories of 6 orthodoxies were destroyed. This caused everyone to be shocked, and there were some who didn't believe it. Because Lin Sun's speed was too fast. He charged and killed in succession as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He was simply like a storm passing through, and everywhere he passed, experts were all annihilated. The immortal incineration ancient city was in turmoil. It had been nearly half a year since the opening of the zone of extinction, and there had never been such a bloody battle. There were millions of cultivators in the city, but only a few could witness Lin Sun's conquest with their own eyes. Most of the other cultivators couldn't believe it when they heard the news. Not only was demon god Lin not dead, but he had also destroyed the territories of many orthodoxies along the way. It was as if he was really a demon god. This is too powerful, isn't it? Didn't he suffer a Tao injury and was destined to die? How could he sweep through the crowd and uproot the territories of several orthodoxies? My God! This is absolutely world-shaking news. After being silent for half a year, demon god Lin rose again and dyed the ancient city with blood. Just how powerful is he now? The news swept and raged in the immortal incineration ancient city like a hurricane. Everyone trembled, and many cultivators were excited to the point of trembling. They felt their blood boiling, and they felt unprecedentedly delighted. During this period of time, the orthodoxies controlled the immortal incineration ancient city, and in order to plunder and collect fortunes and opportunities, they did everything they could, which made them resentful and aggrieved. Lin Sun's bloody massacre directly caused the blood of those major forces to flow like a river. Who wouldn't be delighted? The absolute peak can be called a king, otherwise how can he be so powerful? Some ancient freaks and peerless geniuses were surprised and doubtful, and they were analyzing and speculating about Lin Sun's current combat strength. Let's wait and see. He will definitely enter the Tower of Extinction. At that time, it will be enough to find out his real strength by looking at his ranking. Someone made such a prediction. There were numerous tests in the Tower of Extinction, and only those ranked in the top 1,000 would be qualified to enter the upper 9 realms. Of course, those who became kings could also enter the upper 9 realms. However, for those talents who aspired to reach the peak of the king realm, entering the upper 9 realms through the Tower of Extinction was the right way. Because in the past half a year, after a lot of analysis and speculation, everyone came to a conclusion. It wasn't impossible to reach the peak of the king realm in the 3,000 realms, but it was too remote and rare. It required heaven-defying fortunes. However, the heaven-defying fortunes in the 3,000 realms were limited, and there was at most one in each realm. It was even to the extent that such heaven-defying fortunes didn't exist in many realms. Therefore, for most of the top figures, entering the upper 9 realms was the right way to reach the peak of the king realm. Lin Sun hadn't become a king yet, so it was determined that he would definitely go to the Tower of Extinction before the 1-year deadline arrived. From today onward, so long as Lin Sun doesn't leave the city, which cultivator in the city dares to be his enemy? More people sighed with emotion. They realized that the situation in the immortal incineration ancient city had changed. Even the orthodoxies and forces that hadn't provoked demon god Lin didn't dare to provoke him at this time. The city was in turmoil, and it wasn't peaceful outside the city either. The group of kings roared in anger. The cultivators from the major forces that had fled the city were livid, and they were both shocked and furious. Lin Sun had single-handedly killed them, and they had no choice but to flee the city to save their lives. This was undoubtedly a great shame and humiliation, but everyone knew that as long as demon god Lin didn't leave the city, they were bound to be helpless against him. Just wait. In half a year, the passageway to the upper 9 realms will open. As long as demon god Lin dares to go there, it'll be time for us to take revenge. Wu Yuanjun gnashed his teeth, and his killing intent surged. The other kings were tempted as well. Yes, as long as they endured for half a year and entered the upper 9 realms, demon god Lin would no longer be able to hide under the protection of the immortal incineration ancient city. But, if we don't enter the city, how can we be ranked in the top 1,000 of the Tower of Extinction? A peerless figure couldn't help but say. His words caused the hearts of the remaining peerless powerhouses of the ancient orthodoxies to sink, and they felt powerless and desperate. With demon god Lin here, how could they have the chance to enter the Tower of Extinction? This was equivalent to blocking their path to the upper 9 realms. Perhaps we can try to muddle through. I don't believe that demon god Lin can wait for us at the city gate every day. Someone suggested. There's another choice, and that is, to directly become a king. A peerless powerhouse said in a low voice. The king he mentioned was naturally not to become a peerless king. If they made such a decision, it was equivalent to completely giving up the chance to become a peerless king on the path of cultivation. This price was undoubtedly too heavy. This damned demon god Lin. At this moment, the powerhouses of the major orthodoxies outside the city, whether they were king or others, hated Lin Sun even more. Because this bloodbath was too great of a blow to them, the Tower of Apex and the Tower of Apex were separated by a street. In the middle of the street, there was an ancient palace that was hundreds of meters high. Looking from the palace, the Tower of Apex was on the east side and the Tower of Apex was on the west side. This was originally the territory of the moon-worshipping cult, but now it was occupied by Lin Sun. While the city was still in turmoil, Lin Sun and Little Silver had already gathered in this palace. Little Silver, have a look and see if there are any treasures you need, said Lin Sun. In front of him, treasures were piled up like a mountain. Spiritual materials, elixirs, magic treasures, jade slips, there were countless treasures of all kinds. Treasure light flowed and filled the room. These were the spoils of war that Lin Sun had obtained after massacring all the major forces. There were more than 30 stalks of king-level herbs. In addition, there were some rare magical materials and treasures, which were almost impossible to find in the outside world. A superb collection of treasures was piled up here, and their value was immeasurable. Not to mention the cultivators in the city, even the sages would feel dizzy and envious at the sight of it. It showed how many treasures these major forces had plundered after they took control of the ancient city of immortal incineration. It was no wonder that all the orthodoxies in the world would send their forces to the domain of Apex at all costs when it came. There were so many opportunities here that the outside world could not compare with. However, these treasures now belonged to Lin Sun. If the big forces like Golden Crow and Beast Spirit Mountain knew about this, they would probably go crazy with anger. Not to mention that their territory was wiped out, even the treasures that they had painstakingly collected were lost. This was a heavy blow. Hearing Lin Sun's words, Little Silver didn't stand on ceremony. Soon, he collected more than 10 kinds of treasures, all of which could help him evolve. That's it? Lin Sun was stunned. He was a little surprised that Little Silver only picked so few treasures out of so many. If only I had tranquilizer flower. Little Silver was also a little depressed. He was on the path of soul evolution, but there were too few treasures related to soul evolution in this world. Lin Sun nodded, "Leave it to me." He planned to take out some of the treasures that were useless to him and exchange them with other cultivators for treasures that were related to the cultivation of the soul. "Master, you don't have to be like this. It's my mission to fight to the death for you. I'm not thinking about your kindness." Little Silver looked up with a solemn expression. "I know." Lin Sun smiled. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Sun was even more determined to help Little Silver. Next, Lin Sun screened, counted and sorted out the treasures in the hall one by one. He kept the ones he needed and planned to exchange the rest. Little Silver had returned to Lin Sun's sea of consciousness and began to cultivate. After entering the domain of Absolute Summit this time, Little Silver also planned to attack the King Realm. Perhaps, they all thought that the bloodbath was over? Lin Sun muttered to himself. With cold light surging in his black eyes, he turned around and left the hall. In a courtyard, several warriors of the Golden Crow clan were gathered. All of them had escaped disaster amidst the chaos, surviving. At this moment, they were gathered together. "I've received the message from Senior Brother Wu Yuanjin. He ordered us to leave the immortal world. Only in this way can we change the situation," a young man said with a gloomy face. His name was Wu Huadian, an extremely powerful figure. "Leave? Aren't we going to take revenge?" a woman said angrily. The young man said coldly, "The kings can't enter the city. Who do you think can defeat Demon God Lin? We're lucky to survive." "Then let's do that." This time, in addition to the 7th prince, the 9th prince and the 13th prince also entered the domain of Absolute Summit. However, unlike us, the 9th prince and the 13th prince entered the zone of absolute apex from another welcoming place. What we need to do is to meet them as soon as possible and tell them what happened in the immortal incineration ancient city. Then, it's time to think about revenge. The other one took a deep breath and said firmly. Then, they got up carefully and left the courtyard. The ancient city of immortal burning was in an uproar. People were talking about Lin Sun's bloodbath in the streets and alleys. "Haha, that Golden Crow lineage really doesn't learn their lesson. They were robbed by Demon God Lin a while ago, yet they still dare to participate in the operation against Demon God Lin. Aren't they courting death? Look, these Golden Crows are either fleeing or killing. They used to be so arrogant, but now they don't even dare to enter the city." Discussions about the Golden Crows could be heard from time to time on the street. Wu Huadian and the others had concealed their aura for fear of being recognized. However, they gritted their teeth when they heard the discussions. In the past, who dared to talk about them so openly in the immortal world, but now, a random nobody dared to comment on them, and their words were full of schadenfreude. It was too infuriating. "Let's endure it for now. We'll make a comeback sooner or later." Wu Huadian took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Soon, they arrived in front of the Tower of Absolute Summit. The tower was towering, perfectly round, and occupied a vast area. One only needed to offer a king herb to enter the tower to be transported to another world. It was extremely magical. Moreover, it was different from the ordinary transmission formation. One only needed to know the name of a world to be transported to it. When Wu Huadian and the others arrived, they were shocked to find that the Tower of Absolute Summit, which used to be extremely lively, was now extremely deserted. Only a few figures were scattered around. How could this be? Wu Huadian narrowed his eyes, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. The situation is not good. Let's leave here first. He transmitted his voice in a low voice. He made a prompt decision to retreat. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the gate of the Tower of Absolute Summit, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. This person was naturally Lin Sun. However, he had concealed his aura and traces when he used Bian Qi. Oh no! The expressions of Wu Huadian and the others changed abruptly. Who would have thought that demon god Lin would not give up after carrying out the bloodbath? He was waiting here for his prey. Was he really going to kill all of them? It's the 16th batch. It seems that there are quite a lot of surviving members of great forces. Lin Sun spoke in a calm voice, but the meaning in his words made Wu Huadian and the others shudder. Obviously, there were 15 batches of descendants of great forces like them who wanted to use the Tower of Absolute Summit to leave, but they were all blocked here by demon god Lin. Run! Almost without any hesitation, Wu Huadian and the others chose to escape. Unfortunately, it was destined to be in vain. Lin Sun was determined to eliminate all the enemies at the city gate. How could he let them leave? Boom! Divine splendor rose as the battle broke out. There was no suspense at all. Wu Huadian and the others were all killed. None of them survived. After doing all this, Lin Sun waved his sleeve and erased the traces of the battle. Then, he covered his body with Bian Qi again and waited there for his prey. The hearts of the other cultivators trembled when they saw this. No one dared to approach. Moreover, they had all been warned by Lin Sun that whoever dared to warn those enemies would bear the consequences. This was also the reason why the vicinity of the Tower of Absolute Summit was deserted when Wu Huadian and the others arrived. With demon god Lin's deterrence, who dared to disrupt his plan of waiting for his prey, for 3 whole days. Lin Sun had been waiting there the whole time. Dozens of groups of experts from various forces had appeared, and then they were killed in batches. This was shocking and made one's hair stand on end. They realized that this time, demon god Lin really wanted to wipe out all the remaining forces of the enemy forces in the city. Unfortunately, the news was still leaked. On the 3rd day, Lin Sun waited for a long time, but there was no trace of the enemy again. However, this was also within Lin Sun's expectation. Next, he issued 2 bounties in the city. The first bounty was that anyone who could provide clues about the enemy would be rewarded with a king herb as long as the clues were reliable. When this bounty was spread, the entire ancient city of burning immortals was in an uproar. And the remaining enemies who were originally hiding in the city felt chills all over. They didn't dare to stay any longer and fled the city one after another. Demon god Lin is really ruthless. Just the bounty of a king herb is enough to mobilize most of the cultivators in the city to run errands for him. Many people sighed with emotion. In this way, which descendant of the great forces would dare to stay? The second bounty was to purchase treasures related to the cultivation of the spirit. Lin Sun was willing to purchase them at a high price, the more the better. This tempted many cultivators in the city. Now, everyone knew that Lin Sun had obtained an immeasurable amount of wealth after massacring all the major forces. He was extremely rich. If they could exchange with him, they would definitely be able to exchange for many treasures that couldn't be bought in the market. For a time, the front of the hall where Lin Sun resided could be said to be crowded. Every day, many cultivators came to trade with Lin Sun with the treasures in their hands. Every cultivator was very satisfied when they left because the price offered by Lin Sun was really good. In this way, Lin Sun gained a good reputation. Some cultivators who were originally hesitant and worried that Lin Sun would lower the price during the trade stopped hesitating and took out their treasures. On the other hand, those major forces outside the city that had enmity with Lin Sun were on the verge of spitting blood with rage. Not only did Lin Sun issue a bounty for the descendants of their forces, he even used their wealth to trade with all the cultivators in the city. He simply deserved to be cut into pieces. This storm continued in immortal incineration for over half a month before it calmed down and returned to calm. All the cultivators clearly sensed that immortal incineration had changed, and it was completely different from before. With demon god Lin's presence, even those major forces that had no enmity with demon god Lin restrained their arrogance and sharpness, and they kept a very low profile. This was undoubtedly a fortunate thing to the other cultivators, and it allowed them to avoid suffering too much pressure. However, the only problem that was slightly troublesome was that the entrance to the city had always been firmly controlled by a group of kings, and every single time they entered or left the city, it was terrifying. Many cultivators even started to look forward to Lin Sun's advancement into the king realm as soon as possible, and then he would carry out another round of massacring those kings outside the city. While the outside world was bustling, Lin Sun's life had returned to calm. Besides meditating and cultivating every day, he would figure out his own cultivation method and deduce his own Tao. Occasionally, he would make time to trade with the cultivators that came to visit him. Time passed by, and the atmosphere in immortal incineration gradually recovered. It was bustling, prosperous, and orderly. However, no matter who it was, as long as they passed by Lin's residence, they would slow down and look more or less in awe and respect. Perhaps Lin Sun hadn't stepped foot into the peak of the king realm, but at least no one in immortal incineration dared to offend him now. This was the power he gained from slaughtering. On this day, Lin Sun opened his eyes from meditation, and then he tapped lightly in the air with the tip of his finger, causing a huge abyss to emerge with a strange rumble. The abyss was obscure, and there were traces of stars being obliterated in its surroundings. It was unfathomable. After that, the Tao of water and Tao of fire emerged like the yin and yang of Tai Chi. They chased each other and formed a wonderful balance as the abyss revolved. Boundless dragon roars resounded from the depths of the abyss, and it seemed as if a true dragon was lying dormant within it. The abyss was buzzing, the water and fire were chasing each other, and the dragon roars were surging. They grew and multiplied endlessly, and it revealed a horrifying scene in the void. This was the path that Lin Sun sought after countless deductions with great efforts. It was based on the Tao of star obliteration and sky devouring. It was guided by the Tao of water and fire. It was guided by the Tao of true dragon. It was guided by the Tao of immortality. The four types of Tao had merged into one, but Lin Sun's ambition and pursuit on his path was absolutely not simple. However, this path was still in its embryonic form, but it had already revealed an imposing manner that could accommodate all Taos and devour all things in the world. Its Tao is boundless, infinite, and without rules. So it can accommodate what the world can't and devour what the world can't. Lin Sun muttered, and he became even firmer in his pursuit of the Tao. Now, he only lacked an opportunity to reach the peak of the king realm, and he didn't lack anything else. I wonder when the old toad will be able to walk out of the blessed place left behind by immortal incineration. And Alu, that fellow has been gone for a few months. Has he found the clues about the ancient land of Myriad? Somehow, Lin Sun thought of old Toad and Alu. After that, he shook his head. Both of them had their own paths towards the Tao to seek, so worrying was useless because even he couldn't help them. The pursuit of the great Tao had always depended on oneself. Lin Sun didn't think any more. He stood up and left the palace. He decided to go to the House of Absolute Summit. The streets were bustling with activity, flourishing even more than in the past. Great news! An ancient freak named Xianxia has come out of seclusion and triggered the extinction immortal king tribulation. He then overcame the tribulation to become a king. A prodigy who was the first to step into the extinction king stage. A piece of big news spread and shocked the entire city. When Lin Sun walked out, he immediately knew. Xianxia, he had heard that this person was extremely powerful and terrifying. He had been hidden for countless years, and when he appeared in this world, he revealed world-shocking combat strength. This was especially the case with the Six Hells world extermination scripture that this person grasped. It was known to be a top-notch absolute inheritance since ancient times and was boundlessly terrifying. He's actually the first person to step into the extinction king realm. Lin Sun's heart was slightly restless. During the primeval times, the absolute summit region had descended numerous times, but no one had stepped foot into this realm. So, the extinction king realm was taken to be a legend that was ethereal and untouchable. Now, Xianxia's rise had undoubtedly made the legend become reality. It wasn't exaggerated to call him the first extinction king since ancient times until now. The white cloud dimension that Xianxia resides in has become the center of attention of the 3,000 worlds. As for Xianxia, he has also aroused the fear of many other ancient freaks. There's an even more exaggerated rumor that Xianxia killed over 10 King Realm experts on the first day he became a king, and it was as easy as harvesting grass. My God! Is the Extinction King Realm so terrifying? The sounds of discussion resounded everywhere. The topic of Xianxia and the Extinction King Realm had become the hottest topic in Immortal Incineration City. Because Xianxia was the first known existence to attain the Extinction King Realm, but if one thought about it carefully, an incident that occurred in the white cloud dimension could spread throughout the 3,000 worlds and cause countless cultivators to be stirred. It was conceivable how much attention Xianxia, who had attained the Extinction King Realm, received. Lin Sun had a strong premonition in his heart. In the following days, there were bound to be more and more existences like Xianxia who would break through and attain the Extinction King Realm. The real competition is finally about to begin. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep as he thought of many things. If the 3,000 worlds were said to be a place of fortune for any cultivator below the King Realm, then the upper 9 realms were destined to be the trial ground for the Extinction King Realm. Lin Sun came to the Tower of Absolute Summit amidst the discussion. To Lin Sun's surprise, the gate of the Tower of Absolute Summit was blocked by a group of people, and they didn't allow other cultivators to approach. Want to enter the tower? That's fine. You'll be qualified to enter as long as you can defeat any one of us. Otherwise, you'll have to leave with your tail between your legs. A man in a purple robe stood in front of the gate and spoke indifferently. He was tall and slender, and his whole body was suffused with a pale purple brilliance. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and his expression was cold and arrogant. These guys who came from other realms are too much. Nearby, some cultivators looked gloomy. Lin Sun stood in the crowd, and through the discussion, he soon understood everything. It turned out that in recent days, there were many cultivators who didn't belong to the immortal burning realm who came from other realms through the Tower of Absolute Summit. Among them, there were some extremely powerful figures who tried to enter the upper 9 realms through the Tower of Absolute Summit. If so, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, this was a very normal competition. There was a Tower of Absolute Summit in each of the 3,000 worlds, and there was no rule that required the cultivators of each world to enter the upper 9 realms through the Tower of Absolute Summit. But the current situation was that these foreign cultivators tried to control the Tower of Absolute Summit and didn't allow other cultivators to approach, so as to fight for more places to enter the upper 9 realms for the descendants of their forces. This was too overbearing. The Tower of Absolute Summit didn't belong to any force. Every cultivator could enter it to fight for the opportunity to enter the upper 9 realms. Once it was blocked, it was tantamount to completely killing some cultivators' chance to enter the upper 9 realms. Alas, who can be blamed for this? The domain of Absolute Summit has always been based on strength. As long as your fist is big enough, what can't you do? Someone muttered angrily. Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, will the other forces in the city just watch all this happen? That person said disdainfully, they're just jackals of the same lair. If the descendants of those forces in the city want to enter the Tower of Absolute Summit, they naturally won't be stopped. These foreign forces only dare to bully us cultivators who don't belong to any sect. Lin Sun suddenly understood and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was the foundation of the big forces. Compared with them, it was too difficult for the cultivators at the bottom to rise. Just like this Tower of Absolute Summit, obviously anyone could enter, but now it was controlled by the big forces, which was equivalent to monopolizing the opportunity to enter the upper 9 realms. Even if there were many amazing geniuses among those cultivators at the bottom, how could they compete with those big forces? There were only 1,000 places to enter the upper 9 realms in each world. Once the limited places were controlled by the big forces, it could be said that the cultivators who didn't belong to any sect or small forces were doomed to have no chance to enter the upper 9 realms. The group of cultivators that controlled the Tower of Absolute Summit before him were from a big force called the ancient Netherworld Taoist sect. In the outside world, it was an ancient sect that had stood towering in the Big Dipper world for countless years, and it possessed extremely deep resources and reserves. The violet-clothed man in the lead was called Luo Chuan, and he was a top genius. They dared to control the Tower of Absolute Summit without the slightest fear and were unafraid of the threats of the other great forces in the city, so it was obvious that they had something to rely on. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, that person would probably be annihilated by the big forces in the city. After all, there were only so many places, so who would watch helplessly as it was divided up by others? "I've come to seek guidance." A young man with slender limbs and a vigorous aura stood out from the battlefield, and he challenged an expert from the ancient Netherworld Taoist sect. Luo Chuan crossed his arms before his chest, and the corners of his mouth twitched before a wisp of a playful arc appeared on his face as he said, "Junior brother Feng, since this friend has challenged you, then go play with him." The man called Junior brother Feng had a thin figure, a pale countenance, and seemed extremely weak. His face sank when he heard this, and his gaze was hostile as he stared at the vigorous man that challenged him and said, "There are so many people here, yet you only chose me as your opponent. Do you think I'm the weakest?" His voice was ghastly and terrifying. The vigorous man said, "If you're unwilling to accept the challenge, then you can change it to someone else." Junior brother Feng smiled mischievously and said, "Very good, I like tough bones like you." Bang, as he spoke, he'd already attacked. He seemed to be weak, yet when he attacked, he was like a violent bolt of lightning, and his entire body emitted surging killing intent that covered the heavens and the earth. Shit, the vigorous man's expression changed slightly as he realized that the opponent he'd chosen wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface, and the opponent was an extremely terrifying and ruthless figure. However, it was too late for regret now. Without the slightest hesitation, he went all out. Both of them were locked in a fierce battle. But in next to no time, the vigorous man was suppressed, and the bones in his body ceaselessly emitted the sound of shattering while fresh blood sprayed. Junior brother Feng's methods were extremely cruel. In the end, he actually shattered all the bones in the vigorous man's body, causing him to fall weakly to the ground like a pile of mush. This made everyone's heart turn cold. Junior brother Feng said with a smile, "Your hard bones have been shattered. Do you have anything to say now?" On the ground, the vigorous man's face was ashen, and he was in pain and despair. Bang, Junior brother Feng stepped down and crushed his head, causing him to die completely, and scarlet blood splashed out. The onlookers were all stiff, and their expressions changed. It was just a challenge, but the vigorous man was killed in a cruel way, which made many people feel very uncomfortable. Luo Chuan and the other successors of the ancient Netherworld Taoism sect all smiled and disapproved of this. Those who dared to challenge them should be aware of death. Lin Sun, on the other hand, frowned. On the ground, the strong man died tragically. His bones were smashed and his head was crushed. This bloody scene shocked everyone present. "It's the 37th, someone sighed. This number made Lin Sun frown again. Without saying much, he stepped forward and walked out of the crowd. Junior brother Feng was just about to return when he saw another person stand out, and he instantly raised his brows while a wisp of a cold and fierce expression appeared on his pale face. "Oh, another tough bone has come out?" In front of the gate of the Tower of the Apex, Luo Chuan and other successors of ancient underworld Taoism sect were also slightly stunned. They seemed to be very surprised that someone dared to stand out and court death at this time. Was the threat just now not enough? "Junior brother Feng, it seems that many people think you are easy to bully." A blue-robed woman smiled with a trace of ridicule. "Junior brother Feng, why don't you let me have a try?" Some people were also eager to have a try. Different from the reactions of these successors of ancient underworld Taoism sect, when they saw Lin Sun's figure, the nearby practitioners were stunned at first, and then their hearts shook fiercely and their faces suddenly changed. Demon Lin, who couldn't recognize Lin Sun's identity among the practitioners in the city, for a time, all the practitioners seemed to have a tacit understanding and kept silent. They didn't intend to remind those outsiders how terrifying the young man in front of them was. They all restrained their excitement and intended to watch the show. "Are you also going to challenge me?" At this time, Junior brother Feng's face was cold. Looking at Lin Sun coming over, his eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent. "I want to go upstairs." "Are you going to stop me?" Lin Sun asked. When he spoke, he didn't stop walking. "Go upstairs." Hearing this, Luo Chuan and others frowned. Didn't this guy see the situation clearly? This place had been blocked by them, but he acted like this. Did he think they didn't exist? Stop. Seeing Lin Sun move forward without fear, junior brother Feng's face darkened, and his eyes surged with killing intent. He felt that his dignity was challenged. Boom, as he spoke, he raised his hand and grabbed Lin Sun's head. This was a vital point. Obviously, junior brother Feng didn't intend to stop Lin Sun at all, but wanted to kill him. If Lin Sun died, he would be blocked. However, when they witnessed this scene, the expressions of the nearby spectators grew even more strange. They'd seen people courting death, but they'd never seen someone so impatient to court death. However, there was still no one to warn him. Everyone was so angry that they couldn't wait for Lin Sun to start a killing spree. How could they inform these outsiders? At the same time, Luo Chuan noticed that the atmosphere in the surroundings was slightly off, but an unexpected event occurred before he could react. Bang! Junior brother Feng suddenly knelt on the ground. His knees exploded and the ground shook. After that, his neck tilted to one side, and his vitality was severed. He was still kneeling on the ground even before death, and fresh blood gurgled out from his legs in a scarlet and dazzling manner. And this was just the power of Lin Sun's casual slap. Although they had long expected that junior brother Feng was no match for Fiend Celestial Lin, the spectators still drew a gasp when they saw the scene. Too strong, as expected of demonic god Lin. Just now, junior brother Feng's strength was clearly seen by everyone. He was undoubtedly a top figure. But now, he was killed by Fiend Celestial Lin with a single slap. Luo Chuan and the others in front of the pavilion of the apex were livid and gloomy. They were furious, and at the same time, they felt an indescribable chill. Killing junior brother Feng in one strike, this was not something that just anyone could do. Who was this young man? The pavilion of the apex is a place that anyone can enter, but you want to occupy it. Do you really think the cultivators of the immortal incineration ancient city are easy to bully? Lin Sun said indifferently. His words stirred the hearts of the cultivators present, and their blood surged. All the major forces in the city knew about this matter, but they chose to watch from the sidelines. No one was willing to stand up for the disbanded cultivators, but Fiend Celestial Lin had stepped forward. Who wouldn't be moved by this? People's hearts were made of flesh. Fiend Celestial Lin might be fierce and ruthless, but he had never bullied the weak since he entered the immortal incineration ancient city. Even those who had made deals with him had never suffered a loss in terms of price. It was even to the extent that the atmosphere in the immortal incineration ancient city had changed since he started a massacre and massacred many major forces. Those major forces didn't dare to act unbridledly anymore, and they kept a low profile and restrained themselves. The order in the city had become orderly and peaceful. All of this was witnessed by countless cultivators. How could they not feel grateful to Lin Sun in the depths of their hearts, now that Fiend Celestial Lin had stepped forward once again to face those outsiders? Who wouldn't be excited? Fiend Celestial Lin, perhaps he was hated and feared by those major forces. However, in the opinion of cultivators like them, he was an expert that was worthy of respect and reverence. Friend, which force are you from? Luo Chuan took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. He felt that something was off. I don't belong to any sect, and I'm all alone, Lin Sun said indifferently. Looks like you're very confident in your combat strength. But do you know the consequences of your actions? Someone shouted. Everyone, junior brother Feng has been killed. It's not the time to talk. The pretty face of the woman in blue was icy cold, and her eyes were filled with coldness. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed at Lin Sun. No matter who you are, you must pay the price. Bang! Lin Sun stretched out his hand and pressed it in the air. The body of the woman in blue stiffened, and she was instantly restrained. She knelt on the ground with a thump and let out a shrill scream. Fellow Taoist, wait! Luo Chuan shouted in shock. But it was too late. The woman in blue was still kneeling, but she was already dead. Even at death's door, her pretty face was filled with disbelief. She seemed to have never imagined that the young man in front of her would be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, another expert was killed. Everyone in the surroundings felt their blood boil, and they couldn't help but cheer. With extreme excitement. On the other hand, the expressions of Luo Chuan and the others had become extremely solemn and livid. All of them realized that they'd encountered an extremely difficult and ruthless person. Step back and make way for this fellow Taoist. Luo Chuan took a deep breath and gave the order. This was unexpected, and it caused all the experts of the ancient Netherworld Taoist sect to be stunned and feel puzzled. 2 of their fellow disciples had been killed. How could they just step aside like this? But Luo Chuan's attitude was firm, and he took the lead to step aside. The others stepped aside as well when they saw this, but their expressions were extremely unsightly, and every one of them had a ball of fire in their hearts. The expressions of all the cultivators present here changed. They hadn't expected that Luo Chuan would be so resolute and choose to make a concession, and it greatly exceeded their expectations. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was calm, and he walked straight up the stairs while disregarding all of them. However, when he arrived before the entrance of the Apex Pavilion, he stopped and said, "I don't want to see all of you here in the future." It was a light sentence, but it was an ultimatum that couldn't be disobeyed. The expressions of Luo Chuan and the others were extremely unsightly. As the successors of the ancient Netherworld Taoist sect, when had they ever suffered such treatment? In the past, they were fearless even if they encountered successors of other great forces. But now, they were threatened by a single person. Moreover, this person had killed 2 of their fellow disciples in front of them and intended to expel them from this place. "May I know your name, my friend?" Luo Chuan's voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. At this moment, Lin Sun was suddenly stunned. He seemed to realize something, and then he said, "Didn't the other forces in the city warn you?" This time, it was Luo Chuan and the others' turn to be stunned. What did this mean? Seeing their reaction, Lin Sun immediately confirmed his guess in his heart. He said to himself, "It seems that not only you, but also I have been used. Oh, this is interesting. Killing with a borrowed knife? If the outsiders are the knives, they can borrow the knives to kill me. If I am the knife, I can borrow the knives to kill these foreign forces. Then you can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. What a clever plan. However, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I don't mind paying you a visit." After that, he walked into the Apex Pavilion. However, although Lin Sun had disappeared, his words were still floating in the field. Although his voice wasn't loud, anyone with some cultivation could hear it clearly. All of a sudden, the expressions of Luo Chuan and the others changed. Were they used? Find out who that young man was just now. Luo Chuan gnashed his teeth. If everything that had happened today could have been avoided, then it meant that they had definitely been kept in the dark. Someone had deliberately concealed something so that they had inadvertently offended an extremely terrifying enemy. Many of the onlookers came to a realization and were shocked in their hearts. Who in the ancient immortal incineration didn't know Demon God Lin? The cultivators of the ancient underworld Taoist sect should have learned about Demon God Lin as soon as they arrived at the ancient immortal incineration. At least when they occupied the Apex Pavilion, they should have known who they couldn't offend in the city. But it just so happened that they didn't recognize Demon God Lin at all when they saw him. This seemed very strange. But which force on earth had deliberately concealed all this so that this scene had happened? Luo Chuan and the others were very curious. Moreover, they had some guesses in their hearts. It didn't take long for them to find out Lin Sun's identity and everything he had done in the immortal incineration. Suddenly, Luo Chuan and the others were stunned as if they were struck by lightning. Their clothes were drenched in cold sweat, but they didn't notice it at all. Whether it was the robbery of the Golden Crow clan, the battle in the Fenchen Valley, or the massacre that happened a while ago, all of them seemed too horrifying and terrifying. At the thought that they had offended such a ruthless person, Luo Chuan and the others felt a chill run down their spine. At that time, if they hadn't restrained their killing intent and taken the initiative to retreat, the consequences, it would be unimaginable. Such important news, but those big forces in the city didn't mention it from beginning to end. Instead, they encouraged us to occupy the Apex Pavilion. They are obviously harboring evil intentions. After a long time, Luo Chuan came to his senses, and his face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. A stairway to heaven fell from the sky. No one knew how high it was. The wilderness was vast, and the world was lonely. Lin Sun looked around and found no one but himself. This was the Tower of the Apex. Strictly speaking, it was a strange secret realm. There was only one stairway to heaven in the secret realm. The Great Way was like the sky, and the stairway to heaven was the crossing. Before coming here, Lin Sun had learned that the test of the Tower of the Apex was very simple, which was to climb up the stairs and see which position of the stairway to heaven they could reach. Only the strong who ranked in the first 1,000 steps could enter the upper 9 realms smoothly when the passage appeared. However, there were more than 1,000 steps in this stairway to heaven. Boom, Lin Sun lifted his foot and set foot on the first step. Suddenly, a force of the Great Way came down, which made him pause slightly. Then, his expression didn't change as he stepped onto it. His steps were steady as if he was walking on the ground or taking a leisurely walk. Each step emitted different power of the Great Way, and the higher one went, the stronger it was. However, these were not difficult for Lin Sun. He walked calmly and couldn't help but think of the stairway mountain in Green Deer School when he was in the mortal world, which was branded with the traces of different great ways. At that time, when he climbed the stairway to heaven, he had an invisible competition with Gu Yunting. At that time, Gu Yunting was extremely dazzling and regarded as the first person of the younger generation in Green Deer School. It didn't take long for him to leave the mortal world and enter the ancient desolation territory to cultivate. But now, with the passage of time, everything was different. There were countless talents in the ancient desolation territory. Gu Yunting didn't vanish from the crowd, but he was obviously much dimmer than when he was in Green Deer School. This was actually a kind of competition for the Great Way. On the road of Tao, some people rose like comets, but they would also dim like comets. It was too difficult to go against the current all the time, because in this world, there was never a lack of competitors and people who were stronger than you. I don't know where Shi Yu, Ning Meng, and Yi Qi are now. What about Lu Qingyan? How far has she reached in the pursuit of the way of music? Lin Sun was in a trance. Thinking of his experiences and old friends in his youth, he felt as if it was a lifetime ago. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in Lin Sun's eyes, waking him up from his thoughts. Raising his head, he saw that on the other side of the stone steps, there were balls of flames. They were silver, indigo, golden, fiery red, deep blue, each fireball corresponded to a stone stair. They floated in the air and emitted a different aura and luster. This was Tao fire. As the saying went, the path of the Tao would not end until the flames of the Tao were extinguished. Simply speaking, the Tao flame was the brand of battle left behind by a cultivator on the heaven stairway of the Grand Tao, and it contained the will to fight of an expert. Only the top 1,000 experts were qualified to leave behind their own Tao fire on these 1,000 steps. Of course, once he was defeated, his Tao flame would be erased and taken over by others. Lin Sun's expression became serious. He knew that the real test had come. The first ball of Tao fire was light green and was located on the side of the 1,000th step. Buzz, when Lin Sun climbed this stone step, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and he appeared in an empty world. At the same time, the light green flame transformed into a woman with a graceful figure. Her aura was icy cold, and her entire body emitted a capable aura. Whoosh, as soon as the woman appeared, she rushed up like a green rainbow, dazzling and blazing. She waved her hand, and thousands of thick green vines emerged out of thin air. They danced wildly between heaven and earth, crisscrossing and covering Lin Sun's figure, turning it into a cage. Whoosh, then, on each vine, branches grew out crazily, and enchanting flowers rose in the wind, shining with a frightening luster, trying to drown Lin Sun. The truth of the Tao of wood is endless. It's really exquisite. Lin Sun's black eyes were calm, and an invisible power was running around him. Boom, the bewitching flowers were all crushed into powder, the tender branches exploded, and the vines that were as thick as pythons were broken and shattered inch by inch. Then, the whole cage disappeared with a bang. At this moment, the woman had already rushed over. However, when she was about to attack again, Lin Sun's aura swept over her, and she exploded with a bang. Whoosh, the next moment, Lin Sun returned to the heaven stairway. But the light green Tao fire on the side of the stone step where he stood had disappeared. Lin Sun didn't hesitate and stepped on the 999th stone step. This was a ball of silver Tao fire, and it evolved into an extremely valiant and powerful cultivator of the ancient mysterious Light Clan. But for Lin Sun, it was still not enough. In an instant, the winner was decided. However, his Tao fire didn't extinguish. Instead, it moved backward and appeared on the side of the 1,000th stone step. Then, Lin Sun continued to go up. The 998th step. The 997th step. In just 15 minutes, Lin Sun had stepped on the 500th step. If this scene was seen by the cultivators outside, they would be scared to death. There were millions of cultivators in the immortal burning world. Although most of them didn't set foot on the peerless path, there was no shortage of top cultivators. It could be imagined how cruel the competition was to be ranked in the top 1,000 of the peerless path. Almost all of them were top cultivators of the same generation. Moreover, the higher the stone step, the stronger the combat force was. There was no lack of top cultivators who were more powerful than the previous one, and each ball of Dao fire represented a cultivator who was ranked in the top 1,000. In 15 minutes, Lin Sun defeated the Dao fire of 500 strong cultivators in a row. Such an achievement could be imagined. Not bad, not bad. Although the opponents aren't very strong, they let me see many different paths. This is a rare opportunity. Lin Sun was calm and composed. Even if he fought 500 battles without rest, it didn't cause him much consumption, and he didn't need to stop to recover. He continued to move forward. As time went by, he walked up step by step, and the balls of Dao fire moved down beside him. Soon, Lin Sun saw a figure. It was a dark-skinned young man with a dignified and majestic aura. He was sweating profusely and weak all over. Obviously, he was challenging the Tao Heaven ladder like Lin Sun. However, he had obviously been here for a long time, and his face was full of exhaustion. When he saw Lin Sun, the young man couldn't help being stunned and said, "My friend, when did you come here?" "About 15 minutes ago." Lin Sun said casually. Unexpectedly, hearing his answer, the young man seemed to be in disbelief and said involuntarily, "You reached the 327th stone step in 15 minutes?" He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Sun nodded and went up the stone step. The young man didn't believe it at first and thought Lin Sun was bragging. But soon, he noticed that Lin Sun finished a battle and climbed a stone step in just a few breaths. Then, at this speed, Lin Sun continued to climb the stone steps and soon came to the young man. This time, the young man completely believed that the guy in front of him was clearly a monster that couldn't be estimated by common sense. "May I ask your name, my friend?" Seeing that Lin Sun had surpassed him and was about to go up, the young man couldn't help asking. "Lin Sun." Lin Sun answered without looking up. The young man said "Oh," and then suddenly said involuntarily, "What? It's you." In the ancient city of immortals, there was only one person named Lin Sun, and he had a more famous nickname, Demon Lin. How could the young man not hear of him? No wonder he is so abnormal. It turns out to be this guy. The young man was a little unconvinced at first, but now he was completely convinced. Compared with Demon Lin, he was totally looking for trouble. After 30 minutes, Lin Sun had come to the 100th step. His speed was so fast that it completely broke the record of any practitioner in the past. It could be described as an irresistible force, like a hot knife through butter. On the way, Lin Sun also met some practitioners, who left a sound of shock all the way. Lin Sun's speed was too fast, it was a completely one-sided suppression. On the other hand, had any of the cultivators all along the way seen such a ferocious fellow? However, when he arrived at the 100th step, Lin Sun began to feel the pressure. And he was keenly aware that from here on, all the opponents he met should be strong practitioners who had reached the peak of Tao. However, this was still not a problem for Lin Sun. He didn't even bother to rest and reorganize himself before he stepped forward. What made Lin Sun happy was that from here on, every time he defeated an opponent, he saw a different kind of peerless Tao. Some people entered the Tao with sword and reached the extreme level. They were decisive in killing and had shocking sword intent. Some people deduced a certain kind of power of the Tao to the extreme and deduced all kinds of powerful and frightening phenomena once they were exerted. Some people took the road of soul cultivation and mastered the rare method of soul attack in the world, which was the most difficult to defend against. Even some practitioners like Alu, whose physical strength had been tempered to the extreme level, were extremely powerful as if they were indestructible. Fighting with these top figures greatly broadened Lin Sun's horizons, and he also benefited a lot from comparing his own Tao and Dharma through the duels. In this way, Lin Sun unconsciously arrived at the 66th step. However, just as he was about to step up, the Tao flames in front of him all moved down a position. Suddenly, the Tao fire on the 65th step replaced the Tao fire on the 66th step that he had defeated. There was actually someone challenging the first 100 levels. Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and caught a glimpse of a figure in front of more than 10 steps higher. Unfortunately, before he could get a clear look, the Tao flame above him moved backward, causing him to start another battle before he could climb the next stone step. He disappeared from where he stood. At the same time, on the stone step ahead, a figure also made a sound of surprise. He noticed the movement behind him and turned his head. That person had bright eyes and white teeth. She was pure and beautiful, and she looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She stood on the stone steps. She blinked her big watery eyes and said to herself, "Why do I feel a little familiar?" Then, she patted her forehead as if she suddenly realized something. It's that little brother. She stopped moving forward and squatted on the stone steps, holding her small face in her hands, waiting quietly. Before long, Lin Sun's figure appeared. There was a touch of surprise in her eyes, as if she didn't expect Lin Sun to defeat his opponent so quickly. Then she waved her hand with a smile, "Little brother, we meet again." At the same time, Lin Sun was also stunned. Xiao, the girl had a sweet smile on her face. Her long, soft, fiery red hair was coiled into a bun with a tree branch. Her delicate and slender body was wrapped in a huge fiery red leaf, revealing her tender, sparkling calves and snow-white bare feet. Around her snow-white ankles, there was a strange black chain shackling them. There was a strange fire tattoo between her eyebrows. It was Xiao, the girl taking medicine mentioned by Old Toad. This woman was not simple at all. For countless years, she had been silent in the Red Cloud Holy Tree. When she came out, she faced the thunder test and broke the shackles. "It's Xiao." Lin Sun calmed down. This woman was an extremely unfathomable ancient freak. She looked pure and bright, but in fact, she was full of eccentricities. "Little brother, you must be Demon God Lin, right? Otherwise, I really can't think of anyone else in the burning celestial realm who could easily make it to the first 100 steps like you," Demon God Lin said with a smile. Xiao smiled and exhaled a fragrant breath. Her eyes were clear and charming, and her voice was clear and melodious. Lin Sun nodded. There was no need to hide it. Xiao got up and stretched her slim waist. Then she said crisply, "Little brother, in fact, when we first met, I wanted to talk to you alone, but it's not too late now." Lin Sun was surprised. "Talk about what?" Xiao said with a smile, "To talk about a deal. If I'm right, you should have a piece of Bodhi wood that has been bombarded by the power of cutting Tao, right?" Lin Sun was stunned. He looked calm, but in fact, he was a little shocked. He did have a piece of blackened and withered Bodhi wood in his hand, which he obtained from the dilapidated temple left by the holy monk Duji. There was also a strange golden power sealed inside the Bodhi tree. It was extremely mysterious and strange, most likely the power of the Tao severing art. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that Xiao would know that he had it. "Little big brother, don't overthink it. The reason why I can sense the Bodhi tree is because of my innate bloodline ability." Xiao's eyes flashed with a strange light as she giggled. But Lin Sun still couldn't calm down. Where did Xiao come from? How could she have such a strange and amazing talent? "So, you've been eyeing me since we first met?" asked Lin Sun. Xiao blinked her large and charming eyes and nodded. "Yes, the Bodhi tree is very useful to me. If possible, I must obtain it." Her voice was crisp and clear, and her tone was relaxed. However, it carried a trace of determination. After that, she smiled and pointed at the strange black chain around her ankle. She said, "If little brother is willing to give up the Bodhi wood, then I'm willing to exchange this treasure with you." Lin Sun was shocked again. He didn't forget that Old Toad once said that this chain was an extremely terrible holy treasure with an extraordinary origin. This was indeed the case. The chain was only as thick as a little finger, black and translucent. It was wrapped around a pair of snow-white ankles and was suffused with a trace of heart-palpitating death qi. This death qi was so strange that it turned into strange and twisted Taoist patterns, densely imprinted on every part of the chain. No matter who saw it, they would be attracted and then shocked. However, what really made Lin Sun unable to calm down was that in order to get the Bodhi wood, Xiao wanted to exchange such a strange and terrible holy treasure, which surprised Lin Sun a little. Is it more valuable than a holy treasure? Asked Lin Sun. Qiao smiled sweetly. Her teeth were sparkling and her pink lips were moist. She said, for me, it's more attractive than a holy treasure, so I'm willing to exchange it with a holy treasure. But in the eyes of others, I'm afraid it's no different from a piece of rotten wood. Lin Sun also smiled, you're right. I have the same idea as you. I've never intended to sell this piece of rotten wood to anyone. Qiao was stunned and couldn't help asking, little brother, won't you think about it again? As she spoke, she bit her cherry lips and showed a touch of shyness. Her clear eyes were flowing, exuding an amazing charm. Her voice also became soft and coquettish, if little brother is willing to part with it, maybe, it's okay for me to devote myself to you. She was pure and beautiful. At this moment, when she opened her mouth shyly, she suddenly revealed endless charm. Anyone who saw her would be fascinated by her. But Lin Sun's eyes were clear and calm. He said seriously, how can we be greedy for beauty when we cultivate Taoism? Girl, please behave yourself. Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. After a while, she blushed and said, compared with the little brother of three-legged golden toad, you're really a piece of wood. You're not romantic at all. Lin Sun looked solemn and sighed softly, beauty is like a skeleton, white bones and flesh. You have a skin that can bring disaster to the country and people. But in my eyes, what I see is the white bones and skeletons under the skin. It's really boring. Qiao seemed a little annoyed and said, little brother, you're still single, aren't you? Lin Sun was stunned. Qiao burst into laughter and pointed to Lin Sun, sure enough, I'm right. You're such an unromantic guy. I'm afraid you won't realize it even if there's a girl who likes you. Lin Sun smiled slightly, it's none of your business. Qiao couldn't help sighing when she saw Lin Sun was so stubborn, little brother, your stubbornness makes it difficult for me. If I can't get the Bodhi wood, I won't be able to eat well and sleep well. How can I pursue the Tao in the future? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, so you're going to rob it? Qiao thought for a while and then waved her hand in annoyance, let's not think about it now. Lin Sun said seriously at this time, girl, if possible, I don't want to be your enemy. Please think twice. After that, he ignored Qiao and stepped on the steps to continue his challenge. Whoosh, his figure disappeared and he began to fight with the next opponent. At this time, the smile on Qiao's face disappeared little by little, turning into a kind of extreme calmness and coldness. The breath exuded from her body also became as cold as snow, not as bright as before. Especially those eyes that were bright like stars, and they faintly surged with an extremely terrifying flaming divine glow. I can't see through him. I really can't see through him. If I could see through him, I would have taken action long ago. She murmured in her heart. After a while, she took a deep breath, converged the cold breath around her body, and restored her former bright and pure look. At this time, Lin Sun had passed the 65th stone step and appeared. Little brother, if you can reach the top, I promise I will seriously consider your suggestion. Qiao revealed a sweet and brilliant smile and said in a crisp voice. Lin Sun shrugged and said, whether you can reach the top or not has nothing to do with the advice I give you. If you insist on doing something, I'm afraid no one can stop you. However, I might as well be frank. Those who are my enemies are destined to not have a good end, whether it is now or in the future. Qiao's clear eyes narrowed into an arc. Like the edge of a blade, and then she smiled silently, as if she didn't care. Lin Sun didn't say anything else and continued to challenge the level. At this point, the two of them didn't talk anymore, and the atmosphere seemed very gloomy. Qiao sat there again and didn't challenge the level anymore. She held her chin with her white jade-like hands and watched quietly. Her eyes blinked from time to time as if she wanted to figure out what kind of person Lin Sun was in front of her. 64th, 63rd, every time she saw Lin Sun take a step, the scene of her breakthrough appeared in Qiao's mind and she compared it. In the end, this comparison fell on how much time it took to break through the level. Then, a strange light flashed in Qiao's clear eyes occasionally because until now, Lin Sun's speed was a little faster than hers every time. However, she didn't care too much because if she wanted to, she could do it too. Soon, Lin Sun came to the 50th step. Sitting on the 49th step, Qiao suddenly said, the Great Way is 50, and the Heavenly Evolution is 49. Little brother, do you know what it means? Her voice was clear and melodious. But Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly narrowed, and then he said, "Escape one?" Qi Yao pursed her moist lips and smiled without saying a word. Lin Sun also smiled and lifted his foot lightly on the 49th step with a natural look. Qi Yao was slightly stunned, and then her delicate body tightened imperceptibly. She immediately recovered her composure, but her eyes were cold as she looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't pay attention to her. Of course, he knew the meaning of Qi Yao's words. It was nothing more than reminding him not to be too ruthless in everything and to leave a chance for him to turn back. Unfortunately, this piece of Bodhi wood could never be handed over, because it was related to the secret of the death of Holy Monk Du Ji and Black Phoenix Holy Queen. There was a big mystery like a taboo. Lin Sun would never give it up. If Qi Yao didn't hesitate to be his enemy and insisted on taking this thing, Lin Sun didn't mind killing one more enemy. It seems that I can't persuade her anymore. Looking at Lin Sun's figure step by step, Qi Yao rubbed her eyebrows in distress and sighed in her heart. If it was an ordinary Bodhi wood, Qi Yao wouldn't care about it at all. But the piece of Bodhi wood in Lin Sun's hand was different. It had withstood the bombardment of Tao cutting. Its value was so great that Qi Yao would fight for it at all costs, because this was a rare taboo item since ancient times. It should have been erased from the world, but for some reason, it was preserved. If she could have a chance to understand the taboo mystery. End of chapter 1177. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.